It started as for the dark. She lives. Now it's a roar. What do you think? Paxpresso submits to the throne.
Romance. The true alpha always takes it all. You lose.
Prologue. This is a sequel to the first story, Alpha Kaiden. The narrative picks up right where the previous installment ended, continuing the character's journey and the plot. It is recommended to listen to the series in order to enjoy the story fully. Chapter 1. Pac Bellator, 2 weeks later. She was back where it all started, back at the beginning. And she hurt everywhere. Her head, her body, her heart. She missed him. She let the memory of his face fill her mind before she was dragged under the thick, heavy blanket of darkness once more. A few hours later, she was getting stronger. She was waking up faster. Each time, it was easier to think, to remember. The haze that clouded her brain, making it sluggish and disoriented, would clear a little more and a little quicker each time. How long had she been here? How long had he been searching? Was he searching? Did he care? Or did she break him? Break the one she was meant to protect? The memory of his scent filled her as she was dragged down yet again. A few more hours. She hated the injections in her arms. Hated the feel of the poison circulating through her body. Hated the scorching fire that it left in its wake. How it left her burning under the assault that continued without pause. She hated how it sapped her strength, muzzling her wolf, dissipating her energy, and leaving her weak. Pathetic. Cut off. Alone. The sound of his voice filled her ears as she felt herself succumb to the deep black abyss. A couple of hours later. She didn't feel like getting sick this time. She thought she might even be able to open her eyes. Her body was weak. Wait, her body. She could actually feel it. Could feel the cold, bone-chilling air against her exposed skin. Could feel the freezing, hard metal under her back and head. She could feel the restraints digging into her wrists and ankles. Could scent the wolfsbane. The blood. Her blood. Filth, rust, and dirt. She hated this place, oh, and silver. Never forget the silver. That made her smirk. At least she thought she smirked. It wasn't easy to tell. The echo of his lips brushing hers lulled her gently into the dark, rhythmic currents. The day followed like this. And then the next. And the next. And then it happened. She woke up, and she didn't stop. Chapter 2. Aislinn was waiting for the darkness, for the crush of unconsciousness to settle over her like it had countless times before. She waited. And waited. It was then that it happened. She opened her eyes. Not that it helped much. It was pitch black, and being so weak, her night vision was useless. She couldn't see anything. But she could blink her eyes. Though it was sluggish and awkward, it felt amazing. She didn't actually need to see anyway. She suspected she already knew what she'd be looking at if she could. And she wasn't missing much. If she wasn't mistaken, and the evidence supported her conclusion fully, she had already graced this lovely abode with her presence before. And she unfortunately knew every dreary, plain, gray, concrete inch of this hell. Not that this was a repeat visit. No, this wouldn't be a do-over. No dungeon vacation 2.0. If her calculations had been correct, the last time she had had the pleasure of these luxurious accommodations, she had been here around 8 months. And believe you, that was 7 months and 29 days too long. She took a deep breath, trying to remind herself that this was different. She was different. It wasn't easy though. It felt the same. Hurt the same. Sounded the same. Smelt though, wait. What was that? She took a deep breath, trying to use what little strength she had managed to accumulate to filter through the stench in the air, trying to pin down the scent that had caught her attention. There. That? Wait. What? Impossible. Oh my God. Thank you, Dolores. You're finally awake. The voice was too high-pitched, too loud and too close to her poor, fragile eardrums. She winced, trying to distance herself from the source of the high-pitched noise. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Katie always says I'm too loud. And talk too much, the voice finished sheepishly. Thankfully, at least it was a bit softer and lower this time. However, the near whisper was still enough to grate inside her still-pounding skull before bouncing against her brain like a hammer. A girly high-pitched hammer. But still a hammer all the same. She winced again. You probably need water. Here. I'm sure I had some hidden somewhere in this flea-ridden, rat-infested, disgusting. Shoot. Sorry, I'm doing it again, aren't I? She babbled. Aislinn might have snapped at the girl if she had any strength at all. But as it was, she was as helpless and weak as a newborn. Uh-huh, the voice shrieked from somewhere in the dark. Aislinn managed to flinch this time, which was a mistake. Lancing pain raced through her muscles, settling deeply into her bones, pulsating sharp white agony through her entire skeleton. Note to self. Do not move. Sorry. I'm not doing such a great job here, am I? Well, I mean, this is totally more my mom's thing than mine, but I guess you're stuck with me, huh? I mean, not like you're gonna go anywhere, am I right? The girl chatted as she pressed a plastic bottle to Aislinn's parched and chapped lips. The small dribble of cool water was like heaven in her mouth. She greedily swallowed all that was offered to her, feeling it hit the hollow, empty pit of her stomach with a sickening thud. Her empty belly twisted, trying in vain to dispel the foreign substance. She had been asleep too long. They had done more damage than she had initially assumed. Was she too late? She couldn't be. Did she take too long to recover? Was it over? Was this how it all would end? How would she end? Would he ever forgive her? Thankfully, her morbid thoughts were interrupted by another stream of babble. I tried to wake you up for like days now, but whatever they're giving you is messed up. I couldn't even get you to flinch. Her voice trailed off, and then it took on that same sheepish quality. I may have tried pinching you a few times. Sorry about that, but I was desperate. And scared, and I mean, Katie would kill me if you died, you know? Not that I'm really able to do anything, but geez, you just sleeping for like 2 weeks is disturbing. So yeah, you may or may not have a couple of bruises. The voice blissfully fell silent, and Aislinn thought she was finally off the hook. Her headache was quickly reaching apocalyptic proportions. Alas, her track record stayed true. She just had no luck these days. She would have sighed if she weren't afraid the movement would literally split her chest in two. Please don't tell Katie about the bruises. "'Kay? I didn't mean to, really. And I seriously do not want to be on his bad side. I have a feeling he isn't going to be in the greatest mood if I ever see him again. And being on the other side of his wrath is downright terrifying. Not that this isn't scary, I mean what the hell, right? Like really? A dungeon, this sucks," she huffed. Aislinn could feel her coming closer to where she was restrained again. "So what is this stuff?" she asked more softly, her voice holding a hint of fear and disgust instead of the customary peppy cheerfulness that was already wearing Aislinn out. She couldn't see what the bodiless voice was pointing at, but it didn't take a genius to guess. Her voice was frail. It took a couple of tries even to get the words up her throat and out from between her lips. Her tongue was thick and clumsy. Her lips were cracked and bleeding. If she wasn't angry before, she was now. No one made her weak and vulnerable. Not anymore. Rage boiled in her as she tried to focus on regaining her control. People would be paying for this, she vowed as she wrestled with the momentous task of actually speaking. "Wolfsbane," she rasped out, although the word was barely recognizable. Swallowing, she tried again. Silver blades coated in wolfsbane. She got out the explanation of the restraints that were cutting into her body, causing blood to leak and soak the table before dripping to the floor and also burning her skin. The combined scent was sickening. They feel equally so. The wolfsbane kept the deep cuts from the blades on either side of her wrists and ankles from completely healing, while the silver of the blades themselves continuously burned the skin and tissue around the wounds. Usually, silver didn't affect her. It was her blood after all. But the amount of wolfsbane they were pumping her with through the three, if she was counting correctly, IVs connected to her body at various points was breaking down her blood and tissue too quickly for her to handle. Oh wow, that's bad. That is like really, really bad. Katie is gonna be so mad. That name kept tickling something in the back of her head. She felt like she should recognize it. Memories filtered through her mind as she struggled to place it all. Now that she had spoken, she could feel her mouth beginning to wake up more. Her control, although tenuous, was starting to return. "You're Kaiden's sister, aren't you?" she asked, finally remembering where she had heard that name. The dinner. Her mate's family. His mother. His sister. She called him Katie when he asked her to leave. His father. She felt a growl building in her chest, but pushed it down. She despised that man. "Oh wow, you remember me. That is so sweet." "Yeah, I'm Sierra. Kaiden's my brother." "That means we're like practically sisters," she squealed, and Aislinn had the distinct image of her jumping around as she listened to her. "Sorry, I know I'm acting super weird, but you don't understand how crazy I've been going down here for so long. You've just been sleeping and no one else will talk to me." Oh, how little she really knew. "Not that I want to talk to those jerks anyway," she finished, her voice taking on a harsh edge as she let out a growl. "How long have you been down here?" She was feeling weak again and knew she would need to sleep soon. It was nice to feel absolute exhaustion pulling at her and not the drug-induced tendrils she had become so accustomed to. "Same time as you." 2 weeks or so, Sierra replied. That was a surprise. Not only was she not involved in anything, but she was also the Alpha's daughter. His only daughter. Kaiden's father was the Alpha of Pac Bellator, the second largest on the continent, and this was his 16-year-old third child. How did she come to be locked in here with the likes of her? How? Aislinn flinched at the soft brush of fingertips against her arm. She had been getting better. Kaiden had been helping her get used to touch again. To have people close. To have them near her. But it was still a struggle, and in the dark, in this place, it was difficult to fight all her bad memories and to remember the joy that her mate's touch brought. To fight back the waves of pain that her brain was conditioned to associate with any physical contact. "I didn't mean to, but I saw them." Her voice broke on the word, and she had to take a few breaths to compose herself before she was able to continue. My dad. I saw him sneak out, and I followed him. I don't know why, I just couldn't get over what happened at dinner. What he said to Katie was so wrong, and how he acted. I've never seen him like that. It's one of the skills of the best monsters. The ability to hide everything twisted and cruel. To wear the mask of innocent, upstanding morality. She wasn't fooled anymore, though. She saw the truth. She saw the monsters under the nice tailored suits, perfectly styled hair, and charming smiles. Evil didn't always look evil. Sometimes it looked like Santa. And she was more than ready to tear those innocent masks away. And then when I followed them, I saw you there. And I didn't understand. I was waiting for my brother, but then they stuck you with something. Wolfsbane. Probably laced with some heavy narcotics and tranquilizers. Considering the size of her headache and the horrible withdrawals that were currently racking her body, she was sweating and shaking as she was trying to fight through the dependency the last 2 weeks had left her in. It was not happy fun times. Yet another lovely experience she'd need to thank Alpha Sergio Salvatore for. Then they grabbed you. I was so scared. And I ran at them. I still didn't get it yet. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't been so stupid and just hid and called my brother, maybe we wouldn't be here now. But I just saw you fall and I ran. And when my dad saw me, he was so angry. He had never talked to me like that before. Aislinn could smell the scent of the salt as the tears that were streaming down her face fell. I told him I'd tell Katie. That whatever he was doing, he wouldn't get away with it. And then he hit me. Her voice broke, and Aislinn could hear the light rustle of fabric. A few sobs escaped before she could continue, although now her voice was hoarse and croaked slightly as she fought the memories she was reliving. When I fell, he told some of his men to grab me, and then I woke up in here with you. Another sob. Her fear was palpable even with Aislinn's dulled senses. She didn't fault the girl. She knew what was going to come. I can't link with anyone, and no one will talk to me. And my dad, whenever he comes, he just hits me if I try to talk. It's horrible. I just want to go home. I want my mom. I want Kaiden. She finally broke down, her sobs echoing in the cold. damp concrete cell. Aislinn felt sympathy for the girl. After all, she knew exactly what it was like when the shiny world you thought you knew was utterly shattered. When the truth that had been hidden from you your whole life was suddenly staring you in the face, it was ugly and horrible, and when it shattered that pretty picture you had been living in, it was life-altering. After a few minutes, her sobbing eased off, and she was left sniffling. "He'll come, won't he?" "Who?" Aislinn asked, although she knew exactly who she was talking about. "Kaiden. I mean, you're his mate, his Luna, and I'm his sister. He'll come, right? He'll come for us." Aislinn closed her eyes at the words. Her heart constricted painfully in her chest. She mumbled the words that scared her more than anything the Alpha could do to her. "I don't know." Chapter 3. Waking up this time was actual torture. She knew vaguely that it was technically sound. That the pain, the sickening feel of her muscles and bones trying to regenerate and knit themselves back together, was a good sign. That meant she was getting stronger. Meant she might actually survive this ordeal. But God, did it hurt. She couldn't help the scream that tore out of her throat. It was beyond words. The pain was unimaginable. Her body was literally at war, fighting against the invading poison that littered her cells while she was caught in the middle. It was excruciating. She was panting, biting her lip, trying to keep the next scream from breaking free. She didn't even care that she was moving, that her twitching limbs were pulling against her restraints, cutting into her skin. She didn't care that the metal dug deeper, drawing fresh blood that flowed down her arms. She felt pressure on her arms. Something was trying to hold her still. Stop her thrashing limbs that were so desperate for any escape. Any chance to get away from the pain, if only just for a moment. She was too consumed to understand what it was. All she knew was that it was only adding to her torment. The hold was probably, in reality, only a light and steady pressure, but in her state, it felt akin to the force of cement bricks crushing her limbs at near bone-shattering intensity. The scream tore out of her. It clawed at her throat, straining it with its violence and force. She was raw and aching, torn and throbbing. Where was the blackness when she needed it? Why couldn't she fall back into the blissful ignorance of unconsciousness? She was panting again. Her body was in so much pain that it couldn't even fight anymore. She sagged back against the hard, cold metal, silently begging for relief. For any end. Anything that would take it all away. Her throat stung and burned from her screams. Only pitiful whimpers left her now. She was beyond anything but the pain. It was all she could feel, all she could remember. There was no beginning, no ending, only the incessant, unrelenting, merciless pain. Chapter 4. It took her mind a few groggy minutes to begin to piece everything back together. The last few, however long it was a nightmarish, hazy, jumbled fog of pain. Focusing on her breathing, Aislinn cautiously let her mind stretch. She was surprised to find that although she wasn't totally pain-free, it was at least bearable again. In fact, she welcomed it. She would gladly feel the soreness and mild discomfort for the rest of her life if it meant she never had to experience that other pain again. She shuddered at the memory, her mind shying away from even thinking about the mind-bending, mentally scarred, and all-consuming pain that she had somehow lived through. Her head felt heavy, and her skin was tight and sensitive, but she eventually managed to wrestle her eyes open. Oh, thank the goddess. You're alive. Why did it seem that every time she woke up, she was destined to have her eardrums destroyed? Was she not in enough discomfort? She winced away from the familiar voice. It was becoming a vaguely annoying routine. Though if she was truly honest with herself, she knew that deep down, she was secretly thankful for the company, no matter how high-pitched and chatty it was. The sound of the other girl's heartbeat and breathing were the only things at the moment that let Aislinn know she was actually awake and presumably then, alive. Maybe she should give the girl a break. Sorry I scared you, Aislinn managed to get out. Hearing the hoarseness of her voice, the girl placed the water bottle to her lips. But not without more babbling, of course. For the sake of the cool, soothing water, Aislinn decided to let it go. I was so scared. You went back to sleep, and I was like, okay, here we go again. I'm gonna go crazy talking to myself, and then like a few hours later, you went nuts. I didn't know what to do. You were in so much pain. But I didn't want them to know you were awake, but you kept screaming, and there was so much blood. And oh God, I don't know how you're alive. That was flipping the scariest thing I have ever seen. I'm okay, Aislinn said when the water stopped. Okay. Are you insane? Aislinn winced at the volume. Obviously, seeing it, Sierra took on her whispered yelling voice again. Sorry, but are you like insane? She demanded, but before Aislinn could answer, she was off again. You are not okay. You are about as unokay as a person can get. I mean, let's ignore the whole being in a coma for 2 weeks without food or water thing for a minute. And have you even seen yourself? Aislinn didn't even try to answer that. She could barely open her eyes. How the hell was she supposed to have examined the extent of her injuries? She could feel them, though, and had a pretty good idea of the level of damage that had been inflicted. It wasn't good, but she'd had worse, maybe. Not thinking that her assessment would help the situation any, she decided to treat the question as rhetorical and stayed silent, keeping her opinions to herself. The girl huffed when it became obvious she wasn't going to speak. Your wrists and ankles are, well... Goddess, Aislinn, they don't even look like they belong to a person anymore. I can see your bones. Her voice was faint and horror-filled by the end. I'll heal. Heal. The whisper yelling was better, but it still did a number on her. You're going to heal from that? Yes. By now, she was only half paying attention to the conversation. The rest of her focus was tuned inward as she mentally probed and prodded her body, taking note of the various injuries. She needed to gauge how fast she was healing, not to mention how much energy she had managed to store and how to start accessing her wolf. You're crazy. Ignoring her, Aislinn asked more important questions. They still make rounds every 4 hours? Yeah. How'd you know that? Lucky guess. They wake you with lights and water. No, not anymore. In the beginning, they would. But when you never responded, they stopped. Now they usually just bang on the door and look in. Good. How'd you know that stuff? A hunch. Do they know I've woken up at all? No. At least I don't think so. I don't know if they have this place monitored or not. But both times the guards have come you've been out or, well, the last time you were in too much pain to move or anything. Finally, a bit of luck. It isn't monitored. What? The cell. There aren't any cameras or mics in here. How the hell do you know that? I'd bet my favorite purse you can't even see. Told you, lucky guess. How long till they're due back around? I don't know exactly. It's hard to keep track. I'd guess less than an hour. That wasn't enough time. Aislinn let out a sigh. She'd have to endure the restraints a bit longer. At least she'd be able to get more of her strength back. I tried to get you out. The voice was hesitant, nervous, almost. I know. I really did, but it hurt, and then they saw, and I haven't shifted yet, and... Sierra, I know. You wouldn't be able to anyway. You'd be hurt trying to get them out. Not to mention end up just like me if you actually manage to free me. It isn't worth it. I told you I'll be okay. How can you say that? You ask a lot of questions. You answer none of them. Aislinn rolled her eyes at that. If only she knew, Kaiden would probably be dancing on the spot if he knew she was even talking to his sister. The thought made her heart squeeze painfully. Tears sprang to her eyes. She had to blink them away rapidly so they didn't fall. Taking a deep breath, she tried desperately to dispel the image of his smiling face that clouded her vision. Her heart couldn't take it. She felt torn in two. Don't worry, he'll come, I know it. Sierra's voice was gentle this time. Her words filled with such conviction, Aislinn couldn't help but let herself believe them if only for a minute. It won't matter because we're getting out of here. Out. Yes. You can't be serious. This must be the blood loss talking. Maybe you have a fever. Although I don't know if werewolves can get fevers. But then I also didn't know we had weird, creepy dungeon lairs where we tortured people, so what do I know? Heck, maybe we can get syphilis and cataracts. I mean, the plague would sure love this place. So why not? Let's all just have a total laugh fest at how much I don't know. Please continue. Her voice was all squeaky and high at the end, and Aislinn could hear her heartbeat picking up as her breathing became labored. Sierra, calm down. Calm down. Sure, yeah, no problem. Why don't I go meditate amongst the rats and piles of filth? Sounds wonderful. Please tell me more, a wise one. Should I do some yoga? Maybe we can go shopping after you Houdini your way out of here. You're a lot more sarcastic than your brother, Aislinn pointed out calmly. Yeah, well, you try growing up with 4 brothers and all their annoying, overbearing friends, and you might get an attitude too. Although my mother would have everyone believing I'm having some type of mental breakdown. She tends to be the dramatic one in the family. She fell silent for a minute. Aislinn strained her hearing, trying to detect any hint of someone approaching, while imagining a family where someone other than her cellmate was considered the overly dramatic one. She internally cringed at the thought. Do you think they're okay? Who? Was that a boot she heard? No. Shoot, she needed to heal faster if they had any hope of this actually working. My mom and brothers? Do you think they're okay? Oh, that's what she was worried about. Aislinn hadn't considered the implications for the rest of her mate's family. She should have, especially after discovering that his sister was being imprisoned here with her. She just wasn't used to being actually connected to people, where her actions and decisions affected others that she generally cared about. It was a completely foreign concept to have her life tangled and intertwined with her own. In truth, the reminder was more than a bit disconcerting. Better to leave those thoughts alone. She had made her decision, and regretting it wasn't going to change anything. She loved her mate, but she needed to do this for herself. Giving up everything she was and who she had become just because he was willing to give her everything she ever dreamed of was not an option. In fact, it was that alone that made her decision even easier. He had given up everything for her, risked everything, all because of her. She wanted it. All of it. But she could never truly have it when they were still out there. And perhaps together they might have been able to take them out, but she wasn't willing to risk it. To risk him. It was selfish, perhaps even cowardly, but hell, she had never pretended to be anything else. She wasn't throwing away 5 years of planning and 8 years of dreaming all for a boy. She just wasn't. So here she was, being tortured in a disgusting dungeon, hoping that her tormentors would come back instead of being snuggled and safe in the arms of her mate. Brilliant. I'm sure they're okay. How do you know that though? I mean, God, I'm down here. No offense. Aislinn rolled her eyes again. Look, your dad wanted me. You unfortunately saw something you shouldn't have and that got you here, but so long as the rest of your family doesn't know anything, they'll be safe. Safe? They're living with a monster. My dad's just turned into this, totally evil crazy person. How can you possibly say they're safe with him? And what the hell does he want with you anyway? Sierra demanded indignantly. He was a monster long before this, Aislinn said offhandedly, her mind refocused on trying to sense any bodies coming near them. Oh my goddess. That's how you know. How you knew all that stuff. Aislinn's attention was pulled back from the hall, although she made sure to keep enough of it to hopefully be able to tell if someone was coming. She couldn't risk getting caught. Aislinn hummed, trying to follow the latest trail of incoherent babble. How you knew all the stuff about this place? You've been here before. She said it as if it were more of an accusation than a question. Aislinn didn't dignify it with an answer. Are you going to answer me? Sierra demanded when she didn't respond. Are you going to ask a question? That got a snort and growl out of the girl before she gritted out. Have you been here before? Yes. Oh my goddess. Holy shoot. Sierra, you need to calm down. You've been kept here before? Yes. By my dad? Yes. I'm going to be sick. I really wish you wouldn't. Yeah, well, I wish my dad wasn't a freaking psychopath, so cheers to that. And then she proceeded to heave up whatever little bit of water and food she had in her system. Aislinn let out a sigh. I really wish you hadn't done that. What's it to you? I'm sorry, did I suddenly ruin the ambience? Put you off your appetite? Sully your senses. Teenagers. No. You're going to need your strength when we get out of here, and it would be helpful if you weren't faint, weak, and completely useless from dehydration and hunger. You're actually serious. I've told you this. Yes. Yes, I am going to get out of here, and yes, I am going to get you out. I just need you to be quiet. And miraculously, she did. Not that Aislinn actually thought it was, because she had asked. More likely, she was finally shutting down after succumbing to some shock. Oh well, either way, at least she could listen uninterrupted, and her ears could stop ringing. Chapter 5. Aislinn scented him before she heard him. Goddess, was he really still wearing that same awful cologne? So tacky. Like, seriously, man, get with the times. The stuff reeked. It also dominated her nightmares. It had taken weeks before it had dispelled entirely from her nostrils and senses the first time she had escaped from this place. When she was finally able to breathe without remembering its overbearing scent, she had vowed never to inhale its cheap, pungent aroma ever again. Seems like that promise was about to go right out the window. Of course, she could always hold her breath and die of suffocation. Tempting. She seriously considered it for a few beats. It came close. She really hated that cologne. But as par for the course in her life, revenge was to take precedence over stupid things like vows, promises, mates. Ouch! That one hurt. And there was the accompanying telltale sound of his size 13 loafers slapping against the wet cement. What a joyful sound. Perhaps it should be her funeral march. At least she hadn't lost her morbid touch after all this time. Not that that's particularly difficult to do, seeing as she's currently residing once again in the epitome of the sought-after medieval designer torture chamber, with accompanying in-suit dungeon. She let out a low sigh. This is going to suck. Big time. Like majorly, totally, wholly suck. Right, but she just needed to keep focusing on why she was here, just like how she had survived the first time. She just needed to keep her eye on the long game. It doesn't matter. She chanted the words over and over in her head. Whatever happens now doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Ciao, Bella. Hello, beautiful. She fought back the wave of nausea, the nostalgia, the shiver of disgust. What they cannot control, they cannot break. What they cannot break, they cannot control. Lose control and you will fail. Fail, and you will forget them. Lose control and you will fail them. Tizono Makedo? Did you miss me? How she detested this man. His breath fanned over her face. Warm and moist, with a hint of booze and cigar smoke, mixed with his signature cologne assaulting her senses, as he leaned down, bringing his face close to hers. Non far finta di non voler il mio taco. Non far finta di non volermi. Non è quello che volevi sentire? Do not pretend you do not want my touch. Please do not pretend you do not want me. Is that not what you wanted to hear? His voice was low and slimy, each word rolling out of his mouth like oil. But it was the words themselves that she truly hated. The words that he would say to her over and over as she had fought and begged. Goddess. Had it really only been 2 weeks ago that she had said those exact words to him? It felt like a lifetime ago, like a dream. Quanto odio vederti and arvia. Eri sempre la mia preferita. How I hate to see you go. You were always my favorite. She didn't let herself react when she felt his hand brush over her cheek and down her neck, almost tenderly. She wanted to gag. Honestly, she'd rather he punched her than caressed her so intimately. Loathing engulfed her as she fought to remain absolutely still, to endure his touch. Thankfully, it ended there this time. She was never any fun for him when she was unconscious. Annoyed, he turned his sights to the crumpled form of his daughter. Aislinn had to grit her teeth as she was forced to listen to that madman approach her. Ah, and here we have my treasured flower. My little girl. He laughed as he spoke, but the sound was hollow and made your skin crawl. Look how you have fallen. And breaking your mother's heart. TSK TSK. Choosing the enemy over family, you're as bad as your brother. I shouldn't be surprised. You always did follow him around like a lost puppy. I hope I'm like my brother. I hope I'm only like Kaiden and nothing like you. You sick pig. Apparently, the jab at her brother was enough to stir her from whatever had come over her. The sound of flesh on flesh was unmistakable, as was the accompanying sound of a body crumbling awkwardly to the floor. The sound of his fist hitting her face, followed by the crunching of bone and the snapping of her head, was repulsive. Aislinn felt her anger flare. She knew the power of that particular punch, and it wasn't something she would wish upon anyone. "You little brat. How dare you speak to me like that?" he roared. "How dare you hit me? I'm your daughter." The girl had guts. She'd give her that. Not many brains, but still, it was impressive. Another round of his disturbing laughter. And then there was the sound of a foot connecting painfully and forcefully into soft flesh, accompanied by a sharp cry of pain. It was bone-chilling just how heartless he really was. Nothing mattered to him. Nothing was sacred, not even family. The only thing he cared about was power. How do they find these people? Now you two little flowers are in for a real treat. It's only a shame that one won't be awake to experience it. He sighed dramatically, as if he was genuinely disappointed for her sake. "What are you going to do to her?" Sierra asked, her voice shaking with fear. "Oh, not me, my precious daughter. No. This particular honor will befall an old friend of ours. How excited he is to see our girl here again." Aislinn felt herself internally smirk. On the outside, she was still dead to the world, but on the inside, she was soaring. Smiling and cackling, a blood-curdling sound, one that matched the equally twisted expression. Oh, if he only knew just how right his words were. She sighed in relief. It had been worth it. All of it. It would be worth it. He was coming. Alpha Sergio left a few minutes later. Apparently, the relentless sobs of his daughter were not entertainment enough for him. Probably gone to poison puppies or pluck the wings off insects. It was quiet except for the soft sound of sniffling. "Sierra, are you okay?" Aislinn got worried when the girl didn't answer her right away. From the little interaction she had had with her, this seemed abnormal. The girl was always talking. Hell, Aislinn could barely get her to shut up. "Sierra?" She wasn't used to the sound of concern that was coating her words. It was strange and foreign to her ears. "Yeah, I'm okay." Except she did not sound okay. Not at all. And Aislinn didn't know the first thing to do about it. She didn't even know the girl, and anyway, it's not like she cared. Right? She let out a sigh as she tried to think back to the times Kaiden had talked to her, pulling up all the memories of what he had done to make her feel better. She smiled at that. She hadn't even realized what he had been doing at the time. "It's going to be okay, Sierra, I promise. I'm going to get us out of here and I'll get you to your brother. You will?" There was so much pain, fear, and hope in those two little words that if Aislinn hadn't been restrained with silver razor blades, she might have actually contemplated pulling the girl into her arms. "I promise. I'll get you safely to your brother." "Okay. You just need to hold on a bit longer." "Okay." Her voice was a bit stronger this time, closer to the high-pitched tone that was oddly becoming familiar and comforting. "Okay, I can do that. And then we'll be with Kaiden and he'll know what to do." Aislinn didn't correct her. It wasn't important right now. "Exactly. So what exactly is the plan? I mean, you have a plan, right?" Aislinn scoffed at that and then proceeded to roll her eyes. She really needed to get that particular habit under control. It was getting out of hand. Did she have a plan? Of course. Okay, so it was more of an idea of a plan, but still. "You don't have a plan, do you?" Sierra asked, her voice filled with doubt. Apparently, her silence was less than reassuring. "Oh my goddess. You don't have a plan. We're gonna die. Fantastic. Wonderful. I'm gonna die an unkissed virgin. Just kill me now. Will you calm down? I'm trying to think." "Oh well, now see, I didn't know that." "You're right. That's more reassuring, you're thinking. Please note my skepticism." Aislinn was getting an eye twitch. She had only just re-entered the land of feelings and emotions, and this girl was beyond her meager beginner-level skill set. The girl was operating at full-out ninja black belt levels, and Aislinn's measly experiences were not equipped to handle them. She was not ready for a teenage girl. Hell, she was an adolescent girl and couldn't deal with Sierra's moods. "Do you at least have an idea of a plan? A wisp? A hunch? Add persistent to her list of annoying characteristics." "I'm just going to have to pull my hand out," Aislinn finally said, her voice monotone and emotionless. It was the only solution. She needed out of the restraints and off the IVs. Pronto. What? That is not a plan. That's not even a bad plan. That is like the stupidest non-plan I have ever heard, like, ever. Do you have any better ideas? She deadpanned. Anything is better than that. You understand that those are knives. Like sharp silver knives, right? You don't say, and here I thought they were diamond bracelets. You don't need to get all sarcastic. Look who's talking. That's so cute. You're learning from me. Kaiden's gonna be so jealous when we get back and we're all bonded and stuff. She squealed while clapping. She actually clapped her hands. Aislinn rolled her eyes. Yeah, bonded, sure. If it was going to happen, it had to happen soon. She'd need time to try and heal as best as she could before the next rounds by the guards came by. Which, if she hadn't lost her touch, they could expect in precisely 3 hours and 42 minutes. Are you wearing a shirt? Wow. Can you seriously not see that bad? Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to get on the metal table with the silver knives and wolfsbane and show me how to use my wolf's night vision properly? Jeez, chill woman. It was just a darn question. No need to get all worked up. If Aislinn could growl, she would have. Heck, if her hands had been free, she might have strangled the girl. Sierra, she finally gritted out. Sorry. Man, you're in a terrible mood. Yes, I am wearing a shirt. Okay, so I want you to rip a couple long strips from it. After a few more useless, sarcastic remarks insulting her intellect and some nervous babble, which Aislinn tuned out, Sierra had finally managed to tie one of the strips of cloth tightly around her forearm in a tourniquet. She had the others laid out and ready to use as makeshift bandages. Ready? She asked. She couldn't see her face, but she knew the girl was terrified. No, there's going to be a lot of blood. I can't do this. I'll try to stay conscious, but if I pass out, you grab my arm and get it free, then you cover it with whatever tissue is left and you bind it as tightly as you can. Understand? This is insane. I'm not doing this. Once I get the first one out, we need to move quickly to get the second free and the IVs out, or I'm not going to survive the blood loss. There has to be another way. There isn't. So we are doing this, and you are going to do exactly what I told you. Got it. No response. Sierra? Shoot. Yeah, I got it. Okay, let's get this over with. Aislinn didn't know how she managed not to scream. She didn't know how she managed to stay alive, let alone conscious, awake, and rational. The pain was... well, it went beyond the English language's capacity to describe. Eventually, she went numb. That helped. Still, the pressure of the tissue being torn and ripped, mingling with the scent of burning meat and the sound of the bones scraping against the knives, was enough of a scarring experience without having to feel it. A positive was that the silver and wolfsbane worked together to cauterize the wound somewhat to minimize blood loss. It was a long and hideous 5 minutes. And there was a point when the knives began to tear the flesh from her hand that she seriously doubted her ability not only to live, but actually to get her hand out. Then she braced herself, broke her thumb bone, and finished the job. At which point Sierra proceeded to throw up again, although by then it was nothing but dry heaves. 1 down, 1 to go. And so with her right wrist and hand crudely bound, her torn flesh pieced together, they moved to the left. She blacked out twice, but managed to get her left hand out in about 10 minutes. It would have gone faster, but Sierra refused to rip her hand out. Apparently, their newfound friendship did not extend to, as she put it, delimbing. Next came the IVs. First 2 steps complete. She was alive, even if seriously injured. Taking a minute to rest, she examined her bound appendages. Who knows if she'd ever be able actually to use her fingers ever again. There were limits to even her healing capabilities, and this was extreme even for her. But at least she was half free. Besides, it's not like she really needed her fingers to kill. Finally, all that was left were her ankles. The same type of setup was used as for her wrists, except there were also thick silver cuffs that were bolted to the table. Thankfully, though, unlike with her wrists, the blades were only used on the top portion of her ankles. It still wasn't great, but at least her Achilles tendon hadn't been severed as she had initially feared. That would have seriously put a kink in her plans. She'd never be able to get her feet out the same way she had her wrists. Or at least not if she planned ever to walk again. She eyed the restraints critically. Thankfully, with the wolfsbane and the rest of the concoction not being pumped into her body in a constant stream, her senses were beginning to return, albeit slowly. It was still a relief to be able to see, even if it was just a few feet in front of her face. What now? Sierra's voice came out of the darkness from somewhere over her left shoulder. Now we get my feet free. Then we get out of here. Of course, she was leaving out a few key steps in between, but with how weak and strained her cellmate's voice sounded, Aislinn decided not to go into too much detail at the moment. How? Wow, one word? No sarcasm? No babbling? That was alarming, but there wasn't much she could do about it. Focusing her on tasks would help. Or at least she hoped it would. I'm going to bend the silver blades up. My strength is coming back now that the IVs are out. Hopefully it'll be enough. Then I'll break the cuffs. All in all, it should give me enough space to get my foot through. If not, I'm going to have to break my ankles. The next 20 minutes were self-explanatory. Blood, pain, swearing, the usual. And then she was out. Thankfully, it wasn't necessary to break her ankles, but she did pull a couple of muscles forcing her feet through, and the cuts were healing unsettlingly slowly. Taking stock, Aislinn grudgingly admitted it could have been a lot worse. A deep exhale had her looking up and away from her multitude of injuries and into the pale, taut, terrified, and tear-streaked face of her mate's sister. Okay, what now? Chapter 6. What now? Revenge. Only she couldn't exactly say that. The girl was holding on by a string, and if she knew what Aislinn was planning, she might be pushed over the edge. And Aislinn had promised to get her to her brother, and that would be a lot easier if she were functioning. Now we get out. Okay. Was it twisted that she missed the sarcastic comments? The arguments. The babbling. This new, easygoing, silent thing was creepy. You good? Peaches. You're freaking me out. I'm freaking you out? I just watched you literally fillet yourself alive. I think I win this race. That's better. Humph, Sierra grumbled while crossing her arms and shooting Aislinn a glare that she supposed was meant to be intimidating, but failed miserably. The guards should be around in just over 3 hours. I'm going to use the time to heal and rest. You are going to stand guard. And then, have you ever been in a fight? No. Well, then your first is going to be a doozy. Her words were met with an audible gulp. You killed him. Yes. You freaking killed him. Are we back to this again? I take it back. I liked you better when you were in shock. Shut up. Rolling her eyes, Aislinn went back to patting down the body of the guard, who, as Sierra had so eloquently pointed out, she had just killed. Snapping necks is not the easiest way to kill someone, but without any weapons and still unable to shift, it had been her only option. Of course, being weak meant that there had been a slight struggle before she had managed to take him out. Her wrists were screaming in protest, the fragile new skin and tissue resenting the harsh treatment. But it was worth it. Jackpot. Keys, knife, and best of all, a gun with, yes, silver bullets. Here, take this. Shoving the black pistol at Sierra, who grabbed it like it was a bomb before awkwardly cradling it between her palms. Shove it in your pants. What? Are you crazy? I'm not doing that. What if I shoot myself? Will you just shove it in your damn pants and help me roll this guy over? What the heck for? I want his shirt. Oh, of course. Excuse me, Your Highness. I should have realized you'd want the dead guy's shirt. My bad. Her heart jumped at the offhanded mention of her title. Panic flooded her brain until she realized the girl was merely trying to be insulting. The last thing she needed was for her to find out who she was. It always caused problems. Take Richard, Kaiden, Olivia, heck, any of them, for example. Her chest squeezed tightly. In case you haven't noticed, I am currently naked. And as fun as that is, I would prefer to execute our escape in some form of attire. So yes, if you could spare a moment, I would very much appreciate it if you would help me so I may wear the dead guy's shirt. Will you please take the gun back now? No, you're keeping it. I don't condone violence. Yeah, well, I don't condone you dying, and since you're about as skillful as a newborn kitten when it comes to defending yourself, you're going to carry it, and you are going to use it, Aislinn said without looking up from the door she was examining. They had exited the cell into the lowly lit, equally damp tunnel. It smelled of rot, mildew, and filth. If this wasn't hell, she didn't know what was. I can't shoot someone. You can and you will. I can't. Irritated, she spun on her heel but remained in her crouched position. Peering up at the girl, she leveled her with the coldest glare she had. Do you want to die? No. Do you want to stay here? No. Okay then. You keep the gun, and if I say shoot, you shoot. She held the girl's wide eyes until she got a reluctant nod of acceptance before going back to her inspection. The next room will be monitored. How do you know that? Do you really want to know? A long sigh. No, probably not. Didn't think so. Okay, we're going in. You're going to deal with anyone in there. A now familiar, high-pitched voice cut off her instructions. Aislinn resisted the urge to bang her head off the door. I can't do this. I'm not you. I don't kill people. No offense. Look, I know this is a lot, but you need to hold it together just a bit longer. There shouldn't be anyone in there. It sounds empty. You are just a precaution while I go for the security feeds. Oh, okay. Ready? Maybe? Aislinn rolled her eyes, but decided it was the best she was going to get. 3, 2, 1. Aislinn sprung the lock with the swiped keys. Pushing the door open, she leapt forward. Ignoring the room, she could only hope that Sierra was actually behind her and doing a sweep as she had instructed. She went right to where she remembered the security and monitoring feeds were located. Using the bit of strength she had, she forced her wolf to shift her nails into long, sharp claws. Combined with her heightened strength, she cut through the feeds like butter. Satisfied, she turned back to take in the rest of the room. It looked exactly as she remembered it. Won't they know you cut the feeds? A silent alarm was probably triggered, but the monitors are only watched and used when the room will be in use. The alarm should go unnoticed until it's too late. Even then, they'll pass it off as a technical difficulty. That was the hope anyway, but she didn't add that part. Oh. Aislinn watched passively as Sierra took in their surroundings. It wasn't exactly an uplifting and heartwarming experience. Bare cold cement, covered in blood and other stains. Grim-looking large metal table against one wall. Single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. 2 rusted metal chairs. Large, thick, steel-reinforced doors. A few discarded and forgotten tools of the trade were scattered around. What is this room? Interrogation room. Torture chamber. Wacko playroom. Whatever, she supplied nonchalantly with an offhand shrug. She herself was taking the opportunity to get to know her new partner. She was an inch or 2 shorter than Aislinn, probably around 5 feet 4 inches, and where Aislinn was slim, willowy, and long-limbed, Sierra was curvaceous and rounded. Her hips and chest were full, while her entire frame gave off a sense of soft femininity. The slight baby fat left around her face gave her an innocent appeal, while her thick, glossy black hair and clear blue eyes were so similar to her brother's that it was frightening. A small splattering of freckles dusting her olive skin was the only blemish on her otherwise clear complexion. Yeah, okay, I didn't need to know that. You asked. I regret that decision fully. Good to know. You are like eerily calm about this. Panic, anger, and fear are counterproductive emotions. Counterproductive emotions? Aislinn hummed in response, moving on to continue her thorough inspection of the room from top to bottom. Who are you? What do you mean? I mean, what the fudge? Are you like a robot or something? Am I getting punked? Is this some kind of prank or practical joke you and my brother cooked up? By the end of her rant, Aislinn was staring at her like she had grown 2 heads. You think I would nearly amputate both my hands and potentially my feet for a joke? And I don't know what punked is, but I can assure you this is not it. Right. Of course, sorry. I didn't mean to accuse you like that. Sometimes I just talk without thinking. Aislinn felt her eyebrow arch at that. She was proud of herself when it felt like it worked out, like when Kaiden did it to her. Okay, so now what? Sierra asked, her voice sheepish. She was fidgeting awkwardly and avoiding looking her directly in the eye. Now we wait. Oh, okay. Aislinn settled herself on the floor by the second door leading into the room. Wait, what are we waiting for? Thankfully, it didn't take too long. Aislinn couldn't decide if she was insulted or flattered that they were trying to kill her so quickly. Technically, they had waited 2 weeks, but that wasn't exactly correct. It wasn't that they were prolonging her torture or having any misgivings or sudden bursts of remorse about killing her that they were suddenly having to grapple with. No, the sad truth was they had simply been waiting for her executioner. Apparently, he had taken his sweet time. Not that she was necessarily disappointed or complaining. If he had been punctual, she'd already be dead. Apparently, the honor of ending her life was so coveted that not just anyone was allowed to complete the task, hence why they had had to wait for him. If Sergio Salvatore was terrible, this guy was worse. He cared about nothing. Liked nobody. Had zero scruples. No discernible morals. Answered only to one person, and then only in the loosest sense of the word. Did whatever the heck he wanted. And terrified even the people he worked with. He excelled in the disgusting, thrived off the sick and twisted, perfected all that is cruel and disturbed, and lived in the currency of blood and death. And now that he had arrived, they weren't going to take any chances waiting around for pleasantries. They wanted her dead. Well, they were about to be majorly disappointed. She was insulted that they hadn't taken more precautions this time around, though. Hell, this was pretty much the exact way she had escaped the first time. It had her on edge. Did they really underestimate her this much? They knew what she was capable of. Or at least some of it. Shoot, they were the ones that had helped to make her what she was. Why weren't they taking her more seriously then? Leaving a conscious and able body alone with her? Single guard rotations? Weren't the monitors being watched? Her stomach twisted uneasily. Something was off. And she didn't have the slightest clue what it was. Shoot. Well, she was down the rabbit hole now. No option but to plow forward and deal with whatever was coming when it came. She took a few deep breaths. They were on the other side of the door now. She could hear the 10-digit code being entered. Letting her mind expand, she counted 7 bodies. Well, that was a little better at least. She knew he was out there. She could feel it. Her back hurt. Her head spun, and she had the overwhelming urge to run. She didn't know his name, but he was number 2 on her hit list. A few times, she had heard him referred to as Mac, but beyond that, she knew nothing. Well, except he was a real dirtbag who had taken care of her from the age of 6 till 13. And believe you, she had tried. She had spent more money and resources than she'd care to admit trying to hunt down any information on the man, only to come up empty-handed. She was understandably disappointed. But he was like a ghost. A nightmare that seemed to pop up and disappear without any trace. And she had a lot to thank him for. The code clicked in, accompanied by the sound of heavy industrial-level locks being disengaged. Aislinn readied herself, shooting Sierra a last reassuring smile. Which was, understandably, met with complete terror. She didn't have time for more, though, because in the next second, all hell broke loose. While that went better than expected, Aislinn remarked before taking in Sierra's pale face. "You didn't get hit, did you?" she asked, concern rising as she zeroed in on the shaking and trembling girl. "They shot you." Aislinn was confused. "Are you hurt?" She had been positive that the bullets and knives that had exploded within the small room had missed the girl, but perhaps there had been a stray one she had overlooked. "You were stabbed." Letting out an irritated sigh, she decided to take a more hands-on approach since she wasn't getting any coherent answers. Moving closer, she searched the girl over back and front, looking for any signs of injuries. She was a little worse for wear. Slightly banged up and bruised. Results from the numerous interactions with her oh-so-lovely father and his merry men. Other than that, though, she seemed unhurt. "I don't see any blood. Would you stop that?" "I'm not hurt, you idiot." "Why do you look like you're about to pass out then?" Aislinn questioned. Sierra started sputtering, her face going from ashen white to red in a flash. Then she began flapping her arms while stuttering gibberish so quickly that even if it made sense, Aislinn wouldn't have been able to follow. Deciding to let her get it all out of her system, Aislinn calmly waited and watched. Slowly, she began to calm and could once again talk nearly rationally. "You were nuts. I've never seen anything like that. How did you learn how to do that? I mean, those weren't newbies, like they were trained and stuff. And they had guns and knives. And they shot you. You got shot and stabbed. How are you standing? Oh my goddess, are you okay?" "Of course. Sure, of course." "Right. What was I thinking that you might be less than fantastic after being shot who knows how many times?" "3. What?" "3. I was shot 3 times. Shoot. Holy crap. Jeez Louise. Are you sure you're okay? That is a lot. I'm not an expert, but I think being shot more than once is a big deal. I'm fine." Sierra just opened and closed her mouth a few times without any sounds escaping. The fight had been intense. And bloody. And rewarding. Aislinn felt a smirk break out as she looked around the room, taking in the carnage she had left in her wake. 3 of the guards were dead. They had put up too much of a fight, plus 2 of them had been responsible for her bullet wounds. The 4th guard was slumped in the corner, unconscious. Alpha Sergio was restrained and gagged. And spitting mad. He definitely did not appreciate the shot of wolfsbane she had so generously found for him. And last, but not least, the piece de resistance. There, sitting in the middle of the room, restrained by the feet of silver chains and cuffs, was none other than the infamous Mac. She felt like dancing. She didn't. But she felt like it. After so many years, so much planning, so long waiting, and now here they were. "What's your name? I'm going to kill you. You aren't in the position to be making threats, Mac." She sneered her mouth around his name, her rage and hate surfacing as she looked at the men responsible for her years of imprisonment and torture. "Wait until I get my hands on you, you little freaking witch. I will end you. Save me the pleasantries and tell me your name. Screw you. You are eventually going to tell me, why not just get it over with? It isn't even that big of a deal. I mean, compared to my next questions, this one's easy. It doesn't even really matter. I'm more curious than anything. You are particularly difficult to track down. You will regret this." He promised, his eyes flashing with the same gleam of madness and cruelty she had seen more times than she could count. See, now here you are mistaken. Unlike our many previous encounters, it is you who will be the regretful one today, Dollface. Dollface, that is what you used to call me, isn't it?" She looked at him expectantly, although she was far from actually expecting a real response. "Dollface." She rolled her eyes. "Really? You're disgusting, you know that? And what is it with you jerks and nicknames anyway? You know you loved it, Dollface. No, what I'm going to love is what I'm about to do now." She then proceeded to break every finger on his right hand before bending them back and wrapping his whole hand in a length of rope soaked in wolfsbane she had discovered on one of the guards. "I believe I learned this particular trick from you, if I'm not mistaken." She spoke coolly, her voice light and soft as her gloved hands worked to secure the rope tightly. She ignored Sierra's sounds of disgust and protest, focusing on the twisting of pain that contorted his face. Then she saw it, the slight shimmer of real fear in her prisoner's eyes, and it was everything she had ever dreamed. "Do you want to see what else you taught me?" she questioned him, her voice picking up a sweet tone as she applied pressure to his bent and bound fingers, smiling when he couldn't suppress a tremor of pain. It hurt. She knew it did, courtesy of the lovely specimen sitting before her. However, it was not the most painful, not by a long shot. "Tell me your name." "You will pay," he gritted out. Aislinn's patience snapped. As much as she wanted to make him pay, she was loath to be in his presence longer than necessary. Not to mention her injuries hurt, she was famished and exhausted. She also couldn't entirely rule out the possibility that others would come to check on them. "What is your name?" "Victor Maykrov." She hadn't wanted to have to command him, but she was over this. He deserved to suffer, and Aislinn was enjoying seeing him in pain. Even more at being the one in control, but there was a growing part of her that was starting to hate it too. Hate herself. Hate what this man was making her. That he had broken and destroyed her so much, and now he was doing it again, and making her this person who was standing here so coldly dishing out the pain he had once inflicted upon her. Her stomach twisted, and she had to force down the feel of bile burning her throat. Who do you work for? What I did to you before will be nothing compared to what you feel when I get you after this. Who is the rogue Alpha? All commands. She was done playing. She didn't want to be this person. He is the rogue king. Wow. Glad he's modest as well as compassionate and rational. Apparently, her sarcasm rose in direct proportion to the number of injuries she sustained. I want a name. I won't give it to you, witch. I'll die first. No, first you will give me the name, and then you will die. Now, what is his name? She watched as the command washed over him. He was strong. His bloodline must have been incredibly powerful. The evidence of how he fought the effects of her words only further proved it. His face scrunched up as beads of perspiration broke out over his forehead. Aislinn let her wolf come forward, at least the bit that it could, letting her dominance and inherent strength back up and reinforce her demand. With a shudder, his head dropped to his chest. He was panting, but Aislinn still made out the word clear as day. Her blood ran cold as her heart stopped. Her mind is going blank. Robert, you're lying. She didn't know how she managed to get the words out. Her voice sounded hollow and far away even to her own ears. He had to be lying. He had to. It couldn't be true. Her mind was rebelling, trying to distance itself from the words that she somehow knew were coming and would offer the last blows to her already shattered heart. I'm not. Victor's head rose, so he was staring out at her with his dead eyes, a sick grin on his face as he read her terror. Her pain. Her heartbreak. The Rogue King is Robert Doyle. Chapter 7. Aislinn? Aislinn. Aislinn, what's happening? What's he mean? What's wrong? Shoot, breathe or something. Aislinn? Shoot. She heard the voice distantly as if it was coming from far off. And part of her knew she should be trying to pay attention, to focus on it. Knew that there was something important she was supposed to be doing. That something vital, crucial was happening, but she couldn't remember what. The only thing she could see, hear, or think was that name. Robert Doyle. It didn't make sense. And yet it fit perfectly. Tragically, horribly, flawlessly. Aislinn. The sheer volume combined with the pitch was enough to at last shock her back to her surroundings. For a moment, she stared blankly into the terrified face of the girl. And then in a rush, the memories came flooding back. And with them came the pain. Betrayal. Anger. How do you know his name? She turned from Sierra back to Victor, noting the flash of fear that crossed his features as she approached him. When he didn't answer, she repeated her words, this time making them a command. One that left no room except for him to comply. I knew him before he became the Rogue King. With her wolf still so weak, she couldn't reach into his mind, but she could still sense that there was more that he was trying to hide. How? No one knows his name. And trust me, I have tried getting it. Not even his top lieutenants know his actual name. So how can I trust that you do? He let out a humorless chuckle at her before speaking coldly and confidentially. It's his name. But how did you, of all people, come to know it? How do you know who he is? I won't answer you, he snarled, his eyes flashing. You will tell me. Who is he? Her voice roared, her emotions breaking loose. He's my father. Your father? You're telling me you are Robert Doyle's son? Yes. Why have I never heard of you before? My mother wasn't his mate. She was Russian, and they had a relationship. I took her name, and she raised me until she was killed in a rogue attack over 20 years ago. When did he find you? A couple of years before you were born. You know who I am? I have a few ideas. She smirked at that. Does anyone else? Not that I'm aware of. Excellent. My father won't let you live. Well, then we have that in common. I don't plan on letting him live either. Now tell me, where is he? She didn't even need to use a command on him anymore. He was wearing down. Giving up, unable to honestly care or fight, as his wolf had already submitted and retreated. The rest of him was beginning to realize that he wasn't going to be leaving, at least not alive. Unfortunately for you, dollface, that is something I can't help with. You don't know where he is? He doesn't always trust me, he said, grinning at her. Last time I saw him face to face was more than a couple of years ago. And believe me when I say he was none too pleased with me at the time. She could only imagine. It would have been just after she had escaped. I'm sorry. Did I get you in trouble with your daddy? I see you have a mate, he said offhandedly. She felt the snarl rip out of her throat at the mention of Kaiden. Touchy subject? You have my sympathies. Does he know where you are? What you are? He does. All of it. He knows what there is to know. Oh no. He mocked with fake outrage and disappointment. Starting a relationship on a bed of lies and deceit. TSK, dollface. You know if you want someone who knows all about you, you can just untie these ropes and we'll have ourselves a fun time. I'll even help you take care of Deroel, Dad. She was going to be sick. Who knows where he is? Shrug of the shoulders. Rolling her eyes, she broke the wrist of his uninjured hand. Forget you. He cursed, narrowing his eyes at her. Answer the question. I'm tired of this. You always were a delicate little thing. Too bad. His eyes roamed over her as he spoke. You would have been exquisite. She broke his forearm. Caswell, he spat out, his breathing now labored. He spat on the floor before dragging in a deep lungful of air. We would have been magic together. He teased while smirking up at her. At a pointed look from her, he shook his head and continued. When he wants to get in touch with me, he goes through Councilman Clifton Caswell. The Heem's representative? Yeah, him, although his loyalties haven't laid with something as mundane as a single pack for years. Her eyebrow raised. He runs the council. From what I understand, he played a major role in getting my father involved in the revolt in the first place. He masterminded the rebellion? I don't know if he planned out the specifics. I'd highly doubt it though. He isn't really the get your hands dirty kind, not like you and me. She rolled her eyes again as he winked at her. I do know though that he was a weighty player in the whole thing and that he was very vocal. I've heard rumors that an alpha owns him completely. Not too sure what's there to it, but my guess would be that he was coerced into swaying the council his way. It grew quiet while Aislinn mulled over everything she had just learned. The only sounds to be heard were Victor's heavy breathing and the shifting of Sierra's clothes as she fidgeted. You going to kill me now? Victor's voice was level and even, a sheen of sweat covered his body, and his face was pale. She turned her eyes back on him, taking in for the last time the monster who terrorized her and dominated her nightmares both asleep and awake. Yes, now I'm going to kill you. Her words were hard and cold. Her emotionless face and silver eyes were the last things he saw before she ended it. She took a deep inhale as she let the lifeless body fall to the floor unceremoniously. Her face was void and blank, but inside, she was reeling. She tried to steady herself as she waited with bated breath for it to come. 5 years had brought her to this moment. In 5 years, she would finally feel the pure, sweet euphoria of revenge. The satisfaction of vengeance. The blissful relief of justice. And the pleasure of knowing that it was her hands that had destroyed the ones who had stolen everything from her. She waited for it to come. Inhaling again slowly, ignoring the scent of death that was now heavy in the air, she stared at the limp body where it hung and felt nothing. Nothing. How was that possible? She had been waiting for this moment for years and dreamed of it. Dedicated her life to it. Gave up everything. Everything she was and everything she had been, and now here she was, and she just felt empty. Hollow. Nothing but a vacant husk. A rotted shell. Drained of everything. She stood there staring at the body of the man who had turned her life into hell on earth. Who had robbed her of everything good and light and got nothing. Everything was the same. She was the same. Everything she had lost was still gone. The memories of everything he had done remained, and the past she wanted so desperately to change remained present and untouched. She felt absolutely nothing. You're a little violent. A wobbly, high-pitched voice broke into her disturbing, morbid epiphany. Grateful for the excuse to push aside such unsettling thoughts, Aislinn turned to look at Sierra. I learned from the best. Her voice was lifeless. Devoid. Dead. Just like her. I'm getting that. Not that I condone, well, any of this. But I'm getting the sense that he was a bad man, she questioned as she eyed the limp body, her face slightly green as her eyes tried in vain to ignore the grievous wound in his chest. The baddest. Okay then. Glad that's settled. So, what happens next? Aislinn watched her for a minute, trying to gauge her stability. She had expected a bit more of a reaction from the girl. After all, she had just tied up her father, dealt with 3 of her pack's guards, and then killed a man while he was still alive. They had all deserved it and much worse, of course, but she had still thought she'd be dealing with a catatonic or freaking out Sierra. Not a tentative Sierra, but generally cool and calm. Are you sure you were okay? She watched as her eyes flashed to the various bodies scattered around the room before meeting hers. Then she watched as the girl swallowed deeply, took a breath, and squared her shoulders. And in that moment, Aislinn saw her mate. The set of her eyes, the determination and strength that took her over, was so similar to Kaiden. She looked exactly like him. It pierced through her. And finally, she felt something. The empty, hollow feeling that had filled her since she killed Mac receded just a bit. The black, horrible emptiness that was threatening to consume her was pushed back just a smidge. Just an ounce, but in that tiny space, she felt it. Life, love, happiness, grief, sadness, loss, lust, desire, fear, all of it. It was tiny, oh so small, but she clung to it. Clung to that small lifeline that promised to keep her from giving into the abyss. Into the nothingness that had become her. She inhaled a deep breath of relief, fighting the feel of tears in her eyes as a small smile slipped onto her lips. Sierra smiled back at her timidly. Yeah, I'm okay. Nodding, Aislinn turned to the partially conscious and slumped form of Alpha Sergio. Okay, good, because we're getting out of here. She was hoping that enough of her strength had returned for this next part. It had been grueling trying to force the healing, and it would have gone faster if she had stopped getting new injuries and losing so much blood. But she was hoping it was still enough. Crouching down before Sergio, she ripped the gag from his mouth and tipped his head up so he was looking at her face. Look at me. Her voice was pure, cold, and hard command. He looked. You will not attempt to reach for your pack. You will alert none. You will link to no one unless I tell you to. You will speak only as and what I tell you to. You will not attempt to flee. You will not attack me or your daughter. You will follow everything I or Sierra tell you to do. Do you understand? He nodded before mumbling weakly, I understand. She turned him, grabbing at the silver restraints, yanking his hands until they were in front of him, grinning as he tried to hide a hiss of pain as the chains dug into his skin, the smell of searing skin filling the air. It was awful, but satisfying. Okay, good. Now get up and open the door. No sudden movements, she commanded, making sure to push her wolf forward and yanking on a bit of silver so it fell across his neck, raising an angry red welt where it touched. Aislinn didn't know why she ignored her instincts. Why had she brushed them off, ignored her gut feeling that something was off, that she had missed something important? She had always prided herself on her ability to be cold and rational, logic and instinct above emotions. She was trained to question everything, expect the worst, and never, ever underestimate her enemy. She had no excuses, no one to blame but herself. She knew. She knew something was wrong, and yet she had ignored it. So confident in her own abilities, so wrapped up in her own head, blinded by her desire to escape, that she rushed ahead. 7. There were 7. She had counted 7 distinct bodies outside the door before they had entered. She had taken down 3 guards, left 1 unconscious, killed Victor, and captured Sergio. That was 6. 6, not 7. She had missed 1. And then she had ignored her mistake and blindly jumped into the hall without bothering to search first, to reach out with her senses. Without questioning her hostage. Stupid. The pain of the bullets embedding in her back and forcing their way through her body before lodging deeply in her chest was excruciating. She was already so weak. So depleted. The 5 silver rounds were already buried in her body before she could even process the presence of the enemy behind her. Spinning around, she faced off with the 5th guard. Blood dripping on the floor. Her vision tunneling as she pushed her body forward. Her only thought was that she couldn't collapse until he was defeated. Couldn't give in to the growing numbness until the threat was eliminated. She had promised Sierra she couldn't leave her here or they would both die. She couldn't let her mate lose his sister too. And so with the last of her energy, she ripped the gun from the final guard's grasp. Her speed was enough of an advantage. Her royal blood just the slightest necessary edge. Pressing the pistol to the guard's chest, she pulled the trigger. Over and over. She fired until the gun clicked empty. The metal clicking of the hammer filled the air, and she let the empty gun and body fall. Swaying on her feet, she collapsed. The harsh impact barely registers. The next thing she felt was an arm snaking around her waist, wrenching her up and supporting her. Her vision was dimming, everything was out of focus, and black spots began to appear, clouding the little she had left. Noise was muffled by the sound of the rushing of her blood in her ears and the ragged air leaving her lungs. Her body was heavy. Her mind is sluggish and slow. Suddenly, she felt the air around her change. The moist, stale feel of the tunnels gave way to a calm, crisp breeze. She shivered as it swept over her skin. The scent of rot, decay, and death was swept clear until only the clean and soothing smells of the forest, pine trees, and autumn leaves filled her nose. The arms that had been supporting her now gently lowered her to the ground. She felt her relief spike as the soft earth cradled her broken body. Even as numb and disconnected from it as she was, the act of moving had been pure agony. She just wanted to lie down, close her eyes, and rest. She was so tired. So very, very tired. Letting her eyelids flutter closed, she began to give in to the weariness. Part of her was so angry, so mad that she was giving up, that she wasn't still trying to fight. But it was small and easily ignored. She was in so much pain, her body and heart so broken, her mind destroyed, and she was just so exasperated. Tired of fighting, of hurting, of being alone, of the memories and all the badness. She couldn't do it anymore. She just wanted to sleep, to let it all go and rest, to just be free, to leave all of it behind. She was done. It was too much. She wasn't strong enough. She wasn't strong enough to endure, to keep going, to fight anymore. It was too big, and she was too small. And goddess, she was exhausted. It felt good. So good. The nothingness. The freedom. Here, there was no pain, no hurt, no more bad people or heartache or sorrow. Here she was healed. Whole and unbroken. There were no feelings or scars. Here she could finally sleep. Rest. And so she let go of the last bit of herself that pleaded to fight, to turn away from the comforting arms of nothingness. The last bit that begged that her to go back to the hurt and pain, to the life that had brought nothing but agony. She let it go and finally gave in to the glimmering promise of peace. Chapter 8. Kaiden's fist connected with the wall, the sound reverberating through the room. Dust and debris floated to the floor around his feet like snow. The cuts on his knuckles had closed, the bones healing, and the bruises fading before the dust had fully settled. His voice was low, but that didn't stop those in the room from flinching at his words. "You have nothing?" It was a question, but it didn't really require an answer. Not when the only one they had was the one he wouldn't like. And especially not when the first time they had given him the news, he had put his fist through a concrete wall. Austin took a cautious step forward toward his Alpha, his head bowed in submission. "Alpha, we haven't given." That was as far as he got before Kaiden was spinning away from the wall, his face dark, his eyes pitch black, a growl ripping from him and silencing his beta. "Darn right you haven't given up. And you won't. You will find her and you will find her alive." Do I make myself perfectly clear? The command was thunderous. "Yes, Alpha." Austin, Blair, Clay, and the few others in the command room, in the lowest level of Aislinn's house, murmured. His anger satisfied for the time being, Kaiden fell heavily into the chair behind the large wooden desk that dominated the space. It had already been replaced twice since Aislinn's sudden disappearance, fallen victim to Kaiden's anger. Numerous lighter plaster spots dotted along the walls around the room, more evidence of the desperate Alpha's fury. His elbows rested against the glossy surface, his head bent forward into his hands as his fingers dug into his hair. Inhaling deeply, he tried to get a grasp on the last tales of his rage. Fear made this more difficult than it needed to be, but he knew he needed to stay calm and focused. So that rules out all dozen properties? He clarified without raising his head from his hands. However, his voice was calmer, and a collective breath of relief went round the room at it. Yes, those dozen have been eliminated, Austin repeated, flinching at his own words. You're positive? Scouts have excluded each individually. Michael confirms their findings. Kaiden sighed as his eyes closed. His fingers tugged at his hair as he desperately searched for the bond that should have connected him to his mate. However, just like every time he had tried since he had woken up to discover her missing, where she should have been inside his head, he could find nothing but emptiness. Nothing for 2 freaking weeks. Not even the slightest hint or feel of her. She was gone. What next? His voice was cold and clipped. The struggle to fight the wave of pain and panic that crashed over him every time they failed to find her was getting more difficult every day. Michael has a few more ideas. He thinks we need to go to the offshore accounts. Track down any properties owned through the subsidiaries and holding companies, specifically targeting those held in a joint venture with any council members. They're harder to track down but are potentially more promising. Austin's tone belied his words. His skepticism was evident. He didn't think they'd find anything, but refused to admit or acknowledge that they had nothing else to go on. Kaiden didn't comment on it, instead nodding at his beta before turning to where Richard stood frowning. Dark purple circles and unwavering black eyes met. I'm headed back to Bellator. Do you think that's wise? Every time you go back there, you increase the chances of the patrols finding a trail, Clay spoke up, his words devoid of their usual animosity, instead only holding honest concern. They're the only ones that could have gotten to her, Richard ground out. It was the same argument he had kept from the very beginning. Even before they had ruled out every other possibility, Richard had remained steadfast and adamant that Kaiden's father and Pack were behind her disappearance. It was something that had brought the 2 men to blows in the first few days of their search. But still, he had never wavered. As other possibilities were quickly and easily eliminated, Kaiden found himself with fewer and fewer reasons to doubt the Guardian Wolf's argument. It was a horribly bitter pill to swallow, that his own flesh and blood, his own father and old Pack were behind it, but each day the likelihood grew. We believe you, Richard. All we're worried about is tipping them off that we're getting close, Clay replied. It hadn't taken the rest of the Pack nearly as long as it had Kaiden to accept the inevitability of his father's involvement. Not that any but Richard had dared bring it up directly to his face. What, are you questioning my skills? Or perhaps my commitment to find the princess alive and well? You would imply that I would do something intentionally that may harm her or jeopardize her safety. Richard erupted. His wolf, like Kaiden's, is on edge and nearly always ready for violence. Enough. Kaiden's voice cut through the room. Lifting his head, he met Richard's glare until the other man took a step back from where he had advanced on the head warrior. Leaning against the wall, his arms bulged as he crossed them over his broad chest, his fists clenched as he hung his head, avoiding looking at any of them. The image was one of pure hostility, but Kaiden was just thankful that he was ignoring his wolf's urging to leave immediately and instead remained present for the rest of the meeting. Clay, I understand your concerns. However, I trust Richard and Aislinn's guardians with her life, and therefore if they are confident that they can keep trying to track down something in Bellator, we will trust them to do so. I have no worries that Richard would do anything that would put Aislinn in further harm's way. Kaiden ignored Richard's scoff, instead nodding for Austin to continue with the briefing. Kaiden wasn't sure if it was worse or better. Staring down at his wrists, he examined the cuts for the 100th time. His fingers were tracing over the ragged and burned edges. The pain was insignificant compared to the realization of what they were. Richard and Kaiden now both sported identical matching injuries on their wrists and ankles. Shallow cuts that seeped blood, stung, and burned. Minor bruised puncture wounds on their arms and on their abdomens that refused to heal. They were echoes. Shadows. Shadows of the real things. Shadows of her pain. They meant that wherever she was hurt. Badly. Meant that she was being held, restrained. Most likely drugged and being tortured. Looking up, he met Ethan's eyes. The doctors were hooded, troubled. Kaiden held them until he was forced to look down. Wolfsbane would keep her from healing. Keep her from being able to access the lynx or her wolf, Ethan finally said. After the wounds had first appeared, Kaiden had raced to the infirmary, demanding answers, which the doctor had been less than forthright in providing. Why are they showing up now? Kaiden asked, wanting to get to the essential questions. He had worked the rest out for himself. I can't tell you that without seeing her. Without knowing more about what they are doing to her, Ethan replied. You can guess, Kaiden snapped, annoyed at continuing to not receive straight answers from those around him. I don't want to speculate when I have nothing to base it off of. Tell me what you fear is happening? Kaiden demanded, his patience shattering as he commanded the doctor. It could be from a couple of things. Whatever they're giving her could be wearing off, and she is beginning to be able to establish the links and bonds again. Or, Kaiden pushed as the doctor trailed off, his own voice steel. Or, Ethan's eyes filled with sympathy before they darted down to look at the wounds on his wrists. They mean that her wolf is failing and is using the last reservoirs of her strength to call for help from those sworn to protect her. How long does she have? Please, Alpha, there is no possible way for me to know that. I can't possibly give you reliable information based on just your wounds showing up. I need more. I don't know what's happening. Ethan's voice and eyes pleaded for Kaiden to drop the subject. Whether because he didn't want to say the words or if he didn't want his Alpha to have to hear them, he did not want to answer the question. Ethan. Bowing his head, he exhaled deeply, his forehead creasing as he considered his following words. I'm afraid, Alpha, that either way, the Luna doesn't have long. If the drugs are wearing off, it would most likely be the result of massive blood loss. The wolfsbane would simply be drained from her system. Such wounds would have to be near fatal to begin with. When they can't heal, I would say she has at most a few days. But if it's her body and wolf failing, then she'd have mere hours left. They were racing through the night. The line of SUVs and trucks flew across the miles as they raced against the clock. Michael had finally been able to track something down. Managed to get an address. After weeks of searching, they finally had a solid possible lead, a clue as to where she might be. Kaiden felt his anxiety spike. His fear. His hope. The landscape flew by the windows. He stared out unseeing, his only focus the tiny thread of connection that he had finally managed to establish. It was so weak. So tenuous. She had to be nearly dead, her energy and wolf completely depleted. He urged Austin to up their speed once more. They were nearly there. The night had deepened around them, the moon hidden behind thick, ominous clouds, and the only light was coming from their headlights as they made their way along the road. As they had continued forward, it had slowly tapered off until they were traveling down little more than a rutted dirt trail, boxed in on either side by thick brush and dense forest. Michael had a computer and a GPS unit in the vehicle directly behind the one Kaiden rode in. Richard, Austin, and Clay occupied it with him at the head of the convoy of pack warriors, enforcers, and guardians who were all armed to the teeth. Ethan, Blair, and Olivia rode in the second car with Michael. The back of their SUV had been hastily converted into a makeshift ambulance. Kaiden couldn't lose her, not when he had just found her. It wasn't enough. He hadn't held her enough, seen enough, or enjoyed sufficiently. Told her he loved her as many times as he wanted to. He hadn't erased all of her pain. He hadn't seen her blissfully happy. It was too short, it wasn't enough. She couldn't leave him, she just couldn't. The headlights illuminated soft pools of white light against the backdrop of inky blackness. As they rode over the uneven, unmaintained road, the bright circles bounced and danced with the SUVs swaying, offering the smallest glimpses of the world outside their own urgent flight. Suddenly, Kaiden gasped. His hands were grabbing at his chest as the wind was violently knocked out of him. For a second, he didn't understand what was happening. It felt like he had been shot, but he hadn't heard any gunfire, no accompanying shattering of glass or ripping metal. After a beat, he registered the echoes of Richard's own similar reaction. Whipping his head to the back, he looked in horror as understanding washed over them both simultaneously. Each stared at the spot on their chest where the other gripped. They hadn't been shot, but Aislinn had. And gravely. "Shoot!" Austin exclaimed while trying to right the SUV after he had swerved violently in reaction to the twin outbursts. "What happened?" He demanded that the vehicle be safely traveling along the narrow trail again. "She's been shot." "No," Clay swore, a growl ripping out of him. Kaiden didn't react. His entire being was now focused on the feel of her pain, on the receding sense of her in his head, as his connection to her once more faded into oblivion. He could feel her slipping. His panic began to rise. "You need to go faster, Aus." His voice was eerily calm. "I'm trying. Faster, Aus. You need to go faster. Shoot." The beta snarled under his breath, but hearing the absolute certainty in his alpha's voice and the strange calm panic that had descended over the pack link, he forced his foot to the floor, completely ignoring any ordinary sense of safety as he urged the SUV to fly at an alarming speed. Branches and leaves whipped against the windows as the SUV bounced and swerved around the tight turns and over the uneven surface. It was reckless and perilous, but he never let up. Taking turns at breakneck speeds and on two wheels. They all felt it. They were running out of time. Suddenly, Austin stomped on the brakes, throwing them all forward. Someone swore. The rant was cut short, though, as everyone took notice of what had caused Austin's sudden, dramatic stop. Directly in front of them, sitting still and abandoned, was a line of cars. All were new, black, and immaculate. And all were randomly sitting, seemingly abandoned in the middle of nowhere. "Heck," Austin broke the silence, his heart still hammering against his ribs. "I think we found them." Anything else anyone might have added was suddenly cut off by the unmistakable sound of gunfire exploding in the otherwise still and quiet night. Nothing in Sierra's life had ever prepared her for the last 3 weeks. She had never before had to accept the reality that the world was not shiny and pure. Had never been forced to look at the other side of the picture. At the ugly, horrible underpinnings that made her glossy and perfect life possible. She had never seen someone being killed. Never seen anything worse than a minor cut or broken bone, let alone a dead body. She had never even held a gun. And certainly had never had to try and save someone's life. It had been a crash course. One that, if she were being honest with herself, she was probably failing miserably. But as she looked around the cold and poorly lit corridor, where Aislinn had somehow managed to defend them against yet another person before finally collapsing herself, she realized she was the only one left. If she wanted them to get out of there and have any chance at surviving, she'd need to grow a backbone and start pulling her weight. Holding back the overwhelming urge to get sick, again, she looked first at her father, then at her brother's mate. It was still so weird. Her father was a monster, and her brother's mate was some super wolf warrior. If she hadn't been so terrified, she'd have thought she was dreaming. She had to force herself to move closer to her dad. Did she even call him that anymore? "Get up," she said, her voice shaking. Shocking her completely, he actually did what she asked. Backing up as he stood, she watched him nervously, but he made no move towards her. Collecting what little bit of courage she had, she gulped air before hardening herself to look him in the eye. Her stomach flipped. "You're going to get us out of here, and you're going to tell everyone not to try and stop us." To her disappointment, there was a slight tremor in her voice. His eyes narrowed on her, and they flashed with a murderous rage that had her breaking out in a cold sweat, but then he nodded and turned on his heel. His hands were still bound in front of him. Loops of silver were also still wrapped around his torso and over his arms. They were burning any exposed skin they met. It looked painful. She was glad. Stuffing the horrible gun she had somehow managed to hang onto in the waistband of her pants, she heaved the crumpled form of Aislinn from the ground. Slinging one of her arms over her shoulders and wrapping an arm around the girl's waist, Sierra hauled her after the retreating form of her father. With each step, she felt her hatred and anger for him grow. Her terror and fear were fading as they moved further and further through the halls with no resistance. What had initially seemed to be just a small set of basement cells was turning out to be a horrifyingly large and sophisticated compound. As they passed down hall after hall and through door after door, even to her untrained eye, it was clear that this space was impressive and frequently used. They weren't the only ones her father had brought and kept here. Her anger soared. She glared at his back as he entered yet another code into an electronic keypad. The panel was mounted on the wall next to a thick, solid-looking metal door. With a final button press, the light at the top flashed from red to green. As it did, Sierra felt herself letting out the breath she hadn't even realized she had been holding. The unmistakable sound of the lock clicking open brought a sense of sweet relief, and tears pricked at her eyes. Cracking the door open, Sierra nearly cried in happiness as she took her first lungful of clean, fresh air. They were free. They had actually made it out. She wanted to sob. But as she looked down at the pale and unmoving body hanging limply against her side, she was reminded that she couldn't. She needed to stay strong for both of them. They were free, but that didn't mean they were safe. Pushing past her father, she rushed out into the night. It was reckless and stupid, but she couldn't stand the thought of spending even one more second in that place. Half dragging, half carrying Aislinn, Sierra made it about 30 feet from the door before she gently laid her down. Making sure to jostle her as little as possible, she settled her on the slightly damp earth before uselessly eyeing the still bleeding wounds that covered her. A tear escaped her eye and trailed down her cheek as she looked at the mess of blood and burns. Her chest was riddled with bullet wounds that weren't healing. The bit of cloth she had managed to bind around her ankles and wrists was now blood-soaked and caked in dirt. The scars underneath were raw and ugly. The burns blackened, the worst of them having begun to fester. Her face was now just a mess of cuts, gashes, and brutal bruises. Pulling her eyes away, Sierra turned slowly to regard her father, who had remained standing in the gateway to hell. His silhouette was illuminated by the low light pouring out from the hallway behind him. It made him look larger, more sinister, darker. Or maybe the change was just that she was finally seeing him for what he truly was. "You are a monster." "Grow up, Sierra," he spat, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "There are no monsters in real life. There is only the strong and the weak." "No, you're wrong." Her voice shook as she vaguely waved her hand toward the underground compound they had just escaped. "That is not about strength or weakness. It is not strong to drug and torture someone. That doesn't make you strong or powerful, that just makes you sick," she screamed. Her hurt, confusion, and newly found hate pouring free. Looking at him, all she could feel was hate, deep, pure, complete hate for this man. "You know nothing," he sneered. "You're right. And maybe I don't know much, but what I do know is that she swallowed before taking a steadying breath like Kaiden had taught her. Letting it calm her raging emotions and thoughts, letting it center her. A strange sense of calm washed over her as she looked upon the man who had raised her. She stared at him now, her mind trying to fit all of her childhood memories and recollections, all the hugs, kisses, and laughter. All the good, with what stood in front of her now. With what she now saw, she just couldn't. It was all so wrong. He had destroyed everything. And for what? What was the point of it all? Nothing could justify it, could justify him. That you are a monster. You are a terrible person, and you have done horrible and unforgivable things. How could you do this? How could you be this? He laughed at her then. A cold and awful noise that made her want to run, but she fought it. "You think this changes anything? Do you know who I am? Any idea what I can do? What are you going to do? Tell your brother? Go ahead, I'll squash him, and then I'll destroy you. You're both disappointments anyway." His words were cut off as he finally really looked at her. Or more correctly, as he finally took note of the heavy, blocky, black pistol that she now held in her 2 hands, and how it was aimed directly at him. "Sierra, what the heck do you think you're doing?" His voice was harsh and incredulous. She didn't answer him, and she didn't lower the gun. "You aren't going to shoot your father, so just put the freaking gun down and stop being a child. Put the gun down and give me the girl, and I'll take you back home and to Mom. You can go back to your life and forget all of this." His voice had gone back to the dad she had known and loved, the one that had held her as she had cried and spoiled her rotten, to the dad that had made her life good and happy. But it was all a lie. He was a lie. She pulled the trigger. And then she pulled it again. And again. And again. Her ears were ringing, and her arms and shoulders hurt from holding the weapon steady. Her breathing was short and fast. Her eyes filled with tears. A sob escaped her trembling lips. She stared at the body. Suddenly, there was movement all around her. She swung the gun around, but was blinded by a bright light shining directly into her face. Outside noise began to filter in slowly. Her head swiveled around, her heart dropping as she realized that she was surrounded. People were running towards them, circling, cutting off her escape. Her breathing increased as she swung the gun around widely, her mind panicking. A voice broke into her frantic thoughts. "Sierra! Sierra!" Another sob choked out as her freaked-out mind at last identified who it belonged to. "Katie," she choked out, hope blossoming in her chest. "It's me, C. I'm right here." He sounded closer now. His voice is soft and gentle. Slowly, her vision began to clear, and she could make out some of the shapes in the dark. One that looked more familiar than the others was slowly making its way towards her, hands raised. "I'm right here, C. I'm here. I just need you to put down the gun, okay? No one's going to hurt you. It's all over now. You're safe. I've got you." Looking down, she realized she still had her hands gripped around the gun in a death grip. In horror, she let it drop with a thud to the ground. She heard her brother let out a breath of relief before moving closer to her. "You're okay, C. You're okay. I've got you. I've got you, C." Suddenly, she was wrapped in his arms and pulled into the warm familiarity of his chest. The sobs she had been holding back broke loose as he rubbed her back soothingly. A voice brought her back to reality. "We got a body, Alpha." "Who is it?" She felt as Kaiden's chest moved as he spoke. The others she had seen must be part of his new pack. She wrestled her sobbing back under control. The voice had reminded her that she couldn't break down. "Not yet. Katie," she felt as he looked down at her. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's D, Dad. It's Dad, and I'm sorry. I shot him. I shot Dad. I had to. I had to shoot him." Another sob left her as she felt him stiffen. Oh goddess, Katie, he was a bad man. Shoo, it's okay, see, I know. He was a bad man. It's okay. No, you don't understand. Katie, he had Aislinn. And he hurt her. That got his full attention. Where is she? Is she okay? Is she here with you, Sierra? He demanded, his voice filled with panic and concern. He had both of us here. She was getting us out, and then she was shot. She had to take a breath before she could continue. She could feel her brother's impatience mounting as she tried to fight back more sobs. "I carried her out. I made Dad help. She's over there." "Oh, Katie, she's bad. It's so bad." And with that, she broke down again. She felt absently as her brother passed her off to one of his wolves. After being wrapped in a blanket, she was lifted from the ground, held against a solid chest, carried, and then bundled into a warm car. None of it really registered as the horror of everything finally truly washed over her now that they were relatively safe. What had happened? What the hell had she done? There was so much blood. Too much. It was everywhere. Kaiden's hands fluttered uselessly over her as he stared in horror, feeling utterly helpless. He was terrified of hurting her further. When Ethan and Olivia made it over to them, all it took was one look at the doctor's face to confirm Kaiden's fears. It wasn't good. Very bad. He looked over his mate again. His eyes linger on her every injury. How is she even still alive? How is anyone supposed to survive this? He couldn't even comprehend it all. Vaguely, he registered that someone was yelling orders around them. He let out a warning growl as he noticed hands reaching for her. Baring his teeth, he snarled at those daring to come close to her. Alpha. He whipped his head to look at who had spoken. Some part of him recognized the voice, but his wolf was too focused on his hurt mate. At the sight of her blood, the scent of her pain and fear, he needed to be able to concentrate. He was on high alert. His senses focused solely on searching for any signs of a threat to her, searching for those who had dared to do this to her. We need to move her. We need to touch her to help her. Alpha, you need to let us help her. He growled at the words. He fought his rising panic, trying to reason with his instincts. He didn't want anyone near her, not when she was so vulnerable. But he knew the words were actual. She needed help, desperately. Fighting back another growl, he looked around, and for the first time, noticed an agitated Richard, who was standing protectively and menacingly nearly on top of where he himself hovered over Aislinn's bleeding and broken body. The Guardian was growling at those trying to approach them just as violently as he was. Ethan called to him once more. His eyes and words begged him to let them approach, to let them help. Looking back down at his mate, Kaiden tried to think. She seemed so small. His heart constricted. She was his, and he had failed. Reluctantly, he nodded. Ethan and Olivia rushed forward, both of them turning their full attention to Aislinn's injuries as soon as they got his permission. He blocked out the gibberish they began spouting to each other as they moved with a calm urgency and practiced efficiency. Eyes and hands assessing and cataloging the far too long list of wounds that needed their attention. Trying to ignore the fact that hands were on her, Kaiden fixated his gaze on her face, taking in the soft silver tips of her long lashes, the wisps of silvery strands that framed her otherworldly beauty. She was still breathtaking, captivating him. Her lips were cracked and caked with dry blood. Her skin was pale and ashen, with bruises and cuts covering her. Her cheeks are sunken and shallow. Dirt and filth coated her. Even still, she was the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Her face, her smile, and her voice were the only things he needed to survive in this world. Trying to keep himself from giving in to the panic, he tried to focus his mind. He spoke without taking his eyes away from her face. "My sister." It was, of course, Austin that answered, his own eyes watching her just as closely as his Alpha's. Blair has her secured in one of the SUVs. She seems banged up but not seriously injured. Mentally, however, that's another story. I have 4 guards on her. Is the building secure? Waiting on your orders, Austin replied. You and Clay handle it. Keep as many men as you need. Leave no trace. Get whatever you can from it, and then burn it to the ground. His voice was cold and detached. Your father. Burn it with the others. If there are other prisoners, let them go. I'm sure whatever they may or may not have done has been over and well paid for. Austin nodded to his Alpha. His eyes paused to roll once more over the mangled body of his Luna. He felt his eyes softening as tears stung before he pushed them back and began calling out orders. This was what he was trained for, to stand firm when his Alpha couldn't. It was something he had always wished would never happen, and especially not like this. But he would do his duty to him, and to his Luna. He turned from the scene, focusing on the tasks at hand, wrangling warriors and guards, all of whom were quiet and grim but resolute. Even as he pushed it away, Austin was sure that the image of Aislinn lying broken on the ground would haunt him and all of them for a very long time. Chapter 9. Is she going to be okay? The voice was low and hushed. Kaiden didn't look up from where he watched Aislinn's still form as it lay in the narrow hospital bed. The white sheets and the antiseptic room only made her pale, hollow appearance more noticeable. His silence was permission enough for the person in the doorway to move hesitantly into the room. His sister's scent wrapped around him as she moved to stand at his shoulder. He listened as a small sob escaped her as she looked at the bed, where tubes, wires, and machines were fighting to keep his mate alive. She's going to be okay though, right, Katie? I mean, we got out and you found us and she has to make it, right? Kaiden didn't know what to say, how to take away this fear and pain from his sister. It was his job as her big brother, as her alpha. It was his job, but he didn't know what to do anymore. He just had nothing left to offer her. To provide any of them. I'm sorry, Katie. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have done more. Maybe if Sierra couldn't even finish before she broke down again. Thankfully, the door opened once more, and a new voice joined the room. Shh, it's okay, Sierra. It's okay, Austin cooed gently as he pulled her up from where she had collapsed against Aislinn's bed. It's all my fault. Sierra wailed, her sobs making her voice thick and her words garbled. But the pain and sadness behind them were unmistakable. Kaiden knew he should do something, say something. Knew that it was only him, his words that could ease the pain, offer comfort. But he had none. He didn't want her to be in pain. And he didn't blame her. He didn't blame anyone. Didn't blame anyone but himself. He failed her, and now he was forced to sit on the side and watch as she fought for her life. It isn't your fault, Sierra. You didn't do this. No one is blaming you, Austin said as he tried to comfort her, his voice low but hard with the weight of his conviction. Goddess, she shouldn't be like this. She saved me, and now she might die. On the last word, she dissolved again into hysterics, and Austin was forced to pick her up before exiting the room, returning it to its former stillness. The space itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting on the cusp of something huge. Something that would save or destroy them. It had been the same for the last 2 days since they had gotten back to Montana. At first, there had been activity. Blood and stitches. Knives and shouting. There had been anger and pain. Sadness and hope. But then it had slowly quieted until there was just waiting. Silent stillness that was heavy with possibility, with uncertainty. Kaiden sighed when he heard the door open again. He knew it would be Aus. His beta was stressed, nervous, overwhelmed, and concerned. He was thrust into a role he had never wanted, in a brand new pack that was on the verge of all-out war, a pack where they were now harboring 2 she-wolves who had killed 2 separate alphas. Kaiden couldn't really blame his friend for wanting him to come back, to start being himself again, but there was just nothing. Without her, there was nothing. He was nothing. It was like he was in his own coma, only he was awake, but his emotions, his heart, his mind were gone, lost just like she was. He didn't talk. He didn't eat. He didn't sleep. He sat at her bedside, his eyes fixated on the tiny movements of her chest as she breathed, on her face as the cuts healed and the bruises faded, and on her eyes that refused to open and let him see their glorious storm-steel gray depths. When Ethan had first told him she may never wake up, he had been furious beyond control. He had shifted in the infirmary and nearly killed Clay when he had tried to stop him. But then it had all just drained away. All of it. The anger, the fear, the pain, until there was nothing. Until he was nothing. Cade, you need to eat, AUS stated tentatively, only entering a few feet into the room. They had all learned quickly that Kaiden's protective instincts and possessiveness were 2 of the few things that had survived his recent change. As bad as he was, though, Richard was doing worse. He had totally lost it. He shifts into his large brown wolf and goes on a rampage. It had taken 15 of the warriors and enforcers to wrangle him into one of the underground cells. He had refused to shift back, and Ethan had been forced to sedate him so he would stop hurting himself. You're no help to her if you're near death. If AUS stopped as Kaiden tensed up at his words. Clearing his throat, he continued. When she wakes up, she'll need you healthy and strong. When he didn't answer, Austin left with a sigh. Olivia was the next to try. She had stayed with Kaiden the most, only leaving to eat, sleep, and help Ethan in the infirmary. A few of the other prisoners Kaiden's father had been holding had been in bad shape, and Austin and the others had elected to bring them back and help them. Alpha, I'll stay with her. When he didn't react, she moved to his side, her hand lightly landing on his shoulder with a comforting squeeze. She was the only one who dared touch him. An hour, Cade. I swear I won't leave her for a second. Take an hour. Shower, eat something, and then come back. He didn't want to, but he knew they were right. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. Plus, he was still wearing the same clothes he had worn for the rescue, and they were now covered in her blood. Slowly, he nodded. His bones and muscles protested as he pushed himself up, his joints screaming in agony, the result of being still for so many hours. Bending, he brushed his lips against her forehead, inhaling her scent as he squeezed her small hand that was wrapped in his. What is strength? Is the strength to never fall? To get back up after you do? Or is strength accepting that you don't want to? Is it easier to fall apart or put yourself back together? When life is nothing but a series of hopes and disappointments, the measure of who we are is what we choose to do with these. Choice is the one consistent truth of our humanity. Choice. People say giving up is easy, but that is selfish. That is cowardly. These people have never truly lived. Suppose you've never been broken if you have never hurt so bad that you forgot what light and laughter were. If you have never looked into the great abyss of the unknown and been shaken to your core, then you have not truly lived. Life is fear, and it is the ultimate pain. It is terrifying and exhilarating, exhausting and joyous. It isn't enjoyable, and it is enchanting. Life is destructive, and it is breathtaking. Giving up isn't easy. Sometimes it's the hardest thing you'll ever do. And sometimes falling apart is the only option left. Sometimes the person we are isn't the person we need to be. And every once in a while, you need to get lost. Sometimes you need to let go. For who truly are we but the broken bits we've managed to hang on to? The shards of our past lives, our past selves that are strung together with a simple promise of tomorrow? In the end, there is nothing in this world quite as beautiful as the realization that we don't matter. Her life was not any different. Her story is no different. Her choices are the same. The game may have been bigger. The risks are greater. The players are more colorful. But in the end, the rules were the same. Choose. To fight or not. Choose life or choose to fall. It asks the same of all of us. To understand that in the end, our every breath, every beat of our heart is a choice to play the game one more time. It is a rare and unfathomable chance we are given, and all it asks of us is to choose. We don't know the time. We don't know the board. And we don't see the end. But we still get the choice to play. She had played and played. She had taken hit after hit and kept going. For so long, she had refused to give in. But how many times can someone be broken? How long can someone hang on before they can't anymore? How many times can you be beaten down and still find some reason to fight another day? When hate has driven you for so long, can love ever be enough? Aislinn was broken. Her body was destroyed. Her mind was devastated. Her heart shattered. She was tired. So tired. She had nothing left to give. They had taken it all. Choice. Kaiden was back in the chair at her bed, his hands gripping hers tightly, his head having fallen forward so it was resting against the cool sheets. Exhaustion is wearing him down. Worry and fear were eating him away with every hour his mate didn't wake. The gentle beeping of the monitors in the background had become white noise. A comforting song that promised that she still hung on, that he hadn't yet lost her. When it changed, he was instantly awake. Everything in him was tuned to that constant sound. It took him but a second to register that it failed. As she failed. As the steady, constant beeping that promised her life cut off and was replaced by the steady stream of noise that brought a fear as he had never felt before. The sound filled his ears. It was all he could hear. All he could see. That constant, steady, unbroken line. He knew others surrounded them. They were probably screaming, shouting, cursing, but all he heard was that line of noise. That unflinching stream that he urged to hear beep. To hear do something. Do anything. Anything but stay still. Stay frozen. Stay flat. Choice. Life is a choice. But life is pain. Is the good really worth the bad? Was feeling all of this, going through all of this, worth a promise of a mere chance at happiness? What if it never got better? What if she went on and it just kept happening? What if she felt this for the rest of her life? What if she didn't know how to be happy? What if she couldn't love anymore? What if she was too broken? Too destroyed? Too lost? Choose. Tears streamed down his face. They fell against her pale skin, against her closed eyelids and still lips. They ran into her silver hair and traced paths over the mark on her neck. He pressed his lips to hers. His heart and soul broke when he didn't feel the tingles spread from where they met. He refused to let go of her hand, refused to let her go, refused to live without her. He put his lips to her ear. His warm breath fanned her cold skin, where he wished he could see goosebumps spread, where he wished he could see her pulse race as he leaned in closer. Where he wanted, he could send her arousal spike as his body covered hers. He closed his eyes, nuzzling into her neck, breathing in her scent, his tears now falling so freely they were dampening her hair. His words were whispered, mixing and weaving into the stream of noise that was trying to tell him that he was too late, that she had left him for good. Love, he choked back a sob, clutching her hand to his heart. My love, I need you to fight. I need you to come back. Love, I need you to choose me. Choose me, Aislinn. Choose us. Choose to fight. I love you, my little one, and I need you to choose to fight one more time. For me, I need you to choose to live. I need you. Choose. His face was buried in her hair. Her hand was still pressed to his heart. He was listening so hard at first that he thought he imagined it. But then the first was followed by a second and then a third. They were slow and erratic, but when his head whipped up to stare incredulously at the monitor, he was astounded to see that horrible, steady line was finally broken. Thank you, my love. Thank you. The sobs he had been fighting back broke loose as the sound of her heartbeat filled the room. Finally, he heard the others again, registered their tears of happiness and relief. Their overjoyed laughter broke through the sorrow and grief that had filled the room only seconds before. Hope is a choice we all can make. It is not easy. It is not simple. But it is life. And sometimes it is enough. Chapter 10. When Aislinn woke, there was no confusion. She had no moment of panic, no sense of disorientation. There was no moment of dread that it had been a dream, a hope, a fantasy. Every piece of her, every cell, and every fiber knew precisely where she was. It was simple. It was instinct. A knowledge as deep-rooted and entrenched as the very sense of knowing oneself. She was incapable of not knowing where she was. Could not know him. He was hers and she was his. And finally, she was where she belonged. The tears filled her eyes. She blinked rapidly, trying to dispel them, but it was useless. Just as they began to overflow, running in steady streams over her cheeks and into her hair, she was pulled into his chest. His face nuzzled into her neck as he took deep inhales, his breath fanning over her skin. Burying her face into his shirt, she was wrapped in a blanket of the scent of cold, crisp snow and sunshine mixed with pure maleness that was all him. Warmth radiated from him in glorious waves. It washed away the last lingering traces of the feel of the damp, cool air of the cell left on her skin. His voice filled her head as he whispered words of love and comfort softly into her skin. His lips brushed lightly as they moved, eliciting reassuring goosebumps at the touch. Her body shook and trembled against his as her sobs poured out, releasing at last all of the pain, hurt, anger, and fear from not only the last few weeks, but the years she had lived alone and without him. His arms enfolded her, pulling her tightly into the shelter of his large frame before wrapping around her, encasing her in a cage of safety and adoration, and offering protection as they fought off her demons. Slowly she calmed. Her mind and body were falling limp under the weight of exhaustion. Rolling onto his back, he drew her with him until she lay tucked into his side, her head under his chin and her cheek resting on his chest as their legs lay entwined. One of his hands rubbed soothing circles on her back, easing her breathing, as the other rested gently but possessively on her hip. Letting her eyes flutter closed, she focused on the steady sound of his heartbeat as it filled her ear. Listening to the strong beat of her mate's heart, she fell into a deep, peaceful, and dreamless sleep. I know you're awake, mate. Shoot. You can't fool me. Double shoot. Aislinn had been awake for the last 5 minutes, but had been feigning sleep, trying to put off the inevitable conflict to come. Kaiden had been waiting for her to wake up, his previous relief at her recovery having given way overnight to anger. He was not at all happy with her. Through the mate bond, she was getting a steady stream of pissed-off possessiveness, mixed with overwhelming concern. And cowardly, she had decided to go with the hiding tactic to try to put off having to face his wrath. "You can keep your eyes closed as long as you want, love. You can't hide from me forever." His voice was light and teasing, but Aislinn could feel the accompanying threat and hint of anger that ran underneath. She was in deep trouble. Letting out a long sigh, which got a soft chuckle from him, she wrenched her eyes open. Blinking from the sudden light, she focused on the sight of her mate. Searching his face, tears welled in her eyes. Worry and concern took over his features as he watched her eyes well up, his anger completely forgotten as he searched her over for any sign of injury. "Love, what's the matter? What happened? Are you okay? What hurts?" His panic spiked as the tears spilled over. His arms unwrapped themselves from around her so that his hands could cup her face, bringing it closer to his own. His eyes, now stormy and dark with worry and fear, searched her face for any clue, his thumbs catching the tears as they fell. Her voice broke, her throat thick with emotions. "I missaid you." Relief swept over him, a small smile breaking out as he let out another chuckle. His thumbs softly rubbed over her face as he stared deeply into her eyes. "I missed you too, my love. I missed you too." Refusing to blink to clear the tears from her vision for fear that he would disappear, she sent him a watery smile. Reaching up, she wrapped her hands around his neck, pulling his face down to hers. Understanding flashed across the bond. He let her pull him down before crashing his lips over hers. He gently rolled until she was under him, his body hovering over hers. His forearms bracing himself on either side of her head, keeping his weight off of her. He started softly. His lips were hesitant and tentative, nervous to hurt her, to push her too far after everything that had happened. But when her teeth nipped playfully at his bottom lip, he let out a growl of pleasure before returning the favor, darting his tongue out to rub soothingly over the bite. A moan of pleasure left her as he continued to run his tongue over her bottom lip before moving up and asking for entrance, which she granted on a sigh. Deepening the kiss, he slowly and teasingly plunged his tongue into her mouth, tasting and plundering before coaxing her to meet him thrust for thrust. He tasted and teased, swallowing her soft sounds of pleasure and responding with his own growls of satisfaction. This is where he always wanted her. Safe, needy, and willing. Soft and responsive under him. The last of his fear and worry dissolved as he let his mouth move across her jaw before finding the smooth skin of her neck. Pressing his lips to his mark, his teeth lightly dragging over the scars, a louder moan of pleasure rewarded him as her body arched up, pressing deliciously into the hard planes of his own. He felt a smug, satisfied smile spread as he caught the scent of her mounting arousal. He and his wolf are equally pleased by their mate's obvious need and want for them. He felt his own desire rising to meet hers. His ministration stopped, his body freezing when she moved her hands to encircle his neck. The sight of her bandaged wrists was a bucket of cold water to his libido. Placing a soft, final, chaste kiss on her lips, he pulled back so he was able to look her directly in the eye. Holding himself on one arm, he gently untangled hers from his neck, having one of her wrists softly and carefully between them. "We need to talk, mate," he said, holding her gaze. "About what?" she said, trying to feign ignorance while avoiding the steady, demanding, clear blue of his eyes. "About what, you ask?" he repeated, his earlier anger and frustration resurfacing. "We could start with this," he said, looking pointedly at the bandaged wrist still suspended between them. "There's nothing to say," she said, trying to force down her increasing feelings of guilt. "I disagree. I think there is plenty to say, little mate. Perhaps you would like to start by explaining just what the heck you were thinking." "What do you want me to say?" she asked softly, shame and weariness coating her tone. Lightly pressing his lips to her bandaged wrist, his face softening as he lowered it gently to the bed. A sigh escaped as he pressed a quick kiss to her lips. "We will be talking about this later, love." Noticing her relief, a small smile escaped, and he rolled his eyes at her. "As much as I would like to yell at you right now, we have more important things to deal with at the moment." Feeling her confusion, he elaborated with a single word. "Richard." Aislinn was surprised she hadn't noticed the absence of her guardian sooner. Of course, her mate had been doing an excellent job of distracting her. "Where is he?" "I'll take you to him, little one," Kaiden said with a final peck to her lips. Leaving her room, they were instantly surrounded by her 3 other guardians. Leland, Emmett, and Hugo let out matching exhales of relief as their eyes took her in. Bowing their heads, they all murmured Luna as one, wearing matching broad goofy grins. Aislinn felt her smile tug wide as she nodded to each man. Kaiden's arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her close, his lips pressing against her hair. They descended the staircase with the 3 guardians happily trailing behind them. Austin found them as they landed on the 2nd floor. His face lit up with relief and happiness, and he smiled kindly at her. "Luna." "Alpha." Bowing to both of them. Aislinn linked Cade as she nodded back to the beta. "I think he's happier to see you up than me." She felt his chest shake with silent laughter as Kaiden pulled her closer. "He really hates doing my job." "Who wouldn't?" That got a bark of laughter. Austin fell into step at Kaiden's shoulder as they descended the 2nd flight of stairs. Heading down to the lower levels, AUS was bringing Kaiden up to speed on everything that had been happening in the pack the last few days. And then there's Salvatore. "Bellator," Kaiden cut him off sharply. "My apologies, Alpha, of course. Pack Bellator appears to be in chaos. I've been able to get in touch with a few of my contacts. Word is that the council has descended and your brother Anthony has been appointed as Alpha. From what they can gather, it's more for show than anything." Kaiden grunted at that. His focus pulled away as Ethan and Olivia headed for them. Aislinn stiffened into her mate's side, eyeing the 2 wolves hustling towards her. Their faces matched masks of worry, their hands reaching for her. "No. I told you, Ethan, you can examine me after I see to Richard." Aislinn repeated as she tried again to dissuade the pack doctor's intent to wrangle her into a bed, shaking Olivia's hands from her bandaged wrists in annoyance. "Luna, you've been through a major trauma. I need to assess your injuries and recovery. I need to do tests on your hands. Check your bandages." Waving him off, she sidestepped him, ignoring his continued objections, nearly dragging Kaiden after her as she rushed towards the cells. Her worry and concern almost choked her, having finally seen from her mate's thoughts where they would find her guardian. She stumbled as they got closer, pain exploding in her chest as her mind registered what her eyes were seeing. Kaiden's arm tightened, his hand that had only been resting on her hip now steadying her, the other coming up to cup her neck. His thumb brushes small circles over her wildly racing pulse, a small whimper escaping her. Staring in complete shock and horror, she couldn't move. There in one of her own cells lay the unconscious, ragged, and starved form of Richard's large brown wolf. What happened to him? Her voice was barely above a whisper. A silent hush descended over the group as she took in her first glimpse of him. Hugo, Emmett, and Leland had stopped a few feet away, positioning themselves to stand guard over the hallway, their faces respectfully turned to give the illusion of privacy. Olivia, Austin, and Ethan stood a few feet behind her as she continued to gaze in horror. Kaiden's arms stayed around her as she sagged into him until he was supporting most of her weight. Her body was unable to help her with what she was seeing. He couldn't handle it. "When we thought you may not wake up," his wolf took over. "Doc has had to keep him sedated to keep him from hurting himself." Kaiden's voice was low and filled with sympathy. He knew the pain and anguish the other wolf had gone through, and was still going through, at nearly losing her. Aislinn made a move to step towards the cell doors, but was stopped by the strong, firm grip of her mate. "I need to see him." "Love, his wolf is completely in control, you can't go in there." "He would never hurt me." "I'm not letting you go in there, hun," Kaiden said, his arms pulling her back further, moving her so she was partially hidden behind his body. Austin and Ethan also moved, planting themselves so they stood in her path, both of their faces set in determination. All of them feel their normal protective tendencies towards her have been exaggerated after the recent events. "It's too dangerous," Luna, Austin said. "And you are still weak, not yet fully healed," Ethan added, his eyes lingering on her wrists and her chest, where only days before he had pulled 6 bullets from her. Ignoring them, Aislinn turned to look up at her mate. "Cade, you know he would never hurt me. What if it was you? What if it was you who were lost? You know he needs me. This is all my fault." Caden's mouth hardened in a straight line at her words. His eyes narrowed as he looked down at her. It was apparent he didn't like what she said. His need to keep her safe was at odds with his desire to give her what she wanted. Then his eyes hardened, a flash of regret filling the bond as he spoke. "I'm sorry, love. I can't let you do that." Her anger and impatience soared as she glanced at Richard. Concern and guilt fueled her irritation at her mate's audacity to try to forbid her from doing something. Her wolf's frustration from her imprisonment and the lingering effects of her escape only added to her distress until she was completely out of control in a matter of seconds. Her body trembled, anger and agitation causing tiny tremors. Too far gone, she couldn't even distinguish her mate's attempts to calm her. Even his touch and scent were not enough to be anything but further aggravation to her at the moment. They only had a second's notice to jump clear before she was shifting. Her body exploded out, for sprouting over her skin as her snout elongated, canines descended, and her muscles and bones lengthened, rearranged, and shortened to accommodate her second form. Shredded clothing floated in the air, landing on the floor as they stood facing her, a shifted and irate wolf where she had been standing only seconds before. The white and silver wolf stretched its muscles, shaking out its silver-tipped fur. Aislinn relished in the feel of freedom for a moment, letting her senses and awareness expand out around her. Pawing the ground, she slowly tested for any lingering effects of her torture and imprisonment on her wolf. Ecstatic when she found none, she turned to stare down those standing in her way. Now that she was healed and alive, she was going into that cell, and no one, not even her mate, was going to stop her. Kaiden had moved to stand in front of her, hands on his hips as he watched her warily. "Really, love?" he asked in exasperation, his eyebrows arching as he took in the shredded clothing spread all over the floor and her large wolf standing in the bright hallway. His displeasure is clearly evident. Letting out a low snarl, her fur stood up as she took on a more aggressive stance. Muttering a string of curses under his breath, Kaiden ran a hand through his hair in frustration. The action left it spiked and messier than his previous bedhead had been. Black inky spikes stuck out all over, some falling to curl around his neck, and others cascading in silky waves over his forehead. It made him look wild and untamed, boyish and yet feral at the same time. His eyes sparkled in the bright white light. His lips caught her attention as she studied him. The sight of their soft pinkness had her remembering the kiss they had shared that morning. Catching the tail end of her thoughts, Kaiden's eyes darkened in hunger. He sent her a tender, secretive smile that made something clench low in her belly. Obviously sensing the effect he had on her, his eyes lit up in amusement. Embarrassed and mad at herself for getting distracted and letting her mind wander to that morning's activities, she snapped her jaws at him, taking a threatening step forward. Of course, his being her mate meant he held his ground at her advance. His face shifted back to unamused at her continued aggressiveness. However, she caught a hint of amusement still shining back at her. She huffed in annoyance. The jerk knew why she was mad. When she didn't budge or back off, his gaze dropped to his bare feet. Not hiding his thoughts from her and leaving their connection open meant she was able to listen as he counted to 10 while mentally arguing himself out of dragging her kicking and biting up the stairs. She let out an amused bark of wolfish laughter at the mental pictures he was showing her before retaliating with a few of her own. She heard him chuckle before his head raised to look at her. Feeling that she was about to get her way, she sat back on her flanks, tilting her head. "Fine, love, you can go in," but one wrong move from him, her growl cut off his threat. Yes, I know. He won't hurt you, Kaiden replied while rolling his eyes. AUS the door. Alpha, are you sure? Austin asked, his voice clearly conveying his uneasiness. Your Luna has assured me of her utmost safety. And of course, she is a completely impartial and reliable judge of such things. So you're where your sister gets her sarcasm from. Aislinn sent him the thought as she brushed past him, her nose in the air at the jab to her recent brush with danger. Of course, the point she had been trying to make was undermined when she let out a rumbling purr as Kaiden's hand ran through the soft downiness of her fur as she passed by him. Chapter 11. Once Aislinn was in the cell, she turned her whole focus on the brown wolf huddled in the corner. She let out a low whimper when he didn't move in response to her entrance. He should have been able to sense her, feel her. Sensing her growing discomfort, Kaiden laid a hand against her neck, his hand burying into her fur as the cell door shut softly behind them. Leaning into his touch, they moved together to approach where Richard still lay unresponsive on the cold cement floor. The harsh metallic smell of blood and pain hit her nostrils, and she whimpered again. It's okay, love. He'll be okay. It's just the sedatives Ethan had to use to keep him from hurting himself. They'll wear off soon. Kaiden spoke softly, his hand stroking her neck as she pressed her body against his hip and chest, needing the comforting feel of his presence and the strength he lent. Moving hesitantly, she approached her guardian. She wasn't scared of him. She knew he wouldn't hurt her. No, she moved cautiously because she was nervous about what she would find that she had caused. Her actions had done this. Guilt and regret flooded her. She had caused this, and now she had to face the repercussions. Nudging his body with her snout, she let out a sorrow-filled howl when he stayed still and indifferent. She tended to his various wounds, cleaning the blood from his muzzle and neck before curling her more petite body into his side, offering whatever comfort and support she could. Watching his mate, Kaiden let out a long exhale before settling himself onto the cold cement beside her. Her body now comfortingly sandwiched between her mate and guardian, she gave into the sense of peace and safety, succumbing to her own exhaustion. I want to see my brother. He's busy right now. I've told you already, he can't see you yet. I'm his sister, how can he not have time to see me? Letting out a breath of air and shaking his head, Clay looked at Sierra in exasperation. You better than anyone know the stuff that he's dealing with right now. You just need to be patient. You mean Aislinn, Sierra said, sounding unimpressed. Another sigh escaped the head warrior as he studied his Alpha's little sister. Even before the latest turn of events, she had always been a handful. She always irritated and pestered her brothers and their friends whenever she got the chance. Yes, Aislinn. His mate, Clay said carefully and with fake emphasis, trying to get the girl to let it go. Mate mate, Sierra mimicked while waving her hand in the air dismissively. Sierra. Clay snapped. What? Sierra demanded. What? You can't talk like that, Sierra. Seriously, what's wrong with you? What the heck are you thinking? You better than anyone know what they are going through. Exactly. They aren't the only ones that are dealing with this stuff. I'm freaking out too. All I'm asking for is to be able to talk to my brother. It's important. Clay felt like banging his head against the wall. He narrowed his eyes as he appraised the petite she-wolf in front of him. Letting out another breath, he couldn't deny the fact that he'd rather deal with a horde of rogues than continue to try to argue her out of whatever it was she had decided she wanted. What exactly is it you need? To talk to Kaiden. About what? Stuff. And back to banging his head against a wall. Sierra, he growled, his patience now slipping. Standing with her hands on her hips, she didn't even flinch at the sound. Instead, she merely raised an eyebrow at him in defiance. When he didn't back down, she threw her hands in the air. Fine. You win. I want to talk to Kaiden about the pack. What about the pack? Austin is filling him in on anything and everything he missed, and you've barely been here. Not this pack, you idiot. Our old pack. Clay couldn't help the growl that rumbled out of him at the mention of their former pack. If hostilities with Pack Bellator were poor before, finding out they had been behind the imprisonment and torture of Aislinn meant they were downright murderous now. What do you have to say about them? Clay managed to ground out. I'd rather speak to Katie about it. Clay had his arms crossed over his chest, his hip leaning against the stone countertop as soft, pale evening light filtered in through the banks of windows in the kitchen and dining room. If the situation had been different, it would have been the perfect autumn night for a pack run or just a friendly game of football in the briskly chilly autumn air. As it was, Clay barely noticed the crisp, cool breeze or the scent of leaves and fall on the wind. The markers that his favorite season was in full swing. Instead, his mind was filled with scouting reports, patrol schedules, and training regimens. The truth was, Clay thrived on it. He had been built and trained his whole life for this purpose. It wasn't supposed to happen for a few more years, but, like Austin and the others, the responsibility was one he could never turn his back on. Kaiden and now this new pack were his life, and Aislinn was as much or even more a part of that than anything. If Sierra had something to say that would impact her or any of them, it was his duty to make sure it got to his alpha. Grunting, Clay nodded his head. Linking ahead, he scooped Kyo up from where he had been napping on his socked feet before moving through the house to where he knew Kaiden was located. Since she was not yet a part of the pack properly, Clay knew Sierra wasn't able to access their mind link, hence why she had needed to seek his assistance to scout out her brother. It was just her luck that Kaiden had actually summoned his head warrior only moments before Sierra had begun badgering him, or she may have found herself facing off with the legendary stubbornness of Clay Davos out of spite. 2 hard raps of his knuckles against the door were met with a muffled call to enter. Sierra trailed behind, her more petite frame blocked from view as the two entered the already occupied room. Clay's eyes swept across it, nodding respectfully when he found his alpha seated behind the large dark wood desk. Relief flooded him as he took in his friend. Kaiden's previous despondent look had been replaced with the familiar healthy glow of youth and hope. The cause of such a drastic change was easy to spot. Sat in his lap, a knee placed on either side of his hips so that they were chest to chest, was Aislinn. Clay's relief surged, and a smile broke out as he looked upon her sleeping face, where it rested on Kaiden's chest. Clay. Fondness and pleasure coated Kaiden's voice as he looked to his friend. He could feel the sense of relief and happiness that was overtaking him, and Kaiden couldn't help but feel regret at having put his friends through such instability and worry. Moving cautiously so as not to disturb Aislinn, he motioned for his head warrior to take one of the empty chairs in the room. Austin, Blair, and Olivia were already seated in the well-appointed office. Emmett and Hugo were standing in parade rest on either side of the door, where their bulging muscles were threatening the very integrity of the seams on their black t-shirts and black combat cargo pants as they did so. Looking at them, anyone would admit neither man was one you would want to meet alone in a dark alley. Both wore matching blank expressions as their eyes continuously searched the room, never pausing on any one thing. They weren't alone in their scrutiny, though. A step behind Kaiden's chair at either shoulder stood 2 more stoic and intimidating figures, one much more so than the other. Richard's face matched Leland's and Aislinn's other royal guards in the room, but the shadow of hollow purple under either eye and the slightly sunken cheeks showed the subtle differences that his brush with madness had left on him. Clay nodded in respect to the man as he made his way deeper into the room that was decorated similarly to the rest of the house. Clean white lines, natural dark stones, distressed and aged woods, and modern metallics dominated the space, blending to create a tranquil yet effortlessly chic look. It managed to balance the stunning natural views without overbearing them, thanks to the ever-present wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. Walking to the low, sleek, gray sofa that was occupied on one end by Olivia, he let his muscular frame fold until he slumped onto it. Pushed against the wall, it offered an exquisite view of the windows, being perpendicular to the dominating feature of the room, the desk, as well as the 2 club chairs Blair and Austin occupied in front of it. Once he was settled, he turned to the others. Alpha Beta. He nodded to his 2 friends, but before either could speak, the sound of clothing rustling had them all looking once more towards the door, to where Sierra still stood. Instead of playing the part of the meek and submissive, Sierra stood glaring defiantly at her brother. Her hands were on her hips as her feet planted wide on the unfinished concrete floor. She looked ready for a standoff. "Sierra," Kaiden exclaimed in surprise, his hand moving to rub soothingly over Aislinn's back when she startled in her sleep. Lowering his voice, he continued once his mate had settled back against his chest, her breathing evening back out. "What are you doing here?" Kaiden accompanied his question with a pointed look to Clay, who merely shrugged his shoulders in the universal, "What did you expect me to do?" sign. Already unimpressed with Sierra's behavior, the head warrior's attention was further diverted from her continued antics by the now squirming and wiggling Kyo, who had at last noticed his mistress's presence and was desperately trying to free himself from his continued confinement. When it was clear he wasn't going to get answers from Clay, Kaiden returned his gaze to his sister. Giving himself a moment, he let his eyes take her in, guilt flaring in him as he realized he had barely paid attention to her since she had been rescued along with Aislinn. He knew she would have been taken care of, none of his friends would have allowed any less, but still, she was his sister and now a member of his pack, plus she had helped save his mate. He owed her a great deal. When he found no lingering signs of injury or distress, he met her glare head-on with one of his own. Her eyes dropped after only a few seconds, accompanied by a grunt of annoyance and a muttered curse, which got a stifled chuckle from him. At least she seemed to be the identical sister he had always known. Though Kaiden knew it was nearly impossible that she could come out of the ordeal completely unscathed. "What are you doing here, Sierra? You should be resting." He tried to make his voice gentle, but it still came out firm and commanding, and he watched as she flinched under it. Trying to calm himself, he bent his head forward, pressing his lips to Aislinn's hair as he breathed in her scent. The smell of rain and lavender mixed with the crisp cool of new snow filled him, and the knot of tension in his chest lessened just a little. Of course, being the daughter and now the sister of an alpha meant that Sierra was strong herself and had dominance in her own right, and so she remained exactly where she had been. It also helped that she wasn't yet an actual member of his pack. This meant that, for now at least, any of Kaiden's commands were more like heavy suggestions than actual demands, still more potent than most alphas because of his mating to Aislinn, but she was able to resist him for now. Squaring her shoulders, she risked a look at her eldest brother. She met his eyes, mirror reflections of her own, before she let hers drift down, so she was looking at the girl curled on top of him. She couldn't help the smile that the sight of her old cellmate looking so healthy and content brought on. The look of love and devotion that her brother stared at her with was breathtaking, and Sierra could only hope that one day her own mate would love her half as much as Kaiden loved Aislinn. "I need to talk to you," she said lowly, making sure her voice became submissive, though she kept her confrontational stance. Even with her own brother, she knew not to push an alpha too far. "That is, unless you are absolutely prepared to deal with the consequences. We can talk later, see, I have things I need to deal with," Kaiden said, trying to stay patient and not snap at her again. "No, this is important. Katie, you know I wouldn't bug you unless it was. This isn't about some stupid shoe sale or something." Exasperation is now leaking into her voice. She had just been through hell, was on the run from her former pack, and was wanted by the council for killing her own father. Did he really think she wanted to talk to him about something that wasn't friggin' important? Whatever the last few weeks had taught her, it was clear that life was darker and scarier than she had ever imagined. It had also shown her, though, that she was stronger than anyone had ever believed. If any of them, Kaiden included, thought she was going to crumble or be pushed aside after everything that had happened, they had another thing coming. She wasn't going anywhere. Kaiden let out a sigh, running the hand that wasn't resting on Aislinn's lower back over his face and through his hair, pulling on the ends of his growing locks in frustration and exasperation. "Hear her out, Cade." Aislinn's voice was slow and groggy. Her eyes didn't open, nor did her head lift as she spoke, but her words were unmistakable. "Shit, love, go back to sleep. Everything's fine. Just rest." Kaiden spoke low and quickly, his focus instantly shifting to his mate in his arms. His hand was rubbing soft, gentle circles over her back. His face lost all of its previous tension and exhaustion, becoming infinitely gentle and soothing as he looked down at her. "Just listen, Katie. It's important." Her words slurred at the end as she snuggled deeper into him, her hands curling into his shirt. Clinging to him in reassurance, she let her breath leave on a deep sigh. Richard stepped forward at the spike of emotion from her, his body moving so it brushed against Kaiden's chair. His face might still be showing the signs of his own brush with demons, but his eyes were as bright and unyielding as ever. His guardian marks fully out and on display. The dark and intimidating designs that peeked out from under his t-shirt demanded that no one question his position or abilities. Kaiden's eyes stayed on Aislinn as he listened to her breathing, satisfied that she was once again resting comfortably. He raised his head to his sister before nodding in acquiescence. Alpha, a look cut off Blair's objection from Kaiden before he motioned Sierra to continue. "It's about Dad's pack." This time, it was Kaiden who interrupted her. "Bellator." "Huh? What?" Sierra asked, looking around the room in confusion at the unknown word. "That pack. We refer to them by their true name and only their name," Austin put in. "Their name is Salvatore, our name," Sierra said with mock patience, her irritation at them all mounting. They didn't have time for this. "No. The true pack name of old is Bellator, and that is how they shall be addressed." Kaiden's voice was stern this time, not leaving any room for negotiation on the matter. When no further explanation was offered, Sierra rolled her eyes before continuing, "Fine, whatever." At Kaiden's pointed look at the blatant disrespect implied in her tone, she rolled her eyes again. "It's about Pack Bellator," she started again, putting extra emphasis on the name. "I talked to Mom." "You talked to Mom?" Kaiden was livid. If it hadn't been for Aislinn still asleep in his lap, he would have had his sister in his hands. Either to shake or kill her, he wasn't sure. Trying to get his voice and emotions back under control, he pinched his nose before trying again. "What were you thinking, C? Why would you talk to Mom?" "Bellator is trying to kill me. Kill my mate. Heck, they're trying to get me to turn you over, for what I can only presume is to kill you as well." Sierra felt her hackles rise, and if it hadn't been for the audience intently staring between brother and sister, she would have stuck her tongue out at him. Instead, she settled for rolling her eyes. "I'm not a complete moron, dear brother." "Oh, I'm sorry. Please elaborate on the brilliance of getting in contact with the enemy, dear sister." Kaiden replied with equal sarcasm, though his voice softened at the end when Aislinn stirred gently. "I didn't call Pack Bellator or whatever you call them," Sierra said defensively, her arms crossing over her chest as her chin jutted out. "You just said," Kaiden let out a growl as he was interrupted. "I said I talked to Mom, you doorknob." Sierra. Her name was a clear warning. One she took seriously this time. Dropping her eyes to the floor, she took a calming breath, the familiar sight calming Kaiden as well. It was an action he knew well, since he had been the one to teach it to her as a way to deal with their father's moods when she was growing up. Being the only daughter of a powerful alpha was not the easy and smooth life one would imagine. Adding to that natural fact, their father's overbearing, controlling, and notorious temper, Sierra had needed some major lessons in keeping her own cool. "Sorry, Katie." Her voice was back to its natural, friendly, and sweet tone, and the slight smile she sent his way was returned instantly. "I called Mom, but I didn't call through the pack. I managed to get a message through to her that I needed to talk to her. I didn't even let her know it was from me till she answered. We spoke through one of the safe phones from the Luna bunker. Not even Dad knew the numbers, only Mom and." Kaiden considered her words. It was true that the Luna quarters were always some of the most protected and secretive spaces in any pack. This fact was particularly relevant in Pack Bellator. Kaiden's mother's father, a previous Alpha and longtime council member before he died just before Kaiden's birth, had taken on the responsibility of constructing and securing his daughter's own Luna quarters when she had joined her new pack. Apparently, it had been one of the stipulations of his agreement to the mating. The other had been that Kaiden's father and any of his sons were never to know of its location or its security. It was meant only for his daughter and any future granddaughters she may have. Now thinking back on it, Kaiden wondered if his grandfather had seen something in his father that had made him so adamant in the need to protect his daughter and any future females of his line. Whatever the reason, the agreement had been respected as long as Kaiden had known of it. In fact, as far as he knew, it was the only thing that his mother had ever denied his father. To this day, only she, his sister, and the guards supplied from his grandfather's old pack knew of its actual location or how to get into it. Okay, what did Mom say? Kaiden asked, laughing softly, when Sierra's face lit up in animation at hearing the implied acknowledgement. I told you I wasn't an idiot, you dummy. I'm wanted for murder, and I sure as heck am not going to volunteer myself to go back to those crazy people. You should hear some of the rumors about what Anthony is up to over there. I always knew something was wrong with him, but this is just plain creepy and disturbing. Sierra babbled her words, coming out in a rush that only those used to her word vomit episodes were able to keep up with. Shaking his head, Kaiden pressed his lips once more to Aislinn's temple as he listened to her ranting before gently nudging her back on topic. He chose to ignore the insults altogether. See, you said you have information. Oh yeah. Okay, so for like days since I got here, I was like, I need to get a message to Mom. She needs to know what's going on. So last night, I finally managed to talk to her. Sierra said, sounding proud of herself as she looked around at the blank faces staring at her. And, Kaiden prompted. And she filled me in on what's happening there. She finished proudly. Sierra, are you actually going to tell us, or do you just like hearing yourself talk? Blair said, quirking an eyebrow at the girl. Something that had her forgetting herself as she stuck her tongue out at him. A favor which Blair returned by chucking the pen he had been playing with at her head. She managed to hit her forehead square with a resounding smack. Hey, Sierra yelled while rubbing the now slightly red mark. Both of you quit it. Kaiden said, bored at the continued display. The two had been at each other's throats as long as they had known each other. For years, he had tried his best to get them to at least tolerate each other, but it had never worked. The animosity completely baffled him. Blair usually got along with everyone. He was easily the most easygoing and laid back of the group, and among the four, it was generally Clay who had a problem with outsiders. Yet without explanation, Sierra and Blair bickered, insulted, and taunted each other nonstop. Sierra, please elaborate. Okay. So you know that Anthony has been appointed Alpha, right? Sierra asked, getting a round of nods in agreement. Okay, so he's Alpha or acting as Alpha, but he hasn't taken the oaths. Brent is acting as Beta, which is easy to know. What isn't, is that the council is running the whole thing. Mum says that apparently they are worried about loyalty since, well, you, and then me. We knew all that already, see. Perhaps. But did you know that they are forcing Anthony to mate with Chelsea Caswell? Chelsea Caswell and Anthony? Kaiden repeated incredulously. Why would they choose them? Austin asked. Are you sure of this, C? Yeah, that's what Mum said. Apparently a bunch of those stuffy old counselors descended on the pack after it was reported about Dad, and they're saying they'll only support Anthony if he agrees to mate with one of their daughters. Plus there is all this other stuff about succession and fealty that they're making him agree to. Mum also said that the council is having the whole pack swear new oaths on the next full moon too. Holy cow. Austin cursed, jumping out of his chair and beginning to pace. This could be really bad, Cade. What type of oaths could they hope to make? Blair asked, leaning forward until his elbows rested on his knees. If they were stupid enough, they could try and recreate the fealty bonds of the oaths of the crown. Richard spoke in a low and hesitant voice. Would that actually work? Kaiden asked, twisting his head to look at the Guardian. Theoretically, I suppose, but the oaths are all connected through the genes and links to the original blood. They exist only through those lines. I don't know how someone who is just a part of them and not a true heir could hold power over them. Of course, I don't know the true extent of the bonds. I know that before the fall, the council and the royals themselves were extensively studying and testing them. Who knows what they could have learned to do with them, but my bet would be that it's probably a 50-50 chance that they implode the bonds and fry everyone through the links. What would it look like if they worked? Kaiden asked, his face hardening with the more he heard. I don't think they would be able to completely erase the original bonds or oaths. Their claims wouldn't be strong enough, but like with the guards, they could perhaps create a bastardized version of them that would twist the original intent and claim the loyalty sworn to the throne for themselves. That's just my guess, though. Okay, so worst case, we now have a council-run pack that is the second largest in numbers and fighters, run by an 18-year-old psychopath determined to avenge his murdered father with corrupted bonds of fealty swearing all of his members to their deluded cause. Austin summoned up the latest information. Not just them, though. Everyone's eyes swung back to Sierra. That's what I really wanted to tell you. The council hasn't just taken over Bellator, they're making the other packs swear the oaths too. Or at least the ones they can get to. Mum says that, Gustafson. Heems. Sierra rolled her eyes. Heems fully agrees to the oaths and will swear them alongside our own. Alpha Spesso. This time, she paused in her explanation, waiting for the now expected correction. It was Austin who offered it up this time. Pac Lux. Pac Lux's Alpha was resistant, but counselors have begun visiting to persuade her to their side. Apparently, the embassies include her mum and dad. What about the others? Semper, Tenebris, and Oblatus. Kaiden asked, racking his brain for everything he had learned about the 8 packs and the council over the last 6 weeks. I don't know about them. Mum only knew about those 2 others. But I'm guessing if they can, the council will be going after them too. Mum says they aren't happy. She's pretty much in lockdown. She had to sneak away to even talk to me. Her guards have all been stripped and replaced with council ones. They don't trust anyone. Oh, and they've officially declared a bounty on our heads. They aren't calling it a war, rather they are saying we are rebels spreading dissent and instability, and are calling for our immediate elimination for acts of treason and sedition. Well, that's comforting, Austin said cheerily. When no one responded, he rolled his eyes and elaborated, "Here I was afraid we were going to war. I, for one, feel much better knowing we are simply going to be eliminated." Why does it matter? Olivia asked, disgust and anger clear in her tone. Why do we care what they're saying when it all means the same thing in the end? They won't say war because it would legitimize us. Prove that there is another side. It would justify and acknowledge us as true and proper opposition rather than mere troublemakers. They can't do anything that would legitimize us in any way, or they risk undermining their own power and authority. Clay explained, while Kaiden and Austin quietly discussed the ramifications of such statements on potential supporters, whether deserting or being scared away from their cause. In the end, it won't matter. The delegitimization only matters if we prove it true. To those who join and those we can get our message to, we just need to show that we are a true source of opposition and a reliable and stable enemy of the council, Richard added to the debate. Kaiden nodded in agreement. In the end, they could only control their own discourse. They could only prove the council wrong whenever they could, hopefully, chipping away at their own legitimacy and undercutting their authority in doing so, while proving their own. Was there anything else, Sierra? Kaiden asked, turning back to his sister. For the first time since she had entered the office, she looked genuinely concerned, almost afraid. Reluctantly, she nodded her head. Yeah, there was one more thing. They waited while she wrung her hands together in a gesture of nerves. She didn't want to repeat the warning her mother had passed on to her, but she knew she had to. She had broken down crying when she had heard, and it was taking all of her willpower to stay calm now. They're putting Mum up on crimes of treason too. The room broke out in snarls, growls, and curses. The Silverbloods didn't have any love left for the Bellator pack. There was but one exception to that blanket loathing and hatred, and that single exception was for their Luna. Gina Salvatore wasn't just Kaiden and Sierra's mother. She had been a kind, just, and gentle Luna to nearly all of them for their whole lives. And not one of them would ever dare pin or suggest pinning a single one of her husband's crimes on her shoulders. Aislinn's sleepy voice cut through the room. "I'm so sorry, Cade." Her hands held his head as he rested his forehead against hers. His hands were gripping her hips tightly in an attempt to keep from destroying the office in a fit of rage. Closing his eyes, he focused on Aislinn's scent and the feel of her thin, delicate fingers on his cheeks. How long? His voice was hoarse and gruff from anger and revolution. To think his brother was a willing participant in all of this made him sick. That's not really the part that she wanted me to tell you, but well, she said you had to know that, so you'd know that the warning she's giving you is true. She has nothing left to lose. She picked you and me, she said if she had known. Katie, she said to say she was so sorry. What did she say, see? She found out when they planned to attack. She doesn't want you to come after her. Screw that. Darn right, I'm going after her. If you or anyone thinks I'm going to sit around while my lunatic of a brother allows our mother to be killed for treason, you're an idiot. Kaiden roared his emotion, lashing out, his breathing becoming labored and harsh. Reaching up, Aislinn pulled his face back to her, letting him bury it against her neck as his body shuddered in fury under hers. Katie, that isn't what she wants. There isn't any way to get her out. You know that. It's a suicide mission. She's right, man, Austin said somewhat reluctantly. What did she say about an attack? He asked, pushing her to continue with her story, knowing Kaiden would need a moment to come to terms with the news and the decision. The attack is planned for the night after they take the new oaths. The very next day they plan to attack us here on your territory. That's what Mum overheard. Hemes and Bellator will come at us united together the night after the next full moon. The revelation was met with stunned silence. They all knew war was coming, that it had already begun. The fight with Silva and the preparations were not being ignored. Training was in full force, and they were all mentally preparing themselves for the inevitable. But the next full moon was only 4 days away. Even with their expanded numbers, counting those left in the Silva pack, they would be severely outnumbered. In no scenario had they expected that Hemes and Bellator would come together and move against them so quickly. It went against their very natures. Alphas hated working together and being told who to fight. Being pointed towards an enemy by an outside force should have been met with resistance and reluctance. They had been banking on it taking weeks, if not months, for the Council to be able to get a sizable force to move against them, especially when they had demonstrated their own troops in so decisive and effective a manner as in dealing with Pack Fraser. What do we do? Blair voiced the question they were all thinking. Kaiden looked down into the cool gray eyes of his mate. The steely orbs held their own, reflecting his mixed emotions. We need help. Allies. Richard added. Trustworthy friends, Aislinn muttered unhappily, still holding the crisp, bright blue orbs that enchanted her so. We need safety, Kaiden said. Somewhere to hide out, Richard continued. Where the Council can't find us until we are ready, Aislinn said, her voice now monotone. Her face was blank. Her eyes were growing weary. We can't stay here in the open, Kaiden said, gently tucking a strand of silver hair behind her ear affectionately. And we can't lead them to those we are hiding. To all those we have sworn to protect. Richard spoke in his tenor, brooking no argument. I don't know what will happen, Aislinn said as she looked between the two men uncertainly. It's our only real option left. We can't survive on our own. If they can help, then we need them, Richard said. If being the imperative word there, Aislinn replied bitterly. You think they would turn you away? Kaiden asked. It has been 13 years. Who knows if they are even still alive? That's not true, and you know it, Richard said pointedly, earning himself a glare in return. Silence descended around them. Aislinn and Kaiden stared at each other, as Richard stood looking smug and satisfied. Those who had been around the three were content to wait for an explanation. At the same time, the three guardians remained as stoic as ever, unfazed and unaffected by the conversation happening around them. Only Sierra was left looking at them irritated. Austin grinned as he noticed her look of complete confusion. Letting out a bark of laughter, he tipped her into the situation. Congratulations! You just survived your first cryptic and super secret club meeting. If you're confused, don't worry, it just means you're missing your handy-dandy secret decoder ring. Just drink your Ovaltine, and next time you might just know what the heck they're talking about. Shut it out. Kaiden snapped. Austin threw his hands in the air as he fell back into his previous spot, his legs sprawling in front of him as he slumped into the chair next to Blair. Letting out a dramatic sigh at the reprimand, he sent a wink in Sierra's direction. who smiled in thanks as the tension that had been holding them broke. So the plan then is. AUS prodded his hand, motioning in the air theatrically. We're going to find more allies, Richard said. Specifically, we are going to hunt down Pack Oblatus, and Aislinn is going to call Alpha Maliko and ask for Pack Tenebris help to fight the Council and go to war, Kaiden said matter-of-factly. Chapter 12. Something's bothering you. Kaiden's voice was loud in the darkened and otherwise silent room. Aislinn glanced up from the sketchbook balanced on her lap to find him watching her. His hair was still damp from the shower, small beads of water clinging to him. A few slowly trailed down and over his skin before soaking into the collar of his gray t-shirt. His face was cast in shadows, hiding his expression from her. All she could make out was the bright blue of his eyes as they pierced into her. The light pouring in from the dressing room behind him illuminated his silhouette. With the only other source being the pale moonlight filtering in through the windows, he and the room were plunged into an odd obscurity. Harsh and yet soft, overlapping and mixing, coming together until the familiar became foreign and what was known, forgotten. It was the perfect balance of light and dark to coax the deepest secrets and to summon the darkest desires. Leaning against the doorframe, Kaiden crossed one bare foot over the other, his dark gray sweats riding low on his hips as he surveyed his mate where she sat on the couch. Pencils scattered about her, sketchbook open, concentration defining her features. The sight is comforting. The scent that was all her, mixing and blending with those of charcoal and paper, was so deliciously familiar. His chest squeezed. He had never wanted to admit it, but there had been a part of him that had been sure he would never get to experience this again. Would never get to see his mate like this again. A lot is bothering me, Aislinn replied, bending her head once more over her drawing. We need allies. We need packs fighting on our side. Yes, you mentioned that. What would you prefer? To go to war alone? To be outnumbered? Whether either of us wants to admit it, we need their help. What I would prefer is to have fewer deaths on my hands. She didn't look up from the page. Her hand moved over the creamy, smooth surface, never pausing as she spoke, black marks trailing in her wake. Kaiden pushed off the doorframe, his agitation compelling him to move. To run his hands through his damp hair. A motion that sent a spray of water droplets into the air, which he barely noticed. Aislinn. His voice broke. Thick with frustration, his own desperation, and a deep sadness. At her name, Aislinn finally lifted her head. Looking up, she met the eyes that were now clouded and troubled. What, Cade? She asked, her own emotions leaking into her words. His expression softened at the sound of his name on her lips. Walking forward, he moved until he was standing directly before her. Crouching down on his haunches, he brought his face to her level. His hand reached out to gently cup her cheek. Leaning into the touch, her eyes closed in contentment as she savored the explosion of tingles and sparks that even such a simple gesture brought. Sighing as the sensation spread out from where his hand lay and traveled pleasantly over her skin. Nuzzling her face further into his touch, she sighed again. This isn't your fault. His voice was soft but firm. His eyes darkened further from the force of his churning emotions. Keeping his gaze on her, he captured a few stray strands of hair that had fallen forward over her shoulder, twirling the silky silver strands around his fingers before tenderly tucking them behind her ear. Gradually, her eyes fluttered open to meet his. She needed him to see, to understand. But it is. The words were little more than a whisper, bringing fresh tears to her eyes as the truth of them burned in her throat, consumed her heart. Part of her balked at her newly found emotions. Still uncomfortable with such obvious and dramatic displays. But that part was shrinking every day. The bigger part, the part that was growing stronger and bigger, was filled with pure sweet relief. Relief that she could finally let it all out, that she didn't have to fear and hide such essential and integral parts of herself. The fact that it was to her mate, and that he didn't recoil or reprimand her, just made it all the better. That he was accepting her, even the broken, twisted, and imperfect parts of her, was enough to have her wanting to break down all over again. She would never be the same girl she had been when she was 6. Nothing could undo or erase everything she had experienced. She was starting to accept this. Accept the understanding that if everything that had happened to her over the last 13 years somehow disappeared, she would be a very different person. That the person she was now was not who she was meant to be. For so long, she was a person she didn't recognize. Someone so scarred and irreversibly damaged she couldn't even recognize in them the person she had once been. Over the last few days, for the first time, she had begun to differentiate the person she had become. Began to see herself, her true self, within this person. For the first time, she was seeing her past and present together and could remember them without it destroying her. It still hurts. God did it, still hurt. It was crippling, heartbreaking, absolutely gut-wrenching. But for the first time, she could actually feel it. She could allow herself to fall apart. Allow herself to be that little girl as well as the woman she was now. She was changed. She would always be changed. That would never change, but now she also felt alive. Felt like she was allowed to fight and demand a life of her own. For the first time, since her parents had been killed and her pack decimated, she embraced the little girl she had tried her best to forget. Kaiden leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. His breath fanned across her face. Warm and minty, it mingled with his clean after-shower scent, causing pleasure to bloom under her skin. Warmth spread as she began to notice just how close his incredibly masculine frame was. To how his knees were brushing against her thighs. To how his body was poised over hers. How, even crouching down to her level, he still towered over her. His larger frame easily caged her in against the sofa. His mere proximity overwhelmed her mind and senses. Her attention was pulled to his lips as he spoke, their silkiness calling to her, reminding her of all the pleasure and incredible sensations they could cause her. In response to her wandering thoughts, her body ratcheted up its own reaction a couple more notches. Heat and desire flooded her. She was distinctly aware of the flexed and toned muscles hidden just beneath his clothing. Her eyes glanced hungrily at the sculpted and impressive biceps filling her peripheral vision. The warmth from his body pulsing against her, his scent enveloping her so it was all she could smell. His hands still held her, cradling her face only inches from his own. Her breathing was becoming labored. Her skin felt hot and tight. Every thought in her head promised that it was him, only this man before her, who could release this sudden pent-up energy. Too wrapped up in the feeling, she didn't even think to question what was happening. She had never responded to just his nearness at this intensity. It was like everything she had ever felt for him was magnified 100-fold, leaving her dizzy and needy. Love, you don't know how much I hate it when you say things like that. You didn't do this. Any deaths that may happen won't be on your hands. None of them are and none ever will be. Trying to pull her thoughts back from visions of his lips descending to close that small space between them, Aislinn tried to remember what they were talking about. It was much more difficult than it should have been. They would be fighting because of me. Their deaths because of me. She finally managed to get out before her attention was diverted once again. This time, by his stubble-covered jaw and damp, inky black hair, which she suddenly itched to run her hands over and through. The shadows of the room only intensified the mysterious image, leaving him looking like some almost feral, untamed beast hovering over her. It was an impressive mix. The messy, uncombed hair and rough stubble left him looking slightly wild, dangerous, and all-male. Instead of scaring or intimidating her, though, she found herself drawn to him even more. It made her feel a little vulnerable, a little exposed, yet he was so careful. Every movement was so protective and gentle that she couldn't feel safe and cared for. It was an intoxicating, heady mix. She could feel the growl that rumbled low in his chest at her words. The sound sent a delicious bolt of desire straight to her core, and she had to fight back a moan of pleasure. You didn't start this. You didn't do any of this. As much as I hate to admit it, they aren't even only fighting for you. They're fighting for what you represent. Justice, equality, fairness. Would you really deny them that right? To fight for their lives and for the good of our people. His words brought her a moment of much-needed clarity. They hung around them, heavy with the potential of truth. She had never considered it like that, never tried to see this fight as anything more than her own personal need for revenge. Hearing her thoughts, Kaiden let out a chuckle, his earlier agitation dissolving as he sensed her newfound perspective and acceptance. Tucking another escaped strand of hair back into place, he pulled back so he could better look at her. I know you care for them and you are scared for them, but this is their fight too. We won't force anyone, but if they choose to stand with us, I won't turn them away. Aislinn hated admitting it. Hated the thought of having to see others die and be hurt because of the people that wanted to hurt her. People that had already broken her family. But she also understood Kaiden's argument, and to an extent, he was right. She wasn't the only one hurting and suffering. They all deserved justice. Deserved better. Okay, we hunt down Oblatus and Tenebris. She sent the thought at him, ignoring the echoes of guilt and reluctance that still tugged at her. The old thoughts of needing to stand alone, the refusal to admit weakness, to ask for help, were not completely erased, even if they were quieter. I love you. Pride and adoration filled the bond as Kaiden pressed his lips gently to hers. The kiss was soft and innocent, meant as nothing more than an affectionate yet chaste peck, but Aislinn's body had other ideas. As soon as his lips touched hers, pleasure exploded within her, a moan leaving her before she could even think to bite it back. Her eyes closed as tingles and sparks raced from where his lips met hers, traveling her entire body until every nerve ending felt electrified. Her back arched from the sofa, instinctively drawn towards him, craving him. Just as her arms were about to come up to pull him closer, needing the space between them to disappear, her body screaming to be pressed, to be molded to the hard, strong lines of his, crying out for the excellent feel of his body covering hers until there wasn't a breath of space between them, he jerked back and away. His lips ripped from hers abruptly. Pulling back, Kaiden looked down at her, taking in the unusual flush of her cheeks, the cloudy swirling liquid silver of her eyes, her erratic breathing, and swollen lips. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly froze, his mind blinking. Then, as if by the flip of a switch, his thoughts were racing, his eyes widening in surprise before darkening. Every muscle tensed as he slowly took another deep inhale, needing to confirm what he suspected. Suddenly, his own wolf was pushing forward, and he knew his eyes would now be pitch black. His body thrumming with need and desire as he fought to stay perfectly still. Cursing, he tried to think. The hands that had been resting against the sides of his mate's neck were now balled into tight fists. Knuckles were white as he fought to restrain himself. Bracing himself for the assault, Kaiden took another inhale so he could speak. The words came out choppy and rushed, his jaw clenched. Aislinn. When she didn't seem to hear him, he called out again, trying desperately to get her attention, to get her help. When she still didn't respond, he mistakenly reached out across the mate bond. One brush had him instantly slamming a block firmly into place between them. Adding her emotions and feelings was doing nothing to help his control. That tiny glimpse had nearly been enough to push him over the edge. He had to close his eyes to try and regain what he could of it. Love. Finally, her eyes seemed to focus somewhat. The unrestrained lust and arousal he saw shining brightly back at him was also not helpful in cooling his own urges. He chuckled darkly. I think we have a problem. She hummed in response. Unperturbed in her state by his words, she let her eyes wander down to his tantalizing lips. Her tongue shot out to moisten her own as she stared. The action had Kaiden growling as he watched the small bit of pink dart out and run teasingly over the plump, succulent petals of her mouth. Of course, that only then had her shuddering with pleasure in response, her lower belly clenching. The heat bouncing between them amped up another level. Please don't do that. Kaiden nearly pleaded, his voice gruff and pained. Do what? This? Aislinn asked as her tongue slid out to rerun its path, eliciting another groan of frustration and pleasure from her mate. The sound made her feel as if she were soaring. She loved hearing and seeing him respond to her. Knowing that she could make him feel the way she did around him was incredibly powerful. Knowing he wanted her, all of her, and that such a simple little thing could affect him so much, was addictive. Yes, that. Kaiden gritted out. He knew he should move away. Put space between them. Cool, whatever was happening down. Yet he stayed frozen where he was. Even knowing he should, he was unable to move away. Hell, it was taking every ounce of willpower he had ever managed to cultivate to keep from moving closer. Moving further away was no longer an option. Please, love. When she paid him no heed, he knew he had to get some measure of control over the situation. It was painfully evident that with her newly found and released emotions and accompanying wolf, she was in no position at the moment. The rational and calculating part of his mate was gone. Instinct and emotion are now entirely in the reins. Something that could badly backfire for both of them if he didn't start thinking clearly. Mate. His voice snapped as he managed somehow to move his upper body back another few inches. It wasn't much, but it gave him the small bit of space he desperately needed to breathe and think. She looked up at him with hurt and rejection. Instantly, guilt filled him. His heart twisted at the sight of pain on her face. Even if he knew it was necessary, he immediately wanted to erase it from her eyes. From her heart. Hating himself for putting it there. Forcing his hands to relax and unfurl, he caught her face between them. His thumbs rubbed against her jaw, his fingers cradling the delicate arch of her neck. His pinky landed tantalizingly close to the mark on her neck. Kaiden had to grit his resolve, refusing to let his hand slide further down that graceful curve and push that bit of dark material aside, revealing his claim. He shook his head, dispelling the tantalizing images. That sight would definitely not help his situation. He forced himself to refocus, tearing his eyes from the spot he knew his mark rested. You've gone into heat, darling. His voice was gentle but insistent, needing her to understand what was happening. Blinking a couple of times, Aislinn tried to focus on the words. She knew they were important, but it was so hard to concentrate when he was so close. Her body was so hyper-aware of everywhere he was touching her, and everywhere she wanted him to. Heat. She knew she should know what it meant. His tone clearly implied its importance. Slowly, her less clogged brain began to connect the dots. Mates. Female. Urges. Heat. Pups. Racking her mind, she searched for anything else she could remember about a female werewolf's heat. Sharply, she remembered the conversation they had had the morning after he had marked her. It had been just before she had fled to track down his father on her own. He had acknowledged that the claiming would activate her heat cycles. The marking had let both their wolves recognize they had found their respective mates and that reproduction could begin. They had both known it was coming, but with everything that had happened, it had gotten pushed to the side. Whether because of the heat itself, her recent ordeal, or her newly found and uncontrollable emotions, she found herself strangely okay with this latest surprise. Somewhere in her mind, she knew she should be freaking out, that she should probably be fighting against just accepting it. That she was supposed to be considering all the ramifications of what it meant and wanting to undo or control it. For whatever reason, however, she didn't find herself wanting or caring to do any of that. In her short life, she had watched her entire pack be slaughtered and killed. I saw her parents cut down, been held prisoner and treated like an animal, and years of her life had been nothing but abuse, pain, loneliness, and grief. She had been an orphan, a cherished princess, a devoted daughter, a political refugee, a pawn, an outcast, a recluse, a victim, a martyr, a soldier, and a warrior. She had been tortured and sentenced to death, shot and very nearly killed. She was still being hunted, threatened, stalked. Her life and those of everyone around her who supported her hung in the balance. She was battling in a fight for a title she didn't even want. 13 years and everything she had ever known, thought, or dreamt had been torn away. And she was sick of it. She was tired of letting others control and dictate her life and of their actions and desires, conforming to and shaping her own. She was finally alive, relatively safe, and loved in a room with her mate. A man she loved in a way she never thought she would be able to again, and against all odds, he loved her back. And God, she was in heat. She felt like laughing, crying, and jumping for joy. And not necessarily in that order. The timing sucked. The process itself was less than desirable under the current circumstances. They were dealing with so much and were only getting comfortable with each other. Still, she didn't care. Just the fact that she was experiencing it. That her life had changed so radically that she was actually in heat had her ecstatic. And she wasn't going to let Kaiden's worries, the dangers, the repercussions, or even the impracticalities of it dampen her mood. As the full realization hit, the feelings and sensations she had been experiencing began to process in her sluggish brain, and she started laughing. The melodic and musical sound spilling out of her as tears trickled out of her eyes. Laughter bubbled out until she was consumed in a complete fit of loud, shaking chuckles that had her sides aching. Slowly, she began to calm, her laughter fading into hiccups as she wiped at her wet cheeks. Looking up, she found Kaiden's face a mask of confusion and sheer panic. The sigh of her hard-fought calm dissolves into another round of hysterical crying and laughing. Thankfully, this time it subsided a bit quicker. Taking a few deep breaths, she smiled up at where Kaiden stood, hands on his hips, looking down at her. Smiling hesitantly, she forced away another round of giggles as she tried to get her haywire emotions under control. She could only hope those were another side effect of her heat. She liked experiencing normal emotions again, and she didn't mind the occasional outburst, but this was a little too extreme. "Sorry, I thought of something funny," she said when it became apparent that Kaiden had been rendered speechless by her antics. Pride surged in her when she managed to get the words out with only a few solitary giggles accompanying them. Scoffing at her words, Kaiden didn't move his eyes from where they were still studying her in concern. His face was weary and curious. "You don't say." His sarcasm brought on another round of giggles. Apprehension and alarm darkened his eyes as he watched her in now obvious concern. "Are you okay? Do you want me to get Ethan?" Sputtering in still near hysterics, she shook her head. No, I promise I'm okay." Inhaling deeply, she tried to find some measure of calm to accompany her words so he would believe her. His skepticism was evident as he watched her like a hawk, his jaw hard and set, his lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't like seeing him like that, especially when she was so deliriously happy. "I don't believe you. I'm getting Ethan. You aren't acting right, and with your heat, he should check you out." "No, Cade, I swear I'm okay." He raised his eyebrows at her in disbelief. Collecting herself, she wiped the last traces of tears from her face and offered him what she hoped was a reassuring smile. Letting out a breath, he nodded, turning away from the door. Aislinn didn't fail to notice how he kept eyeing her critically, like he was expecting her to break out into another fit again. She couldn't really blame him, though. She was waiting for the same thing. Her emotions felt like they were on a roller coaster. Just thinking about that made her want to start crying again. Hormones. That's it. She'd blame hormones. Wasn't that what humans always did? Sounded good to her. "I promise I'm okay." She tried again, happy when her voice sounded somewhat normal. The cautious look didn't leave him, but at least he moved, so he sat next to her on the sofa. "About your heat." Aislinn cut him off, waving her hand at him in annoyance. "You sound so upset. It's like you're talking about me dying. It's normal. Natural. You said so yourself. We knew this was coming." "Yes, but we never talked about." He groaned as she cut him off again, earning a grin as she found a childish delight in annoying him. There was something so intimate in how he let her interrupt him, cut him off, talk down to him. They were truly equals. Mates and partners. It also didn't hurt that she was in heat. His wolf would naturally want to do anything possible to make sure she was happy and content. Male werewolves naturally wanted to keep their mates happy and protected, but add heat to that mix, and you take it to another level. Kaiden's wolf would have him doing pretty much anything she asked or suggested. Doing anything and everything to make sure she was as content and satisfied as possible while she was going through it. What's to talk about? We can't stop it. I'm in heat and it will keep happening until I'm pregnant. Exactly. He cried, throwing his hands in the air. Those are some things we should probably talk about. I don't want any pups yet. You know that. Yes, but nothing. There isn't anything else to discuss. Aislinn said, growing tired of arguing. Her previous good mood souring as he kept a deliberate space between them, not even letting himself accidentally touch her. The first tinges of the pain started to surface with the intentional separation. Yes, there is. His agitation at her stubbornness had him up and off the sofa. Pacing back and forth, he couldn't help but notice as his steps were instinctually changing to bring him closer and closer to her, even as he tried to ignore the now overpowering and alluring smell of her scent. She still called to him. His wolf wanted and needed to be close to her. To know that she was safe, unhurt, to ease her pain, to be on hand for anything she should need or want. Not to mention the need to protect her and his claim to her. He ran a hand through his hair as he forced his steps away from her, desperately needing space. We need to discuss what we are going to do. How we are going to handle this. You're going to be in pain, and I'm not going to like other males around you. I don't know if I'll even be able to tolerate Richard. As if to prove the point, his name came out sounding more like a malicious growl than a word. Just the notion of the other male around his mate caused his blood to boil. This is just the beginning, it's going to get worse. The pain. I don't know if I'll be able to watch you suffer through it. I haven't asked you to. Kaiden continued as if she hadn't spoken, not hearing her words, too wrapped up in his own fears and doubts. I'll control myself. I won't want to hurt you. But we should have prepared for this. You aren't listening to me, and it's pissing me off. She snapped, anger and annoyance flaring. Oh, actually. I kind of like the sound of that. Aislinn mused to herself, her erratic thoughts spinning off as she sidetracked herself. Pissing me off. I don't know if I've ever been pissed off before, but I think I like it, and you. She thrust a finger in his shocked face, getting back to her point as she stood. All of her royal wolf speed moved her, so she cut off his pacing in a blur of motion. They're definitely pissing me off. Me? He sputtered as he stared at her. Yes, you. She said, jabbing her finger into his chest with each word. Her body began to flush unpleasantly with the start of the hot flashes that accompanied the pain which characterized her current affliction, only aiding in spurring on her wrath. You are pissing me off. I'm sorry. You're right, this is about you. What can I do? Draw a bath? Anything you want. She rolled her eyes at his words and at the step he took back and away from her. Stupid males. Or well, stupid hormones affecting stupid males. What you can do is stop pissing me off, she said, jabbing him again, which turned out to be a mistake, as she got momentarily dazed from the feel of the well-defined and sculpted muscles her finger discovered under her attack, and completely made her lose track of her train of thought. Ace. She hummed in response, forgetting about her irritation with him as she let her hand spread out over his chest. Suddenly, the thin shirt he wore was too thick and constricting. You were trying to tell me how I was pissing you off. Kaiden tried to ignore her touch and the fire it was igniting in him. Oh yes, that, she murmured, only half paying attention as her hand slowly traveled lower, carving a path down to his toned and flat stomach. The movement brought a hiss from him as his eyes closed, fists balling at his sides as he resisted the urge to start his own explorations. I'm still pissed. Duly noted, love. Now perhaps you could drop your hand? You don't like it? She asked innocently, an evil glint filling her eyes as she easily read the arousal and lust coming from him in waves, rising to match her own. You know very well that isn't the issue here. He gritted out, narrowing his eyes at her as her hand stayed sprawled out over his lower stomach. Her fingers were dangerously more south than his lust-filled brain could handle. You still aren't listening to me. She pouted her hand, minutely drifting closer to the hem of his shirt. You need to stop. I won't be able to hold myself back much longer. When did I say I wanted you to? Nothing that had happened shocked him as much as those few words. His eyes bugged out as his mouth fell open, but no words came out. His body froze as his mind went into complete denial. What? Coyly looking up at him, she stepped closer until her chest nearly brushed against his. The thin material of their clothing does little to contain the heat radiating from both of them. Her hand, now trapped between their bodies, moved lower, slowly maneuvering until it reached the hem of his shirt. As her fingers met the bare smooth skin of his navel, his breath left on another hiss, and she felt his muscles jump under her touch. Her body blazing with need, more liquid pooling between her thighs as her nipples strained against the cotton of her shirt, begging for attention. His attention. I said, "When did I say I wanted you to control yourself?" Aislinn. His voice was nearly unrecognizable. She wasn't sure which she loved more in that moment. His unbelievable control, trying to protect her wishes, her virtue, to never take advantage of her, or the power and control he always so willingly conceded to her, the insistence that she always set the pace of their relationship. I want you, Kaiden. Chapter 13. Time stood still. Neither of them was moving as they stared at each other. The only sounds disturbing the calmness that had enveloped them were the erratic beating of her heart and his heavy, shallow breaths. His eyes were pitch black, fully dilated with the strength of his arousal. Her skin was flushed strawberries and creme, her lips still parted from her frank declaration. They stood hip to hip, chest to chest. The seconds stretched out, the silence becoming nearly palpable as she waited for him to react. To do or say something. They ticked by until her newfound confidence and bravery began to crumble. Nerves and doubts started swirling in her mind, filling her with fears and making her question her actions. They had her regretting her words, her boldness, churning inside of her until rejection and embarrassment were eating away at her. Tears stung her eyes, pricking them and blurring her vision as Kaiden remained unmoving and silent. As the moments continued to pass around them, her embarrassment slowly turned to shame. Becoming so strong and pungent, she couldn't even bear to look at him anymore. Dropping her head, she spun away from him, the taste of rejection heavy and unpleasant. Her sudden movement broke Kaiden from whatever spell had been holding him, and, before she could put more than a foot of the much-needed distance between them, his hands had caught her. Strong, muscle-corded arms confidently moved to wrap around her. With little effort, he had her pulled back and into his chest, her resistance weak and superficial, his hands landing firmly on her hips and holding her immobile against his frame. His touch was a balm to both her heart and body, soothing the low pain and fire that had been slowly building under her skin and calming the horrible feelings that had been hurtling through her. Somewhere deep inside, she felt a stab of irritation at the fact that it was only his touch and his presence that could both hurt and save her in such ways. The feel of his significant and challenging presence behind her, pressing into her back, had her previous desire and need skyrocketing. It was only the tinge of rejection still on her tongue that kept her from turning around and launching herself at him, though it wasn't enough to stop the low moan from escaping her throat as his head bent forward. His face buried into her hair, his lips finding the vulnerable and soft skin at the dip between her neck and shoulder and capturing it with his mouth. Letting her head drop to the side, she gave in to the sensations flowing through her. Her body went limp as she focused on the feel of his lips, trusting in his strong arms to support her. Her eyelids fluttered closed as she let out another sigh. His voice was husky and rough, a dangerous edge to it that had another spike of desire headed straight to her core. Goosebumps along with shivers raced over her skin as his breath fanned out, tickling her and causing her to press her body even harder into his. Want and need are flaring higher. Do you know what you do to me, mate? She managed to shake her head at his question, or at least she thought she did. At this point, her body was nearly beyond her control. Too wrapped up and under the influence of her mate to listen to her lowly commands. Do you want to know? His rough yet sensual voice asked next. Her answer was a moan as his hands moved enticingly up her sides until they landed on her ribcage. His fingers were lying along her ribs and beneath the gentle swells of her breasts. His thumbs were slowly moving so that they just barely grazed the undersides of each other. Her body was mush. Only his arms, his body kept her upright. Liquid pooled between her thighs, soaking the black lace thing she wore under her sweats. Her nipples were hard, straining against her t-shirt as her breath came out in small, short pants. She had never felt anything like this before. She had thought after their few previous physical encounters that she understood what it meant to want him. What her body was capable of. And what he promised her in return. But this was like nothing they had previously created. Those small, tiny movements of his fingers over the material of her shirt had her mind in chaos and her body aflame. She was a ball of nerves, and all of them were light and tingling as if she had just been electrified. She knew he could smell her arousal, could feel her every reaction, but she couldn't find it in herself to care or even attempt to rein herself in. She was too far gone. The heat, combined with her instincts and desires, had her lost to anything but him. To the next touch, next brush of skin, the next whisper of lips. Was that a yes, my love? He asked teasingly, even as her body made the answer more than clear, arching even further back and into him, exposing more of her neck and shoulder to his assaults and surrendering completely under his touch. Would you like me to show you what I've wanted to do? As he spoke, his hands had glided over those last few glorious inches of her body, moving over her so that each now cupped one of her tender, rounded flesh in his palms. His fingers found the hard points of her nipples as he slowly massaged the soft and tender flesh through her shirt. His forefinger and thumb are taking each small bud between them and gently rolling the sensitive points. The foreign and unexpected feeling had her letting out a sound that was half moan, half yelp, her body jumping in his hold. His chest rumbled against her back as he deeply chuckled. The vibrations and reminder of his proximity only added to the overload of sensations that were assaulting her. Then his mouth was back on her, moving over her neck and shoulder as his hands kept up their own attack. Her hardened nipples were rolled back and forth between his fingers, his palms lifting and massaging her tender, round flesh. Pulling back slightly, she felt his nose dip forward to run along her collarbone. Inhaling deeply, Aislinn knew Kaiden was scenting her, taking note of her arousal, and the increased pheromones and hormones that the heat was causing to cascade throughout her. Shuddering in pleasure as the potent mix hit him, his hold tightened on her. The scent was as intoxicating and addictive to him as his own was to her. The increase of his hold had a sharp stab of pleasure heading straight from her chest to her core. The mix of pleasure and pain caused her to moan in his arms. The sound had him pressing his body further into her softness until she was able to feel just how much he wanted her fully. She gasped as his hardness pressed into her back. The feel of him, nestled so intimately and familiarly, both terrified and excited her. You, my love, are the only thing I want in this world, and I would take you now, in an hour, in a day, a week, or a year. I would take you every day, every minute if I could. But I will only take you if you are sure. Everything in me wants to claim you right this second. To make you mine in every way possible. I want to bring you to the highest heights of pleasure until you are writhing and crying my name, until you are begging only for me. Until I am the only thing that can satisfy you. Until the only thing you can remember is my touch. I want to taste every inch of you. Cherish and pleasure every inch of you until it is the only thing you can remember. I want to hear you scream in ecstasy and watch as the pleasure only I can bring crashes over you again and again. I want you, Aislinn. I always have and always will. He had stilled by the end of his speech. His control held him motionless as he let her have control one more time. His words were both a promise and a warning. He was telling her exactly what she was playing with. His control was not infinite, and he wanted her to know precisely where her invitation would lead them. No one had ever spoken to her like that. Of course, she had heard vulgar and often explicit things spoken around her and far too many times at her, but those words had always repulsed and scared her. Had always made her ashamed and scared of her own sensuality. Her ability to entice and elicit attention, whether wanted or not. His words did none of that. Never before had she been spoken to with such reverence, such passion, such love and intensity. Where she was used to finding disgust and loathing in such desires and words, in his, She found only love and an unexpected rush of excitement. Slowly, she turned in his hold. His hands fell to land lightly on her waist, allowing her to move so they were face to face. She breathed deeply as her eyes opened slowly, her head tilting back. Her vision filled with him, and her arms came up to entwine around his neck. Pulling herself up onto her tiptoes, she pressed the softness of her body into his. The feel of her curves pressing into him had her moaning lowly. He let out his own groan as she next pressed her hips forward, leaning her body into his until the stiffness of his member was now pressing firmly into her stomach. Looking up into his clear blue eyes, at the love and devotion that shone so clearly back at her, she made her decision without a single reservation. The brush of her lips over his was all it took. "Are you okay?" Her response was a hum of contentment and satisfaction that had him smiling. As the deepening sense and awareness of her that was settling into his mind, their bond solidified and strengthened. What before was a thin, fragile thread connecting them was now an unbreakable braided rope. His loose sense of her emotions had transformed into a tight ball of awareness in the back of his head that was separate and yet intimately connected to his very soul. If he looked hard enough, he could almost see the silvery, simmering string as it hummed and pulsed with vibrancy and light stretching between them. Sensing her exhaustion, he pulled her closer, smiling brighter as she snuggled deeper into his chest. Running his hand up and down her back, he listened as her breathing evened out, her body relaxing under his touch. His fingers lightly traced the elegant line of her spine from top to bottom. When she had entirely fallen into unconsciousness, he let the emotions he had been hiding bubble to the surface. His lips pressed to her temple even as his heart broke. Tears sprang to his eyes as his hand kept up its path. A path where fingers gliding over exposed flesh found the unmistakable signs of a terrible story. She stirred gently in his hold as his hand skimmed over the layers and layers of scars that crisscrossed the entirety of her creamy skin. His touch reads the ridges and bumps, seeing every mark and line painted on her skin as clearly as if they were words printed on a page. He traced the patterns, the memories that would be forever etched upon her. She shifted more aggressively now, a frown darkening, as even in sleep her face pinched up in pain at the ever-present reminder. Up and over the crests and dips, his fingers trailed along the ragged, torn edges and down the sickly smooth lines. Each one was an echo that immortalized every cut and agony that had been inflicted upon her. Softly, he kept up his work even as she began to whimper against him. His fingertips memorized every line and bump until they were just as embedded and permanent upon his heart as they were upon her flesh. Even safe in her sleep, the sounds of her distress and pain had him in agony, and he offered what comfort he could. His hand was rubbing circles over her marred flesh. Hip to shoulder, over and over, soothing. Letting his touch replace and ease the lingering feel of those that had so harshly come before. Whispering into her hair, he soothed her back into oblivion, letting her finally find the safety and protection she so desperately deserved. Sleep, my love. You are mine now, and I will protect you with my life. Chapter 14. Alpha Maliko had been on the run from the council for over a dozen years, and after so many years, he was finally starting to run out of places to hide. It might have been easier to disappear and stay hidden if his pack hadn't kept growing. Of the original 193 Pack Tenebris members, fewer than 100 were still alive. Only 97 had survived the nearly 14 years of being hunted by the council or the continued skirmishes between their minions since the fall of the royals. And yet, even after everything they had been through, his pack's numbers kept increasing. At the last count, they were an unprecedented 418 strong, the largest they had ever been in their history. Looking over the latest figures his beta had left for him on his makeshift desk, he let out a sigh as his hands ran through his hair. His eyes ran down the list of names. 18. 18 more mouths to feed. He sighed again. Like always, though, they would have to find a way. George Maliko was not a dumb man. Even among the smartest in their world, he had always stood out and stood apart. It had been both a gift and a curse. He read over the list again, sighing as he took in the overwhelmingly female names. It was always the same. Close to 75% of his pack was now female. Most young. All scarred in some way. And he knew, just like the last 3 times a group of refugees had managed to find his camp, he wouldn't turn a single one of them away, even if he should. He knew just as well as they did that they had nowhere else to go. No one else to turn to. He was their last hope. Sighing again, he looked over the latest reports for their rations. They would need to be cut. Again. In the face of the odds, with the increasing shortages and mounting threats of exposure, lesser men would have given up years ago. Lucky for those counting on him, Maliko had never been a lesser man, standing when others bowed, speaking when others stayed silent, fighting when others submitted. Not only was he honorable, fair, strong, and just, but he was also incredibly stubborn. Everything was telling him that they were beaten, that it was over, but he refused to admit it. Refused to acknowledge that there was nothing left he could do to protect the meager few in their world that he could. But even he was beginning to understand they were running out of options and time. Meeting the newest arrivals only confirmed his earlier admission that he would grant them all sanctuary. Their stories weren't new, but they were still heartbreaking. Cruel and malicious abuse at the hands of those meant to protect and guide them. Forced unions. Assault. Coerced pregnancies and tragic losses. It was the same as the dozens and hundreds before, but George Maliko listened to everyone. Watched every tear, heard every pain and shame-filled confession. Taking everyone on as his own. Some had tried to argue him into turning them away and attempted to convince him that he owed these strangers nothing, not while his own people were still suffering, still struggling. They argued that it was not their duty, not his concern. But if not his, then whose? These innocents who had been so failed by so many, whose concern were they then? They were here because of them, because of the actions of the strongest and supposed best of them all. It was their greed, their hunger for power. They need to increase their own selfish desires and wants without regard for those who would suffer the consequences, who brought them here. It was all of them. They were the ones who had failed them. It may be true that, personally, he had not hurt them. That, in fact, he had tried to stop those who had. That his hands were clean of those sins, but did intention and inaction mean he was free of the guilt? Did it absolve duty? Just because he had tried to save them once, did that truly mean his hands were free? That turning his back now excusable? Justifiable? Defensible? Some would say that these strangers had no claim to him, to his resources, his skills, his protection. That because they were separate, they were not entitled, that they were different. Outsiders, and therefore did not deserve to share and benefit from the wealth and resources that they themselves did not create. Maliko could see their point. In a purely selfish economic way, it made sense, albeit greedily. They had had the great luck to be born within his pack. Without effort, they were profiting from its advantages and sharing that wealth, whether material or psychological, could potentially deplete their own stores. Arguably, opening themselves up to greater risk and exposure. In the first few months, he had been swayed by their words, by their fear. He had sent the few desperate souls that had come begging for help away, too scared to endanger his own to bother with anyone else's. He saw them as others' responsibility. Of course, he felt for them, pitied them, sympathized, but ultimately he cast them away, refusing their pleas on the simple charge that they had no ties to his pack, to him. That was until they stumbled upon the bodies. The harm. The pain that they must have endured at the hands of those that had found them was unimaginable. While his pack, his people, were safe and protected, women and children had been lost. All because they were not his. Perhaps alive, they hadn't belonged to him, but in death? In death, they were his. Looking at their bodies, he had realized the truth. He could not blame and condemn innocent people to such awful fates based purely on an accident of birth. He refused to allow those he could save to die because of random chance and a lottery that was inherently beyond their control. He had sworn to protect the weaker, to stand for justice, law, and equality, and none of those things were exclusive to his pack. They were universal truths, and to refuse them to people based on arbitrary constructs was the most deplorable act imaginable. They had been forgotten. These victims, tossed aside and perceived as unworthy, as acceptable and unavoidable collateral damage. They are viewed as weaker and therefore inferior. Their lives, their pains, their hopes were valued as less important, less cherished and respected than those of the elite. They had all allowed and fostered a system where power and wealth now trumped equality and humanity, where lives, where people were seen as disposable, where suffering is not only allowable but forgivable so long as it benefits those in control, those with power. Somewhere along the way, it had been forgotten that power and responsibility went hand in hand, that the elite naturally owed not only an allegiance, but also an obligation to those outside of themselves, to those that had entrusted in them not just their lives, but their futures. It had been forgotten that power should not be imposed but earned, and loyalty not bought but bestowed. And so he listened. He listened and hurt, bled for every failure, every lost and broken soul that they had allowed to slip between their fingers. He listened, and he remembered. Because no one deserves to be forgotten. No one deserves to be shoved aside, dismissed, and obliterated. Lost to the world as if they had never existed, just because they were inconvenient. They don't deserve to be written off and extinguished because they were powerless. Alpha Maliko rubbed his temples, trying to ease the pressure that had been building all day. He closed his eyes as the sensation suddenly got more uncomfortable, hissing as the pain went from a mildly annoying pressure to intense spikes being driven into his eye sockets. Ignoring his beta's concerned glances, he waved away the offer to fetch the pack doctor. He knew some people needed the overworked doc's attention far more than he did for a simple headache. Even if it was true that he had never experienced one like this before in his life, and sincerely hoped he never would have to again. Unexpectedly, the feeling began to ease until only the residual reverberations were left bouncing around in his skull. Breathing deeply, he tried to shake off the lingering traces of pain. That was when he noticed the distinct feeling of being watched. The hairs on his neck stood up as he tried to shrug off the heavy weight of eyes on his back. Looking over his shoulder surreptitiously, Alpha Maliko searched for the source of the feeling, but found his tent empty except for Beta Liesel, who was now eyeing her Alpha skeptically. Trying to brush off the feeling of his increased overcautiousness at the arrival of the new refugees, he mentally muzzled his wolf, gagging the separate and yet intertwined part of himself who was currently doing what could only be described as pacing and howling in the back of his head into silence. Then, without explanation, he got the weirdest urge to start packing. Shaking his head from the strange notion, he tried to focus on figuring out where he was going to house all the new pack members. But even as he tried to ignore it, the urge, the need, just grew. It ate at him, nagging until he was barking and snapping at his lieutenants in irritation. No matter how he tried to ignore it, the urge persisted. Until he was issuing orders for setting up the camp, while everything in him was screaming for him to start demanding they dismantle and decamp immediately. He had to physically bite his tongue several times to keep the orders from leaving his mouth. It didn't make any sense. They had only arrived at their latest location 2 nights previously. It had taken weeks to scout and secure the clearing, and the plan was to spend, hopefully, at least the first few months of the coming winter there. There was no reason for him to feel the need to move, to run. And yet he did. And it was growing. By the next morning, he could barely keep the words from his lips. Every time he wasn't paying close enough attention, his feet would begin to take him out of camp and move him towards the north. That, too, was unsettling him. They never went north. Ever. This latest location was as far north as they had been since the fall. It was a necessity, but that didn't mean any of them were comfortable with it. Yet now he willingly wanted to go further. He didn't want to admit it, even to himself, but he was becoming uneasy, unsure, anxious. By that afternoon, Maliko was convinced he was going crazy. He was watching his pack wordlessly, his brain desperately trying to make sense of what he was seeing. It was subtle, barely perceivable, but once he had noticed it, he couldn't ignore it. Every member of his pack, even the newest 18, would unconsciously direct, face, and move north. It was as if they were magnets being pulled. In the last few hours, his pack had moved from being spread around the clearing to being clumped at the northernmost edge. Their eyes darted constantly to the forest, pointing in the same direction. His feet begged him to travel. It was as if they were bewitched. He had tried to ask Liesel about it after first noticing her minute shifts, but she had either lied or else consciously didn't even realize she was doing it. And after their time together, he had the utmost faith in his beta. Plus, there was no reason to lie about something so insignificant. That is, if it genuinely was insignificant. Yet as hard as he might, he couldn't understand why it wouldn't be. What could have made them go north? What besides death lay there anymore? Maliko's attention was pulled back to the present as a fight broke out between two of his best enforcers. Racing forward, he pulled the men apart before demanding an explanation for their uncharacteristic behavior. He tried to leave, Greg said, wiping at the trickle of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Why were you trying to leave? Alpha Maliko questioned wearily, not having the energy to deal with such nonsense. Not when he was trying to figure out what the hell was happening to his pack. I don't know, James replied, almost unsure, his eyes not quite focusing on his alpha. What do you mean you don't know? I don't remember. I just know, the wolf continued, his eyes pulling to where he had just been stopped. You know what? Maliko prodded, his sense of dread increasing as he watched the wolf's increasingly bizarre behavior. It wasn't helping that his own inner sense of wolf was becoming even more and more agitated. The distress only adds to Maliko's own feelings of frustration and anxiety. He was supposed to be doing something. He felt like he was forgetting something important, and yet no matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out what it was. I know I have to go. With James' words, there was a sudden outcry from the wolves gathered around them who had moved to witness the unfolding drama. Maliko's head whipped around in shock as he took in the faces of his pack members as they began silently and not so silently to share their agreement with his enforcer's admission. Where do you need to go? Maliko wasn't sure if he was addressing James or the rest of the pack anymore. Either way, he wasn't surprised with the answer both gave him, the pit of dread in his stomach growing as a single word resounded around him. North. Chapter 15. It was dark when Aislinn woke up. At some point while she had slept, Kaiden must have gotten up and turned off the light in the dressing room, leaving only the moon and stars casting shadows over them. Stretching out her muscles and wincing slightly at the soreness, she buried her face back into her mate's shoulder, curling her body closer to his, seeking out his comfort and warmth as she let her eyelids close. Relaxing into his hold, she expected to succumb easily to sleep. After a few moments of lying awake, she realized something must have actually woken her. Letting her hearing expand out, she discerned the unmistakable sound of someone knocking coming from the door. The sound was still relatively light and tentative, but it was beginning to grow more noticeable. Still reeling from the lingering after-effects of contentment and blissfulness from their earlier activities, she was more than happy to ignore the disturbance. Which, at 3:30 in the morning, promised to be anything but peaceful or pleasant. Unfortunately, Kaiden also seemed to finally hear the sound and, to her displeasure, was not as willing to disregard the persistent attempts to garner their attention. Untangling himself from her embrace and pressing his lips to her forehead, when she let out a sound of displeasure, he stood. The cool air licked her exposed skin, causing her to shiver. I'll be right back, love, he whispered, his hand running over her back and down her spine soothingly as she huffed in unhappiness. Scooting into the warm spot he vacated, she burrowed deeper into his pillow, seeking the lingering warmth left from his body as he pulled the covers up, tucking her in. She grunted at him as he pressed a kiss to her hair and mumbled, I love you, not yet ready to forgive him for interrupting her comfy sleep and abandoning her. Chuckling in amusement at her sulking, he hollered a hold on towards the door as he pulled on his abandoned and discarded sweats from where they had landed in a pile on the floor. Watching as he shuffled to the door with his chest bare, his dark sweats hanging low around his waist, and his hair sticking out in every direction, Aislinn had to fight the urge to drag him immediately back to bed. The narrow slits of her sleep-weary eyes poking over the top of the duvet took in the rippling muscles of his back and shoulders in the pale light as he moved towards the door. She smiled as she heard him curse under his breath as another loud and obnoxious knock shook the door in its frame. Running a hand through his hair, he let out a breath before clasping the door handle and whipping it open. Bright light spilled in. Blinking against the sudden intensity, Aislinn tried to make out the identity of their nighttime visitor. With the shadows and her mate partially blocking her view, though, she couldn't properly make them out. She figured, though, that it had to be one of the handful of people who would be both brave enough and actually capable of making it to their threshold in the middle of the night without causing alarms to go off. A few low-murmured words were exchanged, and then the still mysterious person was trying to make their way further into the room, pushing past Kaiden's body, still standing in the doorway. Agitation was rolling in waves off of them as they ducked under his outstretched arm. Something that, as it turned out, was not a brilliant idea. Before she could blink, Kaiden was across the room and towering over the body. He had literally thrown through the air and against the wall. After having landed with a loud bang from the impact, the body had crumpled to the ground. A pain-filled moan was the only indication that the person was still conscious and still alive. In another blink, Kaiden had the limp body off the ground and hanging in his grasp and pinning him to the wall with enough force to produce another loud bang. One arm across his throat dangerously, while his other hand gripped a fistful of shirt, holding, who she was finally able to assess was a male off the ground. Intimidating growls filled the room as his canines descended and bared aggressively, the force of them shaking the windows. Forgetting about her state of undress, Aislinn jumped from the bed. Cold air slapped against her exposed skin as she flew to where her mate was, by the sounds of it, killing someone. Flinching when her feet met the cold floor, she pushed the discomfort off, her need to stop whatever was happening driving her forward without thought. Her shock surged as she was at last able to make out the face of the person held in a death grip by her mate. Austin's body was restrained entirely, Kaiden's forearm against his throat and applying enough pressure to cut off his air supply, his feet dangling nearly 3 inches off the floor. The beta's face was a red, flushed mix of surprise, horror, and fear. He wasn't fighting the hold. Instead, his body was limp and slack, his eyes fixed on the floor in a sign of submission. Reaching a hand out for Kaiden's bicep, her movement was halted as another violent snarl ripped out of him. Austin's eyes bugged out from their sockets as Kaiden's arm increased the pressure against his windpipe. As if sensing her approach, his eyes flicked up to her, only to further widen in terror as he took in the sight of where she stood beside them. Then just as hastily, he dropped them once more to the floor. His voice was distorted as he struggled to speak, but eventually, he managed to get the words out, his eyes remaining down and pointedly off of her. "You aren't really helping, Your Highness." Looking down at herself, she instantly realized her mistake and desperately began searching around for something she could pull on and cover herself with. Finally finding one of Kaiden's shirts, she hastily threw it over her head, tugging her arms through the holes before moving once more towards her mate and his beta. Her voice was soft and tentative when she spoke. Her mind was racing as she took in the dangerous and very volatile situation. She knew that if provoked too far or if he viewed Austin as any threat, Kaiden was more than capable of seriously hurting his friend. "Cade, please stop. You're hurting him." The violent snarl and choking noises coming from Austin as he desperately tried to breathe more than adequately communicated to her that those particular words were not the right ones to use. Looking at the two men, she struggled to decide what to do. She could try to command Kaiden to release him, but now that they were fully mated and he was technically her king and alpha, she didn't know how well it would work. She knew he still wasn't able to command her, and now that they were equals, she wasn't sure what kind of influence she held over him. Plus, he and his wolf were on high alert with her current condition. The fact that she was only partially clothed and Austin was a powerful and dominant male who could represent a challenge to his claim on her only made it less likely. She doubted under the circumstances that her commands would have any more effect on Kaiden than they did on Richard. He was in full-blown territorial overprotective mate mode. Grasping at straws, she ran her hand lightly along his bulging muscles, feeling them jump and twitch under her fingers. "Be careful, princess," Austin gritted out as his eyes darted to her hand and then back to her mate's enraged face. "He's not himself right now. His wolf is in full control. You need to back up so you don't accidentally get hurt." Ignoring his warning, Aislinn kept her hand lying on his arm. She wasn't afraid of him. Even now, she trusted him fully. Her confidence in her safety in his presence is absolute. "Cade." When he didn't react to her words, she made her voice sharper. "Mate." She felt as his attention minutely shifted from the wolf in his grasp and onto her. "You're scaring me." As her words filtered through the enraged fog of his mind, she felt him stiffen beside her. Keeping her hand in place, she stepped closer so that her body was brushing against his, hoping that her presence, her scent, her proximity would soothe and calm him. "Cade, you're scaring me and I'm cold." As soon as the words left her mouth, her hair was whipping around her face as she was lifted and moved across the room. The combination of her admission and her discomfort was enough to shift the attention of his wolf from exercising his dominance to her well-being and safety. As the duvet was ripped from the bed and wrapped around her shoulders, the sound of a body sliding down the wall and slumping to the floor filled the room. Shivering as the cool linen touched her skin, she smiled up into Kaiden's worried face as his hands pulled it tightly around her, cocooning her in the mass of fluffiness until only her face was peeking out. His hands cupped her cheeks as his eyes searched her over in concern, completely ignoring the gasping sounds coming from behind him. "I'm sorry, mate." His voice was rough, his wolf still out and showing in his eyes, tenderness and sorrow reflecting in her eyes. Austin's coughing grew louder at the reminder of his continued presence. Kaiden was spinning his hands, pushing her until she was standing behind his back and entirely blocked from view. Dropping into a defensive stance, he let out a warning growl as he watched Austin slowly sit up. Pushing himself off the floor, the beta leaned heavily against the wall, rubbing his sore and bruised neck. "Shit, Cade." "That hurt," Austin whined, the words spurring on another fit of coughing, his body shaking from the force as he leaned forward. "You need to leave, AUS, Kaiden ground out. "Yeah, I'm getting that," AUS muttered as he slowly and gingerly stood up, all the while taking slow and deep breaths, making sure none of his movements could be interpreted as anything resembling a challenge or a threat. Understanding the seriousness of the situation. "I apologize, Alpha," he said, his head bowing in submission and respect. Standing up straight, Kaiden forced himself to relax. Reaching back, he grabbed a fistful of blanket, tugging gently until she was pressed into his back. His hand reached around to land possessively on her hip, the feel of her in his hold and pressed against his body, reassuring his wolf and allowing him to think clearly. "Entering a room where my naked, newly marked mate lies is not very smart, my friend." Kaiden's words were teasing, his voice having returned to normal by that point. Neither Aislinn nor Austin, however, missed the very real threat and warning beneath it. Peering at him from around the shield of her mate's back, Aislinn watched Austin visibly stiffen at his alpha's words before taking a noticeable deep whiff of the air around him. Breathing in the scents, his body jerked as they hit him, registering an alarm within his mind. It was a testament to whatever had brought him here that he hadn't noticed as soon as he had reached the doorstep. She could feel his tension and anxiety increase as he realized just how big a mistake he had made. "My apologies, Alpha. I hadn't realized. I will be sure to alert the others." Kaiden grunted in response, his arm and hand tightening his hold on her and pressing her even further into his back. "What is it then that has you coming to my door and risking your life at nearly 4 in the morning? Word from Pac Silva, Alpha. It's urgent." Austin's voice was respectful, but carried a sense of panic that implied they should not be ignored. I'll be down in 5 minutes. Gather the others. Nodding, Austin turned to leave, but paused when Kaiden spoke again. And AUS, next time you look at my mate naked, I will end you. Kaiden remained protectively in front of her until the door closed firmly behind his beta. Turning, he scooped her up in his arms before marching to the bed and depositing her in the center. How are you? He asked. Understanding his words, she smiled softly as she looked up at him, a bit sore, but other than that, I'm okay. His forehead creased in concern at her words. I'm sorry, love, he murmured, pressing a kiss to her lips gently. I'm not, she said when he pulled back. Surprise widened his eyes as he stared at her. It was worth it, she said timidly, a small smile tugging at her lips. Still a little unsure and embarrassed at admitting her feelings out loud, even to him. Happiness replaced his worry, and he let out a full laugh before properly kissing her. When he pulled back, she definitely wasn't cold anymore, and she knew the hot flashes were only partly responsible for the temperature change. I need to go deal with this, darling, he said reluctantly as his hand skimmed over her body. Somewhere along the line, his hands had slipped inside the duvet and found their way to the bare skin underneath. Arching into his touch, she tried to get her raging hormones back under control. Whimpering as he got off the bed, she pushed herself up, smiling as she heard him cursing everyone and everything under the sun while he walked away from her. Managing to sit up amongst the pile of blankets, finally, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed just as his back disappeared from view into the dressing room. Secretly, she could admit to herself that she was glad that it was as hard for him to be apart from her. When he walked back out, he was wearing a pair of black cargo pants like the ones Richard, the Guardians, and the Enforcers favored, and a thicker waffle-knit black long-sleeve tee. The fitted shirt did wonderful things for his shoulders, and she licked her lips as she took him in. He wasn't quite as pleased when he looked her over. Why are you getting dressed? I'm going with you, she said offhandedly as she tried to pull her black skinny jeans on while not taking her eyes from him. She couldn't get the image of him hovering over her out of her head. Stop thinking about that, or I'll have you back in that bed before you know what's happening, he groaned out as his eyes closed, fighting for his own control. Their connection meant he knew exactly what the sight of her was doing to him. Taking a deep inhale, his hands fisted at his side as he shuddered. His pants were suddenly not fitting as well as they had only moments before. Forcing his brain to focus on what he was supposed to be doing, he let his eyes reopen only to catch the silvery swirling orbs of hers. Love and affection engulfed him as he lost himself in them. More and more often, he found her wolf was out and present. He was proud and amazed at how far she had come, how much she was changing and mending in such a short span of time. Of course, it was risky for her to be showing her wolf so often, but the confidence and strength she displayed were enough for him to brush off any concerns. The sound of her pulling up the zipper on her pants had him snapping back to the present. No, you aren't. So get undressed and climb back in that bed. I'll go deal with this and be back before you know it. With his words, he sent her a mental image of exactly what he would do when he returned. Momentarily distracted by the picture, she missed as he made his way to the door. The sound of it cracking open had her moving though, her hand shooting out to grab him. I'm coming. Turning around, he frowned down at her. No, you aren't. You're staying here. I'll let you know what's happening when I come back. No. No, he repeated. No. No, I will not stay here while you go deal with it, she said firmly, her hand falling from him as her arms crossed over her chest in a show of defiance. If you think I'm letting you leave this room, you are mistaken, mate. And if you think I'm asking your permission, you are mistaken. Mate, she ground out, sarcasm dripping from her words. Irritation and annoyance flooded the mate bond as he stared at her. Of course, it didn't do anything, and she easily held his glare before then leveling one of her own right back at him. Damn it, woman. Did you not just see what happened with Austin? He asked, exasperation creeping into his voice as he stared at her. Yes, she replied curtly, not caring about whatever point he was trying to make. And you think I'd let you just waltz into a room filled with other males? Do you want me to kill all of my friends, or simply just our entire pack? he asked in half-seriousness. A mocking dark humor filled his tone. That's your problem. Brushing off his implied threat and ignoring the warning in his eyes. I'm not staying here. Yes, you are. No, I certainly am not. Now Austin and the others are waiting for us, so I suggest you get moving so we can get back to bed faster. His eyes bored into hers as his wolf pushed forward, his eyes flashing black in a show of dominance, which she rolled her own at. When she refused to back down, he let out a groan, his head falling with a thud to hit the door, proceeding to then actually bang it against the thick wood a couple of times. I am so going to regret this, he muttered to himself. Lifting his head, he turned to look back at her with a frown before growling out seriously. If any of them does or says anything, hell, if one of them even thinks something inappropriate about you, I will have their heads. The mate bond let her know that his threat was anything but empty, and he was more than prepared to carry it out. She eyed him for a beat, the words settling around them before she nodded once in acceptance, motioning with her hand to the door. Grimacing at her determined face, he banged his head one more time in defeat before conceding to her wishes and letting out a dramatic sigh. Go put a sweater on then. It's cold, and you'll freeze like that. His voice returned to the gentle and soft tone that seemed reserved exclusively for her. At her raised eyebrow, he blew out another breath and rolled his eyes. Go. I promise I'll wait for you. Even if I do still think this is a bad idea. He said more, but she couldn't make out the individual words as he uttered them too quickly under his breath for her to pick up. Not that she needed to hear them to figure out his point. Ignoring his continued mutterings and assured that he wouldn't try and leave without her, she hustled to the dressing room, picking up a random hoodie he had worn earlier and pulled it over her head. Inhaling deeply as the material settled around her, his scent still clinging to it and filling her nostrils. It was massive on her, of course. The sleeves trailed way beyond her fingertips, and the hem nearly hit her knees. Looking down at herself, swimming in the thick fabric, she figured it was probably actually only an added benefit, really. If anything, not only would it act like a giant blanket and keep her warm, it would also help to appease her mate's oversensitive and touchy wolf. He's not oversensitive. You're purposefully egging him on. Kaiden yelled from the bedroom after obviously having caught her last thought. Chuckling at his wounded ego, she hurried to where he stood tensely waiting for her. Despite his words, she knew both him and his wolf approved of her wardrobe choice. His eyes ran over her, taking note of her appearance and nodding in approval and appreciation. They both knew it really would help him and that if he actually decided he didn't want to kill his best friends and entire pack, he would need help. Reaching out a hand for her, which she accepted, letting herself be pulled into his side. His hand came to rest possessively on her hip as her arms wrapped around his waist. His other hand reached forward to open the door, pushing it to swing open as he murmured, "If I kill anyone, it's on you, my love." Squeezing her arms tighter in a quick hug, she pressed her lips against his chest as she chuckled at his words. His own arm tightened around her in reciprocation as together they headed out of their room and to face whatever awaited them. Chapter 16. The office was crowded when Kaiden and Aislinn entered. People and emotions filled the space until it was bursting. Keeping Aislinn pressed to his side, their presence slowly washed through the room, voices and conversations falling quiet as heads and eyes lowered to the floor. Moving around the desk to his seat, Kaiden pulled his mate onto his lap. Settling her so she sat facing him, her knees resting on either side of his hips, her thighs lying along his. Relaxing into his hold, she let her chest rest against his comfortably, her face nuzzling into his neck. Not only reassuring his wolf, but clearly establishing his claim on her. She was his. Kaiden's head moved to watch as Richard pushed himself off the wall where he had been leaning. Taking a step towards them, he looked to Kaiden for a sign. Nodding to the Guardian, Kaiden held himself immobile, still unsure what would happen when the potent and dominant male moved into such proximity. With long strides, Richard moved to stand protectively behind the leather desk chair where Aislinn sat with him, his eyes running over her. Kaiden relaxed when he realized his wolf was unconcerned and unaffected. "Your Highness." My queen. Richard's head bowed respectfully with the acknowledgements. Without warning, Kaiden's body jerked. A frown appeared as he looked around the silent room, turning his head to stare at the guardian, who looked back at him questioningly. Before he could voice his thoughts aloud, Aislinn's voice filled his head. You're beginning to access their minds and the links. Our mating is solidifying your role in their eyes. Looking down at her, he raised his eyebrows. My role? Even through the mind link, she couldn't hide her exhaustion, a tired aha sounding in his head. You should have stayed in bed and rested, love. You're still weak and recovering from what that man did to you. I should never have finished the mating with you, so fragile. He growled the last thought more to himself than her, his arms tightening possessively. Guilt and worry gnaw at him. I'm not tired. He resisted, rolling his eyes at her. Of course not. His tone remained unconvinced. Your role is king. It's solidifying through the oaths, she said, ignoring his comment and expanding on her earlier words. But you haven't claimed your crown. Yes, well, apparently that doesn't mean as much as I would like it to. As Richard is so fond of reminding me, it is mine and now yours, whether we want it or not. There was a moment of silence, and Kaiden could feel her faintly pull back from him. His hand unconsciously moved to rub over her back, instantly picking up on her unease and discomfort. Richard shifted beside them, subtly moving closer as he, too, picked up on her emotions. Letting his mind reach out, Kaiden gently prodded along hers. Do you want to be king? She finally asked. Her voice detached, her mind closed off, and her thoughts hidden from him. In that moment, he was reminded of the girl he had first met. When her voice had been flat and monotone, her face and eyes hooded and empty of any emotion or light. His hand rubbed over her back again, pressing her into him as he considered her words. It was easy to see that her question meant much more than she wanted to let on. I want to be with you. He finally said, his head bending so that his lips were next to her ear, wanting to say the words to her and not simply think them. I want to be with you. And if that means I must be an alpha, a king, or a pauper, then I will gladly be it. But do you want me to claim the throne? Do you want to be king? Her voice was still cold and cut off as it floated across the mate bond. Her emotions are hiding behind a front of indifference. Studying her, he searched for some clue as to what had her so nervous and unsure all of a sudden. He searched through everything that had happened, hoping to understand what had upset her. Then it hit him. Realization of what she feared dawned, and his heart squeezed painfully in his chest as he pressed his lips to the crown of her head. Opening his thoughts to her, he pulled her memories to the surface, bringing them forward for her to see. He focused on remembering the first time he had scented her, the first time he had laid eyes on her, all the way up until last night. He let her see it all. The love and pride he felt for her, the respect and devotion he had harbored even before he knew a single thing about her. He let her see not only how he remembered her but how he saw her now. As each memory and emotion swept through her, the last of her walls broke down, the flashes and pictures that he held so close to his heart blinking in her mind's eye and crumbling them until there was nothing left standing between them. The last of her fears and her oldest scars lay bare. A low growl slipped from him at the thoughts and memories she showed him. Forcing down the flare of anger and jealousy, he turned his focus back to his mate. Though not before he made a mental note of a few key names that had flashed across the bond. You will never be a tool to me, Aislinn. I want you. And if you never want to claim your crown, or your title, or even your name, then I am more than okay with that. In fact, if once this is over, you want to become Pac Omegas, I would be okay with it. The throne, the crown, it is yours. If one day you wish it, I will carry it with you, but I also know that it will bring many more enemies against you. It will endanger you. And that is something I would never want, never desire, simply for the sake of my own power. It is you I like, love, you and only you. Happiness swept over her at his words. Smiling, she let her thoughts open to him. He chuckled softly as he pressed his lips against the side of her head. After a few more moments of silence, Kaiden's head lifted, his face now relaxed and serene. Every wolf in the room felt the change as peace and contentment radiated outward from the pair. Austin had never seen his friend look like he did in that moment. The happiness and strength he emitted were like a beacon. Like a moth to a flame, he felt himself being drawn to them. Both he and his wolf wanted to be as close to that enchanting feeling, the power and dominance they represented, as they could. As it washed over him, he could feel his wolf quiet, calm, and settle, surrendering eagerly and basking in the glow of authority and love that promised protection and prosperity. Olivia had felt the change like the others. Throwing a glance at Austin, she couldn't help grinning to herself as she pictured what must have happened when he had gone to try and wake the Alpha in the middle of the night. He wasn't saying much, but his face, as he explained the new situation, was enough for her to guess. Served him right, she thought mischievously. Looking back at the Alpha pair, she felt her wolf purr in happiness. With the last step in the mating process complete, the powerful and entrenched links between not only Kaiden and Aislinn, but also between all of them were being formalized. The layers of oaths, bonds, loyalties, and alliances were strengthening, entrenching, and imprinting upon their very beings. The ramifications from the coupling radiated out along the mind and pack links. Aislinn's blood, title, strength, position, and bond filtering out, altering and transforming the links, bending and solidifying not only her own but all of their positions. Olivia could feel her own strength, her own wolf, changing as the swelling tides of energy from the links broke over her. Her already impressive and enhanced senses are sharpening and refining. The clearing of a throat shattered the calm and peaceful atmosphere holding them. Kaiden looked to the source, his body staying relaxed, only his eyes hardening. His hand continued to rub circles over his mate's back. Without removing his gaze, he addressed his head warrior. Clay. Yes, Alpha, Clay answered, bowing his head, his back straightening at the sound of his name. First, my mate would like you to please return Kyo to her. And then secondly, would you please explain to me who exactly is in my office? As he spoke, power and dominance began to pour from him, the gentle, soft tone he had used with Aislinn dropping, leaving it hard and demanding. Clay flinched back from the display of power, his head dipping once again in submission. Before he could answer, however, another voice was speaking up. I apologize for the late-night intrusion, Your Royal Highness, but my Alpha felt this could not wait. Kaiden regarded the new speaker coldly before nodding for him to continue. My name is... I remember who you are, Beta Tucker. What I am interested in is what your Alpha is concerned about at 3 in the morning, and why I have an unknown wolf restrained and sitting on my sofa. Kaiden interrupted as he nodded for Clay to round the desk with the sleeping wolf pup cradled in his arms. Reaching out, Aislinn pulled Kyo to her face, covering his head in kisses before snuggling him into her neck. Thank you for looking after him, she whispered, glancing up at the head warrior with gratitude and happiness as Kyo happily licked at her face and neck. His tiny, rough tongue tickles her and makes her giggle softly. Kaiden watched as she cuddled the wolf before gently pulling her back to his chest, his arms holding her close as she relaxed in contentment. Of course, Alpha, my apologies, Pac Silva's Beta said, bowing his head. Alpha Vance sent me to let you know that he received word from the council last night. As to our friend here, 3 hours ago we found him and some others scouting our pack boundary lines. His words were delivered with a look of withering loathing thrown in the direction of the chained wolf. And the others? Kaiden inquired, turning his focus also back to the tousled and shackled prisoner. Dead. Kaiden grunted his approval, his mind reaching out over the newly discovered links. Focusing, he sorted through the Beta's memories, picking out those depicting tracking and fighting the trespassing wolves. How many? He asked, even as he saw the answer for himself. It was a group of 6. We kept him alive for questioning. And what did the council have to say? Alpha Vance was contacted by Councilman Fraser. Councilman Lucas Fraser, Stanley's eldest brother, one of the 2-pack Silva representatives, Austin supplied. Tucker nodded his head at the elaboration before continuing. It was communicated to Alpha Vance that, In response to recent events, he could be assured that the council would offer whatever aid and assistance was necessary during this turbulent time to promote an effective and stable change of leadership. Apparently, those were the exact words. Aid and assistance? Kaiden asked, his voice conveying his complete disbelief and amusement. Alpha Vance's response as well, Tucker said. Apparently, we are also supposed to be expecting an emissary of advisors sometime this morning. The trespassers, Kaiden concluded. Tucker nodded in agreement. Frontrunners for the council. From what we were able to get from our friend, at least 3 council members are being escorted by an envoy of protectors. Damn it, Clay cursed. How are your numbers? Kaiden demanded, shifting into alpha mode. His thoughts switched to that of a controlled leader, stony and calculating. Reaching out to the others, plans and strategies quickly started flying between them. Debates and arguments rise and fall. At the latest count, we have 168 pack members, 15 enforcers, 26 guards, 19 trackers, and the rest classified as non-fighters, 37 of which are pups. We've had at least a dozen deserters. Shoot. This time, it was Austin who cursed as they took in the information. Kaiden, that isn't enough for them to hold themselves against the council. We can't pretend they won't be coming with anything other than warriors. Heck, I don't even know if we'd be able to hold against them depending on their size. I'm assuming that's why Vance sent you here? Kaiden asked, looking back to the beta. Tucker nodded his head once. He came to the same conclusion as yourself, Alpha. They aren't coming for peace talks, and as we are, there is no way we can withstand their normal brand of political negotiation and diplomacy. Alpha. Clay spoke up, waiting for permission before continuing. I'm not sure we should be planning defense strategies. You want offensive? Blair asked incredulously. We just admitted we can't go head-to-head with them. We'll be slaughtered if we try and hold Silva territory. There is no way we can win in a flat-out fight with the council right now. We aren't ready, and this isn't worth it anyway. Clay reiterated the position he had been arguing over the mind link. I have to agree with Clay, Kaiden said, silencing the others. Silva territory is not of any strategical importance, and we shouldn't be risking everything trying to hold it. We aren't ready to face the council yet. If we can avoid them, we should. Sitting up quickly, Aislinn looked at her mate, her eyes narrowing. Are you considering not helping them? Of course not, love, Kaiden answered, but she noted a moment of hesitation as he spoke. Then what is the issue? She demanded, feeling anger bubbling to the surface at the reluctance she felt from those in the room. They swore themselves to follow us, to ally and follow you. Are you seriously not going to give them aid at the first sign of trouble? Calm down, love, Kaiden said gently, his hands moving to pull her back against his body. Annoyance spiking, she batted his hands away, glaring at him when his iron-like grip on her hips halted her attempt to scramble off his lap. Feeling her agitation, Keo woke from his nap, an adorable growl leaving him as he jumped from her arms. His fur puffing out as he placed himself near her, growling and barking at Kaiden. I will not calm down. She snapped, crossing her arms and keeping her glare on him, fighting to look strong and annoyed despite still sitting on his lap. I didn't say we weren't going to help. She eyed him suspiciously, not liking that he had closed his mind off to her. Of course, we are going to help, he said, trying again to get her to lie back down, which she refused with an indignant scoff. Then what is there to discuss? Why are we still sitting here? We need to come up with a plan. This changes everything, love. It will be dangerous, and we aren't even close to ready for it. We can't just race over there and jump in front of Pacheem's. We are trying to avoid battle, but that's probably going to turn out to be unlikely. Some of our people are going to die. We need to make sure we minimize casualties without risking our larger strategy and position. Too much is happening that we don't understand, Austin continued. The council moving so quickly. Your brother's engagement. Pack alliances forming practically overnight. These reports of new oaths. Wolves from outside the packs working together for the council. We need to move with caution. We need more intel. Okay, so what are we going to do then? She prodded, not understanding why she could suddenly feel tension humming through her mate. They had all known this was coming. Austin just admitted that Sierra had already warned them about the council's moves. It wasn't like this was startling news. Those who can't fight will be escorted to the safe houses with the others. Michael will implement the same security measures to erase their movements, and we will split them up between the 11 sites. Okay. Let's get started then, Aislinn said, trying to push herself up. Kaiden's hands on her waist once again, however, kept her in place. She quirked an eyebrow when he refused to let her go. Kaiden chuckled at her enthusiasm. Calm, love. First off, have you summoned Maliko? Aislinn couldn't help noticing that it lacked its usual warmth. Shrugging it off, she played her feeling of unease off on her hormones. Not yet. Okay, well first let's make sure we're going to actually have allies waiting for us when we get to wherever it is we are going to be headed. North. Everyone's eyes swung to Richard, who shrugged at their questioning looks. We are Pac Argentum Sanguinis. Our Pac lands are to the north. With your mating, you inherited the territories. Why not return? There is a reason your family made their home there for hundreds of years. Aislinn frowned, memories of her youth leaping forward. I swore I would never return, she said quietly to herself. Kaiden's hands rubbed soothing circles, picking up on her emotions. It makes the most sense. From a defensive standpoint, Austin spoke up. We'd have the advantage. Plus, they probably won't be expecting it, Clay agreed. North it is then, Kaiden declared, ignoring her look of displeasure at the consensus. My queen. Aislinn looked at Richard, who was looking at her pointedly. The call. She nodded before reaching out her hand to him. He pulled a silver dagger from one of the many pockets of his pants. Moving closer, he held the tip over her wrist, looking at her for approval. At a nod, the blade sliced across her exposed skin. They all watched as blood welled to the surface before falling in droplets to splash against the floor. Her melodic voice filled the space, hypnotizing them as her words reached out, circling them, building and layering. Decimware lumen luni. Fili noctis. Maliko sanguinis fratis. Nam luravit audire sim. Miam est argentum et lus voco. Domini est regnum in perculum. The feel of power surged, climaxing with the last word before shooting out like a shockwave, expanding across the night. It's done. Austin asked. It's done, she answered, swaying lightly at the loss of energy. Shaking it off, she looked up at Kaiden, smiling. Okay, so what's next? Aislinn. His voice was low, almost reluctant. His face hardened and closed off, but not before she caught a glimmer of guilt and pain. Yes, she answered hesitantly, not yet comprehending. Aislinn, this time, she noticed the change. Her brows furrowing as she took in her mate's face more closely. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. Kaiden, whatever you're thinking, don't. I'm sorry, love. Kaiden, whatever it is, don't even think about it. I have to. No, you don't. You do not have to, she said as she stared at him in apprehension and confusion. She saw another flash of guilt cross his face before a cold mask slammed into place. His eyes became emotionless as they looked at her. I don't have a choice. The room around them became deathly silent. Aislinn reeled back in shock. Her stomach dropped in free fall, terror numbed her limbs, and her breathing became more rapid as she looked at him. What are you talking about, Cade? We talked about this. We knew what was coming. You said you wanted to stand with me. She couldn't keep the edge of unease from her voice. Tears stung her eyes when he stayed stone-faced and cold under her. I'm sorry, Aislinn, but I can't take the risk. What are you talking about? You're scaring me, Cade, she said, the first tear falling down her cheek and onto the black material of her sweatshirt. You aren't coming with us, he said. His voice was cold and hard. Of course I am, she said flippantly, confusion filling her more as she fought against her rising anxiety and tried to make sense of his odd behavior, his strange words. No, mate, you aren't. What are you talking about? Of course I'm coming. Pac Silva needs our help. And they will receive it, but you will be staying here. She was momentarily stunned. It felt like someone had punched her in the gut, knocking all the air out of her lungs. She couldn't breathe, his words ringing in her ears. Her mind and body shut down as she tried to understand. Dread and shock filled her veins like ice, leaving her frozen, silenced by the words, by the absolute finality they held. She felt the burn of bile hit the back of her throat, her stomach clenching as nausea hit her. Her panic and anxiety were so intense that she was almost sick. Austin, you, Richard, Olivia, and the other guardians will remain behind with your queen and my sister. You will wait until first light, and then you will set out to meet up with Pac Tenebris, Kaiden ordered. His words were met with murmured, "Yes, Alphas." What? Aislinn recognized Sierra's outraged voice, the familiar sound helping to pull her out of her speechless stupor. What on earth, Katie? Are you insane? Don't argue with me on this, Sierra. Kaiden's voice was stern and commanding. This is an order. You will remain here with my mate and guards, and at dawn, whether we are back or not, you will travel with them to find the other packs. I am coming with you, Aislinn growled out. White-hot fury raced through her as she looked at her mate in utter fury. No, you're not. Mate, you may be able to command the others, but you still cannot command me, and I will not stay behind. This is my fight. These are my people, and you will not cage me away like some delicate little doll, she roared, anger and dominance starting to roll off of her in heavy, thick waves. Perhaps you are correct, love, but either way, you will not be coming. You will be staying here where I can know you are safe. Why? Why are you doing this? She pleaded, trying to reach through the mate bond. Only to reel back wounded when she found him completely closed off to her. Slowly, his hand moved from her hip, slipping under her sweater and the cotton of her shirt to land on her abdomen. His long fingers splayed out over her stomach. His hand was covering her from hip to hip and all the way up to the bottom of her ribcage. Her breath hitched at the contact, sparks and tingles shooting out and over her skin. Her hands grabbed onto his shoulders, stabilizing herself as she looked at him in confusion. Cade, I can't risk it. Risk what? It is my life. I have looked after myself long before I found you, and I don't need your permission to risk it now, she said, hating how her voice shook. His fingers gently moved over her stomach, his eyes flicking down to where they lay under the layers of her clothing. Yes, but now it's different. I'm sorry, mate. But now there is the chance you may be pregnant. I can't let you risk your life. She jerked back from him, her eyes widening in horror at his words. You know how I feel about that. She couldn't believe they were having this discussion in front of all these people. Couldn't think they were having this conversation at all. Yes, but that doesn't mean you aren't, and neither I nor my wolf will take that chance. I need to know that you are safe and protected. And I can't do that if you are out there running around where the council and their warriors are lying in wait, planning an attack. I have to know you are safe. Kaiden, I am not pregnant, and even if I was, it is not your decision to make. When he didn't soften at her words, she changed course. You said you wouldn't leave me. You said you would protect me. We are stronger, safer, when we are together. When I am at your side. How am I safer if you leave me? I'm not leaving you. Yes, you are. I'm sorry, love, but I can't take the risk. You are staying here with Richard. She was shaking her head, tears trailing down her cheeks as betrayal and pain tore at her. Her heart was begging her to wake up, to let this all be some horrible dream, and she was trying desperately to deny what she was hearing. I'm not pregnant, Cade, she pleaded. She felt cold. Her stomach was heaving, anxiety clawing at her as she tried frantically to undo, to stop, what he had started. Perhaps not. But you also might be. I can't risk that. I won't risk you. Please don't do this. I'm sorry, mate. Pushing away from him violently, she ripped herself from his grasp. Instantly, pain and heat flared under her skin. She was so angry that she was quivering. Her thoughts were in a tailspin, her breathing coming out in short little pants as her fists balled at her sides. You can't do this. I don't care what you say, I will not stay here. Adding to her frenzied state was Kyo, who, sensing her emotions, had positioned himself protectively over her feet. His small body pressed into her legs as he let out a string of barks and growls. His tiny baby teeth were a threat to those upsetting her. His body was shaking in anger. I was afraid you would say that, Kaiden said softly, his voice pained. The tough veneer cracked slightly as he looked up at her, wincing at what he found. Standing, he took a hesitant step towards her, which she mirrored by taking one back and away from him. Hurt flashed in his eyes. She hated the guilt she felt at the sight of it. Reminding herself of what he was trying to do, she steeled herself from closing the distance between them. Already, the separation was beginning to take its toll. Her heat flared more intensely, the pain turning from just an uncomfortable tingle to what felt like little pins and needles pricking her from the inside. What about the pain? I will be in agony because of you. By now, she was practically yelling, her wolf's agitation at her mate's behavior only spurring her on. Her eyes are pure silver, flows of dense, unrestrained rage and dominance pouring from her. Everyone but Kaiden and Richard had dropped to their knees from the force, heads bowed in submission. You need to calm down, Us. I promise you'll be okay. Ethan will be traveling with you. He can help you. I don't want his help. You're supposed to help me. You're my mate. You promised. I won't do it. Do you hear me? Mate. I won't do it. I'm sorry, it's the only way. And then his eyes were off of her, glancing over his shoulder. Following them, she looked at Richard. She paled as she stared at him. All of her anger and fury was erased, doused, forgotten as pure ice-cold terror replaced it. Horror and dread blanketed her from head to toe. He took a step towards her. Raising her hands against his advance, she took another step back. Her fear escalated as she realized they had been communicating over the link without her. She hadn't been paying attention, not yet accustomed to Kaiden being able to control and block them from her. She was shaking her head, her hands stretching out further in front of her in an attempt to ward him off physically. No, her voice shook as she stared at her custos, trying in vain to halt his advance, his words. No, she repeated, panic edging into her voice when he didn't stop. I'm sorry, Princess. Richard's voice was gentle, his head dipping even as he took another step, cutting through the waves of strength and dominance still coming from her. Don't do this, Custos. It's the only way. You refuse to go on your own. This is not protecting me. I am not in danger, Custos. I don't want you to do this. You don't need to do this. I have a right to a say in this, Custos. This is my decision. My decision. I am not in danger. She screamed, her emotions in turmoil. She could feel the room flinch with her words. Her emotions sent their wolves surging forward. Her distress and alarm calling to them, urging them to come to her aid, to her rescue. No one is to help her, Kaiden ordered, recognizing as her wolf called out to the others. All of you will remain where you are. As your alpha and king, I command you not to interfere. No, she screamed. Her body is shaking violently now. Please forgive me, my queen. I don't. I will never forgive you, Richard. Do you hear me? Never. Please don't do this. I, Richard Bryson, by the power of the royal guardians granted to me by the oaths of old, command you, Aislinn Knox, Queen of the Wolves and Luna of the Silver Bloods, to submit to the royal guard for your own safety and protection. A scream met the words as the blocks slammed into place in her mind, effectively cutting her off from her wolf. The waves of power and dominance emanating from her vanished as she swayed under the command's force. The weight of it surrounds and restrains her, leaving her completely cut off from her affinities, slicing through her access to the links and closing the gifts granted to her by her blood. She stared at him, her eyes wide. Her mind frantically pushing, pounding against the blocks. Desperately hoped to find that it was some joke. That he hadn't just done what it sounded like he had. You didn't. Her voice was hollow. Her head whipping around as she watched those around her slowly stand, shaking off the last effects of her outburst. All shooting her looks of guilt, mixed with pity and concern. It's for your own good, your majesty, Richard said, stepping closer to her. Shaking her head, she backed away from him, not wanting him or any of them near her. Tears streamed down her face. The betrayal and hurt were apparent as she looked at him. She watched as he flinched back from it, finding a small satisfaction at the hurt she saw. I will never forgive you for this, she vowed, which means every word. One day you will, he said determinedly. No, I won't. I will never, ever forgive this. She didn't care when she saw pain twist his features. Didn't care about his reasons. About their excuses. Only caring that she had trusted him, believed him, and he had thrown it in her face. She had never wanted him. Never wanted them to know who she was. Never wanted to have a mate, to have a pack, to be their Luna or their queen, but they had forced her and poked and prodded until she had been convinced, until she had trusted their sweet words and cruel promises. They had stripped away all of her defenses with dreams of loyalty and friendship, swearing they were different, that they weren't the same as those who had come before. And then, when she was fully exposed and vulnerable, they did the one thing she had been terrified of. When she was at her weakest, they turned it all around, used it against her, trapped her and caged her, twisted it to control her, forcing her to be their tool, their pet, to bend to them, submit to their wishes, to abandon her own, for what they deemed better, for what they thought was more worthy. They made her a puppet. A pretty little puppet to keep hidden away and pulled out only when they needed it. She loathed them. Despised everything they had made her, detested the bonds they had strung to her, the power they lorded over her, the power she had so stupidly handed to them. She screamed at fate, at the goddess who would give her everything she had lost, only to tear it away all over again. In that moment, she wished for death. She hoped that she had never woken from that coma. Those bullets had ripped her life away so that she would never have to face this ache again. Wished she had never met them, that they had left her alone, that she hadn't let them make her the one thing she had feared. So be it, Richard replied flatly, resignation ringing as he looked at her in sadness. Refusing to acknowledge it, to accept his apology or feel anything for him ever again, she turned away, looking back at her mate, wanting him to see what he was doing to her. You think this will stop me? That betraying me will convince me to be meek? That forcing and manipulating me into following your orders will have me bending to your wishes? That I will suddenly become a good little wolf because you found a muzzle and leash for me? Her words were vicious and harsh as she spat them at him, hurling each one across the space, hoping they would find his heart and hoping to inflict even a fraction of the pain he was causing her. Her wolf was frenzied and out of control, snarling and snapping at the bars and chains that now contained her, that her mate and guardian had bound her in. Kaiden shook his head at her words, a sigh escaping him. Richard. At his name, the guardian was moving, his arms grabbing her and easily restraining her against his chest and growling and snapping at him and jumping and attacking with all the ferociousness and strength he had and battering his small body against Richard's legs. Aislinn cried for him, her heart breaking as she heard his little cries and growls as he tried so desperately to help her. She fought the best she could, but with the blocks in place, she had no access to the enhanced strength or the speed of her wolf. She was panicking, sobs and tears running freely as she fought. Pain and heat now running wild under her skin, the continued separation from her mate and wild emotions only made it worse. It was slowly becoming excruciating. Her skin felt too tight, and her blood seared her from the inside as her muscles cramped and spasmed. "Don't do this," she screamed. "Calm down, Your Highness," Richard spoke gently as he pinned her arms down, trying to hold her without causing her further harm. Clay. At his name from his alpha, Clay moved forward, grabbing Kyo from Richard's leg, moving the wolf away from her and holding him back as he fought to get to her. His howls only added to and increased her own shouts and pleas. Her voice was hoarse as she cried out, begging them to bring him back, not to take away her last bit of comfort, to not steal the last thing she had. "No, you can't do this. I will never forgive you, Kaiden. I trusted you." She was screaming now, completely out of control as her heart broke. "I loved you. I trusted you." Her voice cracked, sobs choking her as she continued to fight. Her legs kicked frantically at Richard, her body thrashing wildly in his hold. "How can you do this? Why are you doing this? You promised, Cade. You promised." "Ethan." Kaiden's voice was cold and distant, his eyes flat as he watched her. When the doctor stepped forward, another voice joined her shouts. "What are you doing? Sierra shrieked, rushing towards Ethan as he walked to where she was still struggling in Richard's arms. Austin, Kaiden snapped. Sierra's progress halted as Austin's arms snared her waist, lifting her off the ground and pulling her back and holding her against his solid chest, ignoring her angry pleas. Her feet kicked out, her fingernails digging into his arms as she watched in panic as Ethan continued to approach Aislinn. Kaiden, what are you doing? What are you doing to her? Stop him, Katie. She's your mate. Kaiden, stop. She screamed, struggling harder against Austin's hold as Ethan pulled a needle from his pocket. Aislinn looked to the only person actually fighting for her, who was struggling to stop what she so clearly didn't want. She looked at her only other ally beside Kyo, choking as she saw her own fright and panic reflected in the clear blue that was so similar to that of her mates. They had never looked so different as they did in that moment. Looking at his Alpha, Ethan pulled the cap off the syringe. Alpha. Kaiden nodded. Doctor, please sedate my mate for her own well-being and safety. Aislinn screamed. Her panicked shrieks rebounded around them. Richard tightened his hold on her. She let out a cry as the needle pricked the skin of her neck. The liquid burned as it was forced into her body, spreading quickly through her veins. Within seconds, she was feeling the effects. Her brain turning gooey, her energy being sucked away, her struggles quieting. I'm sorry, Luna, Ethan whispered as he pulled the sharp metal from her skin and stepped away from her. I don't forgive you, she spat out. For the first time, she hated that she had saved him, that she had spared his life. And then hating herself for thinking that. His head hung in shame as he melted back into the group of wolves standing silently watching her. Her heart broke over and over as she looked at them. At the people she had let in and had finally begun to trust, to like, and looked at them as they betrayed her, destroyed her, and abandoned her. She hated them. All of them. Disgust and loathing filled her, raced along the cracks and scars, hugged the shattered pieces of her soul, knitting them back together and sewing them into a tapestry of resentment and bitterness. It spread out, overwhelming her, filling her, burning away the last bits of the girl she had once been and replacing the compassion and empathy she had cherished and protected for the previous 13 years and breaking the last of her humanity until she was nothing. Her head was heavy, the drugs making her weak. Refusing to give in, she looked out on those who had managed to do what 13 years of torture and pain had not. Kaiden stepped forward as the blackness began to creep in, pulling at the edges of her consciousness and urging her to surrender. His hand reached for her as she sank further into Richard's hold, her body failing. His face lost its mask, emotions finally spreading out as he watched her fall. Guilt, remorse, pain, terror, and most of all love flickered before her eyes. As his hand got closer, she used the last of her strength to pull back from him, relishing in the pain that shone in his eyes before he closed them, taking a deep breath. I'm sorry, little one, he said softly, opening his eyes to look at her. Forcing her eyes to stay open for just a little longer, she fought the effects of the drugs, needing to say the words that might very well be her last to him ever. I hate you. She made sure her voice was strong, filled with the venom now running freely through her. Each word deliberate and steady, refusing to let them shake or slur. And I will never forgive you for this. She watched as they hit him. Each word was a dagger to his heart. She made sure every emotion shone free in her eyes. Needing the last memory he carried of her to be the one of the hurt and betrayal he had caused. And then she was losing the battle. The drugs were too strong to resist as she succumbed to the darkness, her body collapsing. The last thing her brain registered was his lips on her hair, his breath fanning across her forehead as he whispered, I love you, mate. Stay safe for me. Chapter 17. Aislinn woke up in a moving SUV. The sun was blinding even with the dark-tinted windows, and she had to blink a few times before she was able to focus enough to make out her surroundings. Her head felt thick and fuzzy, her mouth filled with cotton balls. Her thoughts were sluggish as she tried to piece together what had happened. Flinching, she moved her head side to side. Sierra was sitting on her right, her head leaning against the window, eyes closed, her breathing even and low. Turning her head, she was surprised to find Ethan sitting on her other side. He was awake, but he was watching her with a strange expression on his face. He seemed nervous, almost as if he was scared of her. Aislinn rifled through her memories. She remembered waking up in Kaiden's arms. They went down to the cells to find Richard. Sierra had told them about what she had found out from the Bellator Luna and the accusation of treason against her. Then there had been the most extraordinary night of her life in her mate's arms. Just the thought of his body and lips on hers had her humming in response, heat flooding her. What happened after that? She pushed through the cloud of fog. Something about Pac Silva. And then it hit her. Talk about going from calm to livid in 2.7 seconds flat. She whipped back around to look at the doctor at her side. Taking in her outrage, he paled, the color draining from his face. Lunging across the seat, she threw herself at him, seeing red. Before she could cause any bodily harm, her attack was cut short. Letting out a growl, she looked down to find silver cuffs locked around each of her wrists. Her commotion was enough to rouse Sierra from her slumber. Her groggy voice filled the silence as Aislinn glared at Ethan, who had raised his hands in surrender, his body pressing away from her as far as possible. Smart decision on his part. Aislinn's next plan was to try and reach him with her teeth. She was not in a pleasant mood. Seriously, what does everyone around here have against sleep? Sierra asked in between loud yawns. Stretching out her stiff muscles, her joints and bones popping loudly, she turned enough to notice Aislinn finally. Joy broke over her face as she shrieked, making all of them cringe. Oh, thank goodness. You're alive. A huff sounded from the passenger seat. From the spike of animosity that filled her upon hearing it, Aislinn recognized it as coming from her former guardian. Austin's exasperated tone came from the driver's side. I told you 1,000 times. We didn't kill her. Honestly, Sierra. Why would we be trying to kill her? We're on her side. Yeah, and I believe you dogs why? Sierra retorted disdainfully, throwing angry glares at the backs of both of their heads. Aislinn was quickly recalling why she liked this girl so much. I've missed you. I'm so happy we're together again. Sierra exclaimed cheerily, pulling her into a hug, ignoring the fact that her hands were currently trapped between her knees and bolted to the floor. Pulling back, Aislinn gave her a skeptical look. Well, okay, the circumstances represent a challenge and the company is awful, but at least we can hang out again. Sierra babbled, a goofy grin on her face. Leave it to her to be able to find a silver lining in being drugged and kidnapped by their own pack. Aislinn rolled her eyes. Hey, that hurts. We aren't that bad, Austin grumbled. You drugged us and then locked us in an SUV. After kidnapping us, Sierra deadpanned without bothering to look at him. That was Alpha's orders. What did you want us to do, see? Austin argued, his eyes glancing at them through the rearview mirror, grimacing when he met the deadly stares coming from the back seat. Don't even get me started on that jerk, Sierra spat. Her voice was venomous, her eyes flashing black. Calm down, Richard ordered, his body turning in the seat so he was facing her. Now, Sierra. Shove it, Richard. Sierra growled. Sierra, that's your alpha and brother. You can't talk about him like that. Austin snapped, his eyes hard as he looked at her through the rearview again. Watch me, Sierra snapped back. You will calm down or you will be removed and placed in the other SUV. I won't have you endangering the princess or hurting her. You are only here because I allow it. Richard's hard, clipped voice broke into their glaring match. Sierra pulled back as if she had been slapped. Her eyes widened as she stared, dumbfounded. It took a few beats before she was able to find her voice. You think I'm going to hurt her? She didn't even wait for a response, her chest puffing out as her eyes narrowed into slits. Aislinn felt a tiny smirk quirk the corners of her mouth. Leaning back, she readied herself to enjoy the show. She wasn't disappointed. Me? Yes, that's right, I'm the dangerous one. I'm the one who betrayed her, lied to her, manipulated her, kidnapped and drugged her. I forgot that I am the one who is forcing her to go through her heat without her mate, which may potentially end up harming her, mind you. And even if it doesn't, we'll have her in agony for days. You're right, my apologies. It completely slipped my mind that I stole her wolf, locked her away, and broke her heart. No, you're totally right. I am definitely the one who's going to hurt her. Aislinn felt herself flinch at the reminder of the loss of her wolf. Of everything they had done to her, that was probably the worst. She had been trying to ignore the feeling of loss and emptiness, but with Sierra's words, she was reminded. She could faintly feel that other part of herself. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach her. The connection between them was dead. The flow of strength and energy severed. It left her feeling stunted and caged. She was missing a part of her soul, part of the very fabric of who and what she is. There wasn't supposed to be this division, this separation. Werewolves were meant to live in balance and in harmony with their two natures and forms. A mix of wolf and human. What Richard had done was sever that part of her and block it off. It was a lonely, frightening, and alien sensation. Tuning back in, Aislinn realized she had missed the next part of Sierra's rant. The girl was on a roll. Should we? She asked, her tone now mocking and nauseatingly sweet. However, her eyes were hard when she met the Guardian's dark look head-on. Should we ask your queen who she really wants around her right now? Do you want to see who she'd like to throw out of her car? Who does she think is a threat to her safety? Maybe we should ask her wolf? Oh, wait, we can't because you blocked her. You really want to get into who's a danger around here? She asked, looking between the three men as if she was truly curious to hear their answers. Scoffing when they stayed silent, all of them staring at her, their jaws slack, mouths gaping. That's what I thought. Remember something, Richard. You might be protecting her, but right now I'm the only one who cares about her. Sierra turned back, her face softening as she slowly looked her over in concern. How are you? In exaggerated slowness, Aislinn looked down at her chained wrists. Sierra winced. Yeah, I hear you. They're jerks. Nodding her head. Apparently, you're a flight risk, she added, rolling her eyes. Her fingers added air quotes to the words flight risk. Sierra, the name-calling really isn't necessary, Ethan muttered from Aislinn's other side. The first words he had spoken since she had woken. Oh, I disagree, Sierra sneered as Aislinn slowly turned to look at the pack doctor. As her cold glare slid over him, a blush began to creep up his neck. His face turned a deep red as his eyes dropped from her and onto the silver of her restraints. There for your own protection, Luna, he muttered quietly. Sierra let out a bark of humorless laughter at the words. Unbelievable. Leaning in closer, she dropped her voice into a fake whisper that was loud enough for everyone to hear. That's all they keep saying. It's for her protection. It's for her protection. Idiots. Aislinn smiled as she mimicked the men's deeper voices, the pain of losing her wolf easing just a little with the display of camaraderie and companionship. Noticing, Sierra gave her a wink before her face turned serious. So what are we going to do when we get you out of here? Aislinn full-on grinned this time, her eyes lighting up at the words they had so often spoken when they were still locked together in a cell. Sierra. 3 voices shouted. What? She asked, looking around innocently. Did I say something? Your Majesty. Richard's voice was deep and low, interrupting the internal musings of revenge and escape she had been indulging in. You have to understand it was the only way. It would have been too dangerous for you to remain. We knew you would never have left on your own. That you would insist at being by your mate's side and trying to fight. We couldn't take the chance of something happening to you again. We almost already lost you once. Your survival is paramount. Without you, we have no hope. The words hung in the air, fighting for dominance against the anger that was becoming more and more palpable as Aislinn's rage rose to the surface in full force. Only the tightening of Sierra's arm around her shoulders kept her from trying to lunge forward. Her voice was cold and deadly when she spoke. That was not your decision to make. It is my duty, my oath to do whatever is necessary to ensure your safety. Well then, Richard, you have done what you felt was necessary. And now, I will do what I feel is necessary. The car fell silent after that. It was a couple of hours later that the pain from the heat became excruciating. Sierra offered what comfort she could, but without Kaiden's presence, there wasn't much that could be done to stop the agony. After 20 minutes of her whimpering and sweating in Sierra's arms, Ethan decided to sedate her. She tried to stop him, to fight him off, not caring about the pain, but being chained, blocked, and trapped in an SUV, there wasn't much she could realistically do as they protected her. Her pleas and curses filled the interior as she was dragged under. The vehicles were luxurious and top of the line, and under normal circumstances, they would have been relatively comfortable to travel in. Spending 8 hours in one chain to the floor and squished in the middle between two bodies, while suffering through hot flashes and searing pain, made it a different story. When they pulled up to a hotel around dusk, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Austin jumped out to check them in. Doors slammed as those in the second car climbed out. The sound of knuckles rapping against the window had Richard climbing out as well. Moving to the back, he opened the door and ushered Ethan out. Reaching in, he unlocked the chain from the bolts in the floor before trying to grab her. Flinching away from him, she leaned further into Sierra. Letting out a sigh, he watched her stare at him challengingly. "I'm trying to help you, Your Majesty." Her unchanging expression was answer enough, and his hand fell away. Satisfied, she looked pointedly down at the handcuffs still locked around her wrists. He let out another sigh. "The Alpha's orders were very strict, Your Highness. The cuffs are supposed to stay on." Before she could tell him exactly what he could do with his orders, Sierra beat her to it. "Seriously, you're expecting her to stay handcuffed like a criminal the whole time? What is wrong with you? Honestly, you people have gone off the deep end." A noise of complete disbelief rang loud and clear. "Take the handcuffs off," Aislinn ordered. "I can't do that, Your Majesty, but if you get out, there is something waiting for you," Richard said, his voice turning coaxing. Raising her eyebrow, she searched for what he was referring to. Her heart jumped into her throat when her eyes landed on Olivia. Tears sprang forward as she took in the limp body of Kyo, cradled in her arms. "What did you do to him?" she choked out. Sensing her pain and distress, Sierra's arms wound around her, her hand rubbing up and down her back soothingly. "He is okay, princess, simply sleeping." Her eyes narrowed at Austin's words that came from somewhere outside the car. "We had to sedate him for the drive," Olivia explained apologetically. Her wolf was going crazy and growling, snapping and throwing herself against the blocks in her mind, trying to get free and wanting to hurl herself at all of them. The thought of them sticking a needle into Kyo had her furious. That they dared to then try and use him as a bribe, as bait, had her murderous. Tearing her eyes from the sleeping cub, Aislinn looked back at Richard. "He should have been with me." No one answered, but they could all hear the silent Alpha's orders. Taking a deep breath, she desperately fought to grasp the ends of her fraying control. She reiterated her earlier order. "Take the cuffs off. Now, Richard." "I'm sorry, but I can't do that, Your Highness." "Then I suggest you find someone who can," she growled, her eyes snapping open. Her body had begun to tremble from the force of her anger. If her wolf had been free, she would have shifted. Richard turned to look at Austin, who had moved so he was in her line of sight. Catching Richard's questioning gaze, he shrugged his shoulders, his head shaking. "Don't look at me. I don't know what to do. If she won't cooperate, we'll either have to drag her out or drug her again. And I'm not exactly comfortable with doing either of those options more than absolutely necessary. At some point, either she or the Alpha is going to kick our butts for it." His face paled at the thought of Kaiden waking up from his own stupidity. The silence stretched out before Richard grunted. Turning back to her, he tossed a small set of keys. Catching them, she focused on unlocking the annoying bracelets, rubbing at her sore wrists as she did. The silver hadn't affected her, but they were still uncomfortable, and after so many hours, her skin was rubbed raw and bruised. "We are in so much trouble," Austin muttered as he watched the silver cuffs drop to the floor. "It was your idea," Richard grumbled back, his eyes staying on her. "Yeah, well, it was the best option." "Doesn't mean we aren't still screwed," Austin said. Shuffling along the seat, Aislinn pushed herself up and out the door. As soon as her feet hit the pavement, she was surrounded. Leland, Emmett, and Hugo's large bodies joined Richard's in encircling her. She rolled her eyes at the wall of backs facing her. Clearing her throat, she looked pointedly at Keo, reaching out her hands. Oliva looked to Richard, who gave a reluctant nod before Keo's slack body was cradled against her chest. A few random tears broke free as she ran her hands over his small, fluffy body, pressing kisses to his velvety ears and tiny nose. Being relieved of her charge, Olivia moved to stand next to Austin. Both of them were intently scanning the parking lot and the surrounding areas. What exactly they thought they were going to run into in a random hotel in the middle of nowhere was a mystery to her. But Aislinn bit her tongue, keeping her thoughts to herself. Not really caring what they did, as long as it meant they were leaving her alone. Muffled curses sounded as Sierra climbed awkwardly out of the SUV, her feet hitting the pavement with a light thud as she jumped down. Stretching her arms over her head, she let out a relieved groan before muscling her way between two of Aislinn's guards. When Hugo didn't give way quickly enough, Sierra accidentally let her heels smash down on his toes. The grunt of pain was met with a very insincere apology. Finally, inside the circle of black-clad guardians, Sierra skipped to Aislinn's side, linking their arms together. Then, winking, she motioned with her hand, adding on a snarky, onward men, that was met with skulls. The room was mediocre. Not even close to as lovely as their suite in New York had been, but not as bad as the motel where they had found Olivia. The reminder had Aislinn glance over at the woman. Their gazes met, and there was a flash of understanding and connection that snapped between them as they were both pulled into the past. Then it passed, and they both turned away. Aislinn to Sierra, who was babbling at her side, and Olivia to the window, taking up a watch of the parking lot. Leaning her head in close, her mouth next to her ear, Sierra dropped her voice to a whisper. "Ethan looks ready to stick you again." They were all sharing one room for security purposes, and Richard and Austin were deep in conversation about rotations and sleeping arrangements. Leland and the others were standing stoically around the perimeter in parade rest, their eyes alert. Aislinn subtly glanced over her shoulder at the doc, who indeed looked ready to jump her. He kept tensely looking at his watch before throwing her nervous glances. "You want to be drugged again?" Sierra asked, her voice staying low and soft. Aislinn made sure her own words couldn't be overheard. "No, I've just about had it. I can't think straight, my mind is sluggish, I feel like junk, and I can barely hold myself up with all this stuff being pumped into me every few hours." "You'll be in pain," Sierra said. There was no judgment in her words. She was stating facts, making sure Aislinn understood her decision. "I can handle pain," Aislinn replied calmly. "I know," Sierra said, sympathy and understanding in the words. "Okay then, time to make a break for it." She was wearing a mischievous grin that had Aislinn momentarily worried. However, before she could question her decision, Sierra was yanking on her arm. Sprinting across the room towards the bathroom, she and Keo in tow. Richard's voice roared behind them. "Grab them." A growl sounded a few feet behind them as they raced over the threshold. Spinning around, Sierra slammed the door shut, throwing the lock just as a body hit the door, shaking it from the impact. "Sierra, open this door right now," came Austin's strained voice, slightly muffled from the door now standing between them. Both of them had collapsed to the floor, laughter bubbling between them. Tears were streaming down Sierra's face, and Aislinn was having to fight back her own fit as she struggled to breathe. "Never!" Sierra screamed back before dissolving into laughter again as a fist began pounding on the door. "We will break this door down, Sierra," Austin threatened as the pounding continued. "Go ahead," Sierra shouted back. Aislinn's laughter came up short as she threw a shocked look in her direction. Sierra smirked back at her. "I'll be sure to let Katie know how you guys broke down the bathroom door where his baby sister and mate were naked inside," she finished calmly, her voice no longer shouting. The pounding stopped abruptly. The girls could literally feel the men on the other side take a defensive step back at her threat. "You aren't naked," Austin said. His words were confident, but the hesitancy in his voice gave him away. Of course we are. It's a bathroom, after all. A girl's got a shower. Now, I mean, if you don't think the alpha of all alphas would mind, well then I can gladly let you in. I was just trying to keep you from getting in trouble. Of course, I do always keep forgetting that you men know best, Sierra said, her voice turning mockingly sweet. We can send Olivia in, a voice said. Aislinn assumed it was one of the other guardians. She wasn't yet familiar enough with them to pick them out through a door. Sierra pushed herself up from the floor and moved over to the tub, turning on the water. Sure, send Olivia in. I mean, we're going to be in the shower, but if you want her to try and drag us out, all wet and naked, then you go ahead and try that. Aislinn couldn't help laughing as she imagined their faces at the idea of having to explain to Kaiden why Olivia was sent into a bathroom to wrestle his naked mate and sister out of a shower. Even if they knew it was probably all a bluff, there was that tiny chance they weren't lying, and then they would end up dead. Sierra, just open the door and let me examine the Luna. Make sure she's okay, Ethan's voice said. Obviously, he had been tapped in as the next to try and wrangle them into behaving. Nope, sorry. No can do, Sierra chirped as she motioned Aislinn over to the filling tub. Sierra, she's in heat. She needs my help. I am actually here, you know, Aislinn shouted. I know everyone wants to act like I can't think or make decisions for myself, but I actually am able to. Craziest thing, I know. You heard her. Sierra added as she tenderly took Kyo from her arms and laid him on some towels she had arranged into a little bed by the side of the tub. You're going to be in pain if I don't help you, Luna. I don't want your help. Aislinn shouted back even as she flinched, a wave of heat rippling across her body. Get in the water, Sierra said. Huh? Aislinn asked, her mind blinking as a stab of pain hit her right behind her eye socket. Get in the water, Sierra repeated more slowly. Water, why? It's cold. It should help calm some of the heat, soothe the pain too, Sierra replied confidently. Aislinn eyed her in surprise. A light blush colored her face as she avoided looking in her direction, her words rushing out in explanation. After the cell, I decided I wanted to be more prepared. I didn't want to be so useless again. Aislinn interrupted her. You weren't useless. We're alive, I'm alive, because of you. Sierra's blush deepened at the words, and she had to clear her throat before she could speak. Yeah, well, I felt useless. So I decided to try and learn some skills. I knew I wouldn't be able to learn to fight in a few days, and you were still in the hospital healing, so I just kinda started reading medical journals and texts that Ethan loaned me. At first, I just wanted to understand what was happening to you, and then what I could have done to help. It kinda just took off from there. I've had a lot of free time. Aislinn felt her pride and admiration for the 16-year-old grow. In a rare display, Aislinn reached out and drew the girl in for a tight hug. Pulling back, Aislinn began to strip. The clothes she had pulled on so hastily before everything went so wrong pooled around her. Turning towards the water, Aislinn heard Sierra's gasp as she caught sight of the scars that covered her back. She didn't say anything, though. Their time together at the hands of her father made the need for an explanation unnecessary. Slipping into the cold water, a sigh of relief left her lips as the water surrounded her, easing the heat and pain. Better? Sierra asked. Uh-huh. Sierra chuckled as she scratched Kyo's head. Leaning back, she rested against the wall near Aislinn's head, her legs splaying out in front of her. They sat in comfortable silence for a bit. The reprieve lulled her into a soft doze. Just as she was drifting off completely, a knock on the door had them both bolting up. What? Sierra called out. You've been in there for an hour, Austin's voice said. So? Sierra asked. So come out. No. She shouted back, leaning back against the wall and making herself comfortable again, her hand going back to stroking Kyo. Luna, you should really come out, Austin tried again. Aislinn rolled her eyes. No, I don't want to. A growl shook the door. They aren't too happy with us, Sierra said cheerily. Good. I'm none too pleased with their lot at the moment either, Aislinn growled, a hot flash hitting her with a spike of anger. You should calm down. Strong emotions will affect the rate of your heat, Sierra offered gently. Once Aislinn had nodded, she asked more seriously. So, what are we going to do? Considering the question, Aislinn let out a deep exhale, forcing her cramping muscles to try and relax. Sierra had opened the window and turned off the heater to try and drop the room temperature as much as they could. It was helping for now, but Aislinn knew soon it wouldn't be enough as her body called out for its mate. You really want to do this with me? She asked, her eyes closing and her cheek pressing to the cool tiles. Of course. I'm your sidekick. I'm Robin. Sierra exclaimed. Batman is a disaster without Robin. Plus, we're sisters now. What's the good of that if we don't gang up to make my brother's life miserable? Aislinn chuckled at her words even as tears welled in her eyes. He'll come to his senses, Ace, Sierra said softly, a hand squeezing her shoulder. It won't change what he did, though, Aislinn murmured. I know. Sierra's voice was as sad and broken as Aislinn felt inside. What happened? She finally asked, hating herself for needing to know to feel anything towards him. Sierra didn't answer right away, and when she did, her voice was tentative. They set off for Pac Silva just after they drugged you. They locked us both in one of the cells downstairs. I don't know how long it took. When they came back down, they gave you another shot and then drugged me too. I woke up a couple of hours before you, and we were already on the road. From what I could get out of them, they waited for Kaiden and the others till first light. When they didn't show up, they followed orders and left with us. They didn't even try to find them? See if they were okay? Alive? Aislinn asked, horrified, pain exploding as her chest clenched. Relax, Sierra coaxed gently, her hand reaching to stroke her hair soothingly. The contact allowed her to settle deeper into the water. All they would tell me is it's the Alpha's orders. I tried to get them to go back, but they just ignored me. She paused, her hand still gently stroking her head, before she took a deep breath and blurted out. Kaiden is alive and unharmed. That's all I know. Aislinn didn't know what she felt at that. It had been the question she had been wanting to ask, and yet was terrified to have the answer to. With her wolf blocked and her bonds severed, she no longer could access the mate bond or even sense if he was dead. Honestly, they just don't give up, Sierra huffed when another round of knocking started. The wrath of the Alpha King is not something to attract lightly, Aislinn offered indifferently. She wasn't defending their actions, but she could see why they would be compelled to follow the orders of her mate. Raising her voice so she was heard on the other side of the door, she called out, still naked. Still not coming out. Huh. Wrath? You think they should be worried about Kaiden's wrath? Have they not met you? Sierra asked, her eyes shining. Apparently they have forgotten. Well then, I guess we get to remind them what exactly happens when you anger the Luna Queen. Yeah, what a Luna. I don't even have a wolf, Aislinn muttered, a whimper leaving her as the pain in her soul pulsed. Sure you do. Ignoring the scratching and burning it caused, Aislinn cracked one eye to stare at her. Grabbing one of her arms, Sierra tugged her hand over the edge of the tub, making her hiss in pain. The entertaining visions of her mate that she had been creating evaporated. Just when she was about to yank her arm back, her fingers were gently pushed into a fur coat. Not caring about the pain anymore, she turned her head, both eyes opening. You have a wolf, Aislinn. Right here, you have Keo and you have me. You aren't alone in this, Sierra whispered, holding her hand against Keo. Aislinn let out a small gasp when the warm body moved under her hand. Water sloshed over the edge as she lunged forward, both hands wrapping around the cub. Pulling him to her face, burying into his soft coat, his tongue lazily licking her face as sobs broke free. They stayed there all night. Sierra periodically empties and refills the water to keep it as cold as possible. Around midnight, Aislinn's heat hit its peak. Her fever was so high she became delirious, and it was only Sierra's restraining hands that kept her in the tub and from leaving the hotel in search of her mate. Then came the nausea. For 3 hours, she held her hair and rubbed her back, all the while cursing her brother as Aislinn was violently ill. Even when there was nothing left in her stomach, she continued to dry heave. While burning her throat, panicked tears streaming down her face. Anytime someone would even get near the bathroom door, Sierra would start hurling curses and threats in their direction as well. At one point, it got so bad that Sierra was forced to open the door. Her face hard and head high, she demanded they bring her ice. Before they could react, she was slamming the door shut in their faces. Aislinn screamed when she dumped the sheet filled with ice into the bath, covering her burning body. It was both horrendous agony and sweet relief. Around 4, the worst of it broke, and they fell into a light sleep, resting until Olivia's soft voice let them know they were heading out. The next 2 days followed the same way. Each night, Austin, Richard, and Ethan tried to keep them from locking themselves in the bathroom. Each time, Aislinn and Sierra simply started undressing. The first night, Aislinn hadn't even had her shirt over her head before Austin was barking at them to get the heck in. The next night, Sierra had gotten to the zipper of her pants before Ethan crumbled, throwing his own shirt over her before nearly pushing them into the bathroom and slamming the door himself. The door would only open when Sierra ordered more ice. It was around noon on the 4th day when Aislinn felt the change. She had been dozing lightly when all of a sudden her chest squeezed painfully. Her lungs collapsed as the air was forcefully shoved out. Her hands clawed at her chest, panic rising as her wolf grew chaotic. Sierra noticed first, her shouts filling the interior of the SUV as Aislinn's vision began to fill with black dots, her lungs screaming for oxygen. Her body felt weak and useless. Her wolf faded even deeper into the background. The hole that had been punched in her heart that night grew even bigger, leaving her feeling alone, floating in an ocean of despair and pain. The SUV screeched to a stop, jerking to the side of the road as doors slammed open, voices and shouts flying. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the tightness began to ease, loosening slowly from around her heart and lungs. She sucked in a desperate breath of air, coughing and choking as her chest began rising and falling. Blinking, her vision cleared. Opening her eyes, her body froze as she stared into the blue that dominated her every thought, cell, and beat of her heart. Lifting her arm, she reached for him. Her fingers grazed his face, hope blooming as love filled her. Then her vision snapped back, and instead of Kaiden, it was Sierra staring down at her, tear tracks on her face, worry and fear in her eyes. Her body lay out on the ground, her head resting in her lap. Aislinn smiled the best she could, still gasping for lungfuls of air greedily. Her hand was clasped to her chest, clutching the space where her heart had once resided. It felt as if she let go, if she gave even an inch, that black abyss would consume her. "What is going on?" Austin demanded. His eyes were wild as he looked between her and Ethan, who was checking her over for any wounds. Richard looked just as bad, his face stony, but his eyes shining with panic. Olivia and the others stood stiffly in a loose ring around them, hands resting on the weapons strapped to their thighs, backs rigid. "I don't know, I can't find any sign of injury," Ethan muttered. Aislinn pushed herself up despite the protests. One hand still gripping her chest, she extended the other to Sierra, smiling when she helped her stand. Weaker than ever, Aislinn swayed on her feet, and if Sierra hadn't slung her arm across her shoulders, she would have crumpled to the ground. "We crossed the territory line," Aislinn rasped out. 8 pairs of eyes swung to her. Her voice was weak, but she managed enough sarcasm to make even Sierra proud. "Welcome to Argentum Sanguinis, land of the royal pack and homeland of the Corona Lupis." She was breathing deeply, the sense of her homeland filling her. Her soul in turmoil, spiraling out of control, when suddenly a deep voice broke in, pulling her from her memories. "You're quite correct, little lady. We stand on the forgotten land of the Silverbloods, seat of the crown of the moon." Those are old words to speak, though. Dangerous things to know and lines to cross. Especially these days. Especially for one so unprotected. Aislinn's face turned to the tree line, the snapping of a twig letting her eyes pinpoint his location. Standing frozen, she watched as he materialized from the thick woods. Power and strength radiated from him, demanding attention. It was only the sight of movement behind him that tore her gaze from him, to where a pace behind a line of growling wolves emerged. Chapter 18. A drop of water fell. The cool droplet landed on her head before running down to the tip of her nose. Her lips parted as the water pooled between them, her tongue darting out to taste it. Blinking slowly, she turned her face to the sky. Gray, dense clouds loomed overhead. Darkly ominous, the heavy, thick billows filled the sky, crowding it until the blue was forgotten. Staring into it, Aislinn felt her heart pause. The world slowed as she gazed up. And then it started the rain. Droplets plummeted to earth, each one hitting the pavement with a tiny splash and striking the dry dirt and throwing small puffs of dust into the air. And with them came the sound, building slowly like an orchestra. Slow and quiet at first, and then growing louder and stronger. The droplets fell faster, one after another until there was no more space or reprieve between them. Until the sound was constant, filling the silence with the heartbeat of the sky. The crisp, clean scent of rain rose around them as it came. The rich aroma of dampening earth. The smell of pine and cedar, bark, compost, rot, and decay mixed and melded, filling the cold air until the world was no longer harsh and frightening. Aislinn looked through the curtain of falling drops at where the man stood, a few feet from where he had emerged from the trees so unexpectedly. He was around 6 feet tall, with light brown hair that was cut short against his scalp. She knew that if she were to get closer, she would find his green eyes alert and assessing. There would probably be a few more lines on his face now. The small ones that had been crinkling the corners of his eyes had deepened and spread. The hard years have marked their passage on his face. He was muscular in a wiry way, but the most noticeable characteristic was the feral feel that clung to him. It was like an aura, a second skin that emitted from him. The wolves at his back were a mix of males and females, some small and scared, others significant and intimidating. They stood in a full range of colors and hues, mixing and melting into the deep forest, shadows, and rocks around them. They stood facing them, eyes bright and watchful, over 36 of them all sharing that same feral feel the man had. A feel of danger writhing that lay just under the surface, as if they were almost untamed. Wild. As the shock of the sudden appearance wore off, Richard and the others sprang into action. Richard pushed her body behind his, shielding her. Leland, Hugo, and Emmett surrounded them in a protective circle. All unholstered the weapons they carried strapped to their thighs. Bulky black pistols pointed at the ground, ready for the slightest trigger to raise them. Olivia had grabbed Sierra at their appearance, shoving her back and shielding her. Gripping her own gun, she eyed the line of advancing wolves anxiously, scanning the long line. Keo's barks and growls from inside the SUV could be heard even with the falling rain. His paws hit the glass with a little thud as he jumped at it, nails scratching on the glass. Aislinn turned her head, and he calmed as she looked at him. You can breathe in the rain. You can dream, floating away on the perfect uncontrollability of the storm that roils above. It is beauty at its best, fierce and unpredictable, and yet you always know that it will pass. That it is fleeting. That's just like life, it too shall pass. And when it does, it will leave the world a little better, a little brighter in its wake. It will break, and it will heal a balance. The sun enables life. The rain grants its safe passage. Aislinn was 6 the last time she had felt these drops on her skin and had tasted them on her tongue. It had been 13 long years since she had them fill her lungs. The rain was always her favorite. It was like a secret, revealing a hidden world that lay just beneath the surface. Everything was fresher and cleaner, the scents richer, colors were deeper, the air heavier and denser as it wrapped around her. The ground was softer and more alive beneath her feet, the sky not quite as far away. The world became a little smaller, a little closer. Growing up, she would roam the woods until she was soaked, chasing the frogs, hunting the birds and animals as they sought shelter, or simply walking among the wilderness, her guardians trailing behind. The water would drip off her nose, catching on her eyelashes and plastering her hair to her head. Sometimes it would fill her boots until every step she took squished. Inevitably, she would take them off, squishing her toes in the mud as she jumped into the puddles and climbed up the trees. One of her guardians would carry them as the others chased after her when she was finally done. When her skin and clothes smelled like the rain, when the soothing calmness of the forest had filled her soul, she would run home, sprinting across the soft, springy earth and jumping the soggy logs and giggling wildly as massive wolves raced on either side. Her carefree voice was ringing out. She would race into the house. Never noticing the path of mud and water her tiny feet would paint across the floors. She would run through the rooms. Not bothering to wait for guards or attendants to open the doors, she would barrel through them, throwing them open, banging them against the walls. Her face was eager as she hunted, until at last she would find them. Sometimes they would be in their office. Other times, sitting around a fireplace or in one of the extensive studies, books open or steaming cups of tea grasped in their hands. They always smiled when they saw her. Their eyes lit up with love and adoration. Never would they look at her in anger or with reprimand. She would shout in joy before launching her small body at them, trusting completely that they would catch her, that their steady, strong arms would always be there when she needed them. It didn't matter how dirty or wet, how cold or smelly she was. Every time those hands would catch her, and without hesitation, they would pull her close, and she would be pressed into the warm softness of home. Her mother's scent of lavender and honey, the smell of their pack, and the cold, crisp snow of their homeland would fill her. It would mix with the scent of the rain, happiness, and contentment, lulling her into peaceful slumber in the safety and love of her mother's arms. Her father would move to their side, his arms pulling them both close, pressing his lips to her forehead, then kissing her mother and whispering how he loved them both. And there they would stay, cuddled together in their little bubble, escaping the world outside. The rain had always been their time. Rain. It is devastating. It is healing. It is the violent beauty that rages within each of us. You can feel a storm in the air, can scent it on the softest breeze. Even when a crystal blue sky dazzles overhead, it can be felt in your heart long before the first drop ever hits your skin. It is nothing but what it is. It had been raining the night they had come, covering their tracks and obscuring their scents. That night, the water had run red, staining the world. The screams were so loud that they had been heard even over the cracks and booms of the thunder and lightning that had filled the sky. The storm raged on as hell came to earth. And for the first time, when she was wet and scared, there had been no arms to catch her, no hands to hold her, no words to whisper loving things and make all the bad disappear. There was nothing, and there never would be again. "Who are you?" Richard demanded, his hands keeping her hidden and shielded behind his back. "I could ask you the same thing," the man said, his body as rigid as Richard's own. His eyes studied each of the guardians before coming to rest on her. Or at least Aislinn thought that it did. She couldn't actually see him from behind Richard, but she could feel the weight of his piercing gaze landing on her accusingly. "How do you know those words?" "Don't say anything," Richard growled lowly at her, his voice rising to address the man. "I asked you a question." "And I asked you one," he replied calmly, ignoring the threatening growls that came from Leland and the others as two of the wolves from the line behind him stepped forward to flank him. The silence grew heavy and thick as the two sides watched each other. The steady drumming of the rain, the splashing droplets, and the dripping forest were the only sounds to be heard. The man's voice finally broke it. "You are outnumbered and surrounded. Your little girl there spoke words of treason, an offense with the penalty of death. Now tell me, how does she know them and why are you here?" "That's none of your concern," Richard growled, pressing her back further and moving her closer to the rear door of the SUV. "How do you know them?" the man asked, switching his attention back to her. Aislinn's voice was steady and low as she answered. "I learned them from my family." "I told you to stay quiet," Richard snapped. His hands pushed her back when she tried to step around him. "And I told you I will not be commanded." "Your family taught you about that?" the man asked, obviously taken aback, skepticism in his tone. "Yes." As did yours, Aislinn said, pushing more forcibly against Richard's hands and shoving off his restraining arms and moving around his body so she could look at the man again. Why would they do that? The Silverbloods are destroyed and gone. This land is abandoned. Why teach you what doesn't matter? What shouldn't be spoken of? All of that is long gone, the past. The only thing knowing about them will get you is a very painful death. Aislinn felt a slight smile on her face as she looked at him. Her voice filled with warmth as it floated out and into the rain. Perhaps they will get me killed. And perhaps they are forgotten, or perhaps they are simply lost. I speak them because I remember, as do you. Remember? He repeated. His voice dropped and became more serious. Dangerous. A frown darkened his features. Richard let out a warning growl at the change. I will always remember. I will never forget, she said softly. The man flinched back. Surprise overtook his features. The wolves at his sides pressed closer, snarls and growls ripping through the air. The line of wolves that had paused at the tree line stepped closer, their heads lowering, their ears flattening back as they bared their canines aggressively. At the moment, her guards' weapons were raised. Barrels are aiming at those closest. Richard's own trained on the man's head. Throwing up his hands, the man shouted, "No, calm down. Liesl, back off." The commands flowed through the ranks of the wolves behind him. Their body language relaxed, returning to wary readiness as they stepped back. Aislinn laid her hand on the arm Richard held, the bulky black handgun in it. Richard, may I formally introduce you to George Maliko, Alpha of Pac Tenebris, Iridium Aurora. Shock rippled around her, weapons slowly lowering as the name and words sank in. You know many things you shouldn't, Maliko called out. His eyes went back to studying her as she stepped around Richard, ignoring his warning growl. She stopped when she stood just behind Leland and Hugo, in sight of the other Alpha, but still partially blocked. Austin and Sierra moved to stand at her sides. Sierra reached down and grabbed her hand as she did, squeezing it, instinctively knowing she needed the support. Who are you? Maliko asked, his voice turning hard and demanding. Aislinn smiled. You used to know me. I have known many people over my long life. Most are now dead. We are both dead, Maliko. The wolf who stood on his right side growled, not liking that she didn't use his title when addressing him. He hushed her with a gentle, calm Liesl. Your beta? Aislinn asked, looking at the light gray wolf. Alpha Maliko nodded sharply. Liesl Miminger. This is Beta Austin, my sister Sierra, my guardians Richard, Leland, Hugo, and Emmett. And over there is our lead runner, Olivia. Aislinn made the introductions with a small gesture to each. And what pack do you come from then? Maliko asked. Aislinn laughed, the sound rippling out and lifting into the clouds and wrapping around the trees. The echo of a song of a life from so long ago. You still do not recognize me, she asked curiously. Should I? He asked uneasily. With no wolf, it would be difficult. It's like when you first hid yourself from us, Austin murmured from beside her. Aislinn nodded. That's true, but he still has his eyesight and his ears. I am more than my wolf, she countered, making her voice loud enough to be heard by those around them. Enough of this. Who are you? Maliko roared, anger blazing as his eyes darkened. Those around her stiffened at his reaction, but she remained relaxed. A sad smile played on her face as she searched his eyes. You know who I am. You saved my life once. It would have saved me from more, but you were betrayed. We were all betrayed. Her voice filled with sadness and pain as the memories swept through her. The horrors of that night replayed in gut-wrenching flashes of color and violence. As angry as she was with him, Aislinn couldn't help her gratitude as Richard stepped to her side. His body was tense and alert, speaking when she found the words lodged in her throat. Alpha Maliko, may I present the Luna of Pac Sanguim Argentum, heir to the throne of wolves and the last surviving member of the royal family. She oversaw him, feeling as Austin and Sierra tensed beside her. Hope blossomed in him before cold hatred and anger replaced it. Impossible. Maliko roared, his eyes darkening to pitch black. narrowing her in rage. You're a liar. That person you dare speak of died 13 years ago. I don't know what twisted game you think you're playing, little girl, but I suggest you play it with someone else. How dare you? How dare you lie and pretend? I don't know what it is you're trying to do, but I don't want anything to do with it. I suggest you watch how you speak to your queen. Richard growled. She isn't my queen. Maliko shouted. I don't know who on earth you are. You found me with my parents' bodies. Aislinn's voice broke into the growing argument, cutting off anything else that might have been said. My guardians had all been slaughtered by then. They had fought as long as they could, held out just enough for me to run. I should have headed for the forest. Run for help. But I was so scared, and I wanted them. Her voice shook. You found me there. My father had been killed. She had to stop and take a deep breath before she could continue. Maliko's face slowly drained as the words began, the anger and contempt melting into disbelief and horror, as if he were seeing a ghost. Those around them had frozen, transfixed. The rain beating down filled the spaces between her words, the lines between her confession. I couldn't even recognize him. I could smell him, but I couldn't find him. I didn't understand what they had done to him. Not until later, when I was older and I could remember. Only then did I realize what had happened. What they had done. Why I couldn't find him even though I searched. At the time, all I knew was I could only find her. My mother. Her voice choked on the word. Her heart clenched. Sierra squeezed her hand, Austin's body shifting closer. She appreciated their attempts to comfort her, but they weren't who she needed. Needed and wasn't there. Stop, Maliko said. His voice was pained and grief-stricken. You don't have to. She cut him off. You want to know how I know you? You want to know who I am? You want to know why you traveled here? His eyes widened in surprise. You pulled me off my mother's body. I was holding so tightly, you had to pry my fingers from her skin. I will never forget the feel of her on my hands. I screamed at you. I thought you were going to hurt me. That you had hurt her. Aislinn raised her eyes to meet his. Do you remember what you said to me? She stepped forward, ignoring the small sounds of protest that rose around her. Tugging gently, she pulled her hand from Sierra's. Maneuvering between Hugo and Leland, she walked until she stood directly in front of him. You said, "Don't worry, my queen, I will keep you safe." I remember that so clearly. My queen. It scared me, those words. Worse than anything I had seen. Even now, they're the most terrifying thing that has ever happened to me because they meant I was alone. That they were all gone. That everyone I loved was gone and I was left with a stupid, useless title that had cost me my home. Cost me my family. Her breathing was coming out labored. Memories assaulted her, emotions crashed through her. Her body trembled lightly as she took another deep breath. But then there you were, promising to keep me safe. I believe you would have. She paused at the flash of guilt that she saw on his face. He knew what was coming. I trusted you. I still trust you. How different our lives might have been if we hadn't been betrayed one more time that night. You told me to run. I did, you know. That time. I ran. I just didn't run fast enough. She took another step closer to him. That's what you said to me, right before you pushed me towards the woods. You said, remember, my queen. Always remember who you are. Never forget. I tried, though. For a long time, I tried to forget. To erase who I was supposed to be. Thunder sounded in the distance. The wind picked up, whipping and howling through the branches, electricity cracked across the sky, energy humming. Rain the song to it all. Each drop is a single note that spans the eons, calling us to the chaos that lies beneath our calm facades. When the patterns of the drops tumble from the skies, it is the melody that brings serenity. Aislinn lifted her face. Her eyes closed as the rain washed over her. Slowly, she came back, the hole in her chest a little smaller. The storm above matched the one that had raged in her soul for so long. Opening her eyes, she looked at Maliko, who had been staring at her. But I never could, no matter how hard I tried. I could never forget any of it. I could never forget them. He felt his knees. pain and joy, grief and happiness exploding in his eyes. "I thought you were dead," he muttered so softly it was nearly lost to the raging winds as he stared in awe. "I thought I was too," she said gently. "Thank you for answering my call. For standing strong when so many others fell. I owe you my life, Maliko." Stepping closer, she placed her hand on his shoulder. "Thank you." "My queen," he said, his voice cracking, those two words holding so much. Hearing them, the wolves who had been watching the scene in rapt attention dropped to the ground, their eyes falling in submission. "I failed you. I should have protected you." She narrowed her eyes. "Many people failed me that night. Failed my family. My pack." Her eyes clouded over, and she had to pause to pull herself back from the edge. "But you weren't one of them, Maliko. You and your pack are the only reason the crown, my family, is not just a forgotten myth. A long-lost memory." "Where have you been?" he asked. "Perhaps we should continue this out of the storm, Your Majesty." Richard's low timbre broke in on their conversation. His eyes were alert and narrowed as they stayed trained on where her hand rested on Maliko's shoulder. Aislinn didn't turn her head. "Maliko, Richard." Maliko looked at Richard, taking in the black intricate bands, ropes, and patterns that marked and covered the exposed skin of his forearms. Following them as they twisted around the bottoms of his biceps under his black t-shirt, before emerging to melt into his hairline and curl around the base of his neck. "Your guardian?" It was not so much a question as a statement. Aislinn snorted at his words, muttering, "We'll see." Richard minutely stiffened next to her, but didn't rise to her bait, instead ignoring her comment and continuing as if she hadn't spoken. "Your Majesty, we should get you out of the rain. You are still weakened." Rolling her eyes, she brushed off his concern with a wave. Unfortunately, though, it seemed Maliko had decided to jump straight from the accusing her of being a liar boat and onto the annoying overprotective train. "What do you mean weakened?" he asked, standing up quickly and glaring at Richard. "It's nothing," she answered before Richard could say anything more. Richard ignored the alpha, turning his attention fully on her now that she was no longer touching him. Aislinn didn't miss how he moved, so he was strategically standing between them. She rolled her eyes. "We should continue on," Richard tried again. "Why?" Aislinn snapped. "We cannot stay here." "And why not?" "The alpha." Aislinn threw up her hands, her anger flaring. "Do not finish that sentence." "Your Highness." "No," she snapped. "We are in the north. You have successfully corralled, forced, and dragged me to the one territory I swore I would never step foot on ever again. I am safe and alive where my mate," she growled the two words, ordered I be. "I'm done. I'm not going anywhere. You all wanted me to call Maliko, I did. Here he is. Where am I safer than with him?" Richard's face hardened, angry lines creasing his brow as a frown turned down his mouth. "It may not be a good idea with your current situation," he said cautiously. "You are impossible." "My situation? Honestly?" Aislinn exclaimed in exasperation. "Do whatever you want, Richard, but I'm staying with Maliko. He is, after all, the only one around here who hasn't taken me against my will." Richard let out a deep, rumbling growl. His hand grabbed onto her arm when she tried to step around him. Maliko was instantly there. His eyes were black, his own growl ripping out of his chest. "Take your hand off the queen immediately." His voice was stern and menacing. "Stay out of this." "It doesn't concern you," Richard growled back. Dominance and command slipping into his tone. "Richard, stop it." She shouted, shoving her body between the two males who looked ready to tear each other apart. "Get a grip, both of you." Maliko was the first to back off, his head bowing in submission as he took a step back. She spun to glare at Richard, anger crackling around her. A massive bolt of lightning streaked down. Bright white light illuminated the scene like a flash, lighting up the fury in her eyes before the shockwave of cracking thunder raced out. Booming loudly. "I have had enough. Do you understand? I'm done. Try and force me anymore, Richard, and you will regret it." He looked taken aback. His eyes widened in surprise at the unrestrained fury and venom coming from her. "Your Majesty." She held up her hands, stopping him. More bolts lit up the sky, thunderous booms shaking the trees. I'm done, Richard. I told you from the beginning I would not be controlled. That I did not want this. That I would not be commanded. I'm going back with Maliko to his pack, and you may go as you see fit. The decision to renounce your oaths is yours to make, and I cannot force you. But remember, should I feel you are no longer acting in a way that is in my best interest, that your motives are no longer pure, they will be severed no matter what you want. I swear, though, whatever happens, I will never be caged away like a doll by you or by anyone. Turning, she searched the group, smiling as she called out Sierra. Grinning at her, she skipped through the small rivers of water that had begun to run over the ground, linking their arms together. Gesturing, Aislinn introduced her, turning her back on Richard. Maliko, this is my sister Sierra. Sierra, Alpha Maliko. Oh wow, it is so nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you and your pack. You're like a legend. I didn't know you saved Aislinn though. That's crazy. And boy, am I glad we found you. These sticks in the mud were getting annoying. Maliko stared at Sierra, his eyes swinging between them. Aislinn guessed she had worn a similar expression the first time she heard one of Sierra's bubbling rants. Sister? He asked. Aislinn smiled as Sierra leaned into her, grinning. Yup. Expanding on Sierra's lack of an explanation, she offered, she is my mate's younger sister. Sierra humphed. I told you, I renounced all ties to that toad. He's a jerk. I no longer have any relation to him. Anyway, who wants their siblings to be people they didn't pick? I mean, look at how that turned out for me. One is trying to kill me and the other kidnapped me. And don't get me started on the rest of my family. Sierra rolled her eyes. Her words were flippant, as if what she was discussing wasn't a big deal. I'd rather pick my family, thank you very much. And I prefer you. Oh, and Kyo. She finished cheerily. Aislinn simply patted her arm, not bothering to explain any of what she was talking about to Maliko, who was looking at them like they were insane. You have a mate? He finally asked, able to at least follow enough to pick up on that tidbit. Yeah, and he's a jerk, Sierra growled. When it became apparent that she wasn't going to say anything more on the topic or refute Sierra's assessment, he cleared his throat. Maybe we should journey back to the camp? Nodding, Aislinn turned and walked to the SUV with Kyo inside. Walking around the hood, she climbed into the driver's seat. Sierra opened the passenger door and hauled herself in, slamming the door before turning to her. Water was dripping everywhere as she started laughing. They're all staring at us like we've lost our marbles. Aislinn rolled her eyes. If they think I'm traipsing around the woods in a raging storm after everything I've put up with, they can think again, she answered lowly. Austin knocked on Sierra's window. Powering it down, she ignored the water running in and looked out at him pleasantly. Yes. What are you doing? He asked. We're going to Maliko's camp, Aislinn stated matter-of-factly. Okay, he said, his eyes looking at her and then glancing at the steering wheel gripped in her fists. Austin. His eyes snapped back to hers. Have you forgotten who I am? He shook his head. Good. Then you will not have forgotten that you are on MY land. You are in MY pack. You have been staying in MY house. And you have been driving MY car. Now I will be taking my SUV and driving it to where MY allies are camped. If you wish to come, you may get in the back with MY Wolf. His jaw snapped shut with an audible snap, then without another word, he opened the door and climbed into the back. Maliko, having overheard the conversation, made his way around the hood of the car, throwing her a huge grin as he passed. Shouting out an order for his beta to take his pack back to the camp without him, he jumped in the other side with a goddess. It's good to see that in action again. See what again? Sierra asked, turning in her seat slightly so she could look at the Alpha. A rightful monarch. Chapter 19. The camp wasn't that far. A slow 15-minute drive down a forgotten hunting path got them to the clearing Maliko had settled in just that morning. Doors slammed from the two SUVs as they all climbed out. Aislinn didn't look back, but she knew all her guardians stood stiffly behind her, their eyes scanning everyone and everything around her, searching for threats and dangers. When Maliko got out, he was greeted by a beautiful woman with dark, assessing eyes and striking features. They conversed quietly as Aislinn reached into the back and picked up Kyo. Turning back around, she came face to face with Maliko and the woman. Beta Liesel, Your Majesty. Liesel, may I present Her Royal Highness Queen? Aislinn jumped in. And please, the formalities are not necessary. I still have yet to formally claim the throne. It is still yours, came from just over her right shoulder. Quiet, Richard, she snapped without turning. He is correct though, Your Highness. The throne and crown are yours. Aislinn rolled her eyes at Alpha Maliko's words, waving them off in annoyance. Smiling, she looked at the new woman. She was tall and athletic. Her glossy black hair was pulled away from her face and into a tight knot at the nape of her neck. It's a pleasure to meet you, Beta Liesel, and this is Kyo, she said, pressing a kiss to the head of the wiggling pup in her arms. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty, and please, just Liesel said, her voice warm and rich like honey. Only if you call me Aislinn, she said, chuckling softly when the woman nervously nodded while looking to her Alpha for help. Why don't we go inside where it's dry? Maliko said, gesturing to one of the many canvas tents that were spread around the clearing. Aislinn let herself be led into the spacious and comfortably worn space. Shivering slightly, she was thankful to take off some of her damp outer layers. She placed Kyo on the floor, where he instantly set off sniffing and exploring, every so often returning to jump at her legs, licking her trailing fingers and pressing himself against her. She and Sierra wrapped the offered blankets around themselves, sitting on two of the folding chairs around the desk that sat in the center. Your guardians? Maliko questioned, looking at her as he took up a seat only once she was settled in her own. A seat which decorum dictated must show a position of, if not less, than at least equal position and power to the one she had chosen. She was the monarch. Deference and hierarchy said that he could not take a seat that represented a position of greater power, such as the chair behind his desk. Aislinn thought the displays were stupid and frivolous, but she also understood that they represented something meaningful and essential to those who held them, and so she held back her comment. I feel safe in your company, Alpha. Please have them shown to accommodations. Bowing his head, he replied, Of course, Your Highness. His eyes were slightly unfocused as he sent the command through the mind link. Curiosity shone in his eyes, but he remained quiet. There was a soft knock on the canvas of the tent. A girl around Sierra's age entered when Maliko called out, carrying a tray of tea. Bowing her head strictly in submission, her eyes darted to Aislinn as she placed the tray on the Alpha's desk. Thank you, Lily, Maliko said kindly. The girl, Lily, smiled timidly before bowing her head again and turning for the exit. Lily, Aislinn called out, waiting until the girl had turned, her eyes now glued to the floor. Rising, she ignored Maliko as he stood as well, his eyes questioning. She stepped closer to the petite she-wolf. Even without her wolf to confirm it, it was apparent she was an Omega, one who had evidently been beaten down most of her life. Aislinn knew the story her bowed shoulders and fearful eyes told. Bracing herself against her old fears and hating that, once again, she wished Kaiden stood at her side to help and support her during times like this. She reached out her hand. Her fingers softly cupped the girl's chin, tugging it up so she could look into the golden hazel of her big, doe-like eyes. Thank you. Smiling, she let her hand fall, stepping back and returning to her seat. Maliko looked at her, stunned, before remembering himself and sitting as well. Lily watched her in wonder, color painting her cheeks a pale pink. Her eyes sparked brightly. A tiny smile erupted before she scurried from the tent, ducking through the door. Aislinn turned back to look at the Alpha, who was now watching her as if she were some puzzle he couldn't quite figure out. She came with the last group? He attempted to hide his surprise, but she saw it before he was able to rearrange his expression to that of the calm and collected Alpha. Yes, she did. She is having some trouble adapting after her last pack. Heems, Aislinn said. Yes, Maliko confirmed, even though it had been a statement and not a question. She'll be okay. She just needs time. Maliko's mouth opened to speak, but before he could, his eyes glazed over. It seems your guardians are politely declining the offer of accommodations. I'm being informed they have taken up positions around the tent. Aislinn rolled her eyes at their latest display of overprotectiveness. She was actually slightly impressed and surprised they were willing to stay outside. If they want to stand in the rain, that's their decision. Stubborn mules, Sierra muttered, throwing a smile in Aislinn's direction. Maliko cleared his throat. You mentioned having a mate. Ugh. Yeah, she does, and he's the worst, Sierra whined. Aislinn hid her smile at the comment. Yes, unfortunately I do. Unfortunately? Maliko repeated, his eyebrows rising. Did he travel with you? I would like to introduce myself, he prodded hesitantly. No, he did not. Foolish man, Sierra muttered after Aislinn's words. He did what? To say Alpha George Maliko was not impressed when he heard the condensed and polite series of events that led to her current predicament, and exactly why he could not only not recognize her wolf, but why she was as defenseless as a newborn pup, would be a vast understatement. You think you're angry? Sierra asked sarcastically. Try getting taken and carried off by your own pack. Adding a muttered idiots to the end, which apparently was her new favorite insult for her brother and his minions. She had taken to muttering the word every few minutes under her breath while huffing and rolling her eyes. They took you. Maliko roared again, shooting out of his chair, his body trembling slightly in anger. When he let out a dangerous growl, Richard's head popped in through the flap. What's going on? Are you all right, Your Majesty? His face scanned over her in concern. If I were you, I'd run, Sierra chirped happily. Both of them ignored his question. His face scrunched up in confusion before he took in the rest of the tent. His search stopped when he came to Maliko's furious expression. Sensing the anger coming off of him in waves, Richard tensed. With deliberate and predatory steps, he moved further into the tent. What happened? Richard asked, his focus remaining locked on the fuming Alpha in their presence. Oh, we were just talking about summer footwear. As it turns out, Georgie here isn't a fan of Crocs. Not that I can blame him. They are, after all, foot abominations. No one, and I do mean no one, looks good in those. I mean, really? They're practically rubber sponges on your feet? Like, come on. Sierra cried, letting out a mock sigh at the travesty. Richard growled at her. At the sound, Aislinn jumped out of her chair, moving to stand in front of her friend protectively. Don't you dare growl at her, Richard, she snapped. She should learn her place and mind her mouth then, Richard growled back. There was a horrified gasp from behind her, and then Aislinn wasn't so much protecting Sierra as holding her back from launching herself through the air at Richard. Honestly, Richard, are you trying to make just me dislike you, or everyone else too? Aislinn asked over Sierra's shouts, who was now screaming insults and a few disturbingly graphic threats towards him. Sighing, Richard nodded at her words, turning to face them. Maliko hadn't moved and still stood with his fists curled at his sides, glaring, his face furious. He hadn't made a move towards the Guardian, but if his eyes were any indication, he was seriously considering his chances of survival if he was to attempt it. Richard looked at Sierra, who was wrapped in Aislinn's arms. I apologize, Sierra. My anger got the best of me. I was simply concerned for the Queen's safety. Sierra stilled in her grasp, her arms crossing over her chest. I will forgive you this one time, she said thoughtfully as she eyed him. He nodded again, but before he could open his mouth to speak, she continued. But you have to call me Sierra the Wonderful from now on. She finished smugly. When his mouth fell open, she started laughing in satisfaction. Pulling himself together, he composed his face, pressing his lips into a hard line as he glared daggers at her continued laughter. Absolutely not, he spat out. Then I don't forgive you, Sierra said with a shrug of her shoulders. And this means war. Oh, and be warned, I had 4 brothers growing up. I will not be defeated. She smirked while letting out a weird, maniacal laugh. Her fingers tapped together like she was some silly cartoon villain as he stared at her, completely dumbfounded. When he looked at Aislinn for help, she just shrugged her shoulders, adding, "You heard the woman. Accept her deal or accept war." "This is ridiculous," he stated. "No, this is payback," Sierra supplied. "How long do I have to call you this for?" Richard asked in defeat. "Until I forget all the mean things you've said to me," Sierra answered sweetly. "Sorry, what was that?" she asked when Richard muttered, "Pain in my neck." "Nothing," he said too quickly, causing both girls to laugh. "Nothing what?" Sierra asked, grinning. Richard pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes looking toward the ceiling as if he was looking for some divine intervention, or else hoping for a bolt of lightning to strike him. Aislinn would bet he'd gladly take either if it meant he didn't have to deal with Sierra anymore. She was a terror when you got on her bad side, and Richard was definitely on her bad side. Letting out a long breath, he looked at her like she was a trial or a curse. And then he mumbled sullenly nothing. "Sierra the Wonderful." "Oh, Richard, you charmer," she shrieked, fanning herself with her hand, pretending to blush while giggling. Richard growled again, but this time he smartly held his tongue. "Now, would you please like to explain the real reason there is a furious alpha ready to wolf out around the princess?" Richard asked in a strained voice. Sierra quirked her eyebrow. Cursing under his breath, his eyes flashed as he muttered, "Please, Sierra the Wonderful." A little sarcastic, but I'll take it. At that, he looked like he was about ready to start throttling her, consequences be damned. Probably sensing she was pushing him a little too far, Sierra said, he got a little upset when he found out about Aislinn. "Found what out about the Queen?" Richard asked, looking back at Maliko, who was staring at him as if he was trying to end him with his mind. "Oh, you know," Sierra said, waving her hand before rushing the rest out in one breath and ducking behind Aislinn. "That you blocked her wolf, took her away, and that Kaiden has abandoned her during her fever." "He left her during her fever?" Maliko shouted, his face turning an unhealthy shade of purple. "Oops, maybe we didn't mention that part the first time," Sierra said sheepishly, peeking out from behind Aislinn's back. Richard's face was stony, while Maliko took a step closer, his own face livid. "You're forcing her to go through her illness alone," he said through clenched teeth. "It's for her own protection. There was no other option," Richard said calmly, without any hint of remorse or guilt. Aislinn felt her eyes narrow. "She could die," Maliko sneered. "She won't," Richard replied. Maliko turned, moving closer to her, his hand reaching out and pulling down the collar of her black, long-sleeved thermal top, revealing Kaiden's claim. "What coward claims and completes the bond with his mate and then abandons her?" he growled out, his face darkening. Richard was suddenly in front of her, his body blocking hers as he threw Maliko across the room. His alpha strength and blood kept him from collapsing in a heap, but he still stumbled a few steps from the force. "You will not touch her," Richard said, enunciating each word. "You should remember your place. I am an alpha, and you hold no domain over me. My loyalties, unlike yours, are to the Queen and the Queen only," Maliko growled, straightening. "I am her guardian, head of the Royal Guard. My domain is anything and everything that pertains to her safety and well-being. I will say it again, you will not touch her." "Her well-being and safety?" Maliko asked incredulously. "She is without a wolf or mate, surrounded by only a handful of guards, and has threatened to leave you behind. It is none of your concern. At the end of the day, the Queen knows that what I do is for her protection and is always in her best interest. You speak of things you do not understand." Aislinn scoffed from her shielded position behind Richard. Sierra snickered when she added a muttered sarcastic, "Yeah, best interest, right." At her words, Maliko took another step forward. Richard's voice stopped his advance this time. "The Queen is correct that I blocked her wolf, a right and power I and only I hold as a last resort to protect her or the integrity of the throne. What she may not have explained was that it was on the authority of the king, her mate, and that the decision was made because she was determined to face and fight alongside him against the council and their protectors." Maliko's gaze swung from him to her. As both of their disapproving looks fell on her, she rolled her eyes before sticking her tongue out childishly at Richard. It was my decision to make, she said petulantly, not caring that she was acting like a complete child. Princess, you must not be reckless. Your life is too valuable, Alpha Maliko said, his tone disapproving. The two of them instantly put aside their differences to gang up on her. My life is no more valuable than any other, she said stubbornly. You are the monarch, Maliko said, as if that answered everything. No, I'm not, she gritted out, eyes narrowing as her back stiffened. Sierra's hand began rubbing soothing circles, trying to calm her anger and her wolf, who, although faint, was going insane in her head at their condescending tones and their attempts to control her. Aislinn, Richard said. Richard, she growled back, cutting him off. I may ignore your calling me this title and that title, but don't confuse that with a concession to claim the throne. But princess, it is yours. We need you, Maliko said, taken aback by her words. Yes, it is mine. Mine to decide if I wish to hold it or not, and mine alone. You can force me to do many things, you can block my wolf and even lock me away in a tower, but remember one thing, you will never be able to make me claim the crown if I don't want to. It isn't like that, Your Highness. We don't wish to force you to do what you don't want. You aren't a tool, but you must claim the monarchy. We need you, our world needs you, Richard argued. And what about what I need? Have you ever wondered where I was for the 13 years before you met me, Richard? What happened to me after that night? It's not my place to know, Richard said uncertainly. Yet it's your place to tell me what I need to do. Yours to tell me of my duty, the sacrifices I must make? You seem to know everything about me now. Who and what I should be. What I should do and where I should go. The decisions I should be making. Richard just stared at her as if he was seeing her for the first time and didn't recognize what he saw. Have you thought about what it will mean if I reveal myself? What will happen if I take up my grandfather's place? I have. For 13 long years, I thought about what it meant. What I meant to this world and who I was to it. They had me for 8 years, the council. Cruel and manipulative men who realized that the only thing better than a dead queen is a queen you control. I know you've thought of it before. How could you not have an idea? An inkling. Some small part of you that would have put it all together. She paused, taking a steadying breath before continuing. Richard? Why was I forced to shift at 7? Why can I fight the way I can? Why do I train as I do? I was a tool to be shaped and molded, broken down until I was useful. The ultimate weapon, a trained and leashed royal, ready to be unleashed the moment someone threatens to stand against those who held the end. Do you want to know what they did to me? What they made me do? What they had planned? Come on, you had to have guessed some of it. What do you do with a lone female princess? How do you secure your power, your authority? What's the answer, Richard? Her eyes were blazing as her body trembled, her hands shaking, and her chest heaving. I wasn't a person. I was a pawn, a power to be harnessed, a bloodline to use. You asked me to claim that. To claim my dead family and pack. To forever give up being anything but a royal. The last royal. Do you know what they would do to try and get at me then? How long did they try to get me to do that one thing, to say those words? And yet you ask me like it's nothing. What happens when the entire world knows, and not simply a few? How many will come after me then, Richard? Kaiden speaks of pups. What life do you ask me to sentence them to? A life of being hunted and targeted? A legacy of fear and conflict? Have you truly thought of what you ask of me? What do you expect? I am not my father, nor am I my grandfather, and I wish you all would stop expecting me to be. Princess. Aislinn looked at Richard, the haze of her anger melting, leaving her feeling empty and exhausted. She sagged into Sierra's side. What, Richard? She asked wearily, physically, emotionally, and mentally drained. She just wanted to lie down and forget it all. You're right, Your Majesty. I forgot my place, and I apologize, he said, his face filling with remorse and guilt as he watched her worriedly. I know, Custos. I know, Aislinn said gently with a sad smile, letting Sierra lead her to a chair. Collapsing into it, she took a moment to try and pull her spinning emotions together. Kyo curled around her ankles as she took the steaming cup of tea Sierra handed her, smiling softly in thanks. Taking a sip, she savored the warm liquid as it filled her, soothing her heart and soul as she ached for the comforting arms of her mate. Chapter 20. Gina knew she was supposed to be afraid. After all, the fear of death is as natural as love. And even though she was sad that she would never see her children grow or settle down with their mates into happy and content lives, that she would never get to hold her grandchildren or watch the world become a better place, she wasn't scared. She had accepted the inevitability of what was to come, and in many ways, she was relieved. Even without their interference, she knew she wouldn't have lasted much longer. It was too much, learning who her mate was, hating him and yet loving him at the same time, all while suffering through the loss of his death. It was tearing her apart, the guilt, the regret, the longing. Her only fear was what her death would do to her children, how she feared for them. Sierra would be all right. Of all of them, it was her baby girl who was the strongest, the purest. She possessed such a love and passion for life that it would take more than her death to cripple her. Her boys would take it the worst. Her firstborn and eldest, Kaiden, would be devastated. He would take on the guilt and the fault even though it wasn't his to bear. Gina could only hope that with his mate at his side, he would come out stronger and not give in to the hate and anger he carried so close to his heart. He was always the responsible one, too old for his age and too serious. She hoped the girl would be able to get her baby boy in line and fill his life with the joy and happiness he deserved. The twins were still so young, she didn't know if they would really understand. She could only hope they wouldn't resent her. That even after they learned the truth about their father, they would know they had been loved. That none of it was their fault. That she had never wanted to leave them. She knew Kaiden would make sure they were looked after, that they were safe and protected. One of the things that she loved and was so proud of him for was his absolute dedication to his family and those he loved. He would do anything, sacrifice everything for the ones he cared about. She knew if it were up to him, he would be trying to stop this. She prayed to the goddess that Sierra and his mate would be able to talk him out of it, that he would put their lives and safety over hers. And then there was Anthony. She didn't know what had happened, why he was so cruel and hateful. Some might say that with a father like theirs, it was a miracle that any of her children weren't power-crazed egomaniacs. But Gina didn't believe that. Whatever Sergio's faults, and he had had a lot more than she would ever be able to comprehend fully, and even though he had done unforgivable and horrendous things. She was glad that he was gone so her children and the rest of the world were safe from him. She had to admit that he had never been explicitly cruel towards his children. He had been cold and demanding, with high expectations and a short temper, but he had never hurt or been abusive towards them. Gina wondered if Anthony was her fault. If Kaiden, being the oldest, Sierra, the only girl, and the twins, the youngest, meant they had gotten all the love and attention, and Anthony had been lost in the mix. Left to observe without the necessary love and guidance that her other children had received. Had he seen a side of her mate that she and the others had missed? Seen the side that had been so hidden from the rest of them, covered by all the other distractions? Gina never thought she'd ever be capable of loving one of her children less. But looking at Anthony now, hearing him speak of hunting and hurting his brother and sister so casually, she felt repulsion fill her. Did I lose you there, Luna? Gina stared at the man in disgust. Anger boiled in her veins at how he sneered the words at her. To think she had ever enjoyed the man's company. How young and naive she had been. Of course not, councilman. With your wit and charm, how could anyone not listen with bated breath? There was no warning before he struck her, leaving her cheek stinging and burning from the force. Her head whipped to the side, and she had to squeeze her eyes closed to hold back the whimper that wanted to escape, refusing to give him the satisfaction of hearing her pain. Looking back at him, she smiled sweetly, ignoring the searing pain pulsing along the side of her face and the metallic taste that filled her mouth. You always did know how to treat the ladies, Angelo. Shut your mouth, he growled. Now, Angelo, have patience. The Luna here is still on trial. We do still need her to be able to talk, the oldest of the three councilmen said. With white hair and wrinkles, he gave off the look of a friendly, sweet old man. Harmless. Gina snorted to herself at that thought. Rocco Gustafson was as dangerous as a cornered viper and twice as nasty. She sneered in his direction, not even bothering to state just how big a farce this supposed trial was. Her head flew to the side as another heavy blow landed. Thankfully, she was pretty numb at this point and barely felt it. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she stared up at him, a low growl building in her chest. Angelo, looks like your son was lying when he said he had the female housebroken. The last of the counselors, Terry DeMarco, called out from where he sat watching the proceedings from across the room. Angelo Salvatore spun on his heel to glare at the man. Silence. And watch what you say about my son. The old Alpha and Salvatore Council representative roared, his eyes darkening. Terry threw his hands up in surrender. Calm down, old man. It was just an observation. The she-wolf has some bite left in her, that's all I was saying. Angelo's eyes returned to their standard color, shifting back to her chained form. Despite the pain from the countless injuries covering her body and the fatigue pulling at her, Gina forced her spine to stiffen and met her father-in-law's cold eyes, refusing to let herself flinch as his chilling voice rang out. Not for long, she won't. So where are we going? Sierra asked as she trailed behind, slightly out of breath. Keo walked at Aislinn's side, easily keeping pace as they wound their way over and around the trees and rocks. I'm not sure yet. Sierra snorted at her words. Sure, she said, pulling the word out in exaggeration. Aislinn turned her head to look back, her eyebrow raising. Sierra stopped, her hands going to her hips. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but don't lie. I'm not lying, Aislinn said, stopping as well and turning so they were facing each other. You don't sneak out in the night, ditching your guards, if you don't have somewhere specific you want to get to, Sierra said stubbornly. Maybe I just wanted to go for a walk. Sure, she replied again, rolling her eyes. Oh, and while we're being all open and honest with each other, you want to tell me when you were going to clue me in? Clue you in. Aislinn repeated, remaining in place. The chilly night air was crisp around them, the forest alive with the sounds of life. To who you are, Sierra prompted, her hip jutting out and her hand gesturing in the air. You know, how you're like the long-lost last royal, and like, the Luna of all the packs. Remember that? Oh? That's all you have to say? Sierra asked in mock disbelief. Shrugging her shoulders, Aislinn felt a slight tremor of panic and sadness pass through her at the thought of Sierra turning on her like the others. Of losing her only true friend. There's not much else to say, she finally said when it became apparent Sierra expected more. Sierra stared at her for a minute, her face unreadable, before a huge grin broke out and her voice returned to its normal, cheery tone. Okay then. Huh? Aislinn asked. Aren't you going to say something to me about how I shouldn't be risking my life or how I need to start acting like a ruler or claim my title? Sierra's face clouded over, her smile disappearing. Do you know all that? She asked earnestly. Yes. Have you thought about it all? About what you want to do and what you need to do? Yes. Does this change anything between us? No. Well, okay then, she said with finality, her grin returning. Aislinn searched her face for any hint of hesitancy or reservation, but could find none. And then she was grinning back just as wide. Sierra gestured to the old and overgrown path they had been following for the past hour or so. Shall we, Your Highness? Winking cheekily and causing Aislinn to laugh before nodding and turning to continue the trek. You know AUS is going to skin us, Sierra said lazily as they walked. Aislinn rolled her eyes. He needs to chill out. You can't really blame him, Ace. When she threw a look over her shoulder, Sierra laughed at her face before explaining. You don't have to worry about it, I guess. But I mean, come on, you can't pretend that your mate isn't freaking scary when he wants to be. Aislinn snorted at her words. Yeah. No big deal for the Queen of the Wolves to face down the alpha of all alphas, but just remember some of us are still mere mortals, Sierra said with her usual brand of sarcasm. Quiet, Sierra, Aislinn said without heat. Scoffing at her, Sierra ignored her order and kept talking. Secretly, Aislinn loved that she ignored her, even insulted and mocked her. It made her feel real. Normal. If you were AUS, would you want to tell Katie that you lost his Luna when she's being hunted by, like, half the werewolf world? When Aislinn remained silent, Sierra let out a little laugh. Exactly. Not that I'm condoning his actions. They did go a little overboard. A little. Okay, they went completely overboard and lost their minds, but you know it's only because they want to keep you safe. And that isn't just because Kaiden would literally end them if something happened to you. Are you actually defending them? Aislinn asked, looking over her shoulder at the shorter girl, whose cheeks flushed with a light blush at her words. No, I'm not defending those morons, she shrieked indignantly, crossing her arms over her chest. I'm just saying. And I'm just saying I can look after myself and I can make my own decisions, Aislinn said, a bit of anger entering her voice. Never said you couldn't, Sierra replied. Aislinn nodded, turning back. They walked in silence for a few minutes before Aislinn came to an abrupt halt, causing Sierra to run into her back. What in the world, Ace? Geez, can you give a girl a little warning? I could have broken my nose on your back. Sierra complained, rubbing her nose as she rolled onto her side and looked out into the darkness. Her voice dropped to a whisper as if she could finally sense that something had shifted. Ace, where are we? Aislinn didn't respond, her eyes remaining locked on the dark wilderness before them, yet seeing something else entirely. Sierra's voice was now barely a whisper as she watched her nervously. Aislinn, what is this place? Aislinn's voice was cold and distant. Home. Gina was going to be sick. The bile burned the back of her throat, and if it weren't for the gag they had tied tightly between her teeth, she would have definitely lost what little contents she had left in her stomach. She fought off the waves of dizziness, forcing her aching body to stay upright and conscious. After being dragged from the interrogation room in the dungeon under the pack house, 2 pack enforcers had carried her out and into the night, the cold air biting at her exposed, bruised form. She had seen the flashes of guilt and shame in their eyes as they had looked down at her, noting the blood and the sense of pain and fear that covered her. Their hands had been gentle as they had supported and half-carried her through the trees and to the clearing behind the pack house. She couldn't blame them, even if she wanted to, and if she hadn't had Silver and Wolfsbane in her system blocking her wolf, she would have tried to ease their minds. They were men with families, with other lives connected to their decisions, and they were being commanded by her son and her father-in-law, neither of whom had displayed any tolerance for insubordination and disloyalty in the few days they had been in control of the pack. She was grateful, though, for the small bit of comfort they had tried to offer her. Their gentle hands and mumbled words were probably the last she would ever experience that weren't cruel. Now she was kneeling on the damp earth, the full moon hanging low and bright in the clear autumn night. She stared up, her eyes filling with its beauty. It was fitting, she thought, a red harvest moon on a night like this. It was as if the moon goddess herself knew what was to come. Gina felt the tears gliding down her cheeks as she stared into its brilliance. It was so clear and close, as if she only had to reach up slightly and she could grab it with her hands. As if she just had to push a bit more, and she would be welcomed into its embrace. She tried to block out the words from around her, but some trickled in. They made her stomach turn. Goddess, how she wished she could see her father one more time, her children. How she wished she could have protected them better. She wished she could beg forgiveness from all those whom her ignorance had hurt. Most of all, she wished she didn't have to die alone. We are never alone. Gina was pulled back from the brink, jolted back to consciousness. Blinking rapidly, she looked around, trying to find who had spoken. It had been days since she had heard anyone but those horrible men. A sob caught in her throat, her mind desperately searching for the voice again, hoping it hadn't just been her imagination. I won't leave you. Will you stay with me? A tiny spark of hope and relief ignited. She hated that she was scared, that she was fearful. She wanted to be brave, to hold on to that calm acceptance she had found. She didn't want to go whimpering and begging. She wanted her children to be able to be proud of her, finally. to be able to show these villains that they hadn't been able to break her. But now that it was time, she was afraid that she wasn't strong enough. You're stronger than you know, and your children will always be proud of you. How could they be? Look at what I have done, Gina thought, her eyes dropping from the sky and onto the hideous sight in front of her, looking over the lines and lines of Salvatore and Custison wolves who stood around a roaring fire. Where on the platform in the center were her son, Anthony, Alpha Dominic Custison, and the 3 counselors. As she watched, another row of stiff-backed wolves walked forward, dropping to their knees before the platform. Grasping the silver daggers they were handed, their heads dropped in submission before each one opened a deep gash across their palms. Then, as their warm, rich blood dripped, they muttered the words that made the ex-Luna's stomach twist. I pledge my blood and life to serve until death. She shuddered from the feel as the oaths wound around the clearing, the bonds and links warping before tightening and reforming in sickened and diseased tendrils around the packs. You are not responsible for this. You served your pack and children with dignity and love. Those are what they shall remember you for the Luna who stood at the center of the storm and never broke. The words brought with them a sense of comfort and love that washed away the film of vile oil the oath ceremony left coating her skin. Gina clung to the words and the sound of that musical voice as if they were a lifeline, offering protection in a sea of contempt and horror. Who are you? She asked, her eyes being drawn up to the sky once more. Relief and wonder filled her. I am you, a survivor and a fighter. You have done well, my sister. It's almost time. Somehow she knew. She was thankful that the voice seemed to block out everything that was happening around her. That she didn't have to hear as her son condemned her to death for crimes she hadn't committed, or pledge himself to a woman who wasn't his mate. She was thankful that the pain and exhaustion seemed to be eased and soothed. A sense of peace and acceptance wrapped around her like a blanket, protecting her from all the badness. She wasn't scared anymore. She was calm and steady. The light of love and hope that had been sparked burned brighter and brighter as pictures and images of her beautiful daughter, Kaiden, with his strength and unflinching honor, and finally her joyful twins flashed in her mind. Gazing up and into the moon with all its glory, she breathed deeply and let go. All of the fear and hate that had been eating at her was released until she was light and she was free. Yes, sister. It is time now. The melodic voice answered softly. The sound caressed her battered heart, comforting her abused wolf and broken soul. Will you stay with me? Always. Will it hurt? She hated how her voice trembled on the words, a flicker of fear rising as she felt the shift in the air outside, pulsing against the shelter of her small bubble. She could hear the quietest murmuring of words from what sounded like a great distance off. Even straining her hearing, though, she wasn't able to make out what they said. You won't feel a thing. Her eyes stayed open, taking in the full splendor of the world as her body was knocked backwards. She stared at the stars as the darkness took her. Just as she had promised, it didn't hurt. None of it was allowed to penetrate the calm and peace the voice had created. Even the ferocious roar that shook the trees couldn't reach her. The hate and the pain were kept at bay by the pulsing flame of love that radiated through her. Thank you, she said in a whisper. Her eyes fluttered closed, and her final breath left on a soft sigh. Go now, Luna. Let go and go into the dawn. Rest in the knowledge that your life and love shall never be forgotten. Go and find your peace, Luna, Invenar Pax Vestra Sign Fine. The words followed her, the briefest smile on her lips, as she was carried from this world and gently into the night. Aislinn's arms grabbed her, holding her up as the pain of the loss ripped through her. A sob racked her frame, and her muscles failed. She cradled Sierra's body as she wailed, the bond severing. Aislinn flinched as she felt the shockwave pass as the life was torn from the world. Her own wolf echoes Sierra's howl of pain in her head. Allowing the weight of Sierra's limp body to carry them to the ground, she collapsed to her knees. Looking up, she stared into the moon and let it fill her. Inhaling deeply, she shuddered as a wolf's shrill cry sounded through the night. It was a howl that she would have known anywhere, and it was physically painful to keep herself from turning and sprinting through the forest that very second to reach his side. Loss and guilt consumed her. Pain and emotions bombarded her from all sides, tearing at her wolf, who was whimpering in her mind, curled in a ball as the feel of the tainted and twisted oaths and bonds shredded and clawed at her. The massive display of betrayal and disloyalty broke the last of her strength. Unable to cope, Aislinn felt as she gave a previous half-hearted howl before dissolving into nothingness. Staring up at the blood-red moon shining down on her, she probed at her now silent and empty head. She pushed it where there should have been a pulsing force of life and energy. As she touched the part of her very essence that was her other form, she recoiled in panic and fear as all she could find was a cold emptiness. The hole in her chest pulsed darkly as loss and rage filled her. They sat there. Sierra curled in her lap, Kyo pressing against them, grief and hate for those who continued to hurt and destroy everyone they cared about surrounding them. Slowly, Sierra's violent sobs reduced to soft whimpering, her own mind and body going numb and shutting down. I don't know where they were buried or if they even were. Aislinn's voice was hollow and empty when she finally spoke. Her face dropped back to look at the trees and rocks that sat around them. Sierra's head raised at her words, tear tracks staining her cheeks. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, stricken with grief. Aislinn had to look away, unable to cope with seeing the overwhelming and absolute lost and broken look reflecting in her eyes. They caught me that night, and I don't know what happened to them. I don't know what happened to any of them. This is where the pack house stood for over 200 years. Right here. And now it's all gone. When Sierra spoke, her voice was timid and scared. Is she gone? Aislinn looked back up, her voice soft. She is, but she found peace. I didn't get to say goodbye. To tell her I loved her. She knew, Sierra. She knew you loved her, and she loved you. You will never lose that, and no one can ever take it away from you. Why did she have to die? She didn't deserve it, she asked, her voice wobbling. Another sob broke free, and fresh tears rolled down her face. We all must die one day, and rarely do we ever get what we deserve. They sat in silence after that. The sounds of the woods soothed their freshest battle wounds. It was almost dawn when Sierra sat up, pushing herself up from the ground and looking around as if she had forgotten where they were. The first rays of light were breaking over the horizon and streaking through the sky. Their breath was coming out in little white puffs, the air crystal. We've been gone all night. Her voice was hoarse and croaky. Aislinn didn't respond, too absorbed in taking in the world around them. Her gaze traced over the home she had lost. She hadn't known it when she and Sierra had set out, but now that she was here, she knew this had been what she had been searching for. Kneeling on the damp earth, Kyo pressed to her side as the world lingered on that razor's edge of the inevitable cusp of day to night. She touched her fingers to her lips before pressing them to the ground. Her voice as soft as the gentle breeze. I have to say goodbye now, and I'm so sorry, but I promise I will never forget you. And I promise I'll always love you. Goodbye until we meet again. Lying another kiss on the earth, she said goodbye to her grandfather's kind smile. I love you, Papa. Invenar Pax Vestrasine Fine. Her mother's warm arms. I love you, Mama. Invenar Pax Vestrasine Fine. And her dad's deep laugh. I love you, Daddy. Invenar Pax Vestrasine Fine. Her fingers pressed into the earth that had been stained red, and she said goodbye to all those who had loved her, who had died to save her. And as if the world itself had been waiting for her words, dawn erupted in the sky. The world bathed in warm golden light as the sky filled with streaks of color. Bright oranges, pinks, and yellows burst forth and coat the world in color, catching on the drops of dew. Suddenly, a howl sounded in the distance, the sharp cry pulling her attention away from the sunrise that was breathing life and fire into the world. Sierra spoke the name on both of their tongues. Kaiden. It didn't take them as long to make it back to camp. Running through the forest, Aislinn couldn't ignore her excitement and happiness. Even though she was still royally annoyed at him, she couldn't stop her heart from longing for him. Just as she was about to break through the tree line and into the camp, she was tackled from the side. She went flying sideways from the force, her feet knocked out from under her. She landed awkwardly, pain lancing through her as her shoulder took the brunt of the impact. She didn't have any time to react before the body that had collided with her was landing on top of her, knocking the air from her lungs with bruising force. Just as she was about to shove or attempt to shove the body off, the weight was lifted. Holy cow! Luna, I'm so sorry. Peering up from her sprawled position, Aislinn leveled her hardest glare on Austin, where he now stood towering over her. His face was horrified. Here, let me help you up. Goddess, I'm so sorry. I wasn't expecting you. Is Sierra with you? We need to get you inside right away. Reluctantly, she let Austin haul her to her feet, turning to look at Sierra, who was making her way towards them, giggling softly. Suddenly, the quiet early morning was filled with the sounds of heavy footfalls. Aislinn looked around as Hugo, Leland, Emmett, Richard, and Olivia burst from between the trees, all of them scanning over her and Sierra. Their faces, which had been concerned and worried, turned to careful blank masks as they confirmed they were both uninjured. Your Highness, if you would please make your way to Alpha Maliko's tent, Richard said as he stepped up to her right-hand side. Where is my mate? Aislinn asked, looking around the group. You need to come with us. Where is he, Richard? Aislinn asked, anxiety beginning to grow when she still couldn't find him. Your Highness, we must insist that you accompany us to the Alpha's tent, Richard said gently. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on, she said stubbornly. Sierra moved to her other side, throwing a few of the guards dirty looks as they collapsed further in, tightening the circle of bodies that stood around them. The king has left strict orders for your security, Richard said evasively. What? Aislinn asked, her eyes widening. What did you expect, Luna? Austin said, giving her a sideways look as his eyes swept over their surroundings. You'd just sneak out of camp and disappear for 7 hours on your own. We thought you were taken. AUS. Olivia snapped in warning, although she too threw a look of disappointment at her. Everyone back off, Sierra shouted. So we went for a walk. We're back and we're fine. So everybody just calm down. You can't just go for walks whenever the hell you want, see? Goddess, don't you ever think? Austin growled. Whoa there, buddy. You better watch yourself. And who says we can't? Sierra said, pointing her finger in Austin's direction. The Alpha has ordered that you both be kept in the Alpha's tent under guard, Richard supplied. Where is he, Richard? Aislinn asked, her eyes coming to rest on her guardian. He's with Alpha Vance and Alpha Maliko. Where, Richard? Where are they? Aislinn fought the waves of pain and fear, trying to ignore the icy dread that flooded her. They left for Pakheem's at dawn. Chapter 21. Fools. Complete idiots. Sierra raged as they walked. What on earth were they thinking? Richard, Austin, and Olivia, along with her 3 other guardians and the handful of warrior wolves Kaiden had assigned and left behind as her new protective detail, walked around them. Austin and Richard flanked her on either side, their eyes constantly flicking in her direction. She rolled her eyes at them. She was still annoyed that all these new wolves knew who she was. It took a good 5 minutes to get them to stand up and stop swearing loyalty to her. They still kept sneaking glances at her. Her 3 guardians were openly staring at her. She felt like an exhibit at the zoo. You had to tell them, I assume? Aislinn asked, a hint of sarcasm the only emotion in her voice. For your safety, they needed to know who you are. Besides, it isn't exactly a secret anymore, Richard replied. No thanks to you, Richard, she snapped. Princess, this isn't really the time or place. We need to get you back to camp, Richard said, ignoring Sierra, who was still complaining and ranting on about her brother. I told you I'm not going back there, Aislinn said without turning. They just left us behind again, Sierra said, glaring at Austin when he told her to drop it. Honestly, what was he thinking? Going to Heem's? Do you know what he was thinking? She asked, stopping to look at her. When Aislinn just stared back blankly, Sierra turned and started walking again, picking up her rant where she had left off. Of course you don't. because fool number 2 and number 3 here are suddenly mute. Richard and Austin refused to tell them anything except that Kaiden, Alpha Vance, and Alpha Maliko had left at dawn. No matter how they had argued or threatened, they had stayed quiet about the whole thing. From what Aislinn could gather, her mate had left only the non-fighting wolves, her guardians, and a light guard for the camp behind. The rest he had brought with him to Pakheem's. "Where are you taking us, Luna?" Olivia asked from where she walked a few paces ahead. Aislinn let out a reluctant breath before speaking. "Back to the house. Richard, you can have one of the wolves go back for the others left at the camp and bring them up. They can stay in one of the other outer buildings." "House?" Sierra's voice shrieked, echoing their collective astonishment and shock. Aislinn looked around at all of them, her face blank. "I told you I had bought and built a number of properties. Did you think I would have neglected my homeland? You said you swore you would never return here," Austin said. Turning, she met his curious look with her hard one. "I also swore I would never have a mate, nor a pack, nor reveal myself. Things change. I was not naive enough to think it wouldn't come to this in some variety." "You thought you'd end up here?" Sierra asked, horror evident on her face. Aislinn almost felt herself crack a smile, but pushed it down. "Here? No. I never thought I would end up here," she said, looking around pointedly at her guard, watching as a number of them flinched under her words and gaze. "But did I consider that things might have gotten out of control enough that I would need a safe house that no one would expect? Yes." Satisfied that the conversation was over, Aislinn resumed their trek, leading them back to the house that sat just 2 miles from where her parents' own pack house had stood. Breaking through the tree line, they all took in the sight. The house was very similar to her home in Montana, except for a few things. It was bigger, grander, and where the house in Montana had tried to become part of the surrounding beauty, this one accomplished it, the sweeping beauty of the north crystallizing its own design. The walls of glass reflected the distant mountains and the untouched wilderness of the plains, tundra, and forests. Stone and wood seamlessly melded, meshing the house into the terrain and linking it to the very earth itself. The architecture was all clean lines and modern designs, but it had been perfected and refined until it felt like the house belonged there, as though it had stood there forever. Making their way inside, they found a similar reflection of Aislinn's other house. Cool colors, rich woods, clean marbles and stones, concrete and glass, all layered on a warm backdrop of the stark Arctic wilderness. "It's beautiful," Sierra said in awe, staring out of the second-floor living room at the stunning view beyond. Aislinn nodded, turning to the others. "The outer buildings are to the east. You can set the others up in them." "Sierra, come," she called, heading for the stairs. "Where are you going?" Richard asked, walking to follow her. "To my room. Leland, Hugo, and Emmett will accompany you." His tone left no room for argument. Aislinn just rolled her eyes before beginning to climb the stairs to the 4th floor, Keo and a bouncing Sierra at her side. Reaching the master suite, Sierra flung the doors open before running in and jumping onto her bed. "Oh my goddess! It's so comfortable," she exclaimed, rolling around in the sea of fluffy blankets. "I am never, ever leaving you," she said as she buried her face into the pillows. Turning on the threshold, Aislinn stared at her guardians. "Richard said we were to accompany you, Luna." "Ah, Princess," Leland said, a blush creeping up his cheeks, unable to meet her eyes. "Aislinn is fine," she said. "And this is far enough." "But Princess, I mean Aislinn," Richard said. Leland tried again before she cut him off with a raised hand. Glancing at her stormy expression, he nodded once before stepping back and allowing her to slam the door closed. "I still can't believe they left." "He didn't even wait to tell you he had made it back," Sierra said from where she lay spread-eagled on the bed. Aislinn stayed silent, standing at the floor-to-ceiling windows staring out. Sierra pushed herself up onto her elbows. "They're going there to fight them, aren't they?" Aislinn's voice was cold when she spoke. "I lost my wolf." Sierra's eyes widened as she pushed herself more off the bed to stare at her. "Wait, what?" "My wolf's gone," she repeated, her voice flat. "Quiet. Your wolf can't be gone. You're your wolf. You can't lose yourself, Sierra said matter-of-factly. She's gone. Climbing from the bed, Sierra moved to her side, worry and concern on her face. Ace, what are you talking about? You're really freaking me out. What's going on? Did you mean what you said? What I said about what? That you can't lose your wolf? Yeah, you can't lose your wolf. That's stupid. It doesn't make sense. No. Did you mean what you said when you said you were with me? Aislinn asked without taking her eyes from the skyline. Yes, of course. Why? I'm going after them. Them? Them who? Sierra repeated, even more confused at the strange turn in conversation. The people responsible for all of this. Aislinn, you can't just go after these people. Besides, Kaiden has us in virtual lockdown. After the stunt we pulled last night, they aren't going to be taking their eyes off us. I'm going, Aislinn said without emotion. Are you coming or not? Her eyes were hooded and flat, a dull gray where before there had been a shine of silver and light. Of course I'm coming. Sierra huffed, her fists on her hips, completely unperturbed by Aislinn's demeanor. You think I'm going to let you go after these jerks without me? She scoffed. Besides, what happens when you get in trouble again and I'm not there to save you? Don't be stupid. I told you I was coming and I'm coming. I'm just saying it sounds insane and kinda suicidal. We leave tonight. Letting out an exaggerated sigh, Sierra walked to the sofa that occupied the other side of the room. Sitting there with dark smudges shadowing her eyes and lingering grief still etching her face, she looked older and more haunted than she had a month before. Under that film of sadness and loss, there was also a newfound strength and power that glowed. It was the kind of strength and self-awareness that can only come from going through the fire and surviving. Looking at Aislinn, she let out another breath. Okay, tonight then. What's your plan? Please, for the love of everything good, tell me you have a plan. Clifton Caswell. Racking her brain, Sierra tried to place the name that sounded so familiar. Isn't that the guy that dude in the cells was talking about? Aislinn nodded her head before flicking her eyes to the door. Understanding the reminder of the listening ears, Sierra dropped her voice. They might have already heard us talking. Aislinn shrugged her shoulders, moving to the chair next to the sofa, scooping Kyo up before sitting. She wasn't concerned that they might or might not know she was going to try to leave. It wasn't exactly a secret. Hence, one of the reasons for 10 wolves to stand guard over her. Who is he? Sierra whispered, leaning forward with a renewed curiosity. Number 4 on my list. List? She hummed in response, her fingers absently stroking Kyo, who circled a few times before lying down and curling up in her lap. How are we going to find him? Sierra asked, her eyes darting around nervously. Oh, finding him won't be the problem. I know exactly where to find the good counselor. At the thought, her mask cracked, a slight, vicious smirk breaking free. Richard and the others knew something was up. They kept popping their heads in, throwing the two of them anxious and suspicious glances. Aislinn remained unperturbed and calm under the increased scrutiny and vigilance. She had managed to find some art supplies and now sat sketching while Kyo slept in her lap. Sierra, not nearly as composed, had taken to worrying and pacing. She should have been exhausted from staying up virtually all night, but with all the nervous energy coursing through her, she couldn't sit still. You should really eat, Sierra muttered again, looking pointedly at the tray of food that remained untouched. Richard had deposited it on the low-glass coffee table a few hours earlier. You'll need your strength. Just like the other times she had spoken to her, Aislinn remained silent, her pencil scratching over the thick cream paper, the only sound. They'll know something is up, Sierra tried reasoning. What more can they do? Aislinn spoke calmly, not bothering to drop her voice or cover her words. Stunned both that she had finally spoken and by her words, Sierra stopped in her tracks, turning to stare. Feeling eyes on her, Aislinn looked up, meeting them. They stayed like that, just looking at each other for a beat before Aislinn spoke. They have us outnumbered and under constant guard. Beyond drugging or tying us up, they can't do much else. And if they decide to do that? They won't, Aislinn said with absolute certainty. And how exactly do you know that? Have I ever mentioned that you ask a lot of questions? Have I ever told you that you answer none of them? Sierra replied, snorting in a half-laugh at the parroted words. A flicker of amusement danced in Aislinn's gray eyes before dying just as quickly and leaving them dull and blank again. Dropping her gaze to the page in her lap, she picked up her pencil, resuming her drawing, her voice a mere whisper. They won't risk it. Not anymore. Sierra choked, her words sputtering. I'm sorry, what was that? You want to explain that to me? No. Perfect. That's just fantastic, Sierra said, throwing her hands up and resuming her pacing. Haven't you ever snuck out before? Aislinn asked, turning in frustration to glare at Sierra as she made yet another noise. This time, smacking into a chair. For your information, no, I have not, came her snarky reply. I, unlike some people, have not made it a habit to break out and evade people. Well, you should, Aislinn deadpanned before turning and continuing their slow trek through the house. What? Sierra shouted at her retreating figure. It's a good skill to have, and evidently you could do with the practice, Aislinn whispered back without pausing or turning around. Her dulled and limited senses searched for any movement or sign of a body in any of the nearby rooms or hallways. They had reached the main level and now only needed to descend to the first subterranean level and enter the garage. Well, sorry, little Miss Secret Agent. I didn't know I had to have special skills for this little jaunt. Pardon me, Sierra huffed quietly, sarcasm thick in her words. Aislinn flinched, Sierra's words bringing up a flashback of when she was 4 or 5. Feeling herself sink into the long-forgotten memory, her heart squeezed painfully. She had snuck away from her guardians, her tiny feet whispering along the quiet corridors as she darted between nooks, peered around corners, and hid in doorframes. As quietly as she could, she had slowly made her way down the hallway, tiptoeing her way to her grandfather's office. Her little head swiveling, her silver hair flying as she looked around nervously, on guard for anyone who might catch her. She could hear her guards distantly calling for her from 2 floors up, but she ignored them, her focus solely on reaching her target. Just as she was about to grab for the shiny gold handle, she was lifted and swung into the air. A startled cry left her. You aren't supposed to be here, princess, a deep voice rumbled in her ear. Letting out a squeal and giggling, Aislinn had squirmed in the arms, flinging herself forward and wrapping her arms around the man's neck, planting a loud, smacking kiss on his cheek. Uncle Robbie, she squealed, her tiny hands going to squish his cheeks as he looked down at her, smiling. Hi there, Squirt, he said, his eyes sparkling before they grew more serious. Now, you want to tell me why you're down here all by yourself? Knowing she was in trouble, Aislinn's bottom lip had jutted out and begun to tremble. I wanted to see Daddy, she finally admitted in a small voice. Letting out a long sigh, Robert had shifted her to his hip, his free hand ruffling her hair affectionately. I know, Pumpkin, but you know you can't disturb him when he's in a meeting. But he's always in a meeting, she pouted. Laughing, he swung her around until she burst out in a fit of giggles. He's an important man, with many people counting on him. You don't want him to do a bad job, do you? He had asked when he stopped spinning her around. Moving to the large curved staircase, he began carrying her up to the private family levels of the royal pack house. But work is boring and I want to play, she whined, her bottom lip sticking out once more. You can play with him when he's done, and until then, why don't you play with your guardians? You know they'd play with you. Which reminds me, where are they? He asked, looking down at her seriously again. She looked at him guiltily, knowing she had been caught. I may have snuck away from them again. Princess, you know you can't do that. It isn't safe. But I wanted to play secret agent, she cried out, her eyes lighting up with excitement and her hands clapping together as she forgot all about getting in trouble, already scheming her next mission. Robert's serious expression cracked into a grin as he set her on her feet, crouching down so he was at her level. Oh, you did you? Nodding her head vigorously, Aislinn giggled as she listened to the sound of heavy boots as they thundered down the hall towards them. Uh-huh. I love playing secret agent. When I grow up, I want to be James Bond. Well, Miss Secret Agent, next time just don't ditch all your guards, okay? Cocking her head, she frowned at him, unconcerned as a dozen heavily muscled guardians swarmed around them. But uncle, if they see me, then I'm not being a good secret agent. Aislinn pulled herself from the past, the memory dissolving into a sea of regret and sadness as Kyo stopped in front of her, blocking her path. His ears twitched as he searched the darkened house around them. Straining her eyes and ears, she held out her hand to halt Sierra as she finally picked up the sound of voices coming from the distance. Staying frozen, they listened as the voices got louder, getting closer until they could make out two distinct men's voices. Thankfully, she couldn't identify either, meaning they didn't belong to her guards. Holding their breath, they listened as the voices moved through the house. Sierra sagged when they finally heard heavy boots on the stairs, leading up to the second level and away from their hiding spot. Aislinn's eyes followed the footsteps across the ceiling. When she was satisfied they were far enough away, she motioned Sierra forward. Now that they were closer to their target, she increased their pace. When she could see the secured door just ahead, she straightened up and darted forward. In the dark, her fingers found the electronic panel, and she entered the code. Flinching when the alarm beeped as the code was accepted, she listened for a beat, searching for any reaction in the quiet house before pulling on the handle and opening the heavy door with a hiss. Kyo darted forward, bounding down the stairs and into the unadorned and antiseptic lower levels. Sierra was fidgeting at her back, her hands shaking as Aislinn punched in the code for the garage when they heard it. A roar that rose goosebumps on their skin even from 4 floors away. Glancing over her shoulder, Aislinn met Sierra's now frantic eyes, both knowing what it meant. Someone had finally discovered the 2 guards they had incapacitated, as well as their own disappearance. And now we run. Aislinn threw over her shoulder before punching in the final number and flinging the heavy metal door open. Grabbing the first set of keys that hung beside the door, she picked up Kyo and started running. Unlocking the car, she jumped inside, screaming at Sierra, who was a few steps behind her, to hurry up. Pushing the start button, she watched anxiously as Sierra threw herself into the passenger seat. Thrusting Kyo at her, Aislinn revved the engine to life just as a shout sounded from the doorway. Turning her head, Aislinn found Richard and Austin standing in the doorway, twin masks of horror and rage on their faces as they took in her and Sierra in the car. "Aislinn, don't you dare!" Richard roared, taking a step forward, his hand reaching out as if to try and physically stop her escape. Even with the roaring engine and Sierra's screams to step on the pedal and get us out of here, she knew they could still hear her. "You gave me no choice." "No." Austin's shout was the last thing they heard before she floored the gas. The car roared to life as the turbo engine kicked in. A vehicle made and designed for power and speed, the sleek black 2015 Dodge Challenger came to life under her, ready to flex its impressive muscles. Hitting the button for the garage, she felt a small smile spread as she was pressed deeper into the bucket seat. Glancing at Sierra, who was clinging to Kyo, she let herself grin. "Hold on." The door was halfway up. Aislinn had figured Richard would move quickly to override the system. He would have administrative control over it, which was why she was even more thankful she had grabbed the keys she had. Pressing the pedal further to the floor, she laughed lightly as the engine roared. Jumping forward, it proved its worth and lived up to its namesake. Just as the door began to lower, they darted underneath, tires squealing as they tore up the driveway and headed for the road. Those who had been outside turned and stared as she kept the pedal to the floor. Before they had reached the main road, she had nearly topped off the governor at 260 kilometers per hour. They had been driving for a couple of hours before Aislinn had pulled over. She was now shimmied under the car, looking for a GPS tracking device. When Sierra had asked why she was trying to find it, all she had said was, "They won't find me that easy this time," and had gone back to searching the undercarriage and engine. Deciding to leave it alone, Sierra took a seat along the side of the road. She was playing with Kyo when she felt it, the sensation of someone pushing along the mind link. It continued to increase, going from slightly annoying and uncomfortable to actually painful. It wasn't difficult to guess who had the strength and motivation to break through her mental blocks like that. Looking over at where Aislinn was still hidden under the car, she let out an inaudible sigh and patted Kyo's head before dropping her mental walls and opening herself up to Kaiden. Sierra. She cringed as he roared her name, the full force of his fury and anger hitting her. Hey, bro, she thought back at him. Where are you? He growled at her. Sierra peeked over at Aislinn, who was still hidden under the car, mumbling incoherently with only her legs showing. I'm sorry, Katie, but I can't tell you that. I'm not playing some game here, Sierra. Tell me where you are. I can't. Can't you? His voice got scarily quiet in her mind. No, I'm sorry, I can't. Where's my mate, Sierra? She's with me. Sierra. Her name was a clear warning. She's safe and unhurt. Return to Richard immediately. This time, when she turned, Aislinn had lifted her head and was looking at her. Staring into that now lifeless gray, she steeled herself against her brother, making her voice as strong and steady as she could. I can't do that. Sierra, it isn't a suggestion. It is a command. You will return immediately and with my mate. Sierra felt the strength and power of the command wash down the mind link before breaking over her. She felt a shiver slide down her spine, her mind and her wolf instantly conflicted as the desire to run back the way they had come flared within her. However, as she held Aislinn's level stare, she slowly felt the command that had begun to wrap and tighten around her suddenly change, becoming insubstantial until it was dissolving and falling off her like grains of sand. I can't, Katie. I'm sorry, I promise I'll keep her safe. Sierra needs to go back. His voice was becoming frantic and desperate. She could feel the undercurrent of fear in his words. No, Katie, she doesn't. I need to go now. We're heading out again. Stay safe, bro, Sierra said, getting up as Aislinn began shimmying herself out. Standing up, she held a small black box in her hand in victory. Sierra, don't you dare do this. Kaiden roared. Just before she slammed the blocks back in place between them, she sent Kaiden a picture of Aislinn and Kyo standing along the road, the dark and quiet forest behind them and the brilliant, clear night sky above. A quick flash of his mate safe and whole. She felt his guilt and pain before her blocks cut their connection completely. Ready? Aislinn asked, dropping the GPS device and slamming her heel on it a few times, breaking it into a dozen pieces. Nodding, Sierra stepped forward. How much further? Sierra asked, glaring at the sun that now rested low in the afternoon sky. The bright, clear day and radiant sunlight offered only the illusion of warmth. Shoving her hands into her armpits, she tried to warm her numb fingers. Not much now, Aislinn answered cryptically. Sierra snorted when she refused to say anything else. They had ditched the car just off the road about 30 minutes earlier when Aislinn had declared they had to travel the rest of the way on foot. Sierra now glared daggers at her back as they marched through the thick forest, the cold wind whipping them and causing her nose to go numb and to lose the feeling in her toes. It was less than an hour later that Kyo stopped and let out a low warning growl. Aislinn instantly stopped, dropping down into a crouch beside the pup, her eyes searching the forest around them. Sierra followed suit, dropping down low and moving up beside them. Her senses scanned out for whatever Kyo had caught. His fur puffed out as he let out a low rumbling growl, his focus narrowing in on a bit of less dense forest just up ahead and on their right. Aislinn laid her hand on his back, silencing his growls. Noticing his stare, she turned her own body to mirror his. They didn't have to wait long. Drawing closer together, the three of them watched anxiously as 5 large dark wolves appeared from between the trees. Pressing themselves closer into the forest floor, hiding amongst the thicker brush, they watched as the wolves approached them at a steady, ground-eating pace. Sierra began cursing Aislinn in her head. Her eyes darted around frantically, searching for any escape or a better place to hide as the wolves, who were so clearly on patrol, moved closer and closer to where they now hid. Kaiden wouldn't have to worry about his mate for very much longer, Sierra thought, adrenaline and fear flooding her, because as soon as she could, she was going to end her own life. Her panicked mind was flipping from disbelief to anger that Aislinn had been crazy enough to bring the two of them to the edge of another pack's territory alone. A pack that apparently took security very seriously. The wolves slowed as they approached the patch of denser forest where they hid, their heads swinging around, snouts in the air. Sierra could feel her heart beating wildly in her chest, and had to cover her mouth to stop from whimpering when one of the large and imposing wolves took a step in their direction. Grabbing the back of Aislinn's shirt, she tried to quiet her breathing. The wolf took another step, and Sierra's stomach plummeted. She was just about to drop the blocks she had been maintaining and call out to her brother, even though there was nothing he could realistically do, when all 5 of the wolves' attention was suddenly pulled to the north. Their ears lay back along their heads before they took off as one, running at full speed, not even sparing a glance back. Sierra let out a shuddering breath, her heart still hammering in her chest as she watched the patrol unit disappear. Aislinn. Her voice was shaky and weak. Aislinn hummed, her eyes and face continuing to watch the path the patrol had come from, her hand still resting on Keo, who kept his attention on where they had disappeared. Who were those wolves? Aislinn finally turned around, and when Sierra met her eyes, she nearly flinched back from the force of the loathing and hate she found in them. Council protectors. Sierra felt her eyes widen as she looked at the forest before them, dread pooling in her belly as she fit the pieces together. Caswell is at the council's house? Indeed. And you want us to break in, don't you? Goddess. Aislinn, please tell me you aren't expecting us to break into the council pack house. Aislinn didn't answer, her head simply tilting to the side as she watched her. Oh my, Sierra breathed out, butterflies the size of horses erupting. Kaiden is going to kill me, she whispered, horrified, her eyes now the size of saucers. Sierra felt her nerves double as she watched the slightest hint of a smirk play on Aislinn's face. Her following words did absolutely nothing to calm or reassure her. That's only if we don't die first. Chapter 22. Kaiden was standing at the edge of the forest, wolves spread out on either side. Night fell quickly now as winter came to the north, and already a deep twilight had settled around them. Blair and Clay's shifted wolves flanked him on either side. He should have been moved for the attack as well, but his wolf wouldn't allow it. Not the shift itself, in fact, his wolf was fighting to be let out. Clawing and desperately fighting against the control Kaiden had forced upon his other side. The problem was that his wolf wanted out, but not to wait patiently for an upcoming battle. Instead, his other side was overwhelmed by the urge and instinct to find and protect his mate. While he still had a visible target, a specific goal like getting to Pakheem's, Kaiden had been able to remain well enough in control to shift and lead the 3 packs that now stood around him. However, once they had arrived and secured the pack house, where they had been met with only minimal resistance, his wolf's agitation to return to Aislinn had become overwhelming. It was instinct versus reason. The struggle wasn't helped by the fact that his rational side was also worried and anxious about his mate and wanted to return to her side. He had felt the change over the night. The feeble connection he had been able to maintain with her wolf had evaporated like an exhale of breath. It had taken him a while to fully understand that the anger and fear his wolf was exhibiting wasn't only attributed to the mutated bonds that he had felt change or to the feeling that his mother had been lost. It was only Richard's constant updates on her well-being and safety that allowed him to remain where he was. Kaiden's eyes swept over the pack house that stood illuminated before them. They had restrained the light guard that had been left and had locked the others that had remained in the lower levels with a royal command not to warn their alpha or any of their pack mates. Kaiden wasn't sure how strong it would be or how well it would work, but he hoped it would hold long enough to give them an edge. He was unsettled. Anxiety and panic burned in his chest, the inactivity and stillness intensifying the loss of the feel of his mate. The severing of their connection was alien and wrong. Sensing his swirling emotions, Clay and Blair moved closer to him. She's fine, Cade. Richard has her. He won't let anything happen again. Clay sent the words to him, trying in vain to reassure his alpha. Instead of being reassuring, however, they made him growl, his emotions spiking as he was reminded that Aislinn had already eluded her guard once and run off on her own. He was early for their next check-in, but he and his wolf needed to know that she was okay if they had any hope to concentrate on the fight that was certain to be coming. Guardian. Kaiden sent the thought across the mind link toward Richard, his heart dropping when nothing but silence greeted his call. Nearly 15 minutes of calling through the mind link later, and with Kaiden on the very verge of turning around and heading back, Richard finally answered. Alpha. Came his deep timbre, Kaiden stiffening and his wolf stilling in his pacing. Both man and beast were responding to the unusual level of respect and the hint of nerves he picked up on through the bond. Why haven't you been answering me? We have a situation. A situation? What's happened? Is Aislinn okay? I'm coming back right now. Kaiden thought back, his mind racing through the possibilities. The Queen is fine. Kaiden frowned at the words. Why do you not sound sure, Richard? Where is my mate? Well, now, Your Highness, that is where the problem is. Richard thought back, Kaiden receiving a flash of guilt and anger accompanying the Guardian's words. Where is she, Richard? The wolf's nearest him took an unconscious step back as he let out a ferocious growl. She's gone. What? Kaiden roared, the sound reverberating out loud and through the mind link. His hands were trembling as his wolf fought him to shift. Your sister. Sierra, he growled her name. Yes. The two of them took off a few hours ago. We have been trying to track them down, but they took one of the cars, and we've lost their trail. Kaiden cursed viciously. His angry outburst was interrupted, however, when one of his scouts pushed into his mind. Turning to the west, Kaiden looked to where Vance and the Silva pack waited. When he received a nod of the head, he knew he had heard as well. A glance to the east and a nod from Maliko confirmed the second Alpha had also heard. Alpha Kaiden was on his way and would be at their location in less than 15 minutes. Swearing again, Kaiden pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting to keep control and quiet his racing mind. Reaching out over the link to the two other alphas, he confirmed their previous instructions. We hold until we confirm Kaiden is here. We minimize casualties. The aim is the alpha, his top lieutenants, and any counselors present. Next, he turned to the two wolves at his sides. I want his beta and head warrior dealt with immediately. They can't have time to react. We need to keep them off balance and unorganized. Knowing that both men were more than capable of dealing with the rest of the planning, Kaiden turned his attention to the next pressing matter, his sister and mate. Pushing against the blocks that hid her from him, Kaiden roared when he finally felt the link between them snap open. Sierra. The full weight of his fury and anger breaks free. Hey, bro. He growled lowly at her wary tone. Where are you? Kaiden spun on his feet, his fist landing against the nearest tree trunk with a resounding echo as her words filtered into his mind. I'm sorry, Katie, but I can't tell you that. I'm not playing some game here, Sierra. Tell me where you are. I can't. He was breathing deeply, his body taut, his fist still clenched and resting where it had landed and split the bark under his anger. Can't you? No, I'm sorry I can't. Where is my mate, Sierra? He thought, his nostrils flaring as he pushed harder into her mind. His fury only increased when she blocked his attempts. She's with me. Sierra. His voice turned deadly, a tremor racing over him. She's safe and unhurt. He took a deep breath, trying to push off the burning desire to shift and find her. Return to Richard immediately. I can't do that. Sierra, it isn't a suggestion, it is a command. You will return immediately and with my mate. Kaiden put the full weight of his newly found strength and power into the command. He felt as it washed down the link, as his sister's wolf reacted as it hit her. A flicker of shame pulsed in his heart as he crossed one of the lines he had always promised himself he never would. Steeling himself against the guilt of commanding his sister, he focused on the image of Aislinn as she had lain so broken in the hospital bed, teetering on the edge, to steel his resolve. Pressing the command harder, Kaiden's mouth fell open as he clearly felt it settle before suddenly crumbling. The bands of steel and iron were dissolving and slipping off her like grains of sand in the wind. "I can't, Katie. I'm sorry, I promise I'll keep her safe." Panic and fear burned the back of his throat as he felt her wolf and resolve harden against him as he felt her shake the last tendrils of his influence off. Sierra needs to go back. Not caring at all that he was now practically begging her. "No, Katie, she doesn't. I need to go now, we're heading out again. Stay safe, bro." His stomach dropped, his head whipping to the south as he heard the signal from one of his scouts in the brisk night air. "Sierra, don't you dare do this," he roared as he felt her pulling back. His eyes were wild as he heard Clay give the first order. Just before the link slammed shut between them, a picture of Aislinn and Keo standing along a dark road, with a dark and quiet forest behind them and the brilliant, clear night sky above filled his mind. His heart leapt as he grabbed onto that tiny glimpse of his mate safe and whole with everything he was. Guilt and pain filled him as he tried to capture every detail, his eyes closing as he savored that small piece of her. Breathing deeply, he opened his eyes to watch as Alpha Kaidin's convoy of vehicles roared down the curving stone drive and pulled to a stop in front of the lavish and opulent pack house. As the engines quit, doors were thrown open and pack members spilled out. A sense of celebration and triumph hung in the air around them. The plan was as simple as it was tried: surprise and ambush. Watching from the edge of the cleared woods, Kaiden and the others searched the growing crowd for the imposing presence that would mark out the Alpha. Needing to identify their target before the presence of their sense and the absence of the other pack mates, they were able to register with their targets. Kaiden scanned face after face, his emotions from before pushed off as he focused his entire being on the task set before him. The need to take out Kaidin and the center of the Heim's pack's power overrides even his concern at the moment for his mate. Heim's strength and expertise made them a key weapon in the Council's arsenal and an integral asset in any attack they would launch. Therefore, it became essential to Kaiden's own plans to undercut that same power and strength as much as possible. Preferably, before it was able to unify with the rest of the Council's supporters and allies, the success of the attack at Heim's would determine whether or not they stood a chance against the Council in the head-to-head battle that would surely be coming. Clay was the first to spot him, calling out to all three packs through the link. Fifth car, left side, he's surrounded by 8, maybe 9 men, I'm guessing a couple guards, the rest his beta, and the other high-ranked, 1 or 2 might be Council. Kaiden flipped his sights to the 5th car in the line, roaming over the faces until he landed on the one he wanted. Got him. That's a confirmation of identity. We have the Alpha. Maliko, Vance, when you're ready, on my mark. Kaiden sent, feeling as Clay and Blair's bodies stiffened with their own anticipation. As the 3 packs exploded out of the dark forest and into the open, the sounds of fighting erupted. Snarls and growls rang out, cries and shouts, as wolves fought and fell in the quiet night around them. Kaiden's fighters outnumbered the Heim's wolves, but the fighting was still intense. Despite being caught initially by surprise, the Heim's wolves were highly trained, rested, and expert fighters who reacted as a perfect unit after the initial shock wore off. While Kaiden's packs were exhausted, many were wounded from previous clashes, and none had ever seriously trained or fought together. Kaiden remained unshifted, fighting in human form, his fists lashing out again and again, landing blows as wolves came at him from all sides, hitting jaws and ribs with bone-crushing force. Blair stayed at his side, finishing off those Kaiden knocked down and protecting his back. Clay had evaporated into the thickest part of the fighting, leading his warriors in the search for the top-ranking Heim's lieutenants. Maliko and Vance would be doing the same from either side. Breaking the neck of a wolf who refused to stay down, Kaiden felt the battle roar in his veins. It pounded in his eardrums and flushed his skin. Taking a moment, he looked around at the fallen littering the ground, his wolf howling in his mind as he felt another of his pack members fall reverberate through the pack link. Seeing red, Kaiden searched the melee, ignoring the continued fighting and letting Blair handle those mistaken enough to try and take him out and searching for the man behind it. He wasn't surprised to find Alpha Dominic Gustafson unshifted. A wicked smile on his face as he stood arrogantly, his arms folded over his chest as he watched the chaos unfolding around him. Fighting his way forward, Kaiden stopped when he stood 10 feet from the other Alpha, unperturbed by the continued presence of the 3 shifted wolves who had remained standing around him as guards. Glancing around, he found Clay and a few other warriors in an intense fight. They were battling with the other wolves that had been concentrated around the Alpha before. It confirmed the suspicions that they had indeed been the Heim's Beta, Gamma, and Head Warrior. Kaiden felt a rush of satisfaction as he watched Clay take down an impressive-looking wolf easily before turning and launching himself at another a second later. Letting off a bit of the control he had imposed upon his wolf, Kaiden felt a surge of dominance and strength race through his body. It pulsed out, clinging to him like a sheen on his skin and radiating out like a beacon, calling to the wolves around him. Kaiden knew that his narrowed eyes would now have darkened to near black, his wolf pushing further forward as his enemy's attention snapped onto him. Pushing off the car he had been leaning against, Dominic's eyes took him in. "So you're the one behind this little disturbance, are you?" His voice carried through the night. A few of the fights closest to them started falling silent as wolves turned at the sound of the Alpha's voice and others turned to stare at Kaiden, drawn to his show of dominance. "Alpha Dominic," Kaiden called back, with fake warmth and formality. "Kaiden, or wait, it's Alpha Kaiden now, isn't it?" Dominic said, his own tone clearly mocking. Kaiden had to bite back the urge to release his wolf at the insult. Reining in the impulse, he let a little more of his true strength pour out. He was now easily and clearly outmatching the power that Alpha Gustafson was displaying, and Kaiden could still feel that he wasn't even close to releasing the full weight that he had at his disposal. It was eye-opening for him to realize just how powerful his mate was, finally knowing that the dominance he now carried would correlate and match her own. He felt his lips curl up in a small smile as he caught a flicker of uncertainty cross the Alpha's face as he took note of the level of power Kaiden was displaying. The waves were now rolling over all the wolves assembled in a steady, strong stream. A stab of displeasure twisted in his gut as the wolves from Heim's were able to withstand them easily, ignoring them. The twisting of the bonds and the new oaths. The thought from Blair popped into his head and reminded him that his connection to the Pax was still wide open. Mentally closing himself off from the others, Kaiden pushed off the thoughts of the bonds and refocused on the Alpha standing before him. "It is Alpha now, you are correct. And I also believe you are aware of what I am capable of. So I'll offer you this. Surrender now and I'll spare the rest of your pack from your fate." There was a moment of silence where the only sounds to be heard were the remnants of a few clashes still raging around them. Wolves' jaws snapping, claws raking, and tearing into flesh. Then a booming laugh rang out, Dominic's face splitting into a grin, his face a mask of pure amusement, but Kaiden didn't miss how it never touched his eyes. "Oh, I've heard about you. You and your little witch." He sneered, his laughter fading, but leaving his lips curved up in an evil grin. "Oh, I see I've hit a nerve? Is the little Luna a touchy subject?" Growls echoed around the clearing at the mention of Aislinn. Kaiden felt pride swell at the display of loyalty from all 3 packs towards his mate. "One of you villains tried to threaten my mate before." Kaiden smirked at the flash of fear he caught in the man's eyes before it was quickly hidden. "Ah, I see you've heard how that turned out. That you've heard what she did to your little comrade. Let me pass on a little secret." Kaiden let his voice drop. "You won't be alive long enough to have to worry about her, and you will never lay a hand on her. You got lucky with Fraser. He was weak and clearly an incompetent idiot. I mean, he was sent in to clear up a tiny problem and look how that turned out. Fool got himself ended by a couple of pups." Kaiden shushed Blair and some of the others who growled lowly at the insult. "So now what? You think because of who your daddy is and that if you hide between an imposter and a traitor," Gustafson's eyes flicked over the assembled wolves, picking up the larger and broader forms of Maliko and Vance from amongst the observers. Blood stained both of their coats, and each had fallen enemies scattered at their feet. Meeting Dominic's challenging stare head-on, they both bared their teeth at him as he dismissed their presence with a wave. "Will mean you can beat me?" He scoffed at his own words, his earlier arrogance and confidence returning. "I thought you were smarter than that," Kaiden said offhandedly. "My father always spoke so highly of you. I guess I shouldn't really be surprised he was wrong about that as well. You better watch your mouth, pup. Or I'll teach you a lesson your daddy should have taught you a long time ago," Dominic said, taking a step forward. Kaiden let his wolf come forward further, the full weight and strength of his dominance finally being allowed to break free. He felt as it hit the wolves of the Heim's pack and nearly recoiled at the sick and twisted feel that swept through him as he touched along the twisted bonds they had formed. It was as if they were coated in a sick slime, a vile oil that had turned them black and sickly, instead of the bright pure light they should have been. What in the world? Dominic exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at Kaiden in horror. Now, Dom, don't lie. We both know you know what's really happening. No matter what you all want to tell your packs, you and your buddies know the truth. You must by now, or at the very least you have to suspect. You have heard the rumors. The Alpha's face paled slightly. That's lies. Blasphemous rumors spread by cowardly little rebels like you, he snarled. Kaiden's smirk deepened. He felt as Maliko, Vance, and Clay moved closer. No, that's a lie, Alpha, and I think you know it. Shut up. Come on, Alpha, tell them. Tell them the truth at last. You'd be only, 13 years late. Kaiden goaded, his wolf now almost entirely in control and focused completely on the prey caught in his sights. I'm going to take her apart in front of your eyes. Or maybe I'll destroy her just like I did her mother, leave her in so many pieces you won't even be able to recognize her. Dominic roared, his control snapping as anger and malice burst free. Kaiden saw red. The words hit him one at a time, sinking into his soul until all he could feel was rage. The image of his mate crumbling, tear tracks staining her face as she recounted the memory of her mother's death, filled his vision before he sprang forward, moving faster than he ever had. His feet pushed him into the air, muscles rippling, bones breaking and realigning as his body seamlessly shifted mid-leap. He hit Dominic with the full force of his jump, his paws landing solidly into the Alpha's shoulders as his jaws darted to his neck. Before the other Alpha could even think to react, Kaiden's head was ripped backwards. The corded muscles flexed as he retracted his powerful jaws. Blood sprayed out, coating Kaiden's face and neck as he fell with the body to the ground. The Alpha was gone before he even landed, Kaiden's robust frame on top of him. Stepping forward, letting the fallen Alpha slip to the ground, Kaiden stood on the lawn of the Heim's pack house. Bodies of defeated wolves litter the ground around him, and the blood of the Alpha drips from his jaws. Lifting his head to the pale moon above, the soft light filtering through the thin clouds and basking them in its silver light, his midnight blue fur shining, he let out a long howl of longing and victory. Those around him dropped to the ground as it rolled through the night. Chapter 23. So what's the plan? Sierra asked, ducking under a branch and following closely behind Aislinn and Keo as they traipsed through the forest. You don't have a plan, do you? She asked after a few beats of silence. Why am I not surprised? You never have a plan. We are so dead. Every single time. We'll be fine, Aislinn replied without turning. Fine? We'll be fine? Oh, that makes me feel so much better. No, you're right. I feel totally confident now because it isn't like we are trying to break into and take out a counselor in the flipping council house. And it isn't like the last time you said everything would be fine, you almost died, or anything, Sierra muttered, not even bothering to hide her sarcasm. Aislinn sighed before glancing over her shoulder. Do you trust me? There wasn't even a moment's hesitation before she was answering confidently. Yes, of course. Okay then, trust me when I say we'll be fine, Aislinn said, turning back to study the forest ahead of them, her eyes on the uneven ground under her feet. Yes, you say that, but I'm beginning to get the feeling that your judgment about certain things, say our likelihood of survival, might be just slightly impaired. Aislinn rolled her eyes, though the effect was lost as Sierra couldn't see her. They walked in silence for a few more minutes. Only Sierra's occasional muttering could be heard. Stopping, Aislinn crouched down, motioning to Sierra to follow. They shuffled forward, the two girls peering through the thinning trees. Kyo silently snuck back from scouting the area, pushing himself into Aislinn's thigh as she ran her fingers through his fur. "Is that?" Sierra asked. "Yes." "Wow." Sitting on a slight hill was an enormous structure. The only word Sierra could use to describe it was castle. Smaller buildings sat around the property, and a wide stone drive cut a path up to the house. Cars moved along, while people milled about outside on the grounds. "There's so many people." "Too many," Aislinn said, catching Sierra's eye when she looked at her and thrusting her chin at the scene before them. The council is supposed to be a body of elders, representatives from the 8 packs that help to mitigate conflict and resolve disputes. They're not supposed to be their own pack. Their allegiances are supposed to lay ultimately with the royal line, but also to the packs as a whole. Aislinn's eyes swept over the lawn and the numerous buildings that clearly were housing, is not a neutral body that is working as an advisory role. "Why?" Sierra asked softly, her eyes widening as they watched a group of uniformed wolves exit the woods. Aislinn's eyes narrowed in on the lines of wolves. Their matching red uniforms, a council insignia stitched onto the breast of each, and the way they moved in sync with such military precision clearly marked them as a unit of the so-called council's protectors. The council is made up of retired high-ranking wolves. My guess is they didn't like being retired very much. What better way to perform a coup than to eliminate the old leadership and re-establish yourself in their image? "So they were behind the murder of my parents?" Aislinn asked, her voice cold. Yes, they were. Cutting across the lawn, Aislinn led them to the open window they had spotted when they had scouted out the council house from the edge of the tree line. Throwing her leg over the sill, she shook her head at their stupidity and arrogance. Dropping lightly to the floor, she reached back for Kyo, taking him from Sierra as she climbed in after them. "They just left a window open? On the ground floor?" Sierra asked in a whisper as she climbed through the window awkwardly. Shrugging, Aislinn gently plopped Kyo on the floor, her eyes scanning the room they found themselves in. It looked like an industrial laundry room. Machines and stacks of clean clothes lined the walls, the smell of detergent and bleach hanging thick and heavy in the warm, moist air. "Well, I guess you can't really overestimate stupidity," Sierra muttered, her shoes making a light thud when they hit the tile floor. Aislinn looked over her shoulder. "Are you trying to say something?" "Who, me?" Sierra asked in mock horror, her hand going to her chest as her eyes widened comically. "Never. No, please continue onward with our perfectly sane and not at all stupid plan." Rolling her eyes, Aislinn turned back to Kyo. The wolf pup had padded his way across the laundry room to the door, his ears flicking back and forth as his nose pressed to the small gap at the bottom. After a few moments, he sat back on his haunches, turning his bright little eyes to meet hers. Slowly, she eased the door open, her eyes scanning along the corridor before slipping out. "They'll know we're here," Sierra whispered as she followed after her. Aislinn threw her a sharp glare. Narrowing her eyes, Sierra glared back. "Well, they will," she hissed, looking around them nervously. "You haven't shifted and are unmated. You're not a part of any pack officially. I don't have a wolf and am a royal. Our scents are faint and shouldn't be picked up unless they really look for them. If someone does notice we're here, well, we'll be passed off as non-threatening anyway. 2 unshifted females will blend right in with all the others running around this place. Plus their security is thinned out after sending so many out to the other packs." "Yeah, nice try, Ace." "That might sound all good and well, but I know you better than that by now," Sierra grumbled, keeping close on Aislinn's heels as they moved further down the hallway. Aislinn scoffed, her eyes staying watchful as they neared a branch in the corridor. "Don't you even try it, Aislinn. You can say whatever you want, but we both know you have no idea what you're doing. Everything you just said is a complete guess. For all you know, they left that window open on purpose, and we're walking into a trap." Goddess, if I die, I'm so coming back to haunt you for the rest of your life, Sierra muttered. The hallway was wide and clean. The carpet was thick and soft under their shoes, the walls painted a deep brown. The only light came from the few open doors that allowed the gray light from the overcast skies beyond their windows to spill in sporadically. Moving from shadow to shadow, they approached the branch in the hall. Peeking her head around, Aislinn found herself looking down an identical, if better lit, hallway to the one they currently stood in. Glancing down, she looked at Keo, who was watching her, his ears twitching. Turning, he began moving down the new hall to the right, Aislinn and Sierra cautiously behind him. Cautiously, they made their way through the council pack house, ducking into empty rooms and hiding in doorways when footsteps would move closer to their location. They never saw anyone. Keo's warnings always gave them enough time to dart into a hiding spot before anyone entered the room or hall they were in. At one point, they were hiding behind a sofa in the library when Aislinn whispered, "You're getting better." "At what?" Sierra asked, cautiously peeking her head around the back of the brown plush sofa, only to pull it back quickly when she found the two men that had stopped outside the door were still standing there. When Aislinn didn't respond, Sierra looked back to find her also peeking around the sofa. "Oh, perfect. That's just great," Sierra whispered harshly, sarcastically. "I'm getting better at sneaking around?" Taking her silence as a positive, Sierra threw her hands in the air, falling back so her back was resting against the sofa. "Fantastic. I've always wanted to be able to add cat burglar to my college applications." Aislinn rolled her eyes. "Don't get cocky. I said you were getting better. You aren't even close to cat burglar level. Now do you have what you need or what? You're impossible." Aislinn let out a low laugh. Turning, she flashed a quick grin at Sierra, who couldn't help grinning back, before shaking her head and resuming her watch on the doorway. "Yeah, I got everything. Let's go," Sierra said, stuffing the canvas bag she had found near bursting with the thick, dust-covered volumes. "You really need all of those?" Aislinn asked skeptically, eyeing the bulging bag. "You really need all those knives?" Sierra shot back as she slung the strap over one of her shoulders, grunting as its weight landed against her back. Standing, Aislinn rolled her eyes. "Do you want to live?" Sierra finally regained her balance with the extra load and looked up at her, her expression serious. "Do you?" Aislinn snorted, turning towards the doors and ignoring the question. Keo's low growl slowed their advance. Straining her ears, Aislinn finally picked up the low murmur of a voice. Looking around, her eyes narrowed in on a dark mahogany wooden door less than 15 feet in front of them. The two carved doors stood at the end of the plush and elegant hallway, screaming importance and influence. Aislinn stared at the two gold handles. Taking a breath, she looked over her shoulder at Sierra, catching her eyes. "You ready?" she asked softly. "You always ask me that. And I always say no. And then you always go ahead anyway. So I don't really understand why you even bother asking," Sierra said, her arms folding over her chest, a trace of fear and annoyance in her eyes as she looked between her face and the doors standing at the end of the hall. Aislinn smirked, her head tilting to the side. "I'm waiting for the day when you finally admit it." Confusion replaced Sierra's previous emotions, her mouth falling open a bit as she stared at her. "Admit what?" Ignoring Keo's whines, Aislinn searched Sierra's face, smiling gently at her. "That you love this." Sierra's look of shock was the last thing Aislinn saw before she was winking and spinning on her heels. 3 long strides carried her across the plush, rich carpet to the double doors. Without pausing, her palms landed with 2 solid thuds against each other, momentum and her weight pressed against the doors, throwing them open under her hands. The crash of the wood against the walls announced her arrival, the impact shaking the walls and reverberating through the room. Aislinn stopped in the doorway, her silver hair falling around her shoulders, tumbling down her back to her hips. Her eyes were wide and steel gray. A slight smirk graced her lips, her hands still raised from where they had landed with such force against the doors. She was framed in the doorway, her black clothes setting off the paleness of her skin and her metallic features. She was breathtaking, the very picture of an avenging angel. "Who are you?" The voice was outraged and arrogant. Aislinn's smile widened, her sights focusing on the man sitting behind the massive, intricately carved and opulent wood desk. He looked like he was in his early 60s, still benefiting from that potent mix of youthful strength and the wisdom that comes with age. A commanding presence and the brains to know how to use it. A sleek phone was cradled between his ear and shoulder, the collar forgotten as he stared at the figure now standing in his office. Kyo had followed her in and stood at her side, eyeing the man. "I asked you who you think you are. And how did you get in here?" He demanded, his voice condescending as his eyes traveled over her from head to toe. Seeming unimpressed with what he found, he lifted a hand dismissing them as he pressed his ear back to the receiver, his focus returning to the piece of paper he held in his hand. "I think you'll want to end that call," Aislinn said softly, her hands lowering to her sides. Surprise flashed in his eyes before being replaced with anger, his eyes narrowing when he looked up to find her still standing there. "And I think you'll want to be gone before I have you removed," he bit out. Stepping further into the room, the thick carpet muffling her footsteps, she could feel the comforting presence of the weapons she had stashed all across her body. The cool brush of metal pressed against her skin, a sharp edge digging in just slightly as she walked, a handle rubbing into her flesh with every step. As she advanced on him, he stood, a muttered word into the phone that was then discarded. Lying his palms on the surface of the mahogany desk, Clifton leaned his body forward, his beady eyes focusing on her as she moved closer. "You're going to answer some very simple questions," Counselor Aislinn said, stopping a foot from the desk. "You are going to regret this." The face snarled at her, his eyes flashing black, his lip curling over his teeth. "You know, people keep telling me that," Aislinn said, her smirk growing wider, her head tilting as she studied him. "Do you want to know what I did to the last person who said that same thing to me?" She watched as he scanned over her face. Indecision and confusion when he could find no trace of fear or worry on her face, when he could only read her explicit seriousness, her deadly intent. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He repeated. "Good questions, Counselor, and if we had the time I would love to regale you with the story of our harrowing journey here. However, we're on a bit of a deadline, and I'm afraid the questions I have are of a much more pressing concern. So if it isn't too much of an inconvenience, we are going to indulge my curiosity for just a little while." Aislinn's voice was calm and soft, belying the revulsion burning her tongue. She kept her ears alert for any hint of movement from behind her. "I'm not telling you anything, and you're going to be begging to answer my questions once I get you thrown in a cell. I want to know who you are and how the hell you got in here, now." He snarled, his palm slapping against the surface of the desk with a crack. The motion blew some of the papers that were scattered on it off. They floated through the air, softly drifting gently to land on the dark, patterned carpet. "That's not going to happen, Counselor. What is going to happen is that you are going to tell those protectors you have coming down the hall for us to back off." He scoffed at her words, although there was a spark of surprise that flashed at her comment. Aislinn narrowed her eyes at him, the unmistakable sound of the hammer of a gun sounding from behind her. Clifton's eyes flicked from her smirking face over her shoulder. His eyes opened wide as he stared in horror at where Sierra now stood, feet planted wide, both hands holding a pistol aimed unmistakably at his heart. She looked determined and confident with two heavy assault rifles slung across her back. Her hands were steady as they held onto the cool metal. Her voice was calm as his eyes landed on the weapon in her grasp. "Silver bullets." Aislinn watched the counselor's face, his eyes staying fixated on the weapon that was trained on him. "Do you see now, Counselor?" she asked. At her words, his attention snapped back to her. "You're threatening me? Do you have any idea who I am?" He demanded, his voice strangled by the force of his anger. Cocking her head to the side, Aislinn watched him for a beat before speaking. "It is because I know exactly who you are, Counselor, that I am threatening you." Aislinn glanced over her shoulder at Sierra, at least 6 coming. Looking back at the counselor, she said, "So, counselor, are you going to tell them to halt, or are you going to find out exactly how much it hurts to die with a chest full of silver? Oh, and when making your decision, know that Sierra here may look young, but she's more than capable of taking out a pathetic excuse of a man like you." Ace, I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said about me." Sierra cooed from behind her, making Aislinn roll her eyes. "So what's it going to be?" she asked the counselor, whose gaze was swinging between them, flicking often to the gun in Sierra's grip. The silence stretched as Aislinn listened to footsteps draw closer. "Fine." Caswell snapped, throwing his hands up. The footsteps froze. "Fine, you win." He snarled at Aislinn before looking back at the gun Sierra still hadn't lowered. "You want to tell her to take that thing off me now?" "No, I think it stays." "Make sure we have your full attention," Aislinn said. Rounding the desk, she grabbed his chair, pulling it back and turning it, nodding her head at it. "Sit." Once he had sat, his eyes following her, she glanced at Sierra and shook her head. Spinning, Sierra kept one hand on the pistol as she threw the doors closed, flicking the locks. Turning back around, she moved to stand further in the room with her back to the closed doors, the pistol rising to point back at the counselor, where he now sat in front of Aislinn. "Okay then, now that we have a bit of privacy, I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to answer me honestly," Aislinn said to him. "I'm not telling you anything." He sneered, leaning forward, only to stiffly pull away from her when Sierra cleared her throat. "How did I know you'd say that? What do you think, Sierra? You think he's going to do any better than Mac did?" Aislinn sang. "Now, counselor, this is the most important question." She moved so she was nearly touching him, her hands resting on the armrests of his chair as she leaned until her face was only inches from his. "So pay attention," she continued, her eyes holding his. "How long do you think I can hold you in here, question you, and keep you here before those guards out there will risk your life by breaking in?" Her voice was soft and deadly as she searched his face, watching as her words hit him. She laughed softly, her body pulling back. "That's what I thought," she said, laughing louder when his face darkened. "So you were right? They won't come in as long as he's alive?" Sierra asked. Aislinn watched as his face paled. "As long as he's alive and not talking, they'll stay out. If he reaches out and tells them I'm getting information out of him, they'll come in and kill him themselves," she explained happily, her eyes dancing with amusement as she leaned her face down to his level once more. "It's protocol after all. Isn't that right, counselor?" "I still don't see how you know he won't tell them," Sierra said, picking up her earlier point from their previous discussion. "If it's protocol, then won't he have to tell them?" "No, my dear sister, because our counselor here is a coward who doesn't want to die. Do you, counselor?" Aislinn let the silence hang for a beat before continuing, her voice sickly sweet. "He probably helped enact that law, the law that said that those captured and taken should die before giving up the council. Should die before revealing his deepest, darkest secrets. He would happily condemn his men to that fate, but faced with it himself? Oh no, he'll sing, and he'll sing loud." Pulling off the black fitted jacket she had donned, she cracked her knuckles before slowly starting to pull out the silver pins and knives she had stashed in the folds, seams, and pockets of her clothing. With deliberate, slow movements, she pulled them out one by one and laid them on the desk. Caswell's eyes tracked her every movement, growing wider with horror as he watched her handle the silver weapons with ease. "Now, counselor, how do you want to do this?" Aislinn asked. Laying a final silver dagger on the desk, she turned back to the man, her head tilting to the side and fanning her silver hair across her shoulder. It caught in the light, shining like the metal she had laid out so reverently. "Why are you doing this?" he asked as he continued to stare at the pins, knives, scalpels, and daggers that littered his desk. Another good question. However, counselor, as you can see, you aren't really the one here who will be asking them. So let's start off by you telling me why you want Anthony Salvatore and Chelsea to mate." Surprise flickered in his eyes. "How do you know about my daughter?" "I asked you first." Aislinn smirked, carelessly picking up a hair-thin needle and twirling it between her fingers. "I won't tell you anything," Caswell gritted out. Aislinn looked down at him in glee. Oh, how I was hoping you would say that. Ace, we have to go. Sierra shouted from the window. Kyo was snarling at the door where fists pounded against the thick wood. In a minute, I want him to answer. Aislinn said from where she was straddling Caswell's body, her fists gripping the lapels of his suit jacket, blood staining the carpet around them. Aislinn, we don't have time. We have to go. No! Sierra screamed as she finally got the window open. The sound of her foot connecting with the screen and the metal protesting before falling free mixed with shouting and pounding that was coming from the door. Kyo! Sierra called, the wolf pup turning from the door at his name and bolting to where Aislinn still had not moved. She leaned forward, her lips going to his ear. Tell me, Caswell. Tell me. They trusted you. Tell me. She kept her face hovering beside his face, her hearing straining to pick up his last whispered words. Her mouth fell open as she felt his body go limp under her. The shouting from the door picked up its fever and urgency as his life was dragged away. Her head looked up as Sierra screamed her name again. Looking down, she stared at the dead body of Clifton Caswell, the stench of death and silver hanging around them. It was Kyo's baby teeth lightly pressing into the soft flesh of her hand that finally broke her out of the trance she had fallen into. Shaking her head, she leapt up and scooped up Kyo in one motion, sprinting towards Sierra, who was still screaming at her. Looking out the open window, they stared into the inky darkness below. For floors, Sierra said, her voice shaking lightly as she helped Aislinn sling one of the heavy assault rifles across her back. It's that, Aislinn said, her chin pointing at the window or them. She looked back at the door, pointing at where it was beginning to splinter from the force of the blows and bodies raining down on it in a steady stream. Good point. All right then, Sierra said, turning more certainly towards the window and throwing a leg over the sill. Lacing their fingers together, they pushed off the brick wall and into the black night. Cold air whipped around them, blowing their hair and slapping against their skin as they free fell through the air, the hard ground rushing up at them quickly. Landing with 2 thuds, they rolled, taking the brunt of the impacts with their shoulders. Aislinn cradled Kyo to her chest, her arms shielding him as she landed. They didn't have any time to recover as shouting filled the night. Leaping up, Aislinn hissed at Sierra. Her night vision was gone, and she could barely see the ground with the overcast sky blocking out the moon above. Reaching out, Aislinn grabbed onto one of her sleeves, tugging her along as the two of them bolted towards the pitch-black forest ahead. As they were running, the unmistakable sound of gunshots began to ring out. Swearing, Aislinn pumped her legs faster, ignoring the bruises and lancing pain that shot through them with every step. Sierra's labored breath at her side was the only indication that the girl was still with her. After what felt like hours but was really only a few minutes, they reached the tree line. Growls and snarls filled the night air. They're on our trail, Sierra said as they scampered over a giant fallen tree. Aislinn's mind was quiet as she searched for some escape route, her body trying to regain its bearings in the darkness. At the sound of the wolves' growls getting closer behind them, she gave up in frustration, shouting at Sierra, "Keep running." Before taking off in the direction she hoped was north, Sierra, close behind her, could hear the council's protectors and guards begin to close the distance between them. Without her wolf, her speed and stamina were no match for that of the shifted and grown wolves. Seeing an outcropping of low rocks, they ducked between them, needing a moment to try and catch their breath. "We need to get back to the car," Aislinn said as she searched Kyo over, needing to make sure that he was okay. "The car's the other way, we'll never make it." "You need to forget the car." Aislinn's head snapped up at Sierra's words. Narrowing her eyes, Sierra fisted her hands on her hips. "Forget the car, Aislinn, and focus on getting us out of here alive." "But the car, Dash. Forget the car." "I love that car," Aislinn said as she rearranged the strap of the heavy gun on her back into a more comfortable position. Satisfied, she pressed her lips to Kyo's head as he let out a low whine, moving on to then secure the other weapons she had hastily stuffed back on herself after their time spent with the counselor. "You can buy another car." Sierra said, exasperated, to which Aislinn humphed, and Sierra rolled her eyes. Honestly, it's a car, Ace. If you haven't noticed, we're about to be dog food. We have bigger problems than a flipping car. Leaving my car abandoned in a forest is a big problem. You are so weird, Sierra said. Aislinn stuck her tongue out before her face became more serious. I'm sorry I got you into this. Sierra's face grew dark. I told you I was with you, and I still am. I knew what I was getting into when I came here, and I don't regret it. I'm with you, Ace. Aislinn held her stare for a beat before nodding. Okay then. Let's see if we can not die again. Sierra laughed, shaking her head as she ran after Aislinn. They did their best to get away, but it just wasn't enough. Fighting in a forest, they were at a disadvantage. The dark forest and close trees made the weapons they carried basically useless. Without some higher ground or defensible position, their only option was to try and outrun their pursuers. Aislinn could hear the heavy fall of the paws on the dirt floor, could feel the earth beneath her feet tremble from the vibrations as they hit in a steady, unyielding rhythm. There had to be at least 24 behind them and gaining. Her head whipped around as she gripped Kyo tighter, searching for something she might have missed. Just as she was going to try and veer right, she felt 2 front paws collide with her back. The weight and momentum threw her forward. Not being able to protect Kyo and her head, her face hit the rough terrain, rocks and roots scraping her skin. She felt pain lance through her body. Her hip, ankle, and shoulder protested the abrupt stop and the harsh landing. Before she could recover, a body was falling heavily on her back, slamming her once more into the ground and knocking the air from her lungs. She struggled to pull in a lungful of air, her head turning uselessly to the side as she heard Sierra cry out. When the cobwebs began to clear slowly, she saw that a massive brown wolf had pinned Sierra's small frame to the ground. Aislinn's blood boiled at the fear and pain she found on her friend's face. She tried to throw the heavy weight from her back, but with Kyo still cradled under her and her arms pinned, she couldn't accomplish much. Her useless struggles halted as a growl vibrated against her back. She froze as she felt hot breath billow against her neck. Adrenaline surged in her veins. Enough, a voice roared. With reluctance, the body pinning her down was slowly removed, and she was allowed to breathe properly again. Sitting up, she turned her focus to Kyo, who was struggling in her arms, growling and snarling at the dozen wolves that they found surrounding them. Sierra, cursing, pushed herself up from the ground and scurried the short distance to her side. Her eyes were wide as they searched her over, paling as her hand reached for the blood on her face. Are you okay? Aislinn nodded, her eyes circling them. She was surprised to find that some of their hunters had shifted. Her eyes flicked to their faces when she realized that the 10 or so well-muscled men that now stood amongst the over 12 wolves in a loose circle around them were completely naked. 2 wolves stood closer to where they huddled, anger and hostility shining in their eyes. Aislinn thought these were the 2 that must have caught and pinned them. Apparently, they were not impressed that their kills had been postponed. One of the men stepped towards them, causing Kyo's fur to puff out as he let out a low growl, his teeth bared at the man. Why'd you stop, Kyle? They deserve to die. Aislinn didn't know who had spoken as she refused to take her sights off the man who was slowly approaching them. But she was assuming that this Kyle fellow they were referring to was the wolf that had been about to attack her. The man growled at the echoes of displeasure that her continued survival stirred in his comrades. He silenced their protests with a pointed look. Without warning, she felt hands on her. The gun she had been carrying was ripped off, along with her jacket. Goosebumps covered her as the cold air assaulted her. Hands patted her down, and she had to swallow back the bile. The man standing in front of them turned hard, cold eyes on where she, Sierra, and Kyo sat on the ground after a voice that Aislinn assumed belonged to the hands deemed her clear. Who do you work for? His voice matched his eyes, deadly and harsh. I'm the one you want, let them go, Aislinn said, her voice hoarse as she pushed herself to her knees, shielding Sierra and Kyo with her body. She tried to work out how much damage she could theoretically do with the silver weapons that hadn't been discovered hidden within her clothing. The fist connected with heavy force, throwing her body to the side. "I asked you a question." Her ears rang, the words shouted at her barely registering, her vision swimming as she hit the dirt. She felt hands on her and knew they were Sierra's. Making sure to hide any and every reaction, she schooled her face, pushing her pain and fear down, and then with steady hands she righted herself. Rolling her neck and shoulders, she met the cold stare once more. She was able to stay upright this time as the backhand landed on the other side of her face. She heard Sierra's screams and Kyo's bark, but she didn't let out a sound. Not reacting even as she heard a boot connect with Kyo's small body, causing the pup to whimper in pain. "I asked you who you work for," the man repeated. Aislinn let her fingers move just a touch, burying into Kyo's fur to calm the shaking pup who was now pressing against her side. Better prepared for the force of the attack this time, she didn't fly to the side as another punch landed on her jaw. She felt her lips split, blood now dripping off her chin. She stayed up as long as she could as blow after blow landed, bruises blooming to cover her skin. A cut opened on her eyebrow, dripping blood into her eye. She still never made a sound, her eyes void, her face a blank mask as she was beaten. Sierra's screams were the only thing that penetrated where she floated in the calm ocean of her mind. Nothing since her parents' murder had ever made her feel as helpless as having to silently listen to the piercing sounds of her friend's screams and her useless, pleading words. She didn't know how or when she had fallen to the ground again, but at some point she recognized the feel of rocks and branches pressing into her back. As a weight climbed onto her chest, she prepared herself for the inevitable. Her mind reached for Kaiden, for his face, the feel of his lips and hands on her. Embracing it, she finally closed her eyes, only to snap them open as a word infiltrated her exhausted mind. Princess. Chapter 24. The heavy weight that was sitting on her chest was thrown to the side. The jaws that had been descending towards her were torn away. Sucking in a gulp of air, Aislinn tried to shake the cobwebs from her eyes, trying to focus on what was going on around her. Slowly, the sounds of shouting and fighting began to filter into her muddled brain. Princess. Her head turned up at that word, the one that she had thought she had imagined. Her vision cleared, and she found herself staring up into a pair of dark, anxious eyes hovering just above her face. Princess. She watched as his lips moved around the word. Forming it over and over, growls and screams ring in the background. Are you okay? Princess. We need to move. Are you okay? Alpha. The voice continued to shout, his eyes searching her face desperately. Turning her head from his worried and concerned features, she looked around her. The dozens of council wolves that had hunted and attacked them were now locked in a fierce fight. She stared as wolves she didn't recognize fought the council protectors, tearing into flesh and fur. Blood and screams erupt. Watching them, her mind began to restart, and her eyes jumped from the figures locked in battle to the others gathered around them, searching for some sign of Sierra and Kyo. More shouting began to filter into her. It still sounded as if it was coming from far away, though, echoing from deep within a tunnel. Insubstantial and not quite real. The face hovering in front of her was still screaming for her attention, but Aislinn didn't care about him. She didn't care about the wolves that lay torn apart on the ground, or the smell of death now hanging in the air. All she cared about was finding the two, her two. The two she had sworn to protect. The two that she had led into these horrid woods to die. She slapped at the hand tugging on her cheek, trying to turn her face up. Refusing to turn her attention from her search, her eyes continued to move across the bodies standing and lying around her desperately. Her struggle was hampered by the legs that started blocking her field of view. Gathering around her, they circled and obstructed her vision. She felt her panic and anxiety spike, adrenaline sweeping along her muscles, chasing away the fatigue and pain that had been pulling at her. Coiling her muscles, she pushed off the ground with all her might. Thrusting her hips and shoulders up, she twisted her body and threw whoever had been sitting on top of her off and to the side. Using the momentum, she rolled to her front, bending her legs and pushing to her knees. With her toes and fingers, she dug into the freezing dirt, sending the little energy she had left to her legs, and she pushed off. Diving between the bodies that were caging her in, she beat the screaming agony in her muscles down and forced her legs to move faster. An arm reached out for her as she lunged around a body, ducking under it. Her heart stopped, and suddenly she heard her name. Freezing in mid-stride, she spun. Without a thought, her hands were reaching into the deep pockets of her black cargos and coming back with 2 of the silver daggers she had stashed. It wasn't hard to find the man who had spoken. Like all the other alphas she had had the displeasure of meeting, his presence alone commanded attention. Strength and dominance radiated from him, his stature imposing and in itself dominating and claiming the space. Aislinn's jaw clenched as 2 of the wolves moved to his side. In one of their holds was Sierra. Pressed tightly to his chest, a bruise flowering on her cheek, her hair wild and disheveled, and her face tear-stained. The other was holding a furious Kyo, a large hand holding the scruff of his neck, none too gently, as the pup bit and scratched. "Release them," she bit out, her eyes narrowing to slits and turning back to the alpha, who was looking at her with bright awe and astonishment apparent on his face. "Princess." "Don't," Aislinn barked, cutting him off. Flinching when the hand holding Sierra tightened in response to her tone. Incredibly, the alpha's eyes opened even wider. "So it's true. It's you." Aislinn took that as her opportunity to do her own scrutinizing. Her eyes wandered over the wolves now standing clustered around her, corpses of council wolves lying between them. All of them were slaughtered, and the spilt blood rapidly cooled in the night air. The head of the one who had been beating her was lying ripped from its body at the alpha's feet. Her grip tightened around the blades in her hands, her gray eyes coming to rest on the newest man who was holding her friends captive, and the one who it seemed had also just happened to save her from a certain death. Aislinn kept looking at him, her feelings of unhappiness intensifying. Taking a moment, she considered the weapons she still had at her disposal. Picturing the daggers in her hands flying through the air, landing and embedding to the hilt into the 2 wolves standing at his sides. Fighting a path through the others to get her, Sierra and Kyo free and away from them. Even if she managed to escape them now, they would not be that easily deterred and would most likely immediately start to hunt them down themselves. They wouldn't have any better chances of outrunning these wolves than they had the council. And that wasn't even considering the council protectors themselves, who would have already sent out more patrols to try and capture them again. Reluctantly, she scrapped the rash plan. Her hands relaxed the tight grip she had on the silver hilts of the 2 daggers. The wolves around her relaxed in response. Rolling her shoulders, she pushed the pain that was throbbing from her side, leg, and hip to the back of her mind. Ignoring the blood that was still dripping from her various cuts and wounds, and focused her attention on the alpha who now stood in her way. "He said you would come," she finally said, her voice cold and emotionless. Her eyes flicked to Sierra when she tried to speak, silencing her friend's question before it could even be uttered. "I'm surprised he still remembered me," the alpha said in a voice almost as cold and hard as her own. "Well, you're the lost," she replied sarcastically. The man grinned at that, and the change was momentous. His whole demeanor and bearing are shifting. Those around him reflect it to become less threatening. The hands that held Sierra and Kyo are loosening. "I prefer Rainified, but what is a name anyway, right, Princess?" "You can call me Aislinn," she said. "Princess Ace." "Just Aislinn," she snapped, interrupting him. "Just like your father," he said, his eyes traveling her over, taking stock. Whatever he found seemed to satisfy him because this time, when he smiled, it reached his eyes and made them dance with amusement and satisfaction. "What do you want, Shadow of the Night?" She spat out, ignoring the flare of pain in her chest at the mention of her father. His spine stiffened, his face hardening as he captured her gaze. "We serve the moon," he said bluntly, those gathered around him bowing their heads in submission to the words. "To her." Aislinn scoffed, rolling her eyes. "I know of your legends fied." I also know your oaths, but I am neither your moon nor your princess. Let my friends go, and then you can go return to whatever hole you've hidden yourselves away in for the past 200 years. I have no need for you." His face darkened even further at her words. His eyes flashed black as he rose to his full and imposing height. She felt the change as his wolf pushed forward. If Aislinn hadn't believed her grandfather's words that Pac Oblatus wasn't like the others she would have encountered, she would have in that moment. Unlike Alpha Maliko and Pac Tenebris, who wore a touch of feral wildness, as if it were a disguise or studied air, as if they had slowly lost their domestication and took on this otherness, Pac Oblatus had, in comparison, never been domesticated in the first place. They hadn't become feral after years of living in the wild and losing their touch with civility. They had never known the sophistication of civilization or the world beyond the wilderness of the woods. They were at their core wild and free. In their world, they were known by many names, including the originals. Pac Oblatus was made up of some of the oldest werewolves that had ever lived, outside of the royal bloodline themselves, of course. And with the destruction of her family and the murder of her grandfather, Rainer Fide was now in fact the oldest werewolf in existence. Rainer had been one of the first turned by King Alessandro himself at the very beginnings of their origins, and had fought at the king's side as his first warrior. Together they had carved a bloody path through their history, hunting down their own kind and culling out the worst of their natures. When the royals had retreated from sight with the passing of the queen, Pac Oblatus had followed suit and disappeared from both worlds. Refusing to adapt to modern society or integrate with humans and ignoring the changes of their own, they had vanished into legend. The other packs had often referred to them as a backwards cult of nut jobs, snubbing their refusal to evolve and adapt to the new world. Pac Oblatus, undeterred by the shunning or pressure, had remained steadfast in their oaths, pledging to wait in the shadows until they were needed once more. They considered themselves the unbroken, refusing to be swayed or to give up the old ways and never acknowledging the power or authority of the council or the other alphas, instead insisting upon holding the original oaths to the king and his bloodline alone. "No need?" Rainer asked, looking at her with his still darkened eyes. Holding his stare, she refused to display any sign of weakness, forcing her body to remain upright and steady even as it screamed in protest, wanting nothing more than to collapse into a limp heap at his feet. "No need," she confirmed. "You called," he countered, "and the bruises on your neck would disagree with your words." Aislinn balled her hands into fists, refusing to let them rise to her neck at his words. Instead, jutting her chin forward, she kept her face blank. "I did not call the shadows of the night, and I have no need for you now. I thank you for your service, but release you from any more. We are bound to the moon, to serve only the blood of the One." "We have been waiting for you, princess." Aislinn felt a wave of pain and exhaustion hit her. Her ribs protested as she took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as dizziness made her head spin. Exasperation at the entire situation rose as she stared at him, at his calm and unwavering face. She could feel the open awe and wonder with which his wolves were staring at her. Looking helplessly at Sierra, Aislinn snorted and threw her hands in the air when the girl just nodded and smiled at her encouragingly. "Fine, whatever," she huffed, another dizzy spell hitting her and making her feel nauseous. "Do whatever you want, I don't care anymore. Come. Go. Whatever." She swayed lightly, her eyes closing as she fought her body for control. "She isn't healing," came Fide's concerned voice, but it sounded far off now as if she was back down that deep, dark tunnel. Through slitted eyes, Aislinn watched as the ground began to approach rapidly. Knowing it would hurt, but unable to get her arms to obey her commands, she readied herself for the impact. She let out a gasp of surprise when, instead of the cold, frozen ground she had expected, she felt the two strong arms meet her failing body. One went under her knees and the other around her shoulders, lifting her up and against a broad chest that rumbled against her side as a voice spoke. "Why isn't she healing?" Aislinn stayed silent, afraid that if she opened her mouth or eyes, she would vomit. She lost her wolf. Sierra's voice came from beside her. Aislinn flinched as cool, thin fingers ran through her hair, pulling away as they hit a deep gash on the back of her head. Shit, she heard Sierra curse, her fingers probing the cut and making Aislinn wince, ball rising and burning her throat as she squeezed her eyes against the sharp pain. It's really deep. She probably has a concussion. We need to keep her awake and get her back to document. Who are you? The chest rumbled again. Sierra. And who the hell are you? Aislinn would have laughed if she weren't so tired. She could easily imagine Sierra's fists on her hips, her eyes snapping with indignant rage at the audacity of someone questioning her. Raynor Fide, Alpha of Pack Oblatus, came the slightly surprised-sounding response. Oh, okay then. Well, gotta say I'm relieved you're a good guy and not another power-crazed psycho trying to add her to one of your demented collections. I do not understand what you mean. Yeah, I get that a lot. Never mind. Come on, Hulk, we gotta get her back. Back? No, we will take her to my pack. We must keep her safe. What you talking about, Willis? Haven't you heard nothing? Sierra asked, her voice rising a notch and getting more animated as it did. You think you can keep her safe? Do you know who you're holding right now? Look, I like your intentions and everything, but you're kinda the new kid on the block here, so I'll give you a few tips. 1. No one, and I do mean no one, can keep that girl safe. Trust me, I've tried. Her guardian has tried. The whole damn pack has tried. Even her mate has tried. She has a mate? Wow, you really don't know a thing, do you? Yup, she has a mate, and he is going to be royally pissed off to see her almost dead again. Although of course he'd be madder if she had actually gone and gotten herself offed, so I guess that's a silver lining here. I mean, I'm still probably dead, but well, you know, what can you do? Sierra rambled, her voice growing melodramatically morbid and depressed by the end. Sierra, will you stop with the whole dying thing? Kaiden isn't going to kill you. Aislinn managed to murmur around her dry and cracked lips. Yeah, right. Like, I believe you. Huh. And you better hope you do actually end up dying out here, because I swear I'm going to kill you. You almost died. Again. Don't think I've forgotten about that either. Your little unconscious routine isn't going to make me forget. I can't freaking believe I almost let you get yourself killed. Katie is most definitely going to kill me this time. Kill as in I am dead. 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 And it's all your fault. I'm dying because you couldn't think of a better plan than keep running. Ugh. Sierra, Aislinn snapped, forcing her eyes to open and the bile back down, lifting her head off the chest it was resting upon. Look at me. Waiting until she did and hating how weak she felt, and probably looked at the moment she tried to make her voice strong. I'm okay, all right? I'm fine, and neither of us is going to die. Sierra looked at her for a beat before her gaze flicked to the man who was holding her. At the moment, he was looking between them with a strange and confused expression on his face. Neither girl paid it any heed, unconcerned and used to the looks they received whenever they were together. Are you sure? 'Cause Hulk here is looking at me kinda funny, Sierra stage whispered at her, arching one of her eyebrows dramatically. I'm sure, Sierra. Whatever else he might do, I know that Hulk here won't hurt us. My name isn't Hulk, Princess, Hulk said. Yeah, and mine isn't Princess. You'll get used to it, Aislinn snapped, not turning to look at him. So, you okay? She asked Sierra, searching her face and frowning at the darkening bruise on her cheek. Nodding slowly, she broke out into a wide grin. The plan worked. We didn't die. Again. Woot woot. Go us. You are so weird, Aislinn said, her head falling back against Hulk's chest. No, I'm not, Sierra said, freezing in the middle of the weird happy dance she was doing, her arms in the air as she stuck her tongue out at her. Aislinn just rolled her eyes, lifting a hand. She patted the chest that was under her cheek twice. Onward, Hulk, my mate awaits ever most patiently. Sierra, overhearing her words, let out a snort and bark of laughter. My name is not Hulk. It is Raynor, Princess. Oh, sure it is Hulk. Whatever you say, Sierra said with a wave of her hand, dismissing his frown and starting to walk. The Oblatus wolves closed ranks around them. Their Alpha at the center, carrying Aislinn's bruised and broken form, Sierra with Kyo in her arms at her side. Chapter 25. So where are we going? Sierra asked, her voice curious and not the least bit concerned as the oblatus wolves led them deeper into the dense forest. Aislinn, on the other hand, was not at all relaxed or impressed as the realization that the large Alpha was still holding her slowly dawned on her. He was cradling her bruised and bleeding body against his chest, her head on his shoulder. Her frown deepened with every step he took. As loath as she was to admit it, the small respite was actually needed and was working to ease some of the pain and exhaustion as her body struggled to heal. However, any gratitude she felt was quickly being replaced with irritation. As if sensing the growing dark emotions beginning to surge through her, Sierra turned her head, catching her eyes. Hers widened in shock as she took in the storm brewing in their gray depths. Ace, what's wrong? Princess, is something the matter? Are you in pain? The chest under her rumbled with the deep words, concern and a hint of fear coating them. Anger and self-righteous indignation lent her exhausted body energy as she snapped her eyes to the Alpha's face, her muscles tensing in his hold. Put me down. Aislinn wasn't sure if it was the shock of her words or her icy stare that had done the job, but the towering Alpha was quickly stopping in his tracks, his arms slowly lowering her until she was unsteadily planted on her own 2 feet. His face was a mask of worry, and his hands lingered near her as if he was expecting her to collapse at any moment, which Aislinn admitted wasn't that far-fetched a possibility. Good boy, Hulk, Sierra said, glancing between the two of them in apparent amusement. Now see, Ace, this is how they're supposed to be trained. We should have him teach the other knuckle-draggers we've been lugging around with us how to follow simple orders. My name is not Hulk, it is Rainer Fide, Hulk said, frowning as he glanced at Sierra, who just winked back at him with a whatever you say, Hulk, leaving the Alpha gaping at her. Where are you going? Sierra called after Aislinn. To get my baby. You have a pup? Hulk asked, breaking out of his Sierra-induced bewilderment. No, you dingbat. Keep up, Hulk. I expect better from you. Hey, idiot, stop growling. Stop insulting my Alpha, a wolf snapped at Sierra. Did you just roll your eyes at me? He asked in astonishment as he stared at her. Duh. Man, you need to chill it out, Sierra said, rolling her eyes at him again and waving off another growl from the offended wolf. Here, take this, she said, shoving the heavy bag of books she had been lugging around with them at the now flabbergasted wolf. I don't take orders from you. He finally snarled out at her while trying to shove the heavy canvas bag into her hands. Max. Fide snapped at the warrior wolf, before turning back towards where Aislinn and Sierra were now quickly moving through the forest in the direction they had just come from. Sierra threw a grin at the wolf, who was still holding the bag and gaping at her. And be careful with those. They're important. She called out before turning to Aislinn. Ace, you can't go back. She exclaimed in exasperation, stopping in the middle of the path, her hands on her hips. Watch me, Aislinn replied. Just forget about it, Sierra called out at her as she merely kept walking, throwing a glare over her shoulder. Sierra let out a long sigh, rolling her eyes before giving in and grudgingly following her, stomping her feet in protest of her unhappiness. Where are you going? Fide called out to them. To get my baby, Aislinn replied without stopping or turning. You said the princess does not have a pup, Fide said questioningly. His long legs helped him close the distance between them quickly. Aislinn's injuries and tiredness hampered her own efforts to hurry through the thick brush. Hulk! 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 So much to learn, Sierra said, glancing over her shoulder at the Alpha, then turning back to look at Aislinn. You do realize we're walking towards the people who just tried to kill us. Your point? Aislinn asked, pushing a branch out of her way and ducking underneath another. Well, that perhaps we should be going in the other direction? You know, away from the bloodthirsty morons? I told you I'm not leaving her there in the woods. Aislinn! Sierra snapped, her hand grabbing Aislinn's sleeve, forcing her to stop. Anger flaring, Aislinn spun on her heel, her eyes snapping dangerously as she pinned the girl down with her steely gaze. "Yes, Sierra?" Holding her ground, Sierra stiffened her spine, meeting the queen's stare head-on. "You can't go back. Are you with me, or are you not?" Aislinn demanded, her face giving away nothing. Sierra's eyes widened in surprise and hurt. A sigh escaped her lips as her hand fell from where it had grabbed her sleeve. "You know I am," she said weakly, her eyes opening slowly, a final desperate attempt to try and convince Aislinn of the madness of her plan shining brightly. Ignoring the look, Aislinn nodded once before turning back to the trail that would lead her to the den of those looking to kill her. "I do not understand," came Fide's deep voice from behind them. His footfalls were heavy as he moved to catch up once more with Sierra as she trailed after the stubborn queen. "It's okay, Hulk. Neither do I." Sierra's words were met with a look of pure confusion, which she resignedly waved off. Aislinn loved the feeling of the car accelerating under her, the power and the contained destructiveness that sat just beneath her fingertips. The way it responded to her commands. The slightest touch from her earns an instant response. The lethal combination of speed and strength melded together into a machine of metal and steel that, at her discretion, could become a weapon at the drop of a hat. The night sailed past them, the trees blurring together as they glided down the deserted streets. The shadows were deep and thick, the light from the moon not strong enough to penetrate the thickest of them. Aislinn tuned out the bickering from her two passengers. The calm, steady, stoic sounds of Alpha Kaiden from the back seat competed against the bubbly chatter of Sierra in the passenger seat. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she internally breathed a sigh of relief as she took in Kyo curled in the back seat, his little black nose peeking out as he slept peacefully. She still hadn't felt her wolf. Not a stirring. Not a whimper. Nothing. Not even when she was about to die. She had felt the life draining from her as that council wolf's hands had encircled her neck, pressing harder and harder against her windpipe, cutting off her airway, her lungs screaming out for oxygen, and yet at the moment when her wolf should have exploded forth, pure unrestrained survival and primal instinct taking over, there had been nothing but complete dead silence. Aislinn had to beat back the bubbling panic she felt as she probed against the silent and empty corner of her mind and soul. Driving had always been her outlet, a time when she could feel free. The few rare moments she had been able to carve out of her existence, where the horrors of her past and the weight of her future were able to ease off just a touch. For the 5 years that she had stayed hidden in the academy, it had only been her rushed weekend and day trips to the city and her extravagant, but not always necessarily legal car rides that had broken up the monotony and had eased the maddening feel of never being able to shift. The feel of flying over the pavement. Of pushing so close to the edge, of being so close to completely out of control, a humming beast exploding beneath her, would quiet the itching, constricted feeling that made her feel like her skin was too tight. She could breathe as she hurtled through the dark and over the miles, relaxing around the hairpin turns and soaring over the hills. She would drive for hours, her mind floating in a sea of nothingness as she imagined herself falling into one of her rare fantasies. A dream of just never stopping would circle her, a picture of never turning around, leaving it all behind and just driving forever. Of course, reality would inevitably settle in, and her foot would ease off the accelerator. The car would decelerate to a crawl. Crunching her way to the side of the road, she would sit with her hands gripping the wheel of whatever luxury car she had gotten her hands on at that time, or later bought, her eyes glued to the distant horizon. She would sit there for however long it took. It was the rare times she allowed herself to imagine it, to give in to the fantasy, the dream. She would imagine her life if that night had never happened. She would picture her life with a loving and happy mate at her side. Pictured running away and starting again. Leaving behind the twisted, charred, and broken person she had become, abandoning the hate and rage that had fueled her for so many years, forgetting everything she had lost. She would sit and indulge in the idea of hope, love, and forgiveness. But then, every time, it would crack. The image, the fantasy, would shatter. The memory of her mother's bloody face pleading for mercy, her guards fighting for her with no thought or regard for their own lives, the years in the cells, the feel of the scars on her back, all of it would break in, and the fantasy would burst into ragged black flames, returning them to where they belonged amongst the clouds, and she would once again become nothing. Ice and glass would fill her veins. Her heart, so broken and useless, would fall silent from its hopeless dreams, and she would rip her eyes from the pointless horizon. Turning the car, she would journey back to the city. Every mile hardened and steeling her hate and determination until her control was once more ironclad and complete. Aislinn's eyes glanced from the road before her to the horizon in the distance. The chatter from her companions faded even more into the background as she felt that tug at her mind. That whisper of a promise once more. Her hands tightened around the wheel, her foot pushing harder on the pedal as they zoomed around a corner. The car was hugging the pavement and not giving a millimeter as it raced around it, topping out at nearly double the speed limit. Could she do it? Sierra would come with her, Aislinn was almost positive. She could run. Could keep driving until it was all behind her once and for all. Run from all of it. From her parents and the pack, from her enemies and those now counting on her. From the pressure and expectations, the names and titles she hated. She could run from everything that promised so much pain. She didn't have a wolf. She felt the hole in her chest pulse darkly at the reminder, the bonds and links to her mate and guardian having either been severed or else completely muted. She was for all reality, free. Free of all of it. Free of shifting. Of claiming her throne. Free of who she was. What she was. She could keep going and going. Her hands tightened further. The needle of the speedometer is inching up further and further. The trees are now nothing but blurred shapes out the windows. Patches of indistinct shadow and light, lost in all meaning or shape to those within. The force of their flight pressed Aislinn deeper into the seat. The engine was roaring confidently and reassuringly under her, cradling her body in its embrace. Her eyes strayed to the horizon again. Aislinn. Sierra's voice was soft and tentative. At it, Aislinn let her foot ease back slightly, the needle on the dashboard dropping a bit. Taking a deep breath, Aislinn turned her head, hoping she masked the chaos and panic that was churning in her mind from her eyes. Her heart was racing, her breathing shallow as she stared in horror and fear at her friend. Her sister. Aislinn, Sierra repeated, her face concerned, her blue eyes gentle. It's okay, Ace. Letting out a shuddering breath, Aislinn let the car slow even further. She was aware that Alpha Kaiden was still very much present and conscious of the conversation going on between them from the back seat, but she couldn't find it in herself to really care. No, it isn't. Aislinn. No. Sierra, it isn't okay. Nothing is okay. And nothing is going to be okay. Talk to me, Sierra said calmly, her eyes flicking to the speedometer, which was quickly climbing back up. About what? Aislinn asked, her eyes back on the road and the indistinct distance beyond. About anything. About what you're feeling, what you're thinking. About something, anything. Damn it, Ace. You need to let someone in. You need to let this out. Sierra snapped, her eyes flashing with anger, her face flushing as she stared at Aislinn's silhouette, trying desperately to figure out how to reach the girl who was so obviously in pain. What do you want me to say? Aislinn asked, her voice hollow as she pressed down on the accelerator again. Needing to feel the power, the control, the freedom of flying. She needed to know that she could do it. Needing to touch it. That it was possible. Say something, anything. Sierra nearly screamed. The sound reverberates around the small space. Keo whimpered from the suddenness, waking from his nap curled in the back. Kaiden let out a low growl, but other than that stayed silent and watchful. His eyes were hard and glowing in the dark of the back seat. Aislinn inched the needle up more. Her swirling emotions were nearly choking her. She needed to get away. I don't want to, she said, the words tasting horrible even to her own ears. It was a lie. She wanted to say it, all of it was on her tongue, ready to spew out at Sierra's feet. Begging for release. the memories and pictures flashing in her mind, breaking through all her carefully constructed control. Her heart broke over and over at the thought of Kaiden, her mate, at her parents, in the world. She wanted to say it all. To tell someone. But she didn't know how. She didn't realize the sentences or the words. She didn't know any of it. And she felt so utterly alone. For so long, she had run from it all and denied and ignored it. Refused to see or feel it. To be anything but anger and hatred. To let it burn away all that was soft, gentle, and light in her. And then he had come and broken it all away, had reminded her of everything she had been and everything she had lost. And she had let him. Had let him break through, restart her heart, mend her soul. And then she had let him shatter it. She had let herself get distracted. Let herself forget and remember. She had turned soft and had fallen in love. And now she didn't know. She didn't know how to move forward. And she didn't know how to go back. How to put all these things he had brought up in her back where they had come from, and she didn't know how to accept them. He was supposed to be beside her. Had promised to be beside her, and he wasn't. He wasn't here, and she needed him. She couldn't do it on her own, and yet she didn't know how to go back to him. To forgive him. To love him. To hate him. She thought she could go back, pretend he hadn't happened, pretend he hadn't changed everything. But when she was about to die, when that council wolf had been crushing the life from her, it was his face she saw. It was his arms she regretted not being held in, and it was for him that her heart hurt. She was ready to sacrifice herself, her entire life's mission to save his sister, to save her sister. She was panicked and scared, out of control. Weak. They had done this to her. And she didn't know how to undo it. She wanted to be empty. To be dark and broken. To be forgotten. Because this hurt too much. Her breathing picked up, tears blurring her vision. Say something, Sierra whispered, her voice soft and low this time. Aislinn stared at the darkening road. Her eyes were on the ever-moving horizon. A tear rolled down her face. Her hands were twisting and tightening around the steering wheel. You almost died. But I didn't, and neither did you, Sierra said calmly, her face staying open and gentle. Her blue eyes, that same blue that haunted her, stared at her unblinking in the night. Silence fell around them. Keo whimpered again from the back seat, picking up on his mistress's emotions. Stretching out his little body, he poked his head between the seats, his nose brushing her arm. The feel of his cool, soft, velvety nose steadied her, and her foot eased back again, the roaring engine backing off. Without looking back, Aislinn pulled the pup to the front, settling him on her lap. The heavy weight of him on her legs, his warmth radiating through her clothing, his soft fur against her skin, calming her even further. The speedometer dropped a little more. Sierra let out a tiny breath of relief as they entered speeds that, although they would still kill a human, a werewolf would probably survive a crash with. Say something, Sierra repeated, softly but with a voice of steel. Sierra, Aislinn said, but was interrupted. Say something. See. No, Aislinn, say something. Say one thing that is real. Say one thing that you are feeling right now. You are not alone, and you are going to say one thing, because we are here and you are not alone. Aislinn's head whipped to the side, catching sight of the blue that she loved, her breath hitching in her throat. The words burned. Another tear falls to drop into Keo's downy fur. Burying her fingers into his softness, she turned forward to face the road, the words both killing and setting her free. I don't want to love him. Chapter 26. So what are you going to tell them? Sierra asked, leaning forward in her seat as they made their way up the winding driveway. The heavy, thick iron gates were just ahead now, and they both knew that what waited for them at the end of this road was not going to be pleasant. Aislinn knew that even if Sierra had not already alerted her brother to their impending arrival, which was a distinct possibility since she had been in contact with him on and off over the past few days. Then the sentries that were no doubt positioned along the drive and in the woods surrounding her house would have. Meaning they would be waiting for her. He would be waiting. Taking a deep breath, Aislinn tried to calm her racing heart and swirling thoughts. She tried to find a center in the chaos she had become over the last few weeks. Offering Sierra a small smile, she looked back at the gate that was ominously opening for them as they approached. "The truth," she said as they drove through the open gates. Looking in her rear view, she had a moment of panic as she watched them sliding closed behind her, the iron clanging and ringing through the air as they shut securely. The last 5 minutes of the drive were hushed, the air thick with tension. Aislinn glanced back at Alpha Kaiden, who for the majority of the drive had stayed silent but alert. The only times he had spoken were to ask where they were traveling so he could alert his pack and have them meet him there, and to answer their interrogation questions. After those small exchanges, he had fallen quiet. Sierra had kept up a low-running commentary for most of the journey. Instead of irritating her, though, Aislinn found the bubbling stream of chatter comforting and reassuring. After everything that had happened and everything that they had been through, it was satisfying and soothing that Sierra had not changed. That she was still the same person. It was hopeful. Too quickly for any of their comfort, the trees parted, and they were pulling up before the wood, stone, and glass building. As the engine cut out and silence enveloped them, Aislinn felt herself holding her breath, unsure if she was truly prepared for what was to come. Uncertain of what she wanted to say, her heart torn and throbbing, her head spinning as she stared up at her house, where she knew her mate waited. It was Alpha Kaiden who broke the silence, his voice deep and slow as he watched her, the house, and seemingly everything and anything around them with quick, bright eyes. "You're home, princess?" "Yeah, Hulk, this is home," Aislinn said, barely even noticing as her voice shook on the words. Or Hulk's grumbling that his name was, in fact, not Hulk. None of it registered as she watched the soaring, heavy doublewood doors, the primary and overwhelming feature of the front of the house, crack open. As if revealing a god himself, she watched as they parted, light spilling behind him, the deep forest surrounding his fortress of glass and marble. All of it framed the man himself, the god with whom those doors split to reveal her mate. His hands were at his sides, his strides long and powerful, his face a mask of fury and power. Aislinn had to blink as she stared at him. He was the same, and yet he was unrecognizable. Gone was the timidness and the unsureness of the boy of the air. Gone was any hesitancy from his movements, the small moments of indecision, the self-doubt that had him second-guessing himself. He was no longer a prince. No, those doors opened and revealed a king. A raging, confident, mighty king. A king prowling through the night, his night for her. Even without her wolf, she could feel it, could see the waves of power and dominance rolling off of him. The way he held himself, the way he moved, with such absolute lethal grace and meticulous power. He was terrifying. He was unstoppable. He was hers. Before she could even react, his long legs had him around the car. She wasn't able to get her fingers to work before he had the door open. A deep growl rumbled from the back of the vehicle as Kaiden reached in and unceremoniously yanked her from her seat. She didn't even care. She didn't care about anything else as he crushed her to his chest. His arms, bands of iron pinning her to his body almost desperately, his face buried into her neck. His body shook as he inhaled her scent deeply. She couldn't have resisted him even if she had wanted to. Her body melted into his. The solid strength of his body, the power of his muscles, comforted her as he held her impossibly closer, tightening his grip as if he wanted them to become one, as if he never wanted to let her go. The sound of a car door slamming broke into their moment. Kaiden moved without thought. His actions were so fast and fluid that they were barely perceivable. The effect of their bonding, of his inheritance of her title and position, both strengthened and empowered his wolf until he now possessed the power and speed that signified and defined a royal wolf, a king. Before Aislinn could blink, she was out of her mate's arms and firmly behind him. His body that only seconds before had been crushed against hers, now shielding and covering hers, her mate sinking into a defensive crouch before her. Aislinn let herself mourn the loss of the feel of him for a moment before she forced her brain to start working again, to remember where they were and why they were there. Kaiden, Aislinn snapped, forcing her voice to be cold and emotionless. Choking down the pain and heartbreak that it caused, I spoke to him in such a manner. Mate, Kaiden snapped back at her. Neither his eyes nor face turned towards her. His attention stayed firmly focused forward. The sound of boots pounding through the air had Aislinn rolling her eyes. She felt, more than saw, as suddenly her guard, Austin, Clay, and Blair fell in around them. Their bodies encircle hers. Kaiden still didn't ease off, his back staying tense and stiff in front of her. Aislinn let out a sigh. Luna. Aislinn turned her head to look at Austin, who was standing at her right-hand side, his face revealing clear relief as he scanned her over from head to toe. She watched as his eyes widened as he focused and took in her neck and face. The few spots where she was unable to cover the bruises and cuts that covered the near entirety of her body. Offering him a small smile, she nodded her head, ignoring for a moment the desire to tell him where he could shove his Luna business. Kaiden, she barked again, trying to get him to turn around. Annoyance flared as her guards attempted to move her back and towards the house. She smacked Hugo's hand as he tried to reach for her shoulder. Mate, get in the house, Kaiden said without turning. His voice was stern and calm. Power and dominance assaulted her so heavily that even without her wolf, she could feel its presence. She felt herself bristle at his tone, at his words. Her anger that had been so easily forgotten resurfaced in a heartbeat. Her mind flashed back to the night in the study in her house in Montana. To the words he had spoken then. To the orders he had given. To what he had taken from her. Her simple, manageable annoyance became engulfed in flames, replaced with white-hot rage. Kaiden, turn around, she said, her voice hard. Shaking off another hand that tried to grab her, she stomped on a foot that got in her way as she stepped forward and elbowed Austin in the ribs when he tried to block her path. If any of them thought she was going to play docile and tame, they were in for a surprise. Kaiden whirled around, his face blazing as he stared at her, anger flashing in the depths of his darkened eyes. I told you to get in the house, mate. I'll deal with you later. Aislinn didn't let herself flinch under his words or in the face of his anger. Steeling herself, she straightened her spine and met his heated glare head-on. She watched as he finally took in her face. The cracked lip and cheek, the blooming and darkening bruises, the swelling around her eye and mouth. Her stiff jaw. And finally, the clear handprints that encircled her throat. Each finger had left a perfect, deep purple imprint against her creamy, snowy pale skin. His jaw twitched. His lips pressed into an even harder line, and impossibly, his eyes darkened further, until they were nothing more than pitch black, bottomless pits of fury. Who did this? He asked, his voice tight as his gaze stayed trained on the marks on her neck. The hands at his sides clenched into fists. The skin over his knuckles is white. His whole body was trembling from the force of his anger. Sensing how violent his emotions were, Austin, Richard, and Clay collapsed in front of her, blocking her from her mate as his form trembled harder. A mighty, brutal roar ripped from him as they stepped between them. Move, he roared at them, his eyes never straying from her, even as she stood encircled by his men. She could hear more wolves racing out of the woods towards them. Obviously, one of Kaiden's lieutenants had realized the seriousness of the situation and had called for backup, recruiting more bodies and hands in case they had to try and subdue their Alpha King in the midst of a rage. You need to calm down, Alpha, Austin tried, his head lowered in submission even as he remained standing before her and blocking the path of his Alpha. Let me at my mate, Kaiden said, his voice gravelly and harsh, his wolf out and in complete control. His territorial and possessive nature, coupled with his alpha temper, meant that every wolf was risking their life as they stood between the alpha pair. Still, not one moved, and even as another growl rumbled from the Wolf King, more and more wolves moved to block her from him. Each one bowing in submission, yet standing unflinching to protect her from her mate. Kaiden, Aislinn snapped again. Her voice was stern and carrying a hint of her rage this time. Her indulgence in his tantrum was at a very near finish. "Get in the house, mate," Kaiden growled at her, tremors still tormenting his body. It was a testament to just how powerful and how good his control was that he had not shifted or attacked any of his men. "Austin, Richard, move," Aislinn snapped at the two standing directly before her. Both risked a glance at her in shock and surprise, before looking back at the shaking and fuming Alpha they were attempting to protect her from. "I said move," she said. "My queen," Richard started, just as Austin said, "I don't think." Aislinn cut them both off. "I said move." When neither man did, she took a breath, her eyes hardening. "As your Luna, as your queen, I command and demand that you move." "No." Reluctantly, both men stepped to the side, parting in front of her. The others followed suit, though seeming stunned and not at all confident. As she walked between them, she could feel their darting glances land on her. Could see as their bodies and hands shifted towards her, every one of them ready to jump and grab or move her away from her mate at a moment's notice. She didn't let it touch her, though, their worry and concern. Their fear. She was neither, for she was fury incarnate. And she was finally meeting her tormentor head-on. She focused on the feel and intensity of it as it burned in her veins as she took step after step towards her mate. She watched as his black eyes stayed focused on her. His frame was still shaking with the force of his rage. Well, he wasn't the only one. She was pissed off, too, and if he got to throw a fit, then she would as well. She moved until she stood a foot from him. He towered over her. His anger and strength made the difference between them even more pronounced. His broad shoulders, toned and stiff muscles, promised power and punishment for any that stood in his way. "I told you to stay in the house," he growled at her, his voice like nothing he had ever spoken to her with. She didn't even pause. There was no hesitation, no regret in her movements. She closed the space between them, her arm reaching up. Her hand landed with a resounding slap. Her palm hit his face with every ounce of strength and power she had left at her disposal. Every second of pain, fury, and hurt he had caused her, she let fuel her as her hand sailed through the air before connecting with his perfectly chiseled and livid face. His head whipped to the side, more from the shock of her attack than from the actual force. After all, he was still the Alpha King, and at present, she was very nearly human. Slowly, his head turned back, his eyes now back to their icy, clear blue, surprise and complete shock replacing any hint of his previous anger. He stared at her as if he didn't know who she was. Around her were sharp intakes of breath and stunned silence. To witness a mate physically hurt another was unheard of. To see their alpha, their queen, raise her hand against her mate was downright unbelievable. Aislinn let her stinging hand fall to her side. She eyed her mate, the side of his face now slightly red from where she had slapped him. She had expected some remorse or guilt to flood her after laying a hand on her mate like that, somewhat surprised that she had even been able to follow through with such a thing in the first place, but none came. It was another reminder of just how much he had taken from her when he had stolen her wolf. "You hit me." The shock in his eyes mirrored his voice. Her eyes didn't soften, her voice still hard and cold, carrying the white cold fury and full weight of her anger. "You left me." With her words, she moved her eyes from him, refusing to watch as they hit him, each one a dagger to his heart. Refused to see the guilt and hurt they brought to his eyes because he had done it. He had made that choice, and now he would live with it. She refused to feel bad for him, to feel anything for him. Stiffening her spine, she stepped around him, heading for where Alpha Kaiden, Sierra, and a wiggling Kyo stood. Only Sierra seemed unaffected by her brothers and then Aislinn's antics. A huge grin split her face and a twinkle in her eye as she winked at Aislinn. Aislinn made it one step from him, a single step before a hand was encircling her upper arm. She tried to hide the wince the hold caused on her bruised and tender body, though she knew both Sierra and Hulk had caught it. She forced herself to ignore the heat it caused to race through her, even with the layers of clothing, a response that let her know who had dared touch her without even having to turn around. Let go of me, Kaiden. No, his voice was pleading, close and low, signaling he had closed the distance she had tried to put between them. She was thankful he left a breath of space between their bodies. Turning away from him was hard enough without that. Let go of me, she repeated, refusing to let herself lean into his touch, to resist the urge to soothe the pain that was so evident in him. Aislinn, please, you need to listen. To understand. I only wanted to keep you safe. Don't. Her voice was so emotionless, so cold. That word on her lips, the absolute strength in her tone, it was so reminiscent of the day in the hotel room in New York before everything had changed. Before she had changed. Before he had changed her. Aislinn, please. Let go of me, she said, her voice losing a touch of its edge. No. I won't let you walk away from me, Kaiden said, his voice turning hard and determined. His grip tightened around her arm with his words. Aislinn bit back a whimper at the pain in her arm, shaking her head at Hulk, whose eyes had darkened and narrowed in on where her mate now held her against her will. You no longer have that right, Aislinn said, her voice barely more than a whisper. With her words, the grip tightened, a gasp from him letting her know he had heard her, nonetheless. Mate. No, Aislinn hardened herself as that word reverberated through her head. As the pictures, memories, and stories of her youth swirled around her mind, she remembered her parents, the love and respect they had held for each other, the absolute devotion and trust they carried. That word was ringing in her ears as she steeled herself and turned to look up at her mate. At the man the cruel fates had destined her for. No, you don't get to call me that. You don't get to hold me. You don't get to protect me. You don't get to worry about my safety or ask me to stay at your side. She took a breath, her eyes meeting his. Icy blue and stormy gray collide. You are nothing to me, Kaiden. You made sure of that yourself. You left me. With each word, she stabbed a finger into his chest, punctuating each word, the pain she had been carefully hiding erupting to the surface. You broke me. You destroyed me. With the last word, she whirled around, breaking his hold and sprinting to Sierra's open and waiting arms. She felt as Kaiden tried desperately to grab her, but before he could, Hulk was there. Unyielding and unmoving, his face was stone. Move, Kaiden barked at the Alpha, his eyes desperate as he watched Sierra trying to comfort his mate. Back off, Katie, Sierra said over Aislinn's shoulder, her hands rubbing soothing circles over her back as Aislinn fought to get her raging emotions under control. When Kaiden growled in response to her words, Sierra rolled her eyes. Don't you think you've done enough? She asked, her voice gentle as she looked at her brother seriously, trying to get him to see just how close he actually was to losing his mate forever. Just back off and give her some space, and stop threatening Hulk. You kill him, and your mate will just hate you even more. Kaiden flinched at her words, guilt flashing in his eyes as he looked at the silvery head that didn't raise to refute his sister's words. Nodding his head, he took a step back from the unknown Alpha, who looked completely unconcerned or alarmed at the Alpha King's threats. His only response during the exchange was a slight frown when Sierra spoke. My name is not Hulk. We have gone over this, milady, his gravelly voice finally said slowly. Are you still on about that? Give it a rest, Hulk. Geez, you're like a dog with a bone, Sierra said absently, not taking her eyes from her brother or letting go of Aislinn. I can't, Sierra. I can't just let her go, Kaiden said, his voice quivering. Sierra glanced around, shooting a thankful look at Clay and Austin, who had been subtly ushering the rest of the pack and guard back and away, offering the Alphas at least the guise of privacy for such an intimate moment. Aislinn's guards now stood a few feet away, Richard at their front. All of their eyes were alert as they shifted between watching their queen and her surroundings. She needs time, Katie. What you did. She had to stop as he flinched again at her words. Letting out a sigh, she tightened her hold on Aislinn, feeling the girl tremble at the dark reminder. What you did, Katie, I can understand. I can. But there are consequences. You did what you thought you had to, but that doesn't mean you get to go without any repercussions. You and Richard did this. You made this decision. Now you have to let her try and deal with it. She hates me. Gone was the confident king that had descended the stairs in a cloak of righteous fury, replaced with a broken and shattered man, his heart bleeding and begging for a girl that stood just beyond his reach. Can you blame her? Sierra asked tenderly, wishing she could tell her brother that his mate, in fact, did not hate him. That it was all going to be okay. That she forgave him. But ultimately, Sierra found that she couldn't find it within herself to voice even a single one of those lies. No, I can't, Kaiden said at last, his voice shuddering, his shoulders shaking with the weight of his words. Chapter 27. Aislinn felt as Sierra leaned down, pressing her lips to her ear. Her voice was low and soft. Her hands were still rubbing circles over her back, soothing the flood of adrenaline and emotions that had been assaulting her from her confrontation with her mate. Are you okay? Aislinn took a moment to consider her words. Her mind replayed the exchange that had just taken place between brother and sister. The words that had floated over her head and through her heart. She thought of her bruised and broken body, her sore throat and exhausted muscles. She considered the throbbing, pulsing, blackened hole in her chest where her heart had once rested. The love and hate she felt flowed through her at the thought of her mate, and the sting still burned her hand from where she had slapped him. The taste of her words was so harsh and horrible, and yet so true, still on her lips. And then, shocking herself most of all, she nodded her head. Pulling herself up, she straightened from where she had crumpled against the shorter girl, running a hand through her tangled hair and pulling her frayed emotions together, offering a tight smile to Sierra when the girl reached out to grab hers. Turning, she faced her mate and pack once more. Alpha Kaiden still stood like an imposing mountain of muscle in front of them. His size and presence rivaled that of Richard's. Clearing her throat, Aislinn looked from her mate to the new addition in their midst. Kaiden, may I present the Alpha of Pack Oblatus? Hulk, may I present the Alpha of Pack Argentum Sanguinis? Your Majesty, my name isn't. Oh, give it a rest, Hulk. We didn't believe you before, and we don't believe you now, Sierra said, not even letting the Alpha finish his retort. With a sigh, he nodded his head at her, turning back to look at Kaiden with a mumbled, "Of course, milady." Aislinn didn't miss Richard's low bark of laughter. Your Majesty, Hulk said in his deep, slow voice, his head bowing in a display of submission and respect to Kaiden. Austin broke the odd silence that descended upon them. Sierra, glad to see you found someone else to terrorize. Sierra snapped her eyes to Austin, who flinched, stepping back from her sharp glare. Oh, don't think I've forgotten about you, doggy, she sang sweetly, shooting Austin an evil grin. The beta gulped as he looked at her, his hands raising in front of her in defense and surrender. Come on, see. You know it was only orders. It wasn't anything personal. Please don't replace all my downloads with My Little Pony again. It took me weeks to get them all back. He pleaded, his face paling as hers remained harsh and unyielding. When I'm done, you're gonna wish you only had My Little Pony problems. You kidnapped me, you ass cake. You will pay. Look, see, I'm sorry, okay? I was wrong and I'm so sorry. Please don't do whatever you're thinking of. Please. Unfazed, Sierra winked at the blonde, buff, and tall beta before turning back to her brother. Oh God. Austin moaned, horror washing through his tone. I am so dead. What do you think she's going to do this time? Blair asked as he looked at his friend with a mix of sympathy and blatant relief that he wasn't the current target of Sierra's legendary wrath. I don't even want to think about it. Austin ground out, shuddering as he eyed the petite dark beauty, a healthy amount of fear and respect in his tone. Hey, doesn't she still have those photos? Clay asked from somewhere behind Richard. His voice was soft, but carrying in the night. Austin froze. His eyes widened as he looked from Blair's own face of horror to Sierra's face of wicked delight. You wouldn't, he stuttered out. You kidnapped me, Sierra said sweetly. Sierra. Tell me you won't. You. Kidnapped. Me, Sierra repeated, the hand not holding Aislinn's going to her hip. Austin's hands raised higher, his eyes round like a deer caught in headlights, his head shaking slightly in denial. His mouth opened and closed, imitating a fish out of water. "You're hurt," Kaiden said. His eyes were weary but anxious as they scanned over Aislinn's face and body, flinching every time his gaze came back to rest on her face. Aislinn shrugged. "I'll live. You found Pac Oblatus." "Well, technically they found us," Sierra chirped. She let out a hiss of breath as Aislinn jammed her elbow into the girl's side, cutting off whatever else she had been going to say. Kaiden, not missing the interaction, narrowed his eyes on the pair. What happened? Ignoring her mate, Aislinn turned to look at Richard. Of the two of them, he was the one currently lower on her list. Although not by much. Hulk has been filling us in on the pieces we've been missing. Richard moved forward so he was standing at Kaiden's shoulder. Forcing her to turn and include her mate back in the conversation, she momentarily considered stabbing her supposed guardian with one of her daggers. "What do you know?" Richard demanded, looking at the Oblatus Alpha expectantly. Hulk glanced over his shoulder at Aislinn, his face stone, before turning back around and resuming his silent observing. "What is your problem?" Sierra snapped irritably, her eyes shooting daggers at the guardian. Looking taken aback, Richard glanced at her. What? What? As if realization hit him like a brick, Richard's eyes widened before they flashed black, his lips pressing together in a tight line. "What?" he sighed. "Sierra the Wonderful." Sierra grinned. "Don't be so rude. Hulk here has been extremely..." Another elbow landing painfully into her ribs had her reconsidering her words, helpful. "Don't be so rude and demanding. Plus, his pack is coming here. And you all thought we couldn't be helpful. Huh." She finished proudly, but the effect diminished slightly as she stuck her tongue out at Richard and her brother. "Your Majesty," Richard said pleadingly. Sighing, Aislinn rolled her eyes, but squeezed Sierra's hand, signaling the girl to put a pause on her ongoing mission of payback. On the way back, she noticed how Kaiden's eyes snapped to hers in expectation. Not yet ready to give him even that inch, she edited her words, refusing to submit to his demands to know where and what they had been doing. He didn't deserve it. Hulk was able to clear up a few questions I have been having about everything that happened 13 years ago and up until now. How does he know? Austin asked, his terror and fear of Sierra momentarily forgotten, replaced by his endless curiosity. "I served the Queen's family my entire life. Her grandfather was a good and just man. Her father and mother were kind and fair. They did not deserve the end they met. Even though we were not sure that the moon had survived, we never forgot our vows." Alpha Kaiden's voice rang out, calm and assertive. His words, though, left everyone staring at him in complete bewilderment. Sierra snorted, nudging her chin in their direction and smirking at Aislinn. "Don't worry about Hulk, you'll get used to his nonsense. It isn't really his fault, I mean, he is like older than dirt," she said by way of an explanation for his unclear explanation. "Milady, I am not the age of the dust or rocks, as I have also assured you," Kaiden said, a frown pulling at the corners of his mouth. "He doesn't really get sarcasm either, but give him a pair of claws and boy will he make up for it," Sierra said, ignoring Hulk's words and winking at her brother, who was looking between the injuries covering his mate and sister and the large Alpha standing so protectively before them. What he meant was that he was one of the first humans my grandfather turned. Boyhood friends, Hulk here had stood at my grandfather's side for nearly 600 years. The original Alpha of Pac Oblatus, he took the original oaths and bonds, the first of the packs created outside of Silver Blood itself, and they dedicated themselves to protecting and remembering the ways of the old. Apparently their most guarded and protected oath was to await the return of the moon and be ready for when it needed them. At the still questioning glances being thrown their way, Aislinn sighed. Apparently, she rolled her eyes. "I am the moon they have been waiting for." So voila, the shadows of the night. The unbroken, but forgotten eighth pack. Infracti Viribus. You are Natum de Luna, Fide said with conviction, his eyes bright and filled with light as he looked at her. Yes, yes, I know Hulk. I know, Aislinn said unhappily as she smiled tightly to the Alpha who had fought at her grandfather's side longer than the ground they stood on had been known, while Hulk and his forgotten pack had been waiting for. Aislinn grimaced as she admitted the truth, me. They have been working to discover what happened 13 years ago and what enemies I am facing now. Seriously? Well shit, that's awesome. Cuts our work in half. Austin exclaimed happily at the revelation. What has he found? Richard asked impatiently. Hulk. Aislinn prompted, ignoring his scowl at the nickname and grinning at Sierra when that was his only reaction. The council is not acting alone, and I am sure that they are not even the directing force behind most of what has happened. Yeah, that's what Mac said too, Sierra said. Who the hell is Mac? Clay asked. Oh, you know the guy Aislinn tortured in the cells when we were being held by my dad, Sierra replied absently. What? Kaiden roared, the words rousing him from his sullen thoughts. His eyes flashed as he stared at his mate. She tortured someone? Olivia asked, horrified. Sierra felt her hackles rise at the looks being thrown in Aislinn's and her direction. Just back it up, all of you. You weren't there. You don't get to judge. She did what she needed to get us out of there and to get answers. Plus, believe you me, that dick deserved what he got and worse. Her words were met with silence. All of them were thrown by Sierra's instant defense and acceptance of Aislinn's actions. He said it was an alpha behind it. But he didn't know who, Aislinn said, addressing Hulk and ignoring her mate's glare. He was correct then, and if this man, Mac, is who I believe he is, I am both relieved to know he is gone from our world, and disappointed that it was not by my hands. Nodding at his words, Aislinn asked, Do you know who is behind the council? I would have assumed you had figured it out by now, Your Majesty, Hulk replied respectfully. Aislinn let out a breath. I was hoping I was wrong. Unfortunately not this time, my queen. Richard was looking between them, taking in the betrayal and hurt on Aislinn's face and the anger and hatred on the Alphas. Semper, he whispered, the dots connecting in his mind. But how? Why? There were 3 of us as children, myself, Alessandro, and Raul. Your grandfather disappeared in his early teens after his family had been murdered. Years later when he came back, your grandfather was changed. Raul and I were some of the first he shifted. Raul liked the power. We all liked the strength and the benefits of the change, but Raul became obsessed with it. With the domination, the supremacy. He thought we should be subjugating not only the werewolves to our rule, but the humans as well. He saw them as weaker and therefore inferior. He went mad with the bloodlust, hunting down the others with Alessandro when the wars came, except he enjoyed it too much. He saw us as gods, doling out justice. He led your grandfather's armies, saw himself as some mythical commander and believed that the world should bow before us. Tried to convince Alessandro to force submission, to conquer the Wers and humans alike. The king of course refused, and when your grandfather instead offered up the oaths from free will and decreed that we needed to fade from the eyes of humans and live in peace as a community, he rebelled. The king should have killed him. Raynor paused in his story, his eyes saddened as he considered his words. The memories of lives so long now forgotten break to the surface. But he was a powerful ally, a longtime friend. The king granted him mercy, forgave his treason, and allowed him to come back to stand at his side, and in the end made him an alpha. He made him an alpha after all that? What an idiot, Austin muttered, shaking his head. Hulk's body went rigid, his head turning to look at the young beta with instantly black, hard eyes. He took a step forward, and it was only Aislinn's light touch on his arm that held him back. Hulk, she said lowly, her tone calm and soothing. With a last growl, the alpha halted his advance, letting her small hand hold him. Watch your words, pup. You speak of your king. If you weren't a part of the king's court, I would have your head. Turning his head, he bowed to Aislinn. Your Majesty. And I thought you were touchy and lacking a sense of humor, Richard. Buddy here can give you a run for your money, Austin said, hooking a thumb in Alpha Fide's direction. Aislinn rolled her eyes. Now is not the time for your antics, Austin, she snapped. Easy Hulk, she soothed as she felt Fide stiffen and growl lowly at the beta. Just ignore him, he's harmless. Hey, Austin exclaimed, disgruntled at her words. She threw him a pointed look that had him finally shutting up. Although his face remained pouted and his arms crossed over his chest. Raoul Hastram became Alpha of Pax Semper. He was loyal to the king and a close confidant until he passed away just before the royal family retreated from the world. If he was loyal, why do you think they were behind the attacks? Clay asked. Because of his son. Raoul may have repented and changed his ways, eventually coming to see the errors of his beliefs, but his son never let it go. He inherited all of his father's thirst for power with none of his sanity. He never got over the slight he felt the king made against his father and their bloodline by entrusting him with the smallest of the packs. He felt that his father was forced and shunned to the south, never believing that the Alpha in his old age had come to be ashamed of his previous actions. His mutiny against his king, and the atrocities he had wrought against his own people, Aislinn said, picking up the story from Raynor. He hated my father and despised my mother, was obsessed with hierarchy, power, and the purity of the bloodlines. For the 100 or so years since his father died, Gerard has been currying favor, support, and power, blackmailing and bribing his way into the pockets of the council members behind the king's back, Raynor added. I had begun to suspect that there was something going on, an undercurrent of political swaying and a shift in the council. But we had no proof, and the Queen's grandfather refused to believe that his friend's son would be behind it. But you're sure now? Richard asked skeptically. It is not me who is convinced, Raynor said, looking again at Aislinn. What does he mean? Richard asked, looking between them. I spoke to Clifton Caswell, and he filled me in on a few things. Hulk here merely confirmed that what he had told me had been the truth. You spoke to Councilmember Clifton Caswell? Kaiden asked, his voice sounding strangled. He flinched as Austin's strong hand landed on his shoulder, his own curling into tight fists at his sides. Yes, and now I am sure that Alpha Gerard Hastram of Pax Semper is one of those behind the orchestrated deaths and murder of my Pacan family. He is the power and agenda of the council and was the one who facilitated the alliance with the rogue Alpha. You mean the Alpha King, Sierra mumbled sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Even stoic Hulk grumbled at the self-proclaimed title the man had claimed for himself. It is a disgrace, this title he calls himself. A slap in the face of everything we worked so hard for, Fide exclaimed, shaking his head in disappointment and disgust. Who is he? Richard asked. Having been the head warrior with the Heem's pack, he had, of course, heard of the Rogue King, but only in hushed tones and vague terms. The self-proclaimed Alpha's identity was not widely known. Robert Doyle, Aislinn said through clenched teeth, hatred and disgust flaring in her at just the mention of his name. Richard's mouth fell open, shock breaking his calm mask. That's impossible. He's dead, and if he wasn't he would never do that, Alpha Maliko said with complete conviction from where he and Alpha Vance stood watching the unfolding drama. I told you we were betrayed, Aislinn said sadly, turning to look at the man who had lost so much that night as well. Are you sure? He asked, betrayal and denial warring in his eyes. Aislinn nodded her head. I'm sure. The Alpha King is Robert Doyle, my grandfather's former beta. Seriously? Blair exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. The ex-beta to the king, betrayed him, had him slaughtered, and declared himself king and alpha of the rogues? When no one refuted his words, Blair let out a string of curses. We are so fucked. So the Pax, the Alphas, hell, even the council, they don't mean anything? Clay asked. Oh, they are still guilty, but no, they were not the true people behind the attacks 13 years ago, nor are they the ones that are destroying our world today. The Council and by default the Pax and Alphas are being controlled and manipulated by Pax Semper and the Rogues. And it is them who we need to destroy, Hulk said calmly. Chapter 28. Aislinn was standing before the bank of windows, the sun just beginning to break over the treetops. It was late in the day. They had been up all night discussing the ramifications of everything that she had discovered and that Alpha Rainer had revealed, but it still felt like dawn. She stared at the explosion of golds, reds, and oranges that were lighting the sky aflame and silhouetting the towering mountains and sprawling forests below. The tundra, illuminated like a river of flame, offered a final breathtaking display of summer's warmth. She felt him enter the room, even without her wolf. Her body and soul were so aware of him, so connected that she thought she would be able to sense him no matter what. She felt the throbbing darkness in her chest when her wolf didn't stir at his appearance. The aching emptiness threatens to pull her under. She felt it growing, the despair and emptiness. She didn't think she'd survive without her wolf much longer. She wasn't whole, and more bits were falling away, leaving nothing behind. "Will you ever forgive me?" His voice was strained but soft. She didn't turn, her arms remaining wrapped around herself, an attempt to hold herself together a little longer. To hold off the creeping blackness a little more. "Please, my love, will you not even look at me?" She closed her eyes, her breath leaving her heavily. "You are mine, Aislinn. You are mine, and you can hate me, and you can ignore me, but that doesn't change that you are mine," Kaiden growled, stepping closer to her. His voice was determined as he stared at her stiff back. He hated the silence. It wasn't like before. It wasn't like when he had first found her, and she didn't speak, but he could feel her. Could feel the life and connection that had hummed between them. Could sense the woman he would come to love more than his own existence, alive and dwelling just under her icy demeanor. No, now he felt nothing, sensed nothing from her. She was a stranger that he could not reach. The bond was silent, her presence nothing but a shadow of what it once had been. His heart leapt as she slowly turned. Her eyes were hollow and dead. Her face was sunken and shallow. Kaiden's breath hitched as he stared at her. His mate that had been so alive, so full of fire and passion, spun of ice and steel, now an empty husk standing before him. "I am not yours," she said. Kaiden growled, his hands lifting to reach for her, flinching as she stepped away from his touch. "You are mine, mate." Stepping back again from him, she shook her head at his words. He watched as her hand reached for the collar of her shirt. His wolf paced anxiously in his mind as he watched in confusion as she slowly peeled the thin black material to expose her shoulder. His eyes narrowed at the deep bruises and cuts that still adorned her, his wolf growling dangerously in his mind at those that would dare to harm his mate. Then, as if a bucket of ice had been poured over him, he realized what he was seeing. What he was looking at. Her shoulder, exposed to his eyes and bare. Bare of the mark that should have been displayed so proudly and explicitly claiming her as his. It was gone. Her shoulder was bare. His horrified eyes rose to meet hers. The pain and grief he saw were staggering. "You see," she asked tiredly. "I am not yours." "How?" he asked weakly, his gaze going over and over to the spot where he had sunken his teeth, where he had claimed her, to the now empty and unblemished skin that was mockingly staring back at him. "Does it matter?" she asked. Her hand fell back to hold herself, letting go of the material and releasing it to once more cover her shoulder. "Sierra knows, as does Richard. You'll need to inform the others," she said, turning back to look out the window. The world was so still, so beautiful. Looking out, she could almost believe it was a place of hope and love, a place where she might be happy. "Aislinn, I can fix this." He watched her back stiffen before slumping weakly. Looking at her, he amended his words. We can fix this. Aislinn, please, you can't give up on me. I was only trying to protect you. You are my life. You have to understand that. Believe that." She didn't look at him. "Did you forget that you were mine?" "Aislinn." His touch was soft as he turned her, his hands light on her shoulders. She felt so delicate in his grasp, nothing but a whisper of glass and bone, like a bird. So easily crushed by his heavy hands. He stared down at her. His wolf whimpering in his mind, his agonized cries and anger only intensified as his fears were confirmed. Inhaling, Kaiden shuddered to find her scent had also changed. Gone was the undercurrent of their pack, the smell of him, even of her own wolf. There was now an emptiness to her scent, which smelled of nothing but car fumes, a hint of soap, detergent, blood, and dirt. "You lost me anyway, Kaiden," she said without malice, only deep sadness. It had started when they had re-entered Silverblood territory. The aching emptiness, the loneliness and loss pulsing louder and louder. She had tried to ignore it at the beginning, focusing on her anger, on the others, and on what they had learned. But as the night had worn on and she had fallen quieter and quieter, she knew the others had noticed that they had brushed it off as mere exhaustion. But it wasn't. Being back in her homeland, with her mate standing before her and her pack around her, had fueled the darkness that had taken up residence in her chest. It pulsed and grew, driven by the silent emptiness, the distance and hollowness, where there should have been wholeness, warmth, companionship, and love. She was dying, unable to survive with only half of herself. Her spirit, mind, and heart were broken and damaged. "Don't say that," Kaiden growled, bowing his head so his forehead rested against hers. His hands cupped her face, refusing to let her back away from him and refusing to let her go. "It's the truth. We will fix this," he said with absolute conviction. With reluctance, she broke his hold, twisting away from his warmth, turning back to the windows. "Maybe I don't want to," she said quietly. "Don't." Kaiden roared, his voice shaking with anger. "Don't you ever say that. Aislinn, you are not giving up. I almost lost you once. I will not let it happen again." "So what now, Kaiden? Are you going to command me to live? Lock me in a tower and force Richard to find a way to bend me once again to your wishes?" There was no heat in her voice. She was too empty even to try and stir up anything but sadness at what he had done. She was sick of being angry, of hating the world, of being consumed with rage. "Aislinn, it wasn't like that." "Then tell me, Kaiden, what was it like? What do you want to call it?" She asked wearily, a shiver racking over her body. She hugged her arms tighter around herself. "I was trying to protect you." Aislinn let out a sigh. She knew she could hurt him, could hurl that back in his face and break him, but what was the point? Would it change anything that had happened? Would making him hurt, as she had been injured, really make her feel better? Sighing again, she said, "I know, Cade. I know. Aislinn, we will get through this." "I want to be alone now," she replied, and could feel as he stiffened, hurt flaring in him. "I want to stay with you. You are needed downstairs, Cade. If Raynor is correct, the rogues, the council, and the packs will be here tomorrow. Plus, there's nothing you can do here. Aislinn, stop talking like you're giving up. You're king now, my pack is returned, and tomorrow you will face those responsible and make them pay. I swear it on my life. They will die, or I will. Then what's left, That's all I ever wanted. What about me?" Kaiden asked quietly. Aislinn felt tears well in her eyes, the hole in her center throbbing as heartbreak and pain spread. "What about you, Cade? You would leave me? You would give up on me?" Aislinn flinched, her breath shuddering. "I want to be alone." Aislinn had been here before. Too many times, in fact. This space of in-between. This floating abyss on the cusp of nothingness and the edge of everything. So many times she had dragged herself back. So many times she had thought she was too broken, too weak, too tired to go on. And yet, each time she would muster her courage, her energy, her heart, and would pull herself back once more. She would reforge the broken, piece together the shattered, and try to heal the twisted, blackened form she had become. She stared out the window as the world burned. Chapter 29. War. That is what they whispered as heavy paws pounded over the frozen earth. The air thinned and cooled until frost glazed the world into nothing but crystal and diamonds. Until all that was dead and rotten was covered in a blanket of pure white. Reborn untainted and anew. They ran against the clock. The promise of the words they sang, pushing them onward. Faster and faster. An heir, they said. A princess, they cried. Slowly, the whispers had traveled. Mouth to mouth, they had passed. They snuck into the lands of the forgotten, the hearts of the fallen, and the claws of the cast out. They curled around the back rooms and under the eyes of those living so high above. The words flew, strewing embers where they landed and sparking flames in their wake. They stoked the hearts of the mighty and strengthened the bones of the brave. Armies collided and bodies bled, and yet still the whispers grew. Traveling from town to town and from ear to ear, spreading further and further. The rumors built. The stories grew louder and the current swelled into a deafening scream. Until suddenly it wasn't with fear that they spoke, until it wasn't with condemnation that they breathed her name, or terror that they told her story. Until it roared with life, and it was hope itself that they breathed. A savior, they cried. She lives, they wept. The words they had never expected to hear whispered like a prayer forgotten and held and collected like the most precious and rarest stone. She fights. She stands. And then it wasn't just words that were spreading. It wasn't just hope that was beating through the night. It was a cry of war. A beating drum resounded and hammered across the night sky. We are coming, they shouted at the moon. In her dream, she promised. In the world she stood for. We are coming. Chapter 30. Sierra closed the door behind her. She listened as the sound of the heavy footsteps echoed up the stairs and down through the halls. Shivered at the feel as the house emptied, leaving only those left behind within. She pressed her hand to the closed door. Her eyes closed as she prayed to the goddess above, and to whatever good and light might be left in this world, for her brother and all those who marched against the dark. Turning slowly, she observed her friend. Aislinn stood by the window, the harsh Arctic winter landscape silhouetting her. She looked like a figment of the world beyond, lost and beyond this simple room. Her silvery hair was loose and shining around her. The newly covered whitened wonderland outlined her lithe and willowy frame. Silver and gray, stark and cold, they flowed together until you could almost imagine they were one. She belonged to this land, to this world. Sierra knew she would have heard her enter, and yet Aislinn did not react or turn, her arms remaining wrapped around herself. Her thin fingers were clutching at her sides, as if she were trying to hold herself together physically. Aislinn, Sierra started, unsure what words of comfort would be enough, could ever be enough. There is nothing to say, Sierra. Her voice felt like the wind, insubstantial and fleeting. We can keep trying, Sierra said, refusing to accept what they had been fighting against for days. Have you finally found something in the books you keep reading? In the journals you hunted down in the council house? Did you find the answers that not even the most powerful of our kind held? Aislinn asked gently, her tone gentle and at odds with her bleak words. Sierra felt tears build in her eyes, but refused to let them fall. There are places we haven't looked yet. People we can still ask. Paxolani, perhaps, Sierra offered, desperately clinging to the most far-fetched of their ideas. They both knew Sierra had found nothing in her searches. That the books they had so hopefully taken from the council house library had been useless dead ends. That the riddles Clifton had given them had led to nothing, that every medical book and journal she had borrowed and stolen from Ethan had offered not even a clue to how to get her wolf back, to undo what had so seemingly irreparably cleaved her soul in half. And how shall we find those who are hidden when we are on the brink of war? And besides that, we both know I don't have the time or energy to search for them. So call them to your aid. Ask them to answer like you did with Pac Tenebris, Sierra argued stubbornly. To call to the aid of the crown, you must be the crown, Aislinn answered wearily. There must be a way. You cannot die, not after everything. And why not? Aislinn argued, finally turning from the window to stare at her friend, open and honest curiosity on her face. Why should I not die? Because you deserve to live. Because Kaiden needs you to live. Because I need you. The world needs you. Aislinn smiled softly, her eyes softening. The world doesn't need me and neither do you. I refuse to accept this. And that is one of the kindest things you could offer me. She smiled at her friend, with no fear or anger on her face, only an and resigned acceptance. Do you think they'll win? Aislinn asked, returning to her vigil at the window. I know they'll try, Sierra said, moving to stand beside her. Their shoulders brushed softly. I don't know if that will be enough, though. It's always enough, Sierra. always enough. War is never pretty. It is never righteous or glorious. War is dirty. It is terrifying, bloody, loud, and horrific. There is no good side, no winner or loser. There is only the side that lost less, the side that managed to kill more of the other. There are no clean hands in a battle, no innocent, pure-hearted heroes. When you die, you are no different from the enemy beside you. You bleed the same, cry the same, die the same. Meaning, intention, cause, logic, none of it matters here. Here, all that matters is death. It is the only truth. The rest of it matters before. And perhaps it matters after. But at the clash of battle, at the first bash of side against side, with the first death, the first drop of blood, it all shrinks away, and none of it matters. Why does it lose all meaning? There is no more right or wrong, good or evil. There is only life and death, and the struggle to hold on to who you were before it all started. This was no different. They were fighting for the good. It did not mean they were good. Did not mean their actions were reasonable. In the bitter winter air, under the low full moon, there was little that distinguished them from their enemies. Here, they were all the same. The only difference was which team you were on. Tomorrow it would matter. In the light of day, good and bad, right and wrong would exist once more. But at that moment, in the here and now, they were all in the dark. There was no light. They say the victor writes history. War is written in blood. They didn't have to wait long before it started. Aislinn felt it. Felt the first shockwaves reverberate through the world. The pain of the earth itself, as once more life was ripped and destroyed because of the tragic worship of all that is greed and corruption, power and wealth. She was cold now, the ice that had descended outside her window having penetrated her bones. It was an echoing, distant feeling though, the ice that filled her barely registering in her mind. Her body no longer connected to her consciousness. There wasn't much time left. Her grip on this world was slipping rapidly from her fingers. Staring out the window, she watched as the glistening snow fell. Watched the sky darken. Time had little meaning anymore, no longer seeming concrete or tangible to her. Minutes felt like days, and hours passed by in mere seconds. She watched the world, her world, their world. Night settled around them. Do you feel that? She suddenly asked Sierra, the first words that had been spoken between them in hours. Yes, Sierra whispered, tears trailing down her face. Do you hear that? She asked even softer. The smallest flame of life sparked in the emptiness of her eyes as she stared out into the night. What is it? Sierra said, leaning closer to the window, trying to catch whatever it was that was humming just beyond her senses. It was like a low thrum, a brush of sensation along her spine that she couldn't quite grab, a muffled cry she couldn't quite make out. Aislinn gasped, her body shuddering violently. Her hands flew to the glass. Her fingers splayed out, wintry skin pressed against the ice-cold glass as she steadied herself. Her head dropped as she took a deep inhale, her lungs expanding out and out, breathing for the first time. Slowly, she lifted her head, her hands staying pressed to the glass, to the picture of the world just beyond, to the realm she could almost touch. Sierra watched her in terror, anticipating her collapse at any moment, expecting to watch the last wisps of life be siphoned from her friend. She had felt it all day, felt as Aislinn had slowly slipped from this world, her presence, her substance dissolving until she was nothing but an indistinct shadow of her former self. Sierra let out her own gasp of surprise. Her hands went to her mouth in shock as she stared. Aislinn's voice was ice, that of winter itself, of all that is wild and untamed in this world, the chaos and power of nature and the beauty of life. We need to go. It wasn't as easy to convince Richard and her guard. I am leaving through that door, Richard, so step aside. Your Majesty, you are weakened and defenseless, and the king has left strict orders, Richard said, keeping his body firmly blocking her way to the door. Leland and Hugo flanked him, matching stern and concerned expressions on their faces as they observed her. You think I'm defenseless? Aislinn asked, insulted. A silver dagger, suddenly appearing and expertly twirling between her fingers, reaffirms her point and words. And since when do you listen to what Kaiden says? And to his orders, really, Richard? Remind me again to whom and what exactly you swear your loyalty and service to. Richard's face scrunched in distaste at her words, his eyes flicking to the knife she was so calmly tossing in the air. You are safer here and guarded, Your Majesty. The fight, it's... Richard's voice trailed off, agony flashing in his eyes. Which is exactly why you are going to step aside, Aislinn snapped. Now, I have allowed all of this long enough, and I've had enough. You are going to step aside this instant, Richard, or I am going to make you. Her voice was deadly, and everyone present felt the absolute certainty contained in her words. There was a beat before Richard's head bowed and his eyes dropped from her and onto the floor. Then he was stepping aside, Hugo and Leland only a fraction behind him. Aislinn nodded to the men. Right. Now, Custos. Richard's head snapped up at the use of his title. Aislinn grinned at him, letting out a tiny laugh at the surprise that glowed in his eyes. Grab your things, we have a king to save. They were losing. Kaiden could see it, even as his mind and Wolf rebelled against the idea. The mind links between the packs reverberate with pain, death, and desperation. Kaiden glanced across the field to where Vance was fighting against 3 council wolves, his flank a mass of bloody, torn flesh. He couldn't even find Meliko anymore. The Alpha, after having given a bloodthirsty howl, had charged into the center of the enemy's ranks. Kaiden spared a moment to hope the brave Alpha was still alive, that any of them were still alive. Austin's large dark brown wolf stood at his flank, his breathing heavy and coming out in pants. His muzzle and teeth were stained dark with blood. Kaiden didn't miss how he limped ever so slightly, favoring his left paw. He wouldn't last much longer as wounded and exhausted as he was, and yet he didn't hesitate. There wasn't a moment or a thought of regret or fear from the beta. Kaiden swung his massive blue-black head to look at his friend. He didn't have to speak the words, and the beta's slight head shake was enough to have Kaiden refocused on the enemies, rallying his forces together to charge them again. They were being overrun. The rogues and council protectors worked together with a disturbing and unexpected familiarity. The sheer numbers from the rogues, supplemented by the warriors and fighters from Pac Bellator, Lux, Semper, and the council, were exhausting and weakening their own lines. Every time they managed to take down a wolf, 3 more were in their place. They seemed endless. The newly formed and forced bonds have twisted them into bloodthirsty, relentless beasts. They showed no mercy, no humanity, no regard for their own lives or that of their comrades. Their masters will supplant and erase any thought or free will. They were now creatures, machines of death and destruction. Kaiden felt his will and determination stutter. It was just too much. His wolves' deaths echoed across the mind link, their agonizing pain becoming a constant song in all their minds. Teeth and claws ripped and shredded. Growls and cries filled the air, the sounds of fighting blocking anything else out. They needed to reach the leaders and take out the head and heart of the battle. Kaiden sent the thoughts out, trying to pull their wolves together and point them at the center of the enemy, where Kaiden had spotted large wolves observing the fighting. They were surrounded by guards and warriors, staying just behind the main body of the confrontation. Kaiden felt a growl rip from his throat, his jaws snapping powerfully around a small gray wolf who lunged for him, breaking the pup's neck as he spotted the unmistakable form of his brother Anthony's wolf amongst those gathered to watch. Kaiden fought his way through the lines, wolf after wolf falling to his teeth and claws. He felt as some of his pack and others from Tenebris and Silva fell in behind him, rallying to his call. It was a last stand. Perhaps foolish and impossible, but Kaiden had made her a promise, and he refused to break one more to her. It was their lives or his. Only a few hundred feet separated them now. Kaiden felt himself tiring. Most of his pack and their allies had been forced to collapse together, and now fought back to back, surrounded by rogues and Bellator wolves on all sides. Refusing to give up and to accept defeat, Kaiden rallied every last ounce of strength and will he had left. He conjured every memory and beat of love for Aislinn to fuel his muscles to beat against the hopelessness that was trying to choke him. Howling, he launched himself in one last futile attempt. Chapter 31. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? The words pounded in Aislinn's head. The voices mix, the words, though, are always the same. They were all she could hear above the rushing wind in her ears as she clung to Richard's back. His thick brown and gray fur was soft beneath her fingers. His large and powerful frame efficiently carried her. His paws greedily ate the distance that lay before them. Twisting her head, Aislinn smiled at Sierra, who was clinging to Emmett's back like a monkey, her deep, inky hair whipping around her, her face a mask of terror as her arms wrapped tightly around the powerful wolf's neck. Returning her face forward, Aislinn closed her eyes as the wind rushed over her. Loud enough to silence the world, to silence the beat of paws on the frozen ground, everything but the voices. Who are you? Who are you? She had run for them for so long. Gagged and silenced them. Ignored and drowned them out. Refusing to answer. To give them the words they had begged, demanded, threatened, tortured, loved, and died for. Who are you? Her eyes snapped open, her lips curling back into a wicked smirk. She sat confident and proud atop her guardian. Her silver hair blowing behind her, loose and free. A silver trail of dancing flame. Robert Doyle watched the fight dispassionately and with cold calculation. Of course, he had heard the ludicrous rumors that had been spreading. In fact, he had killed over a dozen of his own wolves just that previous evening for repeating the madness. Of course, he himself knew of the grain of truth that lay at their misguided center. At the thought, his mind strayed to his useless son. He hadn't heard from him since he had ordered him to finish the girl once and for all. Doyle narrowed his eyes and pulled into deep thought. After all, he hadn't gotten to where he was nor stayed there, amongst such a lot of backstabbing, traitorous cowards, by underestimating his enemy, nor by trusting his allies. He looked at the Alpha standing beside him. Disgust and repulsion overtook him as he regarded the man who stood behind it all. Unease and distrust flared as he recalled Gerard Hastrom's response when Doyle had inquired about the notable missing members of their little rebel alliance. Still not happy at having his questions and concerns brushed aside by the erratic Semper Alpha, Doyle bristled at the reminder. No one ignored the king of the rogues. Perhaps he might owe some of his initial success to the Alpha of the Never Pack. Still, for the last decade, Doyle had held that control, strengthening and flourishing the rogues' pack, all on his own, and if necessary, he would gladly remind these men exactly who he was now. But for now, he would wait and bide his time. Doyle was always one to side with the winners. His calculating gaze moved back to the fighting. Making sure to keep a close eye and watch on what was happening, searching for even the slightest sign that the tides were shifting and turning. His fears were eased as he watched the rebels make a desperate last push forward, their forces rallying behind their leader. The Rogue King ordered his wolves to close in around them, surrounding them and cutting off their route of escape and retreat. Destroy them all. He sent out the order coldly. With them nearly defeated and destroyed, Doyle turned from the sight of the now assured victory. He had come to this spectacle only to ensure that he didn't lose in this fight. His loyalty and wolves at the disposal of these cutthroat men only so long as it didn't undercut or threaten his own power. And only for so long as it continued to secure his newfound position. Just as he was turning, the sounds of the battle he had just ordered beginning to ring out behind him, something forced him to pause. His wolf, who had receded from his mind, sulking at the death and destruction he had wrought, suddenly perked up, rising to the surface in alertness. Without really thinking about it, and without knowing why, his attention was pulled to the west. To the slight rise that was covered in perfect white flakes, sparkling and shimmering in the cold air, the tundra was wild and free, spilling out unbound behind it. He had chosen to bring the fight only to its edge, just beyond the wild forests of the north, keeping them at his flank. His back pressed to the thick and heavy forests, a secure and easy escape route, just in case things went south. His eyes widened as he looked up. He sensed that his wolf's attention down below began to shift as well, drawn up and to the top of the hill. "It can't be," Robert mumbled. So mesmerized, he wasn't even aware he had spoken until Gerard responded to his words. "Can't be what? Have you finally lost it, Rogue Alpha?" Gerard Hastrom's tone turned mocking and patronizing on his title. "Finally given in and descended into the madness? Can't say I blame you really, not considering the riffraff you run with nowadays." "Shut up," Doyle snapped, his eyes not straying from the crest of the hill. "What did you say, dog?" The Semper Alpha demanded arrogantly, a growl rumbling from his chest before being cut off as he finally realized the battle cries and sounds from below had fallen quiet. His head started swiveling, searching for what had changed, for the source of the shift that had caught them all. "What the—" His words cut off as he, too, finally looked up. Looked up to where a massive brown and gray wolf stood proud and menacing. Bigger than any wolf present, save for the blue-black one who had fought so desperately and relentlessly below. His eyes were pitch black, dangerous, and filled with a promise of violence. But it was not the wolf that they stared at that held their attention, although the guardian wolf was definitely a sight to behold in his own right. No, it was not the wolf, but the sight of the tiny figure perched on his back, clothed in black, hair of silver, and skin of winter's touch as if she was the moon incarnate, which froze them. Anger and rage cloaked her, righteous fury and condemnation blazed in her eyes. She was mesmerizing and unmistakable. Slowly, she dropped from the wolf's back, her hand lingering in a moment of soothing touch against his neck, while her eyes swept over the sight laid out before her. For a minute, they could see only her, but then shapes began to materialize around her. The sound in the air registered in their minds as the shapes on the hill focused and sharpened. Paws. It was the sounds of paws beating against the ground that were echoing around them. Paws drumming across the land, across the world, carrying with them the fire and hope she had ignited. A second wolf appeared, a small girl with hair like the deepest twilight atop his back. She jumped down, moving comfortably to the other girl's side. And then another wolf appeared beside them. And then another. And another. Wolves of every shape, color, and size began to appear. The thousands of paws that had beat across the world, which had sung the cry of hope and war, came to stand on a hill at the edge of the forest. They were mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, daughters and sons, friends and lovers. They were the downtrodden, the marginalized, the weak, and the lesser. They were the hunted and persecuted, the hurt and the broken, the scared and the hopeless. They filled in behind her, filling the hill with dozens and then hundreds of bodies. They stood proud and strong without fear or hesitation. An army unlike anything they had seen in their world before. The willowy, silver-haired girl at their head. The wolves below finally registered the presence of this new, unknown enemy. Some began to turn to face them, forgetting those still standing in their midst. The girl cocked her head. Her gaze swept from the wolves below before traveling up, until they at last met his. Recognition flared, his wolf howled in his head, and his heart dropped. His suspicions and fears were realized and confirmed. He stepped back as if he had been hit. His mind was in a whirlwind as he looked at her with his own eyes for the first time in 13 years. Aislinn stared across the battlefield at the man responsible for so much in her life. She held his gaze for a minute before his eyes finally dropped back onto the wolves now spread in a deep line behind her, at her guardians at her sides. She looked back over the battlefield, this time to the man at his side. She had never met him, this son of the one who had been so close and trusted by her family, this traitor and murderer of so many. And finally, she spoke the words. 13 years ago, you slaughtered my family. 13 years ago, you destroyed my pack. 13 years ago, you broke our throne and grabbed our world in your greedy hands. 13 years ago, you tried to break me. To break our world. To break us. Her hands raised out to her sides, to the wolves standing with her. Even from this distance, she could see the color drain from their faces as their eyes got wider. She looked down at all the fallen that lay below, at the bodies of the dead and dying, at the blood and pain wrought so viciously. And then she looked to her sides, to her guardians and friends, to her family, and to the wolves who stood without question or expectation at her back. Furum ad vitam, juramentum ad mortem, mandatum est ut servire, argentum est sanguis, corona lupum, erit lux linae. The words crashed over them, exploding from her, racing over the frozen ground and shaking the night. Child to life. Oath to the death. The mandate is to serve. Silver is the bloodshed. Crown of the wolf. The light of the moon. Her head dropped, her body trembled as a well of power and strength opened within her, rushing through her. She felt as if that distant and hollow space in her mind and soul slowly began to unfurl, and out of the darkness, she felt her other half materialize. She reached out, and for the first time in so long, she felt nothing but happiness and pride at the strength and power that expanded within her. Her wolf and her affinities tingling through her body, traveling through her, knitting her back together, filling in all the missing pieces until she was whole again. She breathed deeply. She felt the bonds gently tethering to her as she reached out for them, gathering them and pulling them in. She reached along them, touching every mind at the end, familiarizing herself with every wolf at the end of those thousands of bonds that were suddenly hers. Lifting her head, she let it out. All of it, the power and strength that was hers by birthright, but earned through life. Granted and gifted to her by the wolves at her back and the ones below. By the love and life of those that came before her, and the moon that had never forgotten her. My name is Thea Mare Svensson, Natum de Luna, Queen of the Wolves. The wolves, both below and above, stared at her words, some in joy, others in horror. By the blood of my father and his father before him I release you of the bonds you hold and the oaths you swore. I claim you in the name of the moon and the goddess above, and return to you the freedom you deserve and the light you lost. Her voice was musical and light, her words powerful and commanding. The oaths and bonds that had been warped and twisted shattered before her, the taint and oil that had coated them burning away under her touch. As they were released and her dominance and strength washed over them, the wolves of Pax Semper, Heems, and the council began shifting, falling to their knees in submission and gratitude, tears on their faces and relief in their eyes. Soon, it was only the rogues who remained standing apart from her, apart from the touch of the throne and crown. She looked up, a queen meeting the gaze of their king. Thea, he said, his voice so different and yet so familiar. Uncle Robert, she said, their extra sense meaning the distance was irrelevant to their conversation. I thought you were dead. I mourn for you. You should have stayed away, he replied. This is my home, she answered. It was yours once. Not anymore. Where then, uncle? She asked, her eyes flicking to the stunned Alpha at his side, who was glaring at her in fury, fear, and shock. I did what I had to survive, he said, but she caught the flash of guilt in his eyes before they turned hard and determined. And now? She demanded. I return home, little queen. The rogues do not wish to fight what cannot be broken, Robert said, a hint of very near respect and approval in his words. Bowing his head to her, he began to turn towards the woods and the unclaimed land beyond. I have not forgotten what you have done. Her words stopped his movements, and he looked over his shoulder at her, his voice now amused and light, a grin on his face as he looked at the Queen of Wolves. I never thought you did, my queen, and I look forward to when we shall meet again. With a final nod, he turned. Calling to his rogues who fell in around him, ignoring the shouting and orders of the ones he had stood beside only moments before. Goodbye, uncle, and until we meet again, Aislinn murmured lowly as she watched the rogue king and traitor who had betrayed all those she had loved walk away. Alpha Hasdram of Pax Semper, I charge you with treason, crimes against the throne, and murder, Aislinn called out as she began to descend the hill, her army at her heels. As she neared, wolves and men alike shifted out of her way, clearing a path as she walked across the blood-stained ground. As she passed, her army grew. The wolves of Silva, Oblatus, Tenebris, and Argentum Sanguinis fall in amongst their ranks and swell their numbers. She stopped before his wolf. His inky blue-black fur shimmered. His eyes searched hers, relief and joy so evident as she looked back. His massive body blocked her way to the madman, determined to destroy her. He stared at her. The relief faded from his eyes as he breathed in her scent, his lips curling into a strange wolfy grin. A sight that almost had her giggling at the absolute absurdity of it. Then he was looking at her with respect and pride. His massive wolf head lowered as his eyes fell to the ground. Stepping forward, her hand sank into his silky, dense fur. Relishing in the warmth and strength that radiated out from him, at the sparks that exploded over her body at the touch. She didn't need to say the words, not anymore, but she wanted to anyway. Leaning forward, she moved so her lips brushed his ear, sending another delightful round of sparks through both of them. "I love you, mate," she whispered. She felt the pleasure and delight that her words brought him and heard his echoing declaration in her mind. Her hand fell away as he moved closer, his body brushing along hers as he stepped up to and then past her. She rolled her eyes at what was an obvious ploy to drench her in his scent, though they both knew that, as did he, she relished the contact, the nearness and touch of her mate. It felt like it had been so long. Too long. His voice whispered in her mind. Then his warmth was gone. Not gone. Never again, little one. Never again shall you stand alone, and never shall I not stand where I belong. His words rang transparent and honest in her mind as she felt him settle at her side, Richard and Austin just behind him, Maliko, Hulk, and Vance flanking them. The rest of her court and pack were spreading out and around. All of them were bloodied and dirty. Their eyes are bloodthirsty and unforgiving. They looked wild and dangerous, ready and willing to unleash themselves on her enemy at the slightest sign. Her path before her now lies clear and empty. As one, they marched forward. "You can't do this. You have no right. You are nothing. Nothing. You all belong to my rule. It is mine." "I disagree," Aislinn said, stopping at the line of the few wolves who still stood around the alphas and counselors. "And I believe that they would disagree as well," she continued, gesturing to those around her. The massive, furious forms of the 4 alphas and guardian at her back, a terrifying sight that emphasized her words. A wolf stepped forward, snarling at Kaiden, who was standing just behind and over her left shoulder. The wolf's fur was similar to her mate's, a deep black, however, it lacked the hint of blue and the shine, making her appear more ordinary and less menacing. He was smaller, too. Still, it was easy to see the family resemblance between the two. Kaiden sent a low and powerful growl towards his younger brother, all of his hate and contempt pouring out. "What do you think, Alpha Spesso?" Aislinn asked, looking at one of the few females who stood amongst the group. She had so far remained silent. At Aislinn's words, 2 large wolves stepped closer to the Lux Pack Alpha, snarling in Aislinn's direction. She glanced at the counselors absently. "I see where your parents stand, but what do you think, Alpha?" Aislinn pressed. As if the air had been let out of a balloon, the Alpha sagged forward, her shoulders falling. Her voice was awash with relief and regret. I think Pack Spesso yields and acknowledges the authority of the crown. We submit to the throne of wolves. I, Elizabeth Spesso, Alpha of Pack Lux, bringer of truth, pledge my blood, my life, to the rightful heir and queen. To serve until dawn calls me home. No, Hasdram called out, his face going livid as he stared at where Elizabeth had fallen to her knees with the last word of her oath, head lowered and bowed in submission. "You stupid girl. Stupid useless traitor." He spat at her. The 2 counselors who had been staring at their daughter in horror and disappointment now whirled on the other Alpha, snarls ripping free as they blocked his path to the now weeping woman. Aislinn took another step forward. Kaiden is mirroring her. The others remained where they were, watching. 2 council protectors lunged for Aislinn, teeth bared as they strained for her throat. She let them get within an arm's reach before she moved. Her foot slipped forward, her body and hands moving faster than they could follow. The 2 wolves fell to the ground with a thud, a silver dagger in the throat of one, the other's head twisted at an unnatural angle. Kaiden hadn't taken his sights from his brother. The man who had sentenced their mother to death, who had threatened his sister, and now stood beside the man who had tried to kill his mate. His wolf kept half a sense of his mate at his side. Pride and love filled him as he followed how she moved, at the speed and efficiency of her attack. They moved further forward. Another wolf moved to step into their path. Irritated at the continued useless displays and continual loss of life, Kaiden let out a deep growl, his chest rumbling as he stared down the smaller wolf, who shrank back from the Alpha King's display. He was tired of this, ready to be done with the war and death and be groveling at his mate's feet for forgiveness. His wolf got distracted at that thought, indulging in a couple of fantasies of just how they would express their regret and love to their mate once they were home and alone. Aislinn stared down the man before her. He wasn't what she had imagined. As a girl, she had pictured that he would be this impressive monster, something utterly terrifying and beyond this world, something worthy of her hate, of having destroyed her world. Yet here stood a man of flesh and blood. I'm an alpha, you can't do this. My bloodline is one of the oldest in the world. I will make you pay for this. He screamed at her. Just then, a movement to her left blurred into her vision. She didn't react as she felt the rush of a body flying past her left side. Kaiden collided with his brother's smaller wolf, the force of his attack stunning him as Kaiden pinned him to the ground. Recovering, Anthony's wolf started bucking wildly, struggling under Kaiden, trying to buck him off. Claws and teeth searching for a vulnerability, but it was a futile struggle. Kaiden's size and weight easily outmatched his brother's and held him down. Reaching out, Kaiden touched his brother's mind. He nearly recoiled from the hatred, cruelty, and malice he sensed from him, the feel of it making him sick. This is for our mother. Kaiden snarled into his brother's mind just as his jaws descended. Pulling his head back with all of his strength, Kaiden was filled with satisfaction as he felt the body slowly go limp under him. Breath and life leave the body. Backing away from Anthony's corpse, Kaiden made sure to keep his eyes on those who were still standing. Blood and a feral snarl on his face as he resumed his place behind his mate. She stared out at him with pure silver. The swirling depths weigh and feel every inch and piece of him, sentencing and judging. Then, before he could react, her hand was darting forward, her body lunging as her nails elongated. The sharpened claws easily punctured as they landed against his chest. Her hand tightened with lethal pressure. This was the moment she had been waiting for, the moment the last 5 years had brought her to. You lose, she whispered as her hand struck, tearing the life from him. The man who had sentenced her to a childhood of pain and torture, who had ordered the deaths of hundreds of innocents, fell to the ground. His life is draining away. It should have been the perfect moment, the picture of everything she had worked and sacrificed for. But Aislinn didn't see any of it. She didn't see him take his last breath, or the flash of fear that filled his eyes, replacing the madness. She didn't hear his final pleas or feel the satisfaction as he finally fell silent once and for all, as her revenge was finally fulfilled. She didn't witness any of it because, as she struck the traitor down, dropping him to the ground at his feet where he stood, she had turned from the pinnacle of her revenge and into the waiting arms of her mate. Kaiden pulled her close, his arms encircling her and crushing her to his chest. Burying his face in her hair, breathing her in even as his eyes stayed watching those at her back. She sank into him, into the comfort and warmth only he could provide. Pulling back slightly, she looked up into his handsome and rugged face. You're naked, she said. He blinked down at her before suddenly throwing his head back, warm, deep laughter spilling out. She frowned up at him, his laughter cutting off, and concern replacing his amusement as he cuddled her closer. I told you not to laugh at me, she said. Never, my love, never, he whispered back, pressing his lips to her temple. Chapter 32. Oh, goddess. Sierra's high-pitched voice was unmistakable as she elbowed her way through the wolves who now stood protectively around the alpha pair. Hulk! She screeched, the larger dark gray wolf wincing even as he turned to look at her questioningly. "Can you, trot off and hunt down my brother some pants? It's getting kinda creepy up in here." She faked a shudder, then grimaced when she accidentally glanced in Kaiden and Aislinn's direction, getting an eyeful of the pair who were still standing twined together. Aislinn's head rested comfortably on his broad chest as his hands stroked over her back. The alpha wolf snorted at Sierra, but then a smaller wolf broke from the pack and rushed away from the group. They stood in silence, no one ready to talk. After a few minutes, a man returned, running up to the group of alphas with 2 huge duffel bags in his grasp. It was a few awkward moments while everyone shifted and tried to get at least halfway decently clothed. When Kaiden almost ripped Vance's head off for moving in front of her, Aislinn conceded to waiting out the last few minutes with her face pressed into her mate's still naked chest. It wasn't that much of a concession for her part, seeing as her newly refound and free wolf was desperate to reconnect with her mate, craving his scent and touch after their days had been separated and apart. "Finally, you burn my eyes," Sierra said. "Honestly, Ace, I don't know how you deal with him all." Her words trailed off as she gestured to her brother, her hand waving over him in general, a look of revulsion on her face. "Sierra, you really shouldn't be talking like that now," Kaiden said, unaffected by her digs. Her hands went to her hips. "And why the heck not? What, you think just because you're king I have to bow and scrape at your feet like the rest of these idiots? Huh." Aislinn could feel as Kaiden grinned, amusement dancing through the bond. "No, it isn't that, Sierra." Richard was quickly cut off. "Sierra the what?" she asked, spinning on her heel, her gaze now shifting between both men. "Seriously?" "Still?" Richard asked her, looking completely exasperated. Letting out a long sigh, his head dropped, and Aislinn heard him slowly count to 10 in an attempt to rein in his temper. Sierra remained silent and watching him, expectant and stubborn. "Sierra, shut it, Hulk. I don't have time for your logic or reason right now," she barked without looking at the Oblatus Alpha. "Sierra, not now, Kaiden." "Sierra, I said not now." "Sierra." Aislinn's roar cut through the squabbling and competing voices. Sierra turned questioningly to look at her. "What?" "I just wanted to congratulate you," Aislinn said. She could feel Kaiden shake with silent laughter against her back, jabbing her elbow back and into his ribs to try and get him to stop. Of course, that only made it worse, his chest rumbling until he couldn't hold it back anymore. Clay and Austin weren't doing any better, failing miserably at holding off their own laughter. Within a few moments, all of them were dissolving into fits of booming laughter as they took in Sierra's confused face. "Congratulate me on what? And what the hell is wrong with him?" she asked, looking at Kaiden, who had nearly doubled over, laughing so hard. "Did you break him or something?" Aislinn smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling in amusement. "You know, now that you're an alpha, you're going to have to work on your public relations skills. Not to mention your powers of peaceful negotiation, not to imply that you don't know how to get what you want. It's just, I don't want to be having to stop a full-scale pack war every time someone insults or irritates you." "I do not start." Sierra's instant retort dried up as the words hit her. Aislinn couldn't hold it back any longer, a round of laughter escaping her too as she took in the shock washing, then morphing into pure horror as Sierra replayed her words. Her eyes went huge, her mouth falling open, her head whipping around. Kaiden, having regained a bit of control, lost it again as he watched his sister's reaction. Even Richard couldn't hide his amusement. "Well, what? What did you just say?" Sierra stuttered, looking at Aislinn. Her mouth opened and closed, her face panicked. Kaiden's arms re-wrapped around Aislinn's waist, his bare chest pressing firmly against her back as his chin rested on her shoulder. They both happily watched as Sierra floundered. Having been rendered apparently speechless, she just stared at them. They could almost see the wheels turn in her head, her eyes jumping to look at Anthony's lifeless body. Kaiden's voice was more serious when he spoke this time. "I can't be Alpha of Bellator. With Dad and Mum's deaths, it fell to Anthony. But now? Now, it's yours. Me? Her voice was high and squeaky, alarm and fear clearly evident. Kaiden barked out a sharp laugh, smiling reassuringly at his baby sister. Yep, you sis. You're now the alpha of Pack Bellator. There was a beat of silence, and then Sierra exploded. What? Are you insane? I can't. I mean, come on. Do you know me? No. No. I mean, just nope. Oh my goddess. Holy shit. Fuck, Sierra's freak-out cut off abruptly, her head snapping to the side, her eyes turning intense and searching. The others followed her line of sight to find a wolf just a couple of inches taller than Aislinn, with a head of floppy blonde hair and soft brown eyes, who was making his way towards the group at the center. Alpha-fied, his gentle voice rang out. Hulk, who is that? Aislinn asked, looking at the man and then back at her friend, who was staring at him. My beta, your majesty, Landon Rask, Hulk said from where he still stood just behind them, Vance and Maliko beside him. Both of whom were watching the unfolding drama with an easy mixture of happiness and amusement. Neither seemed upset or surprised as they took in their new partner and ally. You've got to be freaking kidding me, Sierra said, her foot stomping against the ground in an excellent imitation of a tantruming 2-year-old. He looks like a freaking Labrador puppy, she complained, looking over her shoulder at Aislinn and throwing her hands in the air when she saw the massive grin on the queen's face. Spinning, she pointed a finger at her. Don't you dare say one single word, your stupid royal highness. Sierra. Richard snapped. Yeah, she muttered, waving Richard off without even a look. What's going on? Kaiden asked softly into Aislinn's ear, although by Sierra's irritated grunt at his words, the others had easily overheard his question. Aislinn grinned again, her hands finding their way to where his rested on her hips. Wrapping her slender fingers around his, she squeezed. He's her mate, she said, not bothering to lower her voice as she answered. Eyes and head snapped to the new wolf in their midst, who, having finally caught Sierra's scent, was standing frozen, staring at her in open awe and fascination. Shut up. No, he is not, Sierra said at the same time Landon whispered, mate. Sierra, hearing him, whirled on her mate. A finger pointed at him, her face stopping him in his tracks, halting his attempt to move towards her. Don't even think about it, buddy, she ordered at him, her words accompanied by a sharp glare for good measure. Satisfied that he was listening, but making sure to keep him in her sights, Sierra let her voice soften, her tone turning slightly desperate. Aislinn, my absolutely favorite sister. Your only sister, Aislinn said, trying to hide her amusement as she watched Sierra's eyes flash. Whatever. Favorite sister, only sister. The point is, I saved your life like 3 times now. Once, Aislinn quipped, interrupting whatever she was trying to say again, and smiling as she felt Sierra's irritation ratchet up yet another notch. Sierra let out an irritated noise before biting out twice. Fine, twice, Aislinn conceded with further amusement, sensing Kaiden's and the others still gathered around them enjoyment as well. Thank you. So we agree. I have saved your life twice now. Sierra had turned stormy and angry, her eyes remaining locked on her mate, holding him immobile. She watched him as if she thought he was about to attack her. I think you owe me. And what is it you would like in return for your humble service? Aislinn asked, even though she already had a pretty good idea where the girl's thoughts were headed. I want you to command that puppy wolf thing. You mean your mate? Aislinn asked. No. He is not just shut up. Sierra. Richard snapped again. Seriously, Richard? Right now? Really? I'm kinda in the middle of something here, and I don't have time to deal with your overbearing political correctness, so just shove it for a minute. She snapped at the Guardian. The hand that hadn't still been pointing a finger at her mate, gesturing uselessly toward the beta wolf in all his floppy glory. Who, to his continued credit, hadn't tried to move towards his mate again. Instead, just stared at her in absolute adoration. Sierra took a calming breath. Aislinn, just use that mind control crap you've got going on, and tell him to stay the fuck away from me, please. No. Sierra spun, forgetting about her mate for a moment. No, she repeated. No, Aislinn said again. I will not command your mate to stay away from you. You're an alpha now. Not only do you need a mate, but you need someone who you can count on. Someone who will be able to support you, and we would feel more confident sending you back to Pac Bellator knowing you will have someone at your side who will protect and keep you safe. Besides, fate is fate, and I will not interfere with that. You may curse and rebel however you wish or want to against it, but take it from someone who knows. If you were destined to be together, then you will, Aislinn said, turning her head to look up at her own mate who was staring down at her. Love and devotion in his eyes as he pressed a light kiss to her forehead. Hey, stop that right now. Sierra yelled at her brother and his mate. Stop all that mushy lovey-dovey crap. I'm supposed to be the over-emotional romantic one. You're supposed to be the cold, distant, stoic, silent type one. What the fuck, woman? And by the way, this conversation is not even close to being over. I am not your flippin' alpha, and I am certainly not taking Mr. Golden Retriever here anywhere. Sierra. What, Richard? Sierra said in frustration. You need to take the oaths. Sierra stared at him in silent astonishment for a beat before throwing her hands in the air. Huffing out an irritated breath, she spun away from them. Anger rolled off her as she stormed off, stomping her feet as she made her way back to where they had come from, flipping them all the bird as she did so. When a slow-moving Blair had his foot not so delicately stomped on, the others were quick to clear out of her way, a trail of curses floating in her wake as she went. Aislinn looked at Landon. The blonde wolf was staring at Sierra's retreating, longing and desire shining clear in his eyes. Go get my sister, Kaiden said, his voice commanding as he too studied his sister's mate, turning deadly and powerful as he continued, his eyes flashing black along with his words. But if you hurt her, if you fail to protect her, if you so much as let a single hair on her head be broken, you will answer to me. Is that understood? Landon stared at Kaiden, at the alpha of all alphas and the king of the wolves, his eyes black and deadly. His queen, who had killed alphas and counselors alike, and who had shaken their very world to the foundations, wrapped in his arms and nodded his head. Then go. What are you waiting for? Kaiden asked, looking at where Sierra was still stomping and ranting, her words now barely a far-off murmur. Not needing any further encouragement, Landon turned and took off. Jogging to catch up with the tiny teenage female alpha whom the fates had destined as his. Goddess help him, Richard murmured in deadly seriousness. Aislinn burst out in laughter, Kaiden and the others right behind her. She's going to kill him, Austin said. Poor bastard, Clay said, shaking his head as he stared after the couple. $100 says he loses his damn mind in less than a month. No offense, Alpha, but your sister is going to eat him alive, Blair said, rubbing his sore foot. Kaiden smiled, looking at where, at the back of their pack, Sierra had spun to face off with the mate that had at last caught up to her. Chuckling as he observed her now waving her arms and fuming. Her finger stabbed her mate in the chest repeatedly while he simply stood quietly, drinking in the sight of her. I have faith in fate. It gives us what we need, he murmured, his arms tightening around Aislinn as he did. Hulk. Alpha Rainer Fide turned to look at his queen, his eyes softening just a fraction as he took her in. Her silver hair shining, strength, love, and confidence radiating from her. She was the epitome, the picture of all that was good and kind in her grandfather and father. He felt his heart squeeze. Yes, my queen. Go with them? Aislinn asked, the rest of her request whispering into his mind. Watch her pack, they were led by traitors, and some may still be loyal to her father. Protect her for me, and make sure she gets the happiness she deserves. Rainer nodded to her in understanding and submission before turning to follow. His pack was falling in behind him. What now? Aislinn asked, turning in Kaiden's arms, seeking out his crystal blue eyes. Now we live our lives, little one, Kaiden said. Chapter 33. 2 weeks later, Aislinn was standing at the windows in her home in Silverblood territory, or well, their home, on the Royal Pack lands. She smiled at that thought, leaning back as Kaiden wound his arms around her. Resting her head against his chest, She enjoyed the feel of his heart beating against her back. "What are you thinking about, little mate?" he asked softly, his breath stirring her hair as his face nuzzled into her neck. "That day," she said, "you were breathtaking." She laughed. "Admit it, you thought about throttling me," she said lightly, letting her head fall to the side and giving him more access. "Never," he murmured against her skin. "Huh," she said, rolling her eyes. His voice grew serious. "You know how sorry I am, right, love?" Aislinn sighed, her head falling back further to lie securely on his shoulder, her hand reaching up to cup his cheek, his rough stubble tickling her palm. "Yes, mate, just like I told you the 100 other times you've already told me. I will never stop apologizing. Never stop trying to make it up to you," Kaiden said, his voice turning deliciously warm and seductive at the end. Aislinn laughed as his hands moved up her sides. "I want to see it," Kaiden said lowly, desire deepening his voice. "Kaiden, it's still there, I promise," Aislinn said, even though she knew her words would never be enough to reassure him or his wolf. Pulling her hair away from her neck and out of his way, she secretly smiled to herself as Kaiden exposed her shoulder. She felt as his finger traced over the mark that once more rested permanently on her skin. A shudder went through her at the light touch as his fingers brushed over his mark, sending delicious shocks of pleasure and desire ripping through her. The mark, along with her scent, had returned when she had snapped the chains and blocks that Richard had shoved between her and her wolf. The blazing pain in her shoulder as she had taken the oath of the crown, claiming the throne for herself, had been enough to prove to her that she was once more acclaimed and mated wolf. However, Kaiden still insisted upon seeing his mark whenever they were alone. He told her that the shock and fear when he had seen that it had disappeared from her skin was something he and his wolf would probably never get over and definitely would never forget. It had nearly shattered them. Only the promise he had made to her, to seek the revenge she desired, had kept him going in those few hours when he had thought he had lost her forever. Of course, none of what had followed would have been possible if not for the others. Aislinn took a moment to let her mind stretch out. Touching the minds of her pack, now 3 times as large as when they had set out from Montana, their numbers swelled by those who had come to her aid. Only a few of the hundreds that had come to stand at her side had refused the offer to join the royal pack in the wake of the war with the council. Those who stayed were now flourishing. It would, of course, take time, but Aislinn was confident that, eventually, the scars and pains of the past would heal. She let her mind touch every one of them, man, woman, and child, soothing, comforting, and allowing each to feel a piece of her love and gratitude, the bonds between them lighting up with contentment. Next, she sought out Sierra, smiling as she felt her sister's fury at her loyally stubborn mate. A featherlight touch to Kaiden's brothers, who were floors below with Austin and Clay, training with some of the other orphaned children. Lily in Pac Tenebris, who was in a heated standoff with Alpha Maliko about her plan to reintegrate into the community, was a force to be reckoned with and was easily wearing the battle-scarred Alpha down to her thinking. Aislinn smiled, her amusement echoed by Beta Liesel, who was watching the drama, bemused and entertained. She reached out for Richard, feeling his relief as her mind entered his. It was quickly followed by the storm of his irritation at having been ordered from her side. "Heems needs you right now," she sent him. The same message she had been repeating since she had ordered him to return to his old pack a week and a half ago. "My place is at your side." She expected his response, and they both knew their lines by heart at this point. "Sum custos, make sure I am safe from those that are supposed to be allies, and then return to me." "As you wish, my queen." Aislinn smiled, leaving her custos to his monumental task of trying to wrangle the Heem's wolves into submission and finding a loyal and trustworthy alpha to lead them. Reaching farther, she felt for Blair and Olivia in the South in Pac Semper territory, and who were not faring much better than Richard, and who had taken to cursing the royal pair whenever they spoke. Despite all of their combined frustrations and objections, both Kaiden and Aislinn had absolute faith and trust in their royal court to get the 2 packs under control and back in line. With the abolition of the council, it had been decreed that it would be the royal court and the royal pack in general which would enforce and administer the laws as decreed by the throne. The crown had been re-established as the ultimate power and authority, ready and willing to step in and impose order and law on all and any of the 8 packs. Lastly, Aislinn reached out for her uncle. The rogue king was currently in a tent somewhere in the unclaimed wilderness of the east. "Good evening, my queen." Old and powerful enough, not only could he sense when she connected with him, but he was also able to hide at least some of his mind from her, keeping it walled off and blocked. Not that she really cared what he was doing or his plans. She knew eventually they would come face to face, and with her pack and mate by her side, she was confident they would win. "Good evening, uncle. You are well, I trust?" he inquired, a hint of genuine curiosity in his voice. "Indeed, uncle, and yourself?" she asked, her tone carrying none of the warmth his did, only cold sarcasm and disdain. "You know me, I am not one to give into the mundane task of complaining," he said. Aislinn felt a commotion pull his attention from her. "Sorry, kiddo, I have to go. Urgent business calls. I'm sure you can understand. A king's work after all is never done," he said, throwing out the nickname that had defined her childhood in the palace. At the same time, she had been under the safety of his protection, secure until he had then shattered it all. "You always were a modest one. And you were always a righteous one. It seems not everything has changed. Good night, my queen." "Until later." "Good night, uncle." Aislinn let the links go, her mind and awareness shrinking back into her body, and the mate who was still holding her. "I love you, mate," he said. "And I love you," Aislinn said, turning and eagerly meeting his lips as they descended in a world-shattering kiss. A kiss filled with all the passion, love, and desire he felt for her. Her toes curled. Remembering herself, she broke the kiss off, her head pulling back so she could look up into his desire and passion-clouded face. His eyes were dark and hungry as they searched hers for why she had put a pause on his latest round of demonstrations for just how much he had missed her. "Love?" he asked, concerned. She cocked her head as she looked at him. Slowly, she let the grin she had been trying to hide break loose. "I went to see Ethan today," she said. His face was an instant mask of worry and fear, his eyes traveling her over. His hands lightly moved her back so he could inspect her from head to toe. "Kaiden," she said, trying to get his attention. "Kaiden." His panicked eyes flew to hers. "Calm down. What's wrong? Are you okay? Kaiden, will you stop freaking out for a minute and let me talk?" He fell silent, and she grabbed one of his hands that was on her shoulder and moved it to lay on her abdomen. His eyes followed his hand, staring at where it now rested against her still flat stomach. "I'm pregnant, Cade." Before she could blink, her feet were off the ground, and she crashed into his chest, his face in the crook of her neck. One hand still sprawled on her stomach gently, the other holding her to him. Pulling back, he looked at her. "Wait, are you sure?" She nodded. "You're pregnant?" he asked in awe and disbelief. She nodded again, and then he laughed and cried, his face lit up with pure, unrestrained joy. His hand rubbed her stomach once before moving to cup her cheek. Ever so gently, he brought her lips to his. "I love you," he whispered. Their lips met in a kiss that had changed the world. Epilogue. "I hate you," Aislinn screamed. "I know," Kaiden said calmly and gently. "You need to breathe, Aislinn," Ethan said encouragingly. "I hate you too." She screamed at the doctor as another contraction ripped through her body. "It's going to be okay," Kaiden said, reaching for her hand. She swatted him away. "Yeah, easy for you to say. You aren't the one in this bed with a madman down there," Aislinn said, shooting a glare at Ethan. Kaiden let out a growl at the reminder and at the idea that Ethan was possibly hurting her or the baby. "Oh, shut up, you overprotective ball of fluff." Aislinn huffed, bearing down as another contraction hit her like a wave. "And stay away from me. This is all your fault," she said, pointing an accusing finger in his direction. "You did this. Stupid fate and their stupid annoying mates and their ridiculous good sense and their..." Her rant about everything she didn't like cut off as another contraction hit. Kaiden winced, sending a thought towards her guardians who stood uneasily at the door to her room as they reacted to her anger and pain. The entire pack was on edge, both in eagerness and tension, as they waited for news about their beloved queen and her firstborn child. "I know, love. I'm so sorry. It'll be over soon," Kaiden said, looking at his mate as she screamed in pain, his wolf going ballistic in his mind, not liking or accepting that they had to wait and watch as she suffered. "She's strong. She can do this," he kept repeating to himself, but it only marginally helped ease his desire to stop the pain for her. As Aislinn was much too eager and happy to point out, his protective and territorial instincts had been kicked into high gear with the announcement of her pregnancy. And he wasn't the only one. If it hadn't been for Aislinn's constant threat to use them as pincushions for her daggers, he, Richard, Austin, and the others would have had her confined to her bed and waited on hand and foot for the entirety of her trying pregnancy. "That's right, just let it out," Ethan said, trying to focus the queen and stop her from lunging from the bed at her mate again. "Shut up. And if you tell me to breathe again, I swear I'll sick Kaiden on you." Kaiden let out a low growl to accompany her words, still unhappy with the doctor for having his hands on his mate, no matter how necessary it may have been. Ethan paled in reaction to the obvious threats, shifting nervously. They all heard his mumbled, "Should have just let me die," under his breath. "I want Kyo. And where the hell is Sierra?" "Sierra is supposed to be here," Aislinn demanded between panting breaths. "This is the infirmary. A wolf wouldn't really." Aislinn cut off Ethan's statement with a single look. The doctor gulped before nodding. As if they had been waiting for her request, the door was instantly opened, and Leland's head and shoulder were visible for a moment before suddenly Kyo was bounding into the infirmary. His eyes went right to her, and Aislinn let out a shout of sheer joy. Kaiden lifted the now large and nearly full-grown wolf onto the hospital bed, even as it seemed ridiculous. However, he was utterly unable to raise even the slightest objection in the face of the wishes of his mate while she was in labor, or really ever. He had kept his word, never standing against her again and remaining at her side religiously, leaving only when Aislinn ordered him away. Respect and equality became the definition of their bond. Love and devotion are the constants. His task every day was to make sure she was happy and safe, that those she loved, her pack and everyone she had sworn herself to, were safe and protected. "Oh, Kyo," Aislinn exclaimed, wrapping her arms around the wolf in a stranglehold, her face pressing into his neck as she burst into tears. Kyo curled his body around hers, letting her hang on to him as she had countless times over the last 10 months, as anger, hormones, and emotions had overwhelmed her. Kaiden helplessly rubbed circles over his mate's back, looking at Ethan desperately. He let out a breath of relief and terror as the doctor suddenly nodded his head and announced that it was time. Aislinn cradled the infant against her chest. Kyo's large head rested on her lap and helped to support the squirming babe in her arms, his body stretched out beside hers on the narrow bed. Exhaustion and weariness pulled at her, but Aislinn resisted the sweet, enticing pull of sleep a few moments longer. "I'm so proud of you," Kaiden said from her bedside, a spot he refused to move from, even to spread the good news. Instead, send Austin to announce the pack. His eyes moved back and forth from the child she held to her face. Happiness and joy radiate from him. "Have you decided on a name?" he asked gently. "Yes," she sighed. Just then, the door burst open. Kaiden was out of his chair and growling as Sierra flew into the room. "Am I too late?" she cried out, searching the room until she saw Aislinn sitting up in the bed and well, if not tired looking. "Sierra, you can't." "Oh, shove off, Hulk. Now get your butt in here." "It isn't proper," he said evenly. "It isn't proper," Sierra mocked him even as she moved closer to the bed, her face breaking out in a massive smile as she spotted the pup bundled in soft, swaddling blankets in Aislinn's arms. "I missed the birth because of you two morons. Now either get your butt in here or shove off," Sierra said softly, her voice changing to baby talk, going all gooey as she cooed at the newest and littlest royal. "Oh, goddess Aislinn. Congratulations. I'm so glad you're both okay," she exclaimed in joy. Aislinn smiled at her and at Hulk, who bowed his head at her and then at Kaiden, from where he lingered awkwardly in the doorway to the room. Kaiden relaxed from his defensive stance, moving back to sit in the chair at her bedside, gesturing to the other in the room, then to Alpha Kaiden. "Oh, and Katie, you're still alive." "Well, that's a relief," she said sweetly, grinning at her brother as his face twisted at her words. Aislinn laughed gently, sending another apology to her mate through their link, which he quickly brushed off. "Love, I told you, you don't need to apologize. You gave me." She could hear the grin and happiness in his voice as he looked at their child. "You gave me a son, love. I don't care what you said or did so long as you both are happy and healthy." Kaiden leaned over the bed, his fingers softly running over the smooth softness of his son's cheek. Pressing a kiss to his son's head, his hand moved to cup Aislinn's head, gently pulling her into a kiss. Pulling back, he looked at her and smiled at the happiness and contentment he felt in his mate. "I love you, little one, always and forever." "And I love you, Kaid. Always and forever," she thought back, a blissful but tired smile on her face. Kaiden pecked her once more before refocusing on Sierra, who was gushing and fawning over them. "Sierra, I would like to formally introduce you to your nephew," Kaiden said, glancing from his sister and to his son proudly. "Nephew?" Sierra asked excitedly, and Aislinn nodded. "What's his name?" Aislinn looked at Kaiden, who nodded at her. "Rowan. Crown Prince Rowan Taunox of Pac Argentum Sanguinis, heir to the throne of wolves."